Preface. September 3, 2015. Last December, President Obama announced the re-establishment of diplomatic relations with Cuba after a 54-year standoff between the most powerful country in the world and an island the size of Florida, 90 miles off the coast of that southern state. During that half-century, many books were written about Cuba, most by Americans who in one way or another braved or got around their government's travel ban. Very few of these books attracted mainstream publishers, unless they were critical of the socialist regime, or were written by academics. It's only in the past decade that the public has become aware of the media's lack of independence, especially when it comes to foreign affairs, leading to the birth of independent online news sources. Most American journalists who covered Cuba during the standoff wrote what was expected of them. In 1963, while working at the French news agency in Rome, I met freelance journalists whose reports on the Cuban Revolution differed markedly from those in the mainstream press. My book on the filming of the Fellini film 8/1/2 was being published in several countries, and the French weekly Paris Match, having just published excerpts from it, were receptive to my proposal to follow these with a non-political portrait of the leader of the Cuban Revolution. My French passport, acquired through marriage, would enable me to beat Washington's ban on its citizens traveling to the troublesome island, and I would finance the trip with my book advances. My unstated goal was to assess the trustworthiness of the profession I was joining. During the 5 weeks I spent waiting to meet with Fidel, I realized that things were not as black and white in Cuba as the Western press made them seem. Having at last gained access to the Lider Massimo, my non-political portrait was published in September, prompting an invitation to return to the island. I had already signed a contract with an Italian publisher for a book that would answer the question in American press circles: was Castro already a communist when he went to the Sierra, or did he become one after taking power? I had stayed on at Paris Match as an intern, and on November 22, we had just put the weekly issue to bed when President Kennedy was shot. We stayed up all night rewriting the magazine, and the next day I cabled Havana to move up my departure. Jean Daniel, publisher of the widely read French progressive weekly Le Nouvel Observateur, had brought Fidel a message from the American president just days before the assassination, and I wondered what would be in store for the island with a new chief executive, whose profile left me uneasy. On December 5, when I met with Fidel, he was eager to discuss that cataclysmic event. Many months later, having interviewed all of Fidel's early followers who were now part of the government, I returned to Italy and gave the publisher permission to edit my 400-page manuscript. Ultimately, I could not accept his 150-page product, and it took me too long to rework it to our mutual satisfaction for it to find a place in his publishing schedule without becoming dated. It stayed in the drawer while I wrote other books, including one in French that foresaw the fall of the Berlin Wall and the dissolution of the Soviet Union. It was not until 2004 that this book was published in the US, only to be put out of print almost immediately as, still, a bad political decision. In 2010, the original Italian version was published by Zambon. It was presented at the Turin Book Fair that year and at the Havana Book Fair in 2011, a chance for me to return to the island for the first time. As Cuba and the US pursue a new relationship, it is a unique historical document. Between December 1963 and June 1964, the following events took place in Cuba. The US Coast Guard detained Cuban fishermen. There was a culture war between the communist Blas Roca and Alfredo Guevara, who headed the Cuban Film Institute. A young man who had betrayed participants in an attack on Batista's presidential palace was caught and tried for treason. Castro went to Moscow to see Khrushchev. Partisans of monetary incentives and those against carried on a running public battle. American U-2s flew missions over Cuba, and there were tensions at Guantanamo as Cuban exiles tried to stage another invasion. As these events were unfolding, I interviewed all the men and women who had been with Fidel in the Sierra and were now running the Cuban government, including Celia Sanchez, Che Guevara, Raul Castro, and President Osvaldo Dorticos. During informal conversations, each described his or her relationship to socialism. The story of how I actually got to Cuba for the first time is told in my memoir Lunch with Fellini, Dinner with Fidel. This is the diary I kept from 1963 to 1964, as I went from being a right-brain person devoted to the arts, to a left-brain person curious about the big picture. It is followed by notes on my brief 2011 return. The 12. Most of the members of the government interviewed in this book were among the 82 who set sail from Mexico on the boat Granma in December 1956. They became known as the 12. Fidel Castro, First Secretary of the Cuban Communist Party. Raul Castro, Head of the Armed Forces. Che Guevara, Planning Minister. Camilo Cienfuegos, killed in plane crash in 1960. Ramiro Valdez, Interior Minister. Guillermo Garcia, Commander of the Western Army. Juan Almeida, Vice Minister of the Armed Forces. Ifigenio Almagiras, Vice Minister of the Armed Forces. Luis Crespo, in charge of importing agricultural machinery. Jesus Montaigne, Minister of Telecommunications. Faustino Porres, Minister of Hydraulics. Cesar Escalante, Head of the Communist Party Press Department and brother of the Stalinist, Aníbal Escalante. Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, President the National Institute of Agrarian Reform, economist who coordinated the Communist Party's cooperation with Fidel's movement, 26th of July. Celia Sanchez, prepared the landing on the ground, then joined the rebel forces in the Sierra, becoming Fidel's most trusted collaborator. Vilma Vespin, married to Raul Castro and head of the Cuban Women's Federation. Manuel Fajardo, the cattleman, was the first peasant to join the rebels after the landing. Armando Hart and his wife Haiti Santamaria worked underground, both before and after the landing. Captain Antonio Núñez Jiménez, head of the National Academy of Sciences, geographer who advised the troops in the Sierra. Chapter I. Just as it was before. Havana, Sunday, December 1, 1963. The one-way trip lasted 5 days. Wednesday, the caravel from Paris arrived in Prague simultaneously with the Cubana de Aviación Britannia from Havana. The newness of that first contact with the Iron Curtain was accentuated by the sight of Cubans rushing into the arms of Slavs in the old cement airport with white flowered curtains. Travelers and crew were dispatched to the sinister Hotel International at the city's edge. Luckily, the old, dark wood trolley that went round and round in front of the door took us to the old town. There, we could evoke the ghosts of Mozart and Dvorak, make out the other bank of the immense Moldau in the evening fog and, trembling with cold, seek refuge in a warm beer hall where the waiters still wear tuxedos. The next day, we left as planned for Havana. The plane had not needed any repairs. We refueled in Shannon and took off promptly. An hour later, we had to turn back because the plane was leaking oil. We spent 2 days and 2 nights in the nearby town of Limerick, which was very cold, without our suitcases. According to the front page of the local paper, the Cuban plane being repaired at Shannon was carrying Soviet and Soviet-trained Cuban technicians. The truth was rather different. No one was repairing the plane because the mechanic hadn't been able to get a seat on the daily flight between London and the North Atlantic hub. As for the passengers, there was a Cuban sports team, accompanied by a typical Cuban orchestra and a film crew, returning from a match against another socialist country in Indonesia, a Polish family with a lot of small, pale children and a Uruguayan family with big, noisy children that had been coming to Cuba for 2 years. The husband taught math at the university and the wife was a high school teacher. In order to be able to spend a month in Cuba, they had to travel via Prague because the Mexican government, always ready to oblige a powerful neighbor, doesn't issue transit visas to South Americans traveling to and from the island of the Red Devils. There was also a Spanish doctor, along with his family, who was going to teach at the university in Santiago. Our Irish hosts, members of the Lions Club, the Children's Choir, the French club, and organizers of the shopkeepers' ball stared at us with a touch of condescension, at times curious, at times wary, as they bustled in and out of the lobby of the hotel that doubled as the center of Limerick's civic and social life. We left Shannon at 3 a.m. in a storm that was all the more terrifying to us that the plane, rather than being advantaged by new parts, seemed disadvantaged for having required repairs. We landed in Gander at dawn under a clear, cold sky, which would follow us southward all morning. Around noon, the light began to change, gradually becoming softer. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a green, slightly undulating land with a scattering of white matchstick trunks and green crowns appeared. Half an hour later, the hostess announced we were about to land in Havana, and the sportsmen shouted for joy. When the plane touched down, the last vestiges of anxiety were evacuated in a long ovation. On the tarmac, in the insolent tropical sun, stood the first contingent of family members. As the door opened, they ran up the gangway in a very Latin rush of arms and legs. The arrivals room was filled with fathers who'd brought their families for a Sunday ride to the airport and little girls flitting about in cotton pastels. This is my second trip to Cuba. 4 months ago, I came to do a portrait of Fidel Castro for Paris Match, the first non-inflammatory article on Cuba to appear in the Western press since last year's missile crisis. I'd planned to return eventually to do a book, but Kennedy's assassination made this project seem all the more urgent, plus Cyclone Flora had just hit the island. December 2nd. In Havana, notwithstanding last week's cyclone, everything looks just as before. The Habana Libre Hotel seems unchanging, even when it changes a little. The restroom attendants who, last summer, told visitors to leave their bags in the antechamber, fearing someone might unload a bomb, seem more relaxed. In the cafeteria, with its smell of plastic and picadillo sauce, the hopeful banner "Here everyone is competing" has disappeared. Now food is served in a wink, and there is a banner proclaiming Best Department of the Month. The Havana Hilton became the Habana Libre in January 1959, when the revolutionary forces taking over Cuba requisitioned it. Fidel and his staff lived and worked there for several months, and the employees still remember those days. Now, it's home to newly arrived foreign technicians and their families, and the conferences and congresses that have become part of Cuban life. For those of us on assignment, it's an incredible caravanserai of intrigues and passions, complicity and despair, notwithstanding its appearance of a sleepy provincial hotel, modern, yet slightly neglected. The 25-story blue rectangle, which can be seen from every part of the city, is located on the corner of Calle 23 and La Rampa, which separates the university from the old town and the residential quarter of Vedado from the more modern section housing offices and ministries. This 500-yard stretch to the Malcan and the Caribbean, filled with nightclubs and luxury shops, is Havana's Via Veneto. It is punctuated with yellowed, glass-enclosed kiosks that dispense the incredibly sweet and strong Cuban coffee when there is any, ersatz Coke in a hit or miss copy put up in the original bottles, usually available, saltines without salt, always available, cigarettes, the mild and the strong, with matches that don't work, and the infinite variety of cigars, stubby, long, green, narrow, brown, or short that the Cubans buy 2 or 3 at a time, slipping them into the left top pocket of the guayabera, that white pleated shirt that used to be worn by farmers and is now the city uniform, beautifully starched and ironed. The women are always elegant as well. Winter is scarcely colder than summer, and the girls don't need to hide their generous shapes, which they wrap tightly. By day they wear curlers, partly hidden under a bandana, and at night, they have fabulous hairdos, very high or very long. As for the beards, there are more of them in Paris or New York, but those in Havana are cleaner. They bring a touch of elegance, and are not always a sign that the wearer was in the Sierra. I take a taxi and notice the doors hanging from their hinges, the windows with scotch tape or yellow paper and the homey pieces of faded cotton material thrown here and there to hide the holes in the seats. The buses going up La Rampa still make a thunderous noise, so loud they seemed to be airplanes, leaving behind a rush of black smoke with its unmistakable smell of Russian gasoline. In front of some buildings, there is still a hump in the asphalt to discourage any attempt to toss a bomb inside and drive away. The sight of olive green uniforms everywhere or militiamen sitting in front of public buildings with a rifle on their knees doesn't faze me anymore, because now I know that Cubans are a gentle people. They may have a pistol at their side, but they show no sign of wanting to intimidate anyone. Another thing I remember is the realization on returning from my first walk on La Rampa of the reflex with which, in other countries, we distinguish between whites, blacks, and mulattoes. Perhaps it's because there are so many shades of color here that you can't make the distinction unless you really focus. Perhaps it's because integration is so total that it seems difficult to imagine it wasn't always that way. December 3rd. On foot to City Hall in the Old Town, it's warm, doors are open onto the street as if it were summer. At a neighborhood hairdresser's, clients peer out at the passers-by from under the dryer. I have an appointment with Cesar Escalante, head of press and propaganda of the National Communist Party Council. He and Pelegrin Torres, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, are the first people I must greet. It was thanks to them that my first trip to Cuba was a success. In the park in front of City Hall, the shoemakers are at their benches, busy with nails and scraps of leather. It was under these arcades that on a Saturday afternoon, a child grabbed me, pointing to my red hair and exclaiming wondrously to her parents, "Look! A Russian!" On the way, a taxi driver had said, "The people are with Fidel, but they're not communist." My assignment didn't leave me much time to delve into these contradictions. I had to spend inordinate amounts of time just trying to reach Castro and then waiting in my hotel room for the last-minute telephone calls announcing the meetings he'd approved. 10 minutes into our first conversation, he'd decided to trust me. To get that far, I'd had to wage a noisy campaign at the Foreign Ministry press office, which gave Western journalists a minimum of cooperation. They argued they'd been burned too many times, and that trust almost always resulted in stories that didn't so much reflect what the journalist had seen as what he or she was expected to see. They followed this policy dogmatically, often stretching the limits of diplomacy. It wasn't until my protests had risen to the level of the Vice Minister, Pelegrin Torres, that they encountered shoulders broad enough to take a chance. Torres quickly decided to send me on to Cesar Escalante, who promptly transmitted my request for an interview to Fidel. We'd talked a long time about their wariness. I felt it was not a good tactic against distortion. Journalists, who like to be here one day and there the next, are the last people you want to deprive of freedom of movement. While critical of my colleagues' cynicism, I shared their hypersensitivity to constraint and told Escalante that kind of treatment would inevitably color their reports. Until that moment, with his grey tousled hair, horn-rimmed glasses and clumsy gestures, Caesar had reminded me of a Latin teacher. And when he hit the table with his fist, exclaiming, "It isn't enough to grasp the truth, you have to be able to hold onto it," his fanaticism seemed more that of a martyr than of a hangman. If I've returned to Cuba now, it's not to find out whether the Barbudos have the truth, but rather how they came to think they do. The European papers were saying that, of course, the government was blaming the cyclone for everything that wasn't working right. While I waited for Caesar in his office, I looked at a poster that combined drawings with quotes from a speech Fidel made right after the disaster. It announced the immediate start of road and bridge repairs, and the construction of dams that would prevent flooding while providing the electric power the country, especially the eastern province, so badly needed. Restaurants had been closed, but Caesar told me they expected to reopen them on the 15th. He seemed confident that the meat ration, which had been halved, would be restored at the same time. Many of the lost cattle had been destined for reproduction, but new herds were on the way. In the afternoon, I went to see Pelegrin Torres, who told me how children had taken refuge in trees, fallen asleep and droned. On the plus side, the damage to the sugar crop had raised prices on the international market from 3 to 4 centavos a pound to 10 to 11 centavos, making up for the loss of about a fourth of the cane. Then, with obvious satisfaction, Torres told me that the press office had been reorganized, my criticisms having been followed by those of another freelance American who'd come to make a TV film. Apparently, our protests had dovetailed with a government decision to reconsider its policy toward the Western press. I decided to check out the newly organized office, which now made available clippings on the cyclone, the text of a new draft law, Cuba's official refusal to sign the Moscow nuclear treaty in protest against U.S. hostility, and Fidel's recent speeches. There was also the stenographic version of the trial of two civilian pilots who had ferried bombs to counter-revolutionaries in food crates. When I left, the entrance hall of the Foreign Ministry was invaded by the sound of typical music coming over the loudspeakers. In a corner, apparently indifferent to the noise, two men were playing the last game of an in-house chess championship. I returned to the hotel on foot, through the sleepy, tree-lined streets of Old Vedado, its modest villas decorated with wrought iron gates and low retaining walls that were half buried under a tropical jungle, tumbling gently onto the sidewalk. December 4th. Last summer, a friend who had visited Cuba several times early in the revolution told me that a council of ministers meeting had discussed whether it was to be with or without pachanga, but now everything had turned more serious. I think the pachanga has simply been rationed. The revolution has entered a serious phase, where the key words are organize and economize, but the Instituto Cubano de Arte y Industria Cinematográfica, ICAIC, embodies pachanga of the purest kind. I never saw people sign in for a meeting with such a flourish. At all hours of the day and night, the entrance of the big building at the end of Calle 23 echoes with laughter and cries, discussions, and orders. A girl seated on a high stool operates the elevator while reading a book, and she keeps the door open when passengers continue their conversations after one has arrived at his floor. At the 7th floor, one enters an orderly, refined universe of marble, wood, brick, and whitewash. The young directors and technicians only go to the executive projection rooms or the offices of Saul Yellen and Alfredo Guevara when they are invited. The working projection room is on the 2nd floor, which hasn't yet been redone. It was reserved for me, but when I went in, they were still showing rushes. I felt around in the dark to find a seat. A girl grabbed me by the arm and pushed me into an empty chair. Meanwhile, with laughter and guffaws, the gallery issued criticisms or compliments. When the lights went on, I saw they were all between 20 and 30. I'm here to view a long documentary about the cyclone before leaving for a tour of the island. Short takes of the country at work stop suddenly, the disaster paralyses every aspect of life. Live pictures of flora alternate with an animated map of its path. The second part of the film is devoted to the rescue efforts, with all the top officials participating, although the narrator doesn't mention them. At one point, a truck with car tires attached underneath floats down a river that has become an ocean. That was how Fidel almost drowned, my hosts tell me. From the open door of a chopper, other helicopters are seen moving up and down, as soldiers are lowered on cables to rescue people marooned on rooftops. Upon landing, the wounded are loaded onto stretchers and transferred to waiting Red Cross ambulances. The shot is from the victim's viewpoint, everything is jerked around. The receding water leaves the fields strewn with dead animals. Volunteers burn them to avoid epidemics, and medical brigades go through the villages vaccinating people. The cyclone hit the most backward part of the country, where even in normal times, the most basic hygienic facilities are lacking, but there was no epidemic. I also view the film on the literacy campaign, the great epic of 1961. Sugarcane cars of wooden slats were transformed into passenger trains with crude benches and palm leaf roofs, transporting young volunteers to the remotest villages, where they taught each family, often by candlelight. At the end of the year, they invaded the streets of Havana, shouting to their idol, Fidel, "We won." December 5th. I was awakened at 1:30 in the morning by the telephone. A familiar voice says, "Fidel is here." But I'm sleeping. "You have time to put on your bathrobe," Last summer, the first thing foreigners saw when they touched down at Havana for the 26th of July celebrations was a huge billboard showing two identical men with black beards and olive green fatigues saluting each other gaily with their guns pointed in the air. They looked like two Fidels, and in the arrivals room, all the uniformed bearded men with cigars in their mouths seemed to look like him too. I didn't know then how much a part of Cuba's daily life Fidel really was or with what familiarity Cubans treat him. Later, when I saw him playing baseball on a Sunday morning with one of the national teams on a small field near the beach and then go swimming with the crowd for more than an hour, I suddenly had a much better idea of their relationship. The night before, he had arrived in my hotel room. I didn't know then that he usually dropped in on journalists at night, letting them know at the last minute, generally when they were about to leave, having renounced seeing him. At the UN in New York, someone had told me, "Be careful. If he sees you, it won't be to let himself be interviewed." Yet I'd spent 2 hours alone with him in a hotel room just like the one I'm in now, while he let himself be interviewed with exemplary discretion. Now he's come to thank me for the cheese I brought from Paris. As usual, he is accompanied by Commander René Vallejo, his friend, doctor, and personal ambassador, and also by Commander Escalona, who looks a bit like Raul, and a member of the escort. They hesitate in the doorway. Fidel turns around and asks gaily, "Aren't you coming in?" They grab 2 armchairs. The Habana Libre rooms are laid out as bedsitters with studio couches and 2 or 3 chairs. Fidel throws himself on the other studio couch, and I have no choice but to sit on the rumpled bed. Poor thing. Look what we did to her. He's just seen Divorce, Italian style, and does a good imitation of Mastroianni's tic. Every time he has to make a decision, he goes like this. He's sitting in a corner of the couch, leaning on the end table, 1 foot under the other leg, often shaking his head, rubbing the beret smashed over his right ear. He asks me what I've been doing since I left Cuba. I tell him I have a crazy Paris publisher for my book on 812, and that being in Cuba is like being on the moon, completely isolated from the rest of the world, having to wait 2 to 8 weeks for mail. That's all right. You'll see you can be just fine isolated from the rest of the world. You have to learn to be patient. Look at us, a few years ago, we didn't have a single fishing boat, and now we have a fleet of fishermen. We planted trees, and now they're giving fruit. There's no hurry. Fidel could take a cue from just about anything to talk about his revolution. We turn to the Kennedy assassination. He was a known enemy. Johnson will have to be thinking about the elections. I wonder aloud whether Johnson may feel he has to do something spectacular that would put him on a level with the Republicans. Fidel disagrees. He's trying to get the support of the liberals. I don't think he'll try an invasion. He says it's lucky the Cuban consulate in Mexico didn't give Oswald a transit visa when he wanted to go to the Soviet Union. If things had been different, the accusations against the Castro communists would certainly have carried more weight. Vallejo interjects that, according to the UPI, Oswald was sent to the Soviet Union the first time as a spy. Not one given to empty speculation. Fidel would rather talk about the cyclone. You should emphasize the human aspect. It was a terrible thing, worse than an earthquake, because an earthquake only lasts 5 minutes, while the cyclone lasted 5 days. And for 5 days, those people were between life and death. The solidarity was incredible, extraordinarily moving. And now, on the 15th, we'll re-establish the meat ration. We've been able to give everyone some meat and reabsorb our cattle losses. It'll be a good Christmas, notwithstanding the cyclone. We're bringing Torrone, grapes, and wine from Spain. When I returned to Rome after my first visit to Cuba, some of my Italian friends were surprised to learn that the Cuban government had agreed to re-establish the Madrid-Havana line. They felt it showed a lack of dignity for a communist to deal with the Franco regime. A Cuban friend had told me that historical ties to Spain were so strong that they overrode political differences. I knew that Fidel was first and foremost a pragmatist, so it seemed logical that if he were willing to let the regime's opponents leave, he would allow any country to fly them out. According to Fidel himself, Spain realized it was more advantageous to trade with Cuba than with countries belonging to the IMF. The US had created barriers to isolate their enemies, but soon it would be isolated from the rest of the world, because, he said, other countries whose economies were too weak for them to join the IMF would eventually join the socialist countries. Last summer, Fidel was always carrying on about imperialism. Now, perhaps influenced by the French journalist Jean Daniel, who had brought him a message from Kennedy shortly before the US president's assassination, he refers to the United States the way European left-wing intellectuals do, complaining that they don't understand anything. At one point, he bursts out laughing, saying, "I wonder how come they're not all crazy. When you think how they live, everything is publicity, money. It's a miracle they're not all crazy." Then serious again, "Even if we were to make up tomorrow, I wouldn't like to think of all those American flowered shirts, tourists coming here with their transistors, getting drunk, looking for prostitutes, yelling in the streets, talking too loudly the way Americans do. To tell you the truth, if American tourists stay away for 20 years, it will be a good thing." Seeing me fish for a last cigarette, he says, "You smoke too much. When did you start that pack?" 3 days ago. "How many cigars do you smoke?" He looks at the unlit cigar and confesses with a mischievous wink, 3. "And how many cigarettes are there in 3 cigars?" "You're right." I ask them if they want something to drink. Like well-behaved children, sitting straight in their chairs, they say no thank you. "You could have brought a little cognac," Fidel chides, adding quickly, "I wouldn't have drunk it anyway." "Why not?" I know he doesn't drink, but he falls for my question. "I don't have time." He looks at his watch. It's 3 a.m, adding, "As usual, these days I'm going to bed at a reasonable time. I don't want to lose that good habit. Bye, see you soon. Let us know if you need anything." December 6th. Every year, the government brings 10,000 peasant girls to Havana to get as much primary education as they can absorb. They're taught by a group of high school students who are receiving accelerated training to go to university. The first group is called the Betancourt, after Ana Betancourt, one of the first Cuban female revolutionaries at the time of José Martí, and the second are called the Makarenkos, after the world-famous 20th-century Russian educator Anton Makarenko. 1/3 of the 900 Makarenkos were chosen to finish school in 2 years instead of 3, and tonight, they're getting their diplomas. The ceremony takes place in the indoor sports stadium, in the presence of all the Makarenkos, all the Ana Betancourts, Fidel and Dolores Ibárruri, the Spanish Civil War heroine known as La Pasionaria, who arrived for the January 2nd anniversary of the revolution. Now about 80 years old, she lives in Moscow. White bun in a black net and wearing a black suit, she is seated in the first row. Holding a white flower a student gave her, like a typical grandmother, she watches as Fidel carefully signs a book about José Martí, the 19th-century anti-Spanish revolutionary. As in school graduations the world over, the students have rehearsed a show. A young peasant girl, exploited by a capitalist boss in the city, is happy when, after the revolution, the capitalist's house is transformed into a school. Other groups dance and sing, dressed in historical costumes. It's very impressive to see 50 young girls of 7 or 8 standing still for 15 long minutes. At first there's an instinctive reaction to the militaristic aspect of it, but I have to admire the way this typically Latin people is capable of learning discipline. I'm moved again by the graceful dancers, their stage fright transformed into an ancient, serene dignity. After the show, Fidel's escorts help the stagehands take away the props and set up the long table and chairs for the speakers. Fidel goes up with his people and hands out prizes, shaking each girl's hand. Some of the girls are brave enough to shake La Pasionaria's hand too. Vilma Espin, Raul's wife, gives a speech in a soft voice, but she doesn't seem to know how to end it. Around 11 o'clock, Fidel takes off his revolver belt and goes up to the lectern. The air is electric. As usual, he starts in a quiet voice, with long pauses, as though feeling his way and choosing words appropriate to the young age of his listeners, causing a tinkling of laughter to ripple through the big hall. There's a whole series of educational currents that come together to make a big river, and what we have here tonight is something like a flood. He talks about schools for a long time. He wants to explain to the mothers of these girls, who are listening over the radio or on television, the complicated network of organizations that make up the government's emergency education program. At one point he rifles through his papers, unable to find what he needs. He continues searching calmly, as the audience waits with bated breath. Behind the table, the education people are getting anxious. Finally, Elena Gill, who heads the program, comes up with a piece of paper. Fidel smiles at her, gently teasing, and says, "It's the same one I have," continuing to shuffle his papers until he finds what he's looking for, an interminable series of figures. This is followed by a parenthetical comment about Cuban arms supposedly found in Venezuela, a curse on Betancourt, the CIA, and the imperialists in general. At the end, joking again, he comes back to education, winds up with Patria o Muerte, Vence Ramos, and disappears. We're all exhausted. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, but the last act is still incredibly moving. With the TV floodlights off, the huge hall really seems to have become a great river. Holding each other by the hand and swaying to the music, 10,000 girls sing El Internacional. La Passion aria stands straight as a rod, her angular profile softened by the white hair. It occurs to me that this must be the first time she hears that song sung by so many young voices in her native Spanish. Chapter 2. Touring the Cyclone. December 7th. Tomorrow, I leave for Orient Province. Caesar got me a car from ICAP, Cuban Institute for Friendship Between Peoples, and agreed to let me have Alberto Corda, the 40-ish photographer who accompanies Fidel on his travels, as my guide. I don't want to go with an ICAP guide. I find anything smacking of organized travel repugnant. I want to be completely free. I know the Barbudos aren't Bluebeards. Houses, hospitals, and schools are being built, and there are enough guns in ordinary Cuban hands to disprove the American claim that most people suffer the regime. Although not all Cubans are happy, those who leave, referred to charmingly as gusanos, or worms, are a minority. But the less sanguine one is, the more one has to play devil's advocate. I also know from last summer's trip that visits, whether to a collective farm, a school, or a hospital, are thorough down to the last broom closet, and I am determined to avoid that. Sunday, December 8th. We have a huge, black American car, driven by a serious-looking young man named Ecobedo. Alberto bought a map of the island, and we decide to take the southern road, sleeping in Cienfuegos, halfway between Havana and Santiago. The road is lined with cultivated fields, mostly in sugar. Once in a while in the midst of the green, near a small town, there will be a factory. That's Goodrich, that's a chemical plant. Here, they bottle milk. Under the arcades in the town centers, men gather in groups, watching the women go by. The ubiquitous barroom-style houses, dating from the late 1800s, are freshly painted in blue, green, yellow, or pink. In front of the porches, there is often a profusion of multicolored flowers. About 1 o'clock, we stop in the little town of Union de Reyes to get directions to the Bay of Pigs. In front of the police station there is a new book and record store. I tell Alberto that I'm incapable of being moved by the contemplation of a historic site, but change my mind when he says it has a good restaurant. The Zapata Peninsula is a 100 by 30 kilometer swamp from which the inhabitants extract wood coal. 5 years ago, there were no roads, only huts. The road on which the exiles landed goes through the swamp. Here, those exiles are called mercenaries, because they were financed by the CIA. On each side, as far as one can see, there are trees standing in water. Suddenly, around a bend, waterlogged woods give way to clearings planted with flowers, grass, and a parking lot with about 30 cars and a few buses. The revolution, or what we would call the administration, drained the swamp into a series of picturesque canals and built a resort called Treasure Lagoon, spanned by Japanese-style bridges. In the modern-style restaurant with artisan furniture, there are 6 main dishes to choose from, at a cost of 2 or 3 pesos each, accompanied by an hors d'oeuvre, salad, and dessert. We have roast chicken with rice, malanga, a root that tastes like a cross between potatoes and turnips, green tomatoes, and radishes, followed by a typical Cuban dessert, candied tropical fruit, its sweetness offset by a piece of yellow cheese. Officially, there's no coffee, but they cook up a tiny cup for El Campanero Barbudo. Outside, Alberto bargains for a motorboat driven by an elderly militiaman. Along the main canal, we pass a boat full of Sunday holiday makers, then we come out onto the lagoon, which reaches to the horizon, 10 kilometers in all. Pirates are said to have buried treasure here, but no one has ever found anything. From afar, a lone, tiny house looks like a boat. Fidel stays there when he's trying out new craft to chase modern pirates from Cuba's coasts. They're reconstructing an Indian village, wooden houses built on piles with palm leaf roofs, from which a ladder goes down to the canal. Further on, there is a swimming pool with clear water, statues of Indians and a museum about the indigenous peoples exterminated by the Spaniards. Like everyone else, the Cubans are nostalgic about their lost origins. The boatman leaves us back at the restaurant, where musicians play desultorily as waiters sweep the floor and set the tables for dinner. I climb the spiral staircase to take a picture of the dining room, my eye contracts, and I lose a contact lens. Everyone scours the floor, but only Alberto knows what a contact lens looks like. It's broken, I'll have to get glasses for the remainder of the trip. Echo Beto, who wears prescription sunglasses like the ones I need, thinks they could make me appear in Cienfuegos. We decide to take a chance, instead of returning to Havana. Before leaving Zapata, we stop at the Wood Coal Cooperative. Its one-story houses surrounded by flowers have roofs of undulated cement, and there is a grandstand in a clearing. When we reach the swamp, Alberto explains that during the invasion, the exiles took this road, hoping to set up a beachhead, occupy the airfield and cut off the road to the south. They lasted 3 days, he says dismissively. At the Jaguar Hotel in Cienfuegos, signs of different colors and shapes with young communist slogans on them are stuck in the lawn in front of the hotel. Old Coca-Cola signs, Alberto tells me with a chuckle. We're kept waiting at the desk, because our stay is to be billed to ICAP. Finally, the receptionist resigns himself. The rooms are spick and span. Frog's legs, steak, hamburger, potato salad, cucumbers, olives, boiled rice, malanga and 2 kinds of dessert are on the menu in the animated dining room. From the bar we hear women's laughter and Afro-Cuban music. Alberto has bought a newspaper, eager for news about the search for Cuban arms in Venezuela. If the Americans intervene in Venezuela against the guerrillas, the whole of Latin America will crumble in their hands. People who until now didn't want to hear of revolution will take up arms. Even those who hate violence, who never thought they would fight, like me, will do so with all their hearts. Why do you say, like me? Weren't you in the Sierra? No. So when did you meet Fidel? After he arrived in Havana. What about your beard? That's because I'm an artist. Fidel is also an artist, but he doesn't know it. You didn't participate in the revolution. No. I was a petty bourgeois who liked to enjoy life. I worked in advertising, ate well, had a nice car and didn't care about politics. I hated Batista, but I didn't do anything about it, because I didn't believe in revolutions. Like many Cubans, I thought Fidel and his people were just another bunch of politiqueros. The outside world doesn't know about the Latin American politiqueros, they're unique. A revolutionary is a rebel, but until now, most rebels were politiqueros. After winning their fight, they would go on television and ride through the world's capitals in open cars, waving to the crowd. Once a rebel starts being famous, he stops rebelling, and the politiqueros carry on as before. No one thought it could be any other way, but with Fidel things changed. He's not only a rebel, he's a revolutionary. And he'll never stop being one. In fact, he says that when men have finished fighting other men, there will still be revolutionaries, but they'll fight to tame nature. Inevitably, we end up speculating about what would happen if the United States were to take military action against Cuba. It's clear that the Russians, in addition to investments, have made several formal commitments, and this means a great deal to the Cubans. But if the Russians and the Americans were to come to blows over the island, there would be nuclear war. The Cubans would fight to the last man. The Americans don't know that invading Cuba would be very expensive. They don't know what it means to fight for one's country. They haven't had war on their soil in 100 years. They'd have to take Cuba street by street, house by house. And when they'd taken the cities, they'd have to start on the mountains, and it would be like Vietnam. Do you know how long the Guantanamo base would last, according to an American admiral? 2 minutes. Obviously, it's surrounded by missiles. He laughs. I don't remember how we got to Aníbal Escalante, Caesar's brother. The only officials for whom Cubans use last names are Almeida, Vice Minister of the Armed Forces, and President Dorticos. I don't know why. Even the papers use first names in their headlines. Aníbal was a member of the Old Guard, a Communist Party leader from before the revolution. Imagine that the students take power in France. Where would the Communist Party leaders be left? It's not that they wouldn't have made the revolution. It's that they wouldn't have the same ideas as those who did. Alberto warms to his subject. What do you expect? Someone who's been sitting in an office all those years, going to communist conferences, making speeches, once in a while having to hide or go to jail, but while he's dreaming about the revolution he's getting a pot, and in the end, he wouldn't be able to make one if he wanted to. The cold nights in the mountains, marching with a rucksack on his back, he motions over his shoulder to a poster you see all over, of Fidel at the top of Turquiano Mountain with the caption, Commander-in-Chief, at your orders. You see that picture? After hours of marching, when we got to the top, Fidel said to me, it's enough for me to climb a mountain to know that the revolution is made at 20, not 40. So even if Stalin hadn't put the revolution on hold, there would be enormous differences between the apparatchiks and those who made the revolution. Anyway, little by little, Aníbal had taken over the 26th of July apparatus, putting his people from the old Communist Party in key jobs. As a result, life was getting more difficult by the day. A lot of people, including many who had fought for the revolution, were so disappointed that they were leaving, and the ones who stayed only put up with Escalante's sectarianism because they trusted Fidel. Then, just when it seemed the whole country was ready to throw in the towel, Fidel went on television. There's a sort of telepathy between the masses and Fidel. He picks up their vibes in an incredible way, and that's why they usually know what he's going to do. Well, that night, everyone knew that if he was going on television, it had to be to talk about Aníbal. And in fact, he said right out that things weren't supposed to be that way. Aníbal left for Russia, and gradually, Fidel removed his people from the key jobs. He couldn't have done it before, because he had to train others to replace them. Also, I think he really wanted to make a clean slate, and for that, he had to let the old guard prove its ideas wouldn't work here. Imagine, you weren't supposed to listen to jazz, because it was imperialist music. If you went dancing, and you met a girl, you weren't supposed to take her home with you. Imagine, here, that kind of puritanical morality. They were crazy to think the Cubans could ever get used to living like that. December 9th. By daylight I could read the Young Communist signs on the lawn in front of the hotel. A young communist should be upset when someone is assassinated in any part of the world. Fidel or a young communist must always know that we are a flaming torch. Che. Along the streets of Cienfuegos, signs announce the coming Chinese acrobatic company. Some stores advertise socialist spare parts, others capitalist spare parts. Hoping to get the address of an optometrist who could make me glasses right away, we head for party headquarters. The big front door is open onto the street, showing two lines of turn-of-the-century rocking chairs, facing each other, Cuban style. In front, soldiers and civilians are in casual conversation. They tell us the optometrists are closed until noon. Then a soldier wearing glasses arrives. "I know a very good one," he says. "We can go to his house." The optometrist won't open until noon, even if asked by the party, and anyway, he can't make dark glasses. We decide to return to Havana. Around noon, we pass through several small towns. In every one, the children are coming out of school. The clocks may not be synchronized, but at least kids are going to school. Foreign journalists can't get on a train and travel around the island. And when a government organization takes them around they show us these new houses for workers, because they built them for propaganda purposes. They show us this cooperative, because it's the nicest, the only one that works, the only one where they built cement houses, the one with a school. Yet it's in the provinces that you see how much has been done, driving for miles along different roads, where government works accumulate, repeat themselves, like the co-ed school for machine toolers in Cienfuegos. We take the wrong road out of town, and come upon it by chance, just as the students, who live, study and learn a trade, are coming out for a break. Just as eloquently, in a small town halfway between Cienfuegos and the resort town of Varadero, I see a mailbox that says U.S. Mail. December 10th. In Havana, the eye doctor works with music. The nurse tells me contacts are prescribed routinely for certain corneal problems, with a 6-month wait. I try on a lens, it's no good, and they're about to close. I'll have to come again tomorrow. I walk back to the hotel via Calle Netino, the long furniture street. There are also 2 or 3 big stores with windows dressed for Christmas, clothes and toys, lots of toys. December 11th. Wearing a trial lens, I go out for some lunch. The cafeteria opposite the doctor's office is closed until noon. Around the corner there is an old-style bar with wooden wainscoting, but all they're serving is milk tinged with coffee and soda water. For 25 centavos, I get a piece of pie and a glass of water. The doctor doesn't have just the right lens in his sampler, but he'll lend me a reasonable surrogate for the trip, and when I get back, mine will be ready. The nurse is serving thick, dark coffee from a Coke bottle, dividing it up among the clients in those paper cups the size of thimbles the Cubans use. At 4:30, we leave again for Orient. I ask Beto to stop at a pharmacy. He parks 3 feet from the sidewalk. When I return, he and Alberto are in conversation with some policemen, i.e., soldiers, who want to fine Beto for not having drawn up to the curb. On the way, Beto fills me in. The policeman comes up and says, "Citizen, your papers please." "Not citizen, comrade," I say. "I don't call everyone comrade," he answers. "So you only call comrade those who are in uniform like yourself?" "Right. So that means you would have called Commander Matos, who was a traitor, a comrade." Beto pauses for effect, then, laughing triumphantly, the guy didn't know what to say. We head straight for Camagüey, this time on the Central Highway. White cows lie in the fields, heads up, and I discover that it's only when cows are standing that they look like they're watching trains pass. The fields are separated from the road by about 5 or 6 yards of grass. Cows, horses, and bulls are attached to the trees with a rope that just allows them to reach the edge. As the sun sets, the high grass seems lit by a floodlight at ground level, while the upper part of the landscape is almost dark. The animals keep us company all along the deserted road. From time to time, we illuminate a horse or a bull with head turned toward the sky, as if contemplating the stars. At times, with the speed and the fatigue, they take on fantastic shapes, like deer or bears. December 12th. Due to various local noises, we did not sleep well in the ICAP house in Camagüey. Around noon, we went to have lunch at the Old Grand Hotel, the city's best. People are standing in line to buy toys, and Alberto explains, this year they're rationed, because last year the gusanos came the first day, bought all the toys, and resold them at exorbitant prices. People go by carrying an iron, a fan, pushing a bicycle, as others turn their heads. Back on the road to Santiago, men ride on horseback from one field to another, from one house to another. The highway has yet to absorb the life of the countryside. We're approaching the cyclone area, as indicated by the dried grass hanging from barbed wire fences that mark off the fields. The cyclone filled the Holguin and Santiago dikes that had run dry, but there are no more cafes, no refreshment stands along the road. At Holguin Party headquarters, we get a priority pass for the road to Bayamo, which is being repaired. 2 cars are allowed through every 10 minutes, 17 kilometers of repairs, a lot of trucks and steamrollers, the road lit by powerful floodlights. The work continues uninterruptedly, except from 2 to 5 a.m., when the food trucks go through. We saw 3 accidents. The sides of the road are loose, it's easy to end up in the ditch. Notwithstanding the few cars circulating, there are a lot of accidents, and the government has started a safety campaign. At the motel in Santiago, we're greeted by ICAP's provincial representative, a young mulatto, who joins us for dinner. Escobedo and Alberto ask about local news, who's doing what and where. They end up telling Fidel stories. Last year Fidel came to see the mother of Frank Paez, who lives in Santiago. Frank Paez is one of the great martyrs of the revolution. He headed the 26th of July movement in Orient province and was assassinated by Batista's police. Well, his mother had Bible quotes on the wall. Her neighbor ran in and yelled, "Are you crazy? Get rid of that stuff, Fidel is coming." Fidel overheard and almost ate her alive. And what about that time when a party organizer came, and they called the peasants together, and one of the things she told them was, "Now the state is us, and we're rich, and you're poor." I was at Fidel's house in Havana when a peasant came and told him that story. December 13th. I have a letter from Celia Sanchez, Fidel's right-hand person and secretary of the Council of Ministers, for Commander Armando Acosta, one of the rare Sierra fighters who had been a sugar worker and a communist and is now the party secretary in Orient, asking him to show us the areas hit by the cyclone. He's visiting a sugar mill, so we'll get to see the beginning of the harvest. On the way we visit the Castillo del Moro, a half-restored fortress at the top of a hill overlooking the coast, just outside the city. 2 soldiers are lying on a wall, eating crackers. One of them gets up amiably to show us the place. At Palma Soriano, a party jeep will take us to the sugar mill, because it seems the road isn't good enough for the Cadillac. It takes 2 hours over dirt roads, and I can see there's much to do in this remote countryside. The lack of electricity is even more striking because of the isolation. But even in the smallest villages, sticking up behind the roofs of palm is a cement building, a new school. By the time we arrive at the sugar mill, it's dark, and they tell us Armando left yesterday. They give us dinner in a room off the entry, as men from the cutting brigades come and go. A group is gathered around a party official, some are listening to the radio, others take turns reading out loud the operating instructions for the Soviet harvesters. While we eat, a hedge of men in sombreros, tanned, sweating, smoking, thickens and thins, as they observe us and listen to our conversation. They tell us that there are 2 women among the machinists, and that in the provincial school, out of 2,100 students, The best were 2 of the 50 women. One of them is from here. They wanted to teach her to sew. She protested until she got to drive a cane harvester. On the porch several men are sleeping in hammocks in their work clothes, oblivious to the comings and goings or the jeep's headlights, when it comes to take us to our quarters. In front of the house, in a huge field, the harvesters look like multi-armed robots, painted red or yellow, and seem to be laughing in the night. December 14th. Alberto had said he would sleep anywhere, even in a hammock. When Fidel went to New York, he took his hammock from the Sierra with him. He even took it to the Kremlin. I sleep in the administrator's house in a bedroom with a closet and a chair brought in from the dining room. The administrator is a man of about 40 with red hair. He tells me he lives alone, but that the accountant will sleep in the 3rd bedroom. In the kitchen, his sister and her husband and mother are visiting. The husband teaches biology in a rural high school near the town of Mayari, where Ecobedo is supposed to meet us with the car today. He invited me to visit the school and to lunch. This morning we met in the party house kitchen, where I was given a big slice of freshly baked bread, and coffee. A kid was still asleep on the veranda. Nearby, the men were sitting on the ground in small groups, waiting for transportation to the fields. The administrator took us to Byron, the nearby village where Fidel was born. As we drove along the dirt road in his jeep, he reviewed the family history of the last few years. Fidel's older brother, Ramon, had not participated in the revolution, but had accepted it. He has a high-level job in the sugar industry. Once Fidel came, and everyone was standing around him, and he was asking the usual questions. Suddenly, his brother steps forward and says, "Mr. Prime Minister, I'm telling you. Don't ever call me Prime Minister," Fidel yells. "Then resign," the other yells back. "They don't want me to resign," Fidel retorts. The village consists of 4 houses, 2 stores, and a school. A sign on the facade of the Castro house reads, "La Paloma, Raul Castro." We're told there was a cafe, but it was never run by Raul Castro. In front of the school, which is behind the Castro house, a man in olive green and a sombrero catches up to us on horseback. He's one of those handsome men you see in Orient Province, part black and probably part Chinese. There was an influx of Chinese slaves in the 19th century. He dismounts and greets Alberto. A former member of Fidel's escort, he's heading the development of the Castro land, which fell to the state when Fidel's mother died. An ancient bathtub that just got a thick coat of white paint is set out to dry on the school porch. Inside, a missing floorboard has been replaced with a slat from a crate bearing the name of an American company. The little American desks are just like the ones in my old Philadelphia school. Someone asks where Fidel sat, and the plant manager says Raul came once, but he didn't remember where the brothers used to sit. As the sun, filtering through the trees, enters the gaping window, the men bend over the tiny benches, deciphering the names carved in the wood, slowly running their fingers over the rough surface, hoping to discover the identity of one of the many boys who sat there. The landscape around the village is lush. Nearby is a new school for about 70 local children, and they're building a dormitory so they won't have to travel every day. On the way back to the mill, we pick up a young man, a long-haired woman carrying a newborn child and a little girl. They're taking the baby to the clinic, mother and daughter in freshly ironed cotton dresses. A sugar mill consists of cane fields as far as the eye can see and the very tall chimney of the mill. The area that houses the directors, the cane cutters, and workers is called the Beatty, an Indian word, and all the rest is cane fields. The harvest is disappointing. The men are not all concentrated in the same place, because the various fields were planted at different times. Even the harvesters are not as much fun to watch as when they're standing still. The work is slow, and the novice driver hesitates at every move. It seems to me the job would get done quicker manually, but they tell me that's an illusion. Before the revolution, they didn't use machines, because it would have put the cane cutters, who only worked 3 months of the year as it was, completely out of work. Now that the country is industrializing, and there aren't enough people to cut the cane, they need to rapidly mechanize both cutting and gathering, a new problem for Soviet technicians. Escobedo has become more daring. Instead of taking the main road and waiting for us at Mayari as planned, he arrives in a whirlwind of dust in the middle of the cane field. Escobedo is a good person, but in a way, he's a bit fanatic. When more or less jokingly, I reproach him for making us take the uncomfortable jeep yesterday, then taking the same road this morning, he answers, "I didn't decide, the party did." How convenient, this way of never taking responsibility for anything. When we get to the school, the students have just finished lunch. They gather round the car, then 2 of them sit at the table with us while we wait for the director. They don't talk, they just want to get a closer look at us. The director is a quiet, friendly man and is followed by a group of equally friendly teachers. In the dining room, there are large posters illustrating the various agricultural professions the students are preparing to enter, and at one end is a blackboard. The children serve us soup, chicken in the pot with a hard-boiled egg on top, fresh salad, and coffee. In addition to the agricultural work, which allows the school to be more or less self-sufficient, they wash the dishes and clean the dorms, as in all Cuban boarding schools. We visit the dorms in what was previously a church. A large window onto the bay has replaced the altar. I ask them to tell me what happened during the cyclone. The 7 or 8 stories, whether serious or lively, all express noble sentiments, but individualism seems to have been replaced by Marxist revolutionary jargon. I remember what Caesar said, and I wonder what communism would be like if it didn't have so many enemies. Sunday, December 15th. We're off to Manzanillo, via Bayamo, where we'll probably return to sleep. In Palma Soriano, where we stop for coffee, the road is full of people out for a Sunday walk. Groups of younger and older children gather around, ask if I'm Russian, look at my camera and try to get into every picture. I never saw so many people so passionate about getting their picture taken. At the Sports and Social Club on the river, raucous bathing boys want to be photographed, while the girls would like to dance to the open-air jukebox. On an outlying street, we see a lot of children, all dressed up, sitting on wooden chairs in front of a modest house. I surmise they must be counter-revolutionaries. We ask permission to photograph. Twins appear, and Alberto asks their names. El Caballo y la Fiera, answers the mother proudly, which, translated into normal speak means Fidel and Raul. The 2-year-olds give us a demonstration of military exercises, then start to cough spasmodically. When we arrive at Bayamo, it's nighttime, too late to continue on to Manzanillo. We wait at party headquarters for them to find us a room, since all the hotels are full. The guard is old, thin, and scruffy. He comes in, walks around, then returns to his position, repeating the ritual every 5 minutes. Finally, he stops in the middle of the room and starts to sing in a soft voice. He stops after each verse, turns toward the door, looks out at the street, then turns back toward us and continues his song. It's unending, full of humor and passion against the imperialists and the gusanos. I asked the name, it's called Socialist Poem. I asked him who wrote it. I did. He takes a drink of water from his canteen, puts it back in his belt and returns to keep watch, saluting the passers-by. People on the street wear carefully ironed clothes, but our hotel seems never to have seen the likes of soap. In the dining room, like a thunderstorm, Afro-Cuban music and news over loudspeakers mix with the voices of the clients, but cannot cover them. In the main square, 4 children are playing tambourines, maracas, and harmonicas, while the people around them clap. In the park in the middle of the traditional Cuban plaza with the church in front, girls in Sunday clothes wander around, then suddenly break into a chase among adults standing in groups and plump ladies with fans seated on benches. Along the central street, there is another occupation, children and adults with their noses against the store windows, dreaming of Christmas. And every inhabitant who isn't either in the main square or in front of the store windows is on the merry-go-round, the crash cars or the high swings of a traveling fair. For lack of space, they're set up inside the roller coaster tracks, creating an impression of concentrated folly. All around are donut, coffee, and ice cream vendors. December 16th. A friend of Alberto's who's in charge of the regional co-op gets an agricultural engineer to take us to see the area hardest hit by the cyclone, the plain flooded by the Cauto River. A few miles outside Bayamo, I leave the jeep to photograph a house being built. The owner, a farmer of about 45, tall, thin, smiling, motions me closer. The huts of wood with palm leaf roofs, typical of the Cuban countryside, are called bohayas. On the roof, two kids are nailing the large palm leaves. The owner says they maintain the cool better than prefabs, and they don't leak for at least 3 years. More school-age children are inside the house. I ask why they're not in school. They lower their eyes and mumble that they don't have proper clothes, the pants and shirts they're wearing are tattered and torn. Two say they go to school regularly, but didn't go today for want of clean clothes. The others say they go to school, but can't tell me which class they're in. They admit they can't read. I chide the man for not sending his children to school, and he answers that only 2 are his. The others are from a family of 12, and you know how difficult it is to feed so many, one can't be too severe. I get what I need because I go to the party and tell them, but many people don't dare. In a village a little further on, the new school has been requisitioned for the sorting and distribution of clothes and shoes sent to victims of the cyclone. There are several new American shoes with high heels and straps, probably sequestered from counter-revolutionaries who received them from relatives in the States. The school has been moved to a shop in the village, its doors are open onto the street. There are tables, but the kids write on their knees, huddled together on benches. The teacher shows me the letters they send for the parents to sign, as proof that all the children are in school. Further on, we stop at a collective farm where 300 new stone pigsties are being transformed into housing for cyclone victims. All they had to do was make inside walls and add outside plumbing to make them habitable. I'm indignant that pigs were getting such dwellings, when there are so many people living in huts, but Alberto, who finds everything the revolution does perfect, refuses to agree. A group of student volunteers from Las Villas is helping to get the project done as quickly as possible. Lunch is cooking on an open fire on the ground. Some of the dwellings are already occupied. A woman tells us that from 1959 to 1963, she lost her hut to the river 4 times. This is the first time the government has succeeded in convincing people to abandon their land and settle in places where they won't be at the mercy of the waters. At another cooperative, in a hangar on a little rise along the river, huge bags of fertilizer sit useless, ruined by the flood. There are no public eating places outside the towns. At the canteen we have bean soup, rice with chicken feet, and innards. The engineer says the Bayamo canteens take the good parts of the chickens and return the rest to the farms. Reluctantly, Alberto defends the chicken eaters. 5 workers who came to help at the farm are eating with us. 3 of them have new watches. One of them is very old. He arrives hugging the latest issue of the weekly magazine Bohemia to his chest. A younger man tries to take it away from him as he reaches for the glasses in his pocket. The old man stops him with a decisive gesture, "No." "Why not?" "If you're starving, I'll give you my food, but I don't lend my magazine." He reads the paper with obvious passion, beginning with the back cover, the cartoons on the last page and then the captions on the first. Tonight, he'll read each article. Water came halfway up the walls of the cement houses, but they resisted. There is a hospital, and a delivery room will be inaugurated at the end of the year. For now there are a lot of flies. We tour the cane fields with the jeep over bumpy roads. You can see the cane was hit by the cyclone, but it wasn't all lost. Maybe the estimates of 30% are a bit exaggerated. At Guamo, where the road ends, huts are being rebuilt as they were before the cyclone, wooden walls, roofs of palm leaves, dirt floor, but they're painted in pastel colors, rose, green, blue, as if a new hut is something to celebrate. There's still no electricity in the village, as in many along the Kato River and in the countryside in general. Dams will have to be built. Signs along the roads being repaired say, "We're rebuilding everything that was destroyed, and we'll do much more." 2 children follow us along the dusty roads of Guamo, acting as guides. In front of a small hut where 2 roads meet, a man is selling orange juice mixed with water. People are on horseback, as in all the villages I've seen. In the windows of a long house, children's faces appear. It's the sewing and fashion school. The students are seated at 2 long tables of rough wood. Some are embroidering, others are making little dresses. The teacher is out. Returning to the village entrance to wait for the jeep, we go to buy a few things, and at a bus stop, we come across a group of kids sitting on benches smoking. One has a shoe polishing box. They gather round, and I ask who goes to school. Only half do. While Alberto asks questions about the school, I take a few pictures. Seeing them grouped together in the objective, these beautiful faces, a mixture of Chinese, black and white, I see in my mind's eye the pictures I took last summer. After our second meeting, Fidel had sent me to Orient to see the Camilo Cienfuegos school, of which he was especially proud. Armando Acosta, an energetic-looking man with strong arms and chest, had served me chilled Albanian rose wine and gotten high, telling me how, a few days after Fidel and his men rolled into Havana, he'd started work on this grandiose project, as yet unfinished, a school for 20,000 students, the brightest from the Sierra Maestra, from grade school to pre-university. "I want her to have dinner and sleep in my old house," Armando had said to his secretary, who accompanied me on the 150-kilometer journey. The head of construction, Captain Nicola Garcia, a handsome man with white hair and a quiet voice, ex-math teacher, ex-lawyer, had come with us from Santiago. The principal, an ex-political commissar in the rebel army, asked one of the teachers to show me around the beautiful hospital and the newly built teachers' houses, simple but modern. Later, we had dinner and went to sleep in Armando's house. In the morning we visited the dorms and classrooms. The children didn't know who de Gaulle was, but they knew that Ben Bella was the president of Algeria. Located in a stunning landscape at the foot of the Sierra, the school is a model of architectural beauty and practicality. 5 years ago, the children were going barefoot in the mountains. They lived in dirt floor huts, without water or electricity. They never ate fish, meat, or green vegetables. Now, they eat 3 healthy meals a day, take a shower every night and sleep on a real hard bed instead of a hammock. They work in the fields in order to be self-sufficient. They clean the dorms, do sports, study Marxism, but also drawing and music. They're vaccinated and visited by a doctor, have x-rays, and their teeth filled. Their teeth were very white, their eyes bright, and they looked at you calmly and directly, even though some of them were a bit shy in front of a foreign journalist. How not to think of what Latin America will be like when there are schools like this in the Andes, in Amazonia? How not to think we're a bit worn out, after so many centuries of history? December 17th. We were supposed to leave for Havana today. But last night, coming back from Guamo, I decided it was absurd to have traveled so far without seeing the Sierra Maestra. Alberto agreed to lose another day, and after dinner, we studied the map with Ecobedo, looking for the nearest place from which to go up to the mountains. Then Ecobedo went to the party office to order us a jeep for the morning. On the way to Gisa, in the early morning light, we came across a half-destroyed tank from 1957 or 58, Ernest and Alberto disagreed on the date, throning by the side of the road. We brought water, crackers and a grapefruit from Bayamo. Alberto used my sweater to make a basket and hung it from the roof of the jeep. I carried my precious camera on my knees. Gisa seems to be something more than the usual village, which can range anywhere from 4 to 40 houses, but never looks like a civilized place. It's a crossroads where paths from the Sierra link up with jeep roads that go to the first civilized areas. The streets and square are paved, and there are a few big stores where toys and clothes are arranged tastefully. Children are running about everywhere, and my companions don't seem to know why they're not in school. The paved road gives way to a series of curves in a broad track along the mountain. Farmers and children on horseback are the only other traffic. Our guide explains that many farmers came down from the mountains because of the cyclone. It's difficult to get them to leave the land, even if they live miserable lives. But once they come down here, they begin to appreciate not only the schools, the houses that don't fall down, the doctors, but also the regular work in the fields. We took in 300 at one farm, and they're happy. In the mountains they grew coffee and malanga. Here, we have tobacco, coffee, and yucca. The dirt road leads to a large valley, a stone bed in the middle of which runs a tiny brook is all that's left of the water that flooded the area, sweeping away entire villages. Now that the stream has returned to its bed, a horse seeks a little grazing. We cross the brook, following a path beaten after the cyclone, which steepens, bordered by high cocoa plants, coffee, and malanga. Every now and then, around a bend, we come across a few houses. Along a straight stretch, two girls in olive green hail us. We take them aboard. They're teachers on their way to a meeting to prepare the next study cycle to begin in January, when the coffee harvest is over. I realize why the kids were out on the street in Gisa. You can't ask farmers to give up the help they get from their children during harvest time. That would result in them never going to school at all. The girls are about 20. They took part in the literacy campaign in '61, then decided to become teachers. After an accelerated one-year course, they were sent to the Sierra. They live among the peasants, moving from one school to another. They're wearing pants, high black shoes, quilted jackets, and each carries a backpack. The road is but a trench of damp red earth, wide enough to allow a truck passage. At times the jeep can't get a grip in the slippery soil. To negotiate a few hundred yards, we have to stop 3, 4, 5 times, and each time the situation seems more absurd. The idea of a truck on that road is unimaginable. Since we began the climb, Alberto is obsessed with getting a cup of coffee. At a summit in front of a half-ruined hut, a woman and several children watch us arrive. We park the jeep, and Alberto, with his imitation rebel beard, greets the woman, knowing that the first thing she'll do is offer him a cup of coffee. She's almost toothless, but is probably younger than she looks. They lived further down, but when the cyclone struck, they feared the mountain would fall on them and came up here. Under a roof of palm leaves extending from the hut, on this sunny morning under a blue sky, our hostess makes coffee, using a petrol lamp placed on a rudimentary table with an upturned rim. She sends her older daughter to get water from a well and washes the cups in an empty cracker can. The dishes and utensils are on a shelf hanging from the palm leaf wall that protects the fire. When the water boils, she pours it through a cotton bag, which may once have been a sock. The younger children watch, allowing themselves to be photographed, not with pleasure, but to please us. In the hut, lying on the only bed in the dark is a young man with a fever. The hammocks of the other children are rolled up and hung from the roof. While we drink our coffee, Alberto asks the woman whether the children go to school. She says yes, almost all of them do, but the youngest was taken to the hospital last night with gastroenteritis. I was sure he would die, like the other one. But this morning, one of my sons who works in Gisa came up to tell me he was better. A little further on, a couple of young men in olive green berets signal us and jump on the running board to take us to a peasant's house, where lunch is being prepared. There are a dozen teachers, one listening to a transistor, another setting the table, one watching over the pots on the petrol lamp on the wooden table. They insist that we join them: meat, rice, malanga, yucca, in enormous quantities, and finally, turone. While we eat, the pig destined for Christmas dinner wanders on the dirt floor. We're in an area called Los Números, the small group of isolated huts having been given numbers from 1 to 12. I hate the bumpy ride, and at Los Tres, Alberto humors my request to walk the rest of the way down the mountain. But the guide hasn't counted on my slow city steps. When the path becomes muddy, in my moccasins I have to look for more solid ground on either side of the path, which is usually about 2 feet above and covered with growth. We pass one isolated hut after another, between wild orange trees and coffee drying on large cement platforms. Halfway down, I go into a house to refresh my hands. There's a double bed on the dirt floor and a sewing machine. We meet the owner of the house a little further on with his cows and have to quickly get out of the way. I panic because the path is steep and only about 3 feet wide. There's also a bull, and together they all trip as quickly as goats. We stop again to contemplate the side of the mountain opposite, now smooth as a road, where a huge slide occurred during the cyclone, destroying the village of Pinalito below and killing 11 people. In the last rays of the sun, the landscape looks innocent, the silence broken by a light sound of music, a ting, ting as the mules with their bags of coffee zigzag along the path, slip-sliding on the stones, stopping fearfully. Behind them, boys on horseback call and smack the most recalcitrant with branches, as they pass by and disappear little by little in the distance, with that swaying rhythm and the sound of their bells in the air. After 3 hours of walking, our guide was afraid we wouldn't get to the bottom before nightfall. All of a sudden at a turn of the path, we see the village where the jeep is supposed to meet us. The river is only a few minutes away, and we wash our feet in the freezing water. On the other side, the houses seem like nests between the mountain and the river. It's almost night, and all we can see are the white stones placed there by the cyclone and the flowers and bushes surrounding the huts. In the middle of the village, a joyful activity, the mules are unloaded under great hangars, the men light up their cigars and the children run about barefoot on the dirt road, as the first candles are lit in the rudimentary houses. On the road to Gisa, in the middle of the countryside, we pick up a young woman in high heels and a tight black dress, her thick, black hair piled in a sort of tower on her head. She's worried about being late for a date in Bayamo. December 18th. Last night, we arrived in Bayamo covered with mud, and Alberto had nothing left to wear but an old pair of army fatigues and a red sweater. After dinner, he went to buy a cigar at the tobacconist in front of the hotel and didn't come back. Ernest and I and the correspondent from Bohemia found him sitting on a bench at the police station on the square. There's a new rule that you can't wear just part of a military uniform, it has to be complete and correct. Last week, they killed a counter-revolutionary who had been in the mountains, dressed just like Alberto, including the beard. Alberto pulled out all the stops. The Prime Minister gave me this uniform to accompany him on his travels, so I wouldn't look out of place. This morning, we got on the road to Havana after loading a 100-pound suckling pig, a gift from a friend of Alberto's who works on a farm. Alberto shared the back of the car with Margarita, he lying on the seat, she on the floor, her hooves tied, her head sticking out from a cloth bag, both of them sleeping blissfully. From the beginning of our trip, Alberto had been telling me about the island of Turiguano, so instead of stopping at Santa Clara, we decide to spend the night in Commander Fajardo's personal empire. I had listened a bit distractedly to Alberto's enthusiastic carryings on until he said, he was one of the first peasants to join up with Fidel in the Sierra. In the States, it is often said that Fidel betrayed the revolution, and that his oldest companions have abandoned him. I want to find out whether that's true. In fact, I hope to be able to elucidate the burning question, which is whether Fidel was being truthful when he told the New York Times' Herb Matthews, who visited him in the Sierra, that he wasn't a communist. Fajardo wasn't one of the 12, he didn't land on the Granma, but he was the second peasant to join the original 12 in the Sierra. What are the 12, and where are they now? I asked. Let me think, Camilo was killed in a plane accident, shortly after the revolution. I think the others are all in the government: Fidel, Raul, Che, Ramiro Valdez, Minister of the Interior, Guillermo Garcia, Head of the Western Army, Montaigne, Minister of Communications, Almeida, Vice Minister of the Armed Forces, Almagiras, another Vice Minister, Luis Crespo, who I think is now at INRA, Instituto de Reforma Agraria, the Agriculture Ministry. But how come you don't know about the 12? Alberto looks at me, astonished. You don't know the story of the Granma landing. The only thing I know about recent Cuban history is that Fidel organized an attack on the Moncada barracks in 1953, that he was sentenced to 15 years in jail, that he was amnestied after 2 years, went to Mexico and from there organized a group of men with whom he landed in Cuba, hid in the Sierra and started a guerrilla war against Batista. I don't know much about the Granma landing. Well, the landing was a disaster. They arrived late, they landed in the wrong place, due to bad weather, and they were discovered by Batista's army in the middle of the mud. During the battle they lost sight of each other. Some died, some were captured. Eventually Fidel counted, and from 82 that landed, only 12 were left. Meanwhile we had arrived in the little town of Moron. Although Alberto knows the way to the island of Turiguano, Escobedo insists that we stop at party headquarters. While he's talking on the sidewalk with the folks who've come downstairs, several girls go by, calling out to the party people, "When is Che coming?" It seems that every year, Che comes here on vacation, to cut sugar cane. The party official that accompanies us to Turiguano is of Chinese origin and has a quiet expression. The road that links the mainland to the island is brand new. Alberto informs me proudly that it used to be a swamp. Suddenly, in the distance rises a sort of mirage, red pointed roofs. We approach to joyful comments by Alberto, this is the famous Dutch village that his friend has almost finished building. Why a Dutch village? Because in the 30s, an American had bought Turiguano to raise Dutch St. Gertrude cattle. And of course, he let the workers live in huts. At Fajardo's house, they tell us we're sure to find him if we drive around. A few miles further on, we get out to admire the pigsties, and from afar we see a man get out of one jeep and into another. "Hey Fajardo," yells Alberto. We leave Escobedo with the car, and Alberto, the guide, and I jump into a jeep to run after him. Up and down hills, Fajardo's jeep is always on the horizon but impossible to catch. It's like a Marx Brothers film. After about 15 minutes, we arrive at the corrals where, in the dying light, branding is underway. The terrain is a bit muddy, and the air smells of fire. Inside, a robust man wearing an olive green jacket, a sombrero, and smoking a very long cigar half hidden by a thick black beard, is going up and down a series of little stairways. As we approach him, he looks at me with an ironic expression, and all of a sudden, I feel as though I'm wearing a feathered hat and a dress with a train instead of a cotton sack, which suddenly doesn't feel very comfortable in the fresh evening air, the mud, and the steep stairs. With that cigar, were it not for the olive green fatigues, you could mistake Fajardo for a Texas rancher. He takes us to see the other pigsties, and says I'm right about the ones in Rio Cauto. He knows how to make them. They're not houses. They have a roof, the floor is cement, and there's a yard where enormous sows roll about with their young. Finally, at the motel that accommodates the INRA technicians and building workers, we await supper seated in 2 rows of rocking chairs in the hall in front of the Camilo Cienfuegos reading room. The workers have gone in for the first serving. When they've almost finished, the cook calls us in, and we gather at a long table in the back. We have consommé, St. Gertrude steaks with onions, sweet potatoes, fresh salad, and the usual ultra-sweet marmalade with yellow cheese for dessert, followed by coffee served in milk glasses. In the middle of the meal, Fajardo takes off his sombrero and hangs it on the wall behind him. He doesn't talk a lot, but when he does, everyone listens. We had sat down early, but at midnight we were still there, and I was almost ready to be fascinated by cattle raising. As Fajardo argues with the men from INRA, telling them and their boss where to get off, I realize he is Turiguano. I ask him how old he is, and he says, 31. Although I know this is a youthful government, with several ministers the same age as Fajardo, his way of talking was that of a middle-aged man. They better not bust my ass with their methods. What I care about and what Fidel and the country care about is production. When Fidel says, we need 1,000 pigs for the end of the year, he gets them, and I don't make a fuss about it. Those people with their papers are a cancer for those of us who produce. INRA sends me a questionnaire, a module, they call it, and do you know what for? They wanted to know how many times my bulls mount my cows. As if I had nothing better to do than sit on a stool behind each one of my 50 cows and count how many times they're mounted. What's wrong with those people? What are they going to ask me next time around? I don't know, but one thing I do know, that's not how you produce. And Carlos Rafael, a respected economist and head of INRA, you know what he did to me? I need 2 more jeeps, so I go to INRA, and they make me fill out I don't know how many forms, and after 2 months, guess what? Carlos Rafael sends me word that he can't give me any jeeps, but he can give me 2 motorcycles. Now is that crazy or what? I told him to come here in person and ride around Turiguano on a motorcycle. Let this elderly man with his little beard, his glasses, and his bookish physique come to this Wild West is what Fajardo meant. Let him tour the entire island, on the dirt roads, with the mud, up and down the hills. I'll wait for him in front of my door, and when he gets back and tells me you can tour Turiguano on a motorcycle, I'll accept, but not before. The guys from INRA aren't shy. They're in their 50s and full of diplomas. They've studied abroad. They're pure technicians. Not like me. Fidel says I'm a hybrid peasant technician. They'd had plenty of experience, but it was Fajardo who'd built Turiguano with that way of saying talk is cheap and jumping in with both feet until the job is done. Fidel gave him this job because he'd been a cattleman before the revolution. He drained much of the swamps, deviated a river so the salty water would flow into the sea, giving Turiguano fresh water, and built the dam on which the road to Moron now runs. And now they wanted him to fill out forms. This is a job you can never say you really know, he declared around midnight, lighting up the 15th cigar of the day. It's not like being an accountant or a pharmacist, where you go to school, they give you a diploma, and you can say you more or less know that job. It isn't even like being a doctor or a lawyer, where you have to practice a long time before you can say you know it. The job of revolutionary, you can't even say you know it when you die. December 19th. This morning, we visited the Dutch village. They were painting the school and preparing the roads to be paved. The houses are beautiful, with modern fixtures and even some furniture, and Fajardo says, they had to wait for their houses, but it was better that way. They'd always lived in the huts, 1 or 2 more years didn't make any difference. What couldn't wait was for them to get enough to eat. The first one to get a house was the dam guard. But when the cyclone struck, he took refuge under the embankment for fear the dam would fall on him. The bulls were so heavy they could hardly walk. Fajardo told us what he'd done to make them so beautiful, but the truth is I didn't understand a word. Before letting us get back on the 400-kilometer road to Havana, he gave us more St. Gertrude steaks. A few hours later, Ernesto's bossy ways provoked the inevitable. He hit a charcoal gatherer who was walking along the road with his son. Overcome with fear and anger, the kid threatened us with his father's machete from the height of his 8 years. We took them to the police, who were incredibly kind to the illiterate victim, who is self-employed, isn't married to the mother of his 8 children and is dirty and whiny. While the man was taken to a hospital in the nearby city, we left Escobedo to deal, sure that he would. Chapter 3. A dispute over art. Havana, December 20, 1963. My trip to Orient had a counterpoint that I haven't yet mentioned. It's the debate between Blas Roca, the editor-in-chief of the party newspaper, Hoy, and the director of the Cuban Film Institute or ICAIC, Alfredo Guevara, apropos of certain Western films shown recently in Cuba. Since Monday, when we read the first round, we had been buying the paper every day, and instead of reading about politics first, we turned to the latest developments in the dispute over art. We thought our interest was heightened by our isolation from the capital. But when we returned, we found that everyone in Havana was talking about the Guevara-Roca dispute, the foreigners noting with approval that it's taking place in public. It all began a week ago. Roca, a member of the communist old guard, published a letter from a young television actor asking why the people were being shown films like La Dolce Vita, Acatone, Viridiana, and others, whose heroes were of the lowest moral level, without any explanation. Although he hadn't seen the films in question, Roca thought the actor was right. Whereupon Revolucion, the paper representing the 26th of July or Fidelista tendency, black and white under the signature of a popular columnist, Ciquitrolo. This young actor thinks he's more intelligent than the people. He thinks the people need to have things explained as if they were retarded. We believe the people are intelligent. And since we're building a developed economy, our culture too should be abundant. The Cuban Revolution brought much to the world revolutionary cause, including its respect for quality, art, culture, discussions, imagination. That is, its anti-dogmatic nature. Yesterday, Ciquitrolo returned to the charge, repeating the title of the day before, "What films should we see? The best." He says he got a lot of mail, including a letter from the young actor and one from the ICAIC employees in charge of programming. Recognizing that the actor's letter was full of good intentions, Ciquitrolo lists the 3 definitions of what movies should do or be, quoted by the iShock programmers. According to Pope John XXIII, they should teach people, educate them, amuse them, relax them. According to the 1930s Hays censorship code that regulated Hollywood, they had to shape character, develop principles through ideals and inculcate right principles through attractive stories, showing examples of good conduct. For Blas Roca, a movie should be an amusing work that delights, restores, and gives strength for tomorrow's work, new strength for action. The same day, Hoy published a letter from Alfredo Guevara, who considers this to be a serious matter, because the Hoy articles are probably written by a member of the National Party Committee. Guevara says he doesn't know any other authority in matters of culture than Fidel's speech to the intellectuals. A few days later, Hoy answered Revolucion under a truncated quote of its title, "What films should we see?" One amateur can appreciate the formal values of a film, the quality of the photography, the synchronization of the sound, the rhythm of development, etc. Another may think a film is great because of its audacious or complex theme, even if the photography and the editing are bad. Some may admire a film for its music, others for its colors, some for its landscapes, others for the beauty of the actors. Others may not only be concerned with these aspects but also with the film's probable or possible effects on viewers. What is our criteria for judging films, and not only films? Roca extrapolates heartily from Fidel's speech to the intellectuals, imitating its style. Nothing which is contrary to the revolution can be good, nothing that weakens the fighting spirit, the spirit of sacrifice and struggle of our people, can be good, nothing that lowers its revolutionary conscience, that combats it, negates it, or goes against it, can be good. Yesterday, Roca tried to give Guevara a lesson. We do not pretend to camouflage the meaning of art, confusing it with propaganda. However, we believe that art not only has form, but content. Guevara says propaganda should use art, and we agree. Roca appears not to realize that there is a difference between propaganda using art and art serving propaganda. Now, he hopes to save the day by quoting directly from Fidel's speech, "What is the most important thing? The dangers, real or imaginary, that can threaten the creative spirit, or the dangers that can threaten the revolution. The attitude of all revolutionary writers and artists, and of all writers and artists who understand and justify the revolution, should be, what dangers can threaten the revolution, and what can we do to help the revolution? The first thing is the revolution itself, and after that, the rest. This doesn't mean that the other questions shouldn't be of interest to us, but as far as we're concerned, our main preoccupation should be the revolution. Today, the Cultural Council asked Guevara for precise explanations about his disagreement with them, and Roca's article is devoted essentially to more quotes from Fidel's speech, to the effect that the government has the right and the duty to regulate, review and judge films which have so much influence on the people. The question now is whether ICAIC is the government when it comes to films, since it's a government entity, or whether the government is the party, represented by Blas Roca. Fidel is the first secretary of the party, but it was he who chose Guevara to head ICAIC. I wonder what his position is in all this. December 21st. Fidel arrived in my room last night about 10 o'clock to hear about my trip to Orient. I told him it had been very interesting, but it seemed that a lot of children were not going to school. He expressed confidence in the system of control, but when I told him about Rio Cotto, he admitted there should be more oversight. I asked him whether he was amused by the Guevara-Roca dispute. I'm not at all amused. There really isn't a problem, but now people are starting to misunderstand things. This is no time to be worrying about such things. The problem now is agriculture, sugar, milk, meat. Anyway, this argument has run its course. But whose side are you on? There's no doubt we're importing the best films, and will continue to do so. The whole argument is absurd. Sunday, December 22nd. Before the revolution, Havana was known all over the world for its amusements. One of the first things the revolutionary government did was to close the gambling clubs and start a campaign against prostitution. Now, it's worth going to the nightclubs, not for the shows, which are ordinary, but for the public spectacle, which is unusual. I'd never been to Cuba before the revolution, but the clubs probably weren't much different from those of Paris or Las Vegas. There must have been elegant, bejeweled women, seductive young men and men in tuxedos with money and ponches. But even taking into account the Cubans' extraordinary talent for amusing themselves, I don't think the atmosphere could have been like it is now. You would think people who previously couldn't afford to set foot in a place like Tropicana would feel uneasy, but not at all. Typists and students, blacks, whites, and mulattoes enjoy the show with an ever-new enthusiasm. At the finale, the orchestra strikes up Happy Birthday, the MC motions one of the showgirls, who shyly comes down from her place on the stairs, and everyone sings. Before the dance floor is completely lowered, the dancers jump on, dancing without music, laughing and joking as the orchestra scrambles to catch up, finally making a circle that turns into a conga line. December 24th. The duelists have finally grabbed the bull by the horns. The fourth part of Guevara's answer appears in Hoy together with the question, is it logical that Blas Roca should editorialize in the party newspaper, giving the impression that the party doubts the work of a government entity? Obviously, he says, the clarifications writer feels a certain contempt for intellectuals, an attitude that's usually a sign of fear. His letter ends thusly. Only live, anti-routine thought, constantly innovating, anti-dogmatic and creative, respectful of its own nature, can give rise to true works of art and also ensure a sufficient level of production and development. Without intellectual audacity, there can be no technological audacity. A new index will never give rise to the freedom in which thought achieves its true dimension, and science and art their full development. Today, Roca insists that Guevara is not authorized to judge the director of Hoy and accuses him of insinuating that there are differences of opinion between him and the Prime Minister. In desperation, he throws in the private life of the Italian filmmaker, Pier Paolo Pasolini. According to one of our readers, the director of Acatone is a communist. Even if this were true, his film, which Roca hasn't seen, would still not be appropriate for our youth. But it isn't even true. Pasolini was expelled from the Communist Party because of a scandal in his private life. After which, he became an anti-communist, although later, he claimed to be ideologically a communist. To think that those same films that have to fight against censorship, because they criticize their own society, are condemned by Blas Roca in a country that had a revolution against that very same society. December 25. I spent Christmas Eve at the home of the poet Huberto Padilla, former European correspondent of Prensa Latina, former editor-in-chief of Novedades magazine published in Moscow, and author of a moving collection of poems entitled The Just Human Tempo. As in almost all the homes I visited until now, the paint is peeling, the furniture is inelegant, the lights are weak, but there is great warmth around the table. Among the guests is Juan Arcacha, author of the novel The Dead Walk Alone and future cultural attaché in Paris. The cook from a nearby restaurant refuses to accept the rather forced invitation to join us at table, but seems genuinely happy to see us devour the suckling pig, chicken, and congri, the traditional Cuban dish of rice and black beans. During Batista's era, the proceeds of the daily lottery went to Batista and his brother. Every number had an animal attached to it, and instead of guessing which number would win, players had to interpret a daily poem, in which there was a subtle reference to the animal in question. The poems were written in such a way that they could suggest more than one animal, thus, the government could decree that a little played number had won. Number 1 was the horse, which is now Fidel's nickname, and 2 was the rooster, one of Raul's nicknames. December 27. Today, I have a slight fever, and Vallejo brings me a big basket of fruit, oranges, grapefruits, apples, grapes, and torrone. He tells me the Spanish producers fought over the Cuban order, and indeed, on the bottom of the torrone box, in big red letters is written homage to Commander Fidel. Apparently, 2 days ago, an explosion in the port of Pina del Rio destroyed a naval ship and killed 3 of its crew. First the crew had thought it was an accident on board, but when they found evidence it could be a mine, they called Fidel, who went to see. The papers will carry the story tomorrow, when more is known about what happened. December 28. The Habana Libre bookstore, which is open from noon to midnight, got a new shipment of books, among them The Red and the Black, Madame Bovary, and works by Romain Rolland. I came across a children's geography book called My Country is Like This by Antonio Núñez Jiménez, a captain in the rebel army. It's nicely presented, and I wondered what kind of geography book an army captain would write. The inside cover has a map of Cuba on which the stages of the Revolutionary War are marked, the landing places, the fronts and also the strikes. The preface is a quote from a speech by Fidel for the 20th anniversary of the founding of the Speleological Society of Cuba, in January 1960, exactly 1 year after the revolution. When I went to school, they tried to teach us geography by naming mountains, rivers, gulfs. Later, when we had to travel over entire areas, in a fight to the death, without knowing anything of that geography, those mountains and rivers, we had to learn while walking, in the only way we could, through our own experience in direct contact with nature. Before, they taught geography cold, as though the planet Earth was uninhabited, as if the mountains and the valleys never saw a human being, a geography cut off from the central element of the landscape that is man. Thanks to the young people of the Speleological Society, we now have a geography that isn't separated from man, from the peasant, the countryside, the families, which, when a child fell sick, had to sell their only cow pay a doctor. December 29. Last night, between 2 visits to the Russian delegation to the January 2 festivities, headed by Nikolai Pajorny, Fidel had a long dialogue with the representatives of the small sugar cane farmers. Last August, I had listened for more than 2 hours, from the wings of the Chaplin Theater, to a long speech he made at the closing ceremonies of the National Conference of Small Farmers, ANAP, seated with Vallejo on a box next to the sound technician, getting up once in a while in the suffocating heat to peek between the curtains that separated us from the stage. Although Fidel was only 6 feet away, because of the projectors, all I could see was the reflection of the sweat on his face, his hands that mechanically adjusted the position of the microphone. At one point, he said the state wouldn't take away the small farmers' land. This was just before the second agrarian reform, and those who still had up to 5 caballerías, or 60 hectares, were worried they would fall victim to the next and final reform. I said to Vallejo, "Why is he telling them they won't have to collectivize?" "Because it's true." I told him I'd spent an hour talking to the head of the ANAP, who said it was being reorganized, with all the technical tasks returning to INRA, so they would have a free hand to educate the small farmers, so little by little, they would accept collectivization. That's why Fidel came here tonight. He hadn't planned on speaking, but when he learned what the ANAP was doing, he decided he had to dot the I's about collectivization. What he said was, when your sons are grown, one may be a doctor, another an engineer, whatever they choose, and you may say, what shall I do with this land? Well, when you retire, the land will revert to the state. As he stopped to greet the people waiting in the wings, he said, what do we care if there are 30 or 40% of small farmers for another 30 or 40 years? This revolution isn't just for today, it's for the whole future, so what's 40 years? December 30th. Blas Roca's campaign against the intellectuals is at a halt. Obviously, Fidel wasn't talking idly when he said it was time for it to be over. The day after Christmas, Roca had complained in Hoya being compared to the Pope and the Hays Code, and the following day, he said that after all, there's nothing wrong with saying a comrade has made a mistake, insinuating that Guevara should make his autocritic, and do the right thing by not importing any more films that slow the building of socialism. He seems determined to make a fool of himself. It isn't a question of pitting literary figures against shoemakers, who didn't have the opportunity to acquire a culture. Instead, we should try to help shoemakers and men of letters have serious discussions about culture and art, in our society in transition. Referring to Guevara's comment that he, Blas Roca, was afraid of intellectuals, he cried out, like a kid nobody wants to play with, that Guevara and his friends are not the kind of people that could make him afraid. Then he returned to the crux of the problem, with a final quote from Guevara, who foresaw a difficult situation for the conservatives who avoid the rights and the needs of men, of the masses, to information and the study of the products of thought and art, when intellectual movements are no longer a fringe but the mainstream. Contradicting his earlier recognition that a shoemaker hasn't had the opportunity to acquire culture, Roca claims that intellectuals are already a significant part of the population since, according to the Italian theorist Gramsci, there is no such thing as purely physical labor. His criteria for judging the artistic value of a film explains why he doesn't really believe in the value of culture. His determination to condemn from on high everything he doesn't understand is typical of a certain type of person. When they drive a truck or open doors, it's too bad, but it isn't a disaster. When it's the head of a government newspaper, it gives you the shivers. Every day it's rumored the intellectuals are going to respond, but it seems Fidel left him the last word, perhaps as a consolation. Today, I had lunch with Alfredo Guevara, who doesn't seem at all perturbed by the way things ended. He and his friends expect the dispute to flare up at the slightest provocation, perhaps at a meeting like the one that provided the occasion for Fidel's speech to the intellectuals. We head for the Club La Torre, which is patronized by diplomats, journalists with expense accounts and high-level officials, usually in olive green. The chicken is delicious, and Guevara obviously enjoys eating as much as he does arguing, if not more. It's not that we're afraid the dogmatists will impose their criteria in terms of the films we import. We know the true power, Fidel, Dorticos, agree with what we're doing, and they always will. What's worrisome is that people might get into the habit of making this type of accusation, and that dogmatism could be considered normal, acceptable. That would be very bad, which is why we reacted so energetically, more than we needed to win the argument. I like this Guevara, who is not related to Che, Being a native Cuban. He went to college with Fidel, studying philosophy while Fidel studied law. He considers that ICAIC hasn't yet produced anything notable, but the opposite would be surprising. The intellectuals talk a lot about the difficulty bourgeois artists have trying to transform their experience of the revolution into a work of art, even when they really want to. They have two problems. First, they have to learn their trade, whether they be writers or filmmakers. They're almost all just starting and don't have full command of their tools. But they also have to assimilate the landscape of a bourgeois world to that of a revolutionary one. Each of these jobs is difficult alone, but when you have to do both at the same time, it's really daunting. December 31st. Today, Hoy published, verbatim, the conversation Fidel had last Saturday with the small farmers, illustrating it with caricatures. No one will go to the fields and tell you, or even advise you, to create cooperatives, no one. But when you see how things are going on the collective farms, you may say, caramba, we need tractors like those. And you get together a group of 8 or 10 farmers, not in order to pool your land, but to buy a tractor, or an irrigation unit, or fertilizer. Of course, if one of you comes to the state and says, I'd like to buy a tractor, we'll ask, how much land do you have? And you may say, a third of a caballeria, but I have the money. Then we'll say, but what will you do with this tractor when you've finished bringing in your cane in 2 days? And logically, you would say, I'll gather cane for my neighbor, who will pay me. When the government buys machines, we buy them with the money we get from our sugar cane crop, right? So if we give a tractor to someone who has a third of a caballeria, and he gets money to work his tractor for another farmer, he would be getting rich with a machine bought with society's money. Right? But it's logical that if he comes to us and says, we got together in so many, and we agreed to buy a tractor together and use it for 10 caballerias, we'll consider it. Because it's logical that we're not going to keep a tractor idle, if it can be on a farm doing 10 caballerias. After a long lesson on the various types of land, the different qualities of sugar cane, the truth is we're still in prehistory when it comes to cultivating the cane. You can produce from 30 to 200,000 arrobas on 1 caballeria. To encourage the small farmers to adopt the best methods of cultivation, the government has decided to offer a higher price for greater productivity. 4 centavos an arroba for 30,000 arrobas, and 0.25 centavos more for each 10,000 additional arrobas per caballeria. Almost the entire speech is an agricultural lesson. Planting legumes can help us save on fertilizer. Legumes take nitrogen from the atmosphere so you don't have to buy it. In the air that's above each hectare of land, 1 caballeria equals 13 hectares, there is about 600,000 tons of nitrogen. The nitrogen we import usually comes from the air, even if there are nitrate mines like those in Chile, which produce sodium nitrate. There are bacteria in the leguminous roots that take nitrogen from the air. So if you had a caballeria of beans, how many kilos of nitrogen would they produce? I'll tell you, they'd produce about 500 tons of plants. When these 500 tons of plants are dried, they weigh about 125 tons. These 125 tons will consist of 15% protein, which is a component of nitrogen. Then you have to convert, you'll get 3 tons of pure nitrogen, which is the equivalent of about 8 tons of nitrate of ammonia at 40%. What do you think of that? 8 tons at 40% is the maximum you can throw on 1 caballeria, the maximum. I'll bet you didn't know that, right? No, answered the farmers in a stupor. I didn't know it either. I studied it. It's fantastic. Chapter 4. Waiting for Fidel. January 1, 1964. The Habana Libre has spawned a Waiting for Fidel club. It includes the French photographer, Pic, who came to do a film for French television, his Belgian cameraman, Willy Current, Edith Sarl, a Cuban of Hungarian origin, who is Revolucion's Paris correspondent and is interpreting for them, the Americanized Brazilian journalist Luis Wisnizer, aka Lulu Alivoio, Valeria Riva, spiritual father of the book Fidel is to write for the Italian publisher Feltrinelli. The founder and ex-editor of Revolucion, Carlos Franchi, worries about who may be sleeping with whom. We spent New Year's Eve with a group of intellectuals at Haiti Santa Maria's sister's house. Haiti took part in the Moncada attack and in every successive phase of the revolution. Now she heads the Casa de las Americas, Havana's preeminent cultural center, so she is about as official as you can get. Her sister, who works with her, poses as a worldly intellectual who wishes she were more creative. After midnight, the radio alternates dance music with announcements of tomorrow's parade and the orientation speech of the Prime Minister, Commander Fidel Castro. Today we learned that Fidel had put in a call during the party, because he wanted Pic to go around town with him to see how the habaneros were spending the evening, but no one transmitted the message. After waiting for Pic on the corner of the rampa in front of the hotel, Fidel went to visit Dorticos. Around 2 a.m., he decided to go to a farm on the outskirts of Havana for the dawn milking. He reappeared at the annual reception at the presidential palace wearing a gala uniform made by Khrushchev's tailor during his trip to Moscow. No one had ever seen him dressed like that. His hair was carefully combed under the inseparable beret, which he took off after a few minutes, apparently realizing it didn't go. With his white shirt, black tie and beige dress uniform, he looked like an adolescent dressed for his first communion, were it not for that half-smile that seemed to be mocking all those who dress up for a reception, including himself. Che was the only one who hadn't given in. He arrived a bit late, his usual olive green uniform open at the collar and the usual beret over his messy hair. As soon as he entered the room, he started to talk with the Chinese ambassador. One of the most elegant men was the apostolic nuncio Monsignor Zaka, a handsome, cheerful man with blue eyes that saw everything. Raul joked with Pajorny, the Soviet foreign minister, while Vilma sat quietly with Che's wife, Aleda March. Around 10 o'clock, it was rumored that Fidel had left. But outside the large reception room, in an angle of the loggia, laughter could be heard from a circle of guests. Fidel was seated on a low round table in front of La Pasionaria, who, in her usual black suit, was ensconced in a big armchair. Beside her was Raul, and on the other chairs, the lucky guests who had sniffed out the tete-a-tete. Coffee had been served, and Fidel drank unendingly from a small cup, mocking his own gaucherie. January 2nd. I was awakened by the sound of trumpets at 6 a.m., followed by the public address system obsessively reminding everyone to see the military parade and hear Fidel at 10 o'clock in Plaza Civica. Traffic is detoured, old trucks bring in people from afar, and from time to time, a bus stops to drop off people in the middle of the street, while soldiers improvise as traffic cops. The parade begins precisely at 10 o'clock, and even the women march in perfect order, followed by the various arms and planes flying in formation. When the last missile passes in front of the tribune, the crowd, previously spread out to the extremities of the plaza, immediately starts to run, filling the street where the parade has just ended, joining up with those who had tagged along until the human river reaches the tribune, shouting Fidel! Fidel! A note is passed through the crowd and handed up by a man standing on another man's shoulders to Fidel, who is leaning on the railing, exchanging quips with those in the front. Still leaning on the railing, he opens the letter and starts to read it, a pleased look on his face. Then as the crowd claps, he folds the letter and puts it in his top pocket with perfect timing. When everyone is as close as physically possible, he starts to speak. At one point he pulls some papers from his pocket and reads some American press wires out loud. An editorial in the New York Times gives some relatively accurate information about the situation here and recognizes that if Castro has stayed in power for 5 years, it must mean things aren't as bad as the administration pretends. Photographers have access to the presidential grandstand, but there's no room to get in front of the speaker. As I move from one side to the other to get shots of Fidel, I realize that there is a constant coming and going among the crowd. They aren't leaving, they get a refreshment and return to their spot, all the while following the speech, thanks to Fidel's didactic style, full of repetitions and flashbacks. His conclusion might sound like propaganda or bravura, but I believe it corresponds to the enormous moral and physical health that emanates from him and allows him to take danger by the horns. I'm telling you sincerely, as I said to a French journalist, referring to Jean Daniel, we're revolutionaries, so we don't fear danger. In fact, revolutionaries prefer a life of risk to a quiet one with no problems. They're in favor of peace as a matter of principle, because it's in the interest of humanity. But the revolutionary temperament is totally at ease in the turbulent waters of difficult situations. If the imperialists want to maintain this situation indefinitely, they need to know that we feel fine in these turbulent waters, because they're the natural habitat of a revolutionary. We've lost nothing of our vocation simply because we've been in power for 5 years, on the contrary. As always, he disappears rapidly while the military band plays the Internationale. In front of us, the crowd begins to sway, as do those on the platform. Che is in the front row, chest out, singing with mouth wide open. Meanwhile, Fidel takes the wheel to drive around town, happy with his celebration. January 3rd. The Guaranis, a Paraguayan folk group that came together about 10 years ago in Paris, are here. Remembering that last summer Fidel mentioned he liked folk music, I signal their presence and am told he'll try to hear them play in my hotel room. Around 10 o'clock, Pic had all his lights ready, the camera pointed at the couch where Fidel always sits, but Vallejo arrived alone. He was so pleased to come, but a counter-revolutionary shot at the guard in front of the Mexican embassy and managed to get inside. The ambassador wants to hand him over, and Fidel has gone to convince him that he can't do that. We go to a reception before the Guaranis concert with a few Cuban friends, 2 sisters, 2 brothers, one in the army, the other a diplomat, and another young man in olive green, identity unknown. It's easy to break the ice by mentioning the artistic polemic, and this time, the group is divided, the foreigners for Guevara, the Cubans for Roca. After a few minutes, we discover that the young man in uniform is one of the heads of the Havana police. Valerio Riva, who, in the usual superior tone of European intellectuals, has just told him he should be proud that more quality films are shown in Havana than in Paris or New York, turns green and becomes very quiet. Unaware he was now perceived as a threat, the young policeman continued to argue with all his heart and soul that people can't tell the difference, because they haven't been educated, and they come out of there not knowing what to think. We re-educate prostitutes, then we show them a film in which the hero is a pimp. After the concert, we went to the Capri, where once again the real show is the public. The last dance begins with a Mexican children's song with endless verses, and little by little degenerates into an increasingly frenetic solo by the African drum as the dancers improvise circles, snake around, jump, shake, as if there were no limit to their energy. I'd seen this type of dance in a spectacular show at the National Theatre with costumes and excellent choreography, but here, where it's totally unexpected, the girls with their organza dresses, probably bought in a sale of émigrés things, and the men in double-breasted suits are moved by a different impetus. January 5th. Commander Fajardo has left Turiguano for his annual visit to the capital. He waits for me in front of the hotel in the back seat of a big black car, wearing a spiffy olive green uniform with the little commander stars on the collar. It's as if he'd grown up too fast and is protecting himself from an unfamiliar world. The seat is like a throne when you're waiting for a young woman, a journalist, a foreigner whom you're going to take to dinner in the city's best restaurant, and she makes you wait just a little. The bar of the 1830s restaurant is a discreet imitation of more cultivated capitals, capitals with more history, more skyscrapers. My companion responded to the challenge by becoming himself once again, the hybrid peasant technician who never went to school and for whom nothing is more important than the revolution. I was curious to find out what he thought of the art war, notwithstanding that at Turiguano, he told me he hadn't seen a film in 8 years. Far from taking the usual vague position of the eminently practical man faced with a strictly intellectual problem, he reacted vehemently, rejecting Roca's position as lucidly as Carlos Franchi. The policeman's reasoning is absurd. The masses were fed for years on the worst American films, and that didn't prevent them from making a revolution. So how can anyone think these films would turn them against it? You can't make a revolution, with all the sacrifices that requires, without the people. Why do they fear that because they see this or that film, they're going to give it up? They say it's dangerous for those who have no education. Do you have to read Marx to believe in the revolution? I've hardly read him myself. When I have time to read, I read books about cattle raising. I asked him how he came to join the revolution. Well, I was among those poor who had plenty to eat, who always had shoes and even a little money left over. But I was an exception. My parents divorced when I was 2, and my mother took in wash for several years so we could eat. Luckily, those difficult times didn't last long. When I was 8, she married a man who ran a slaughterhouse, and I started to work with him. He taught me to work and made a man out of me. I never went to school, but I learned to read by myself. When I was 17, with 2 other friends who had some money, we started our own cattle business. I had the know-how. Was your stepfather a revolutionary? Of course he wasn't, not then. But now he is, and so is my father, whom I didn't meet till I was 23. And you, why did you join the revolution, since you were living well? Why? Because when I sat down to eat I couldn't swallow, with all those people around who had nothing, who couldn't even buy milk for their children. How can you sit there and stuff yourself when others are dying of hunger? I didn't know anything about communism or Marx, but I knew something was wrong, that things weren't supposed to be like that. Do you think Fidel was like that when he was in the Sierra? That he knew what had to be done, without knowing it was Marxism? Fidel never talked about politics when we were in the Sierra. Never. But he'd already read Marx. And you still haven't. I don't have time. What's important now is production. That's what socialism is all about. Producing. Producing for everyone. My generation, who made the revolution, has to give its all for production, so the young people, the government scholarship students, can study. Aren't you afraid that when they've studied, they'll have ideas that are different from yours? You did things instead of studying, and after they've studied, they might want to be different too. Absolutely, but that's okay. What's important is that they'll have socialism. I can only do things the way I see fit, with my practical abilities, with facts, with my hands and my sweat. Maybe they'll do things I won't like. But that's destiny. Each generation has to live its own. I didn't belong to the Communist Party before the revolution. I considered it was just another way of doing politics, and I wasn't interested in that, and after the revolution there was a period when it wasn't easy for someone who had been in the Sierra instead of being in the party. If Fidel hadn't wanted me in Turiguano, there was a time, his voice trails off, but just for a beat. Why do you think people follow Fidel? Because he knows how to speak to a crowd? No. Because he acts. He orders another daiquiri and again leans toward me with his head to one side, and while he talks, the table, the daiquiri, the long polished bar, the discreet lights disappear. Fidel isn't someone who says to the people, "We're gonna do this and that." Of course he says it, but then he does it, and the people know that. And that's the only way things can work. There's no use telling people to go and cut cane, no point explaining that with the sugar, they'll be able to buy refrigerators. It no use waking people at 6 a.m. with a megaphone ordering, "Everybody to the cane fields," when at 8 o'clock, nobody's ready. You think I tell my workers in Turiguano to go and cut the cane? No, I say, "Tomorrow we cut the cane," and I don't have to say anything else. But if they don't see you doing it, the people aren't going to do it either. Why do you think the people followed Fidel? Because in every battle, he's always in the front line. I didn't say anything, but thinking it was in the interest of a cause for the leader not to get shot, I must have looked a bit skeptical. Fajardo nailed me to my seat, his eyes like shiny beads amidst all that black hair and all that black beard, as if daring me to believe otherwise. Who was it that risked his life during the cyclone? Who went into the river risking his life, the most precious life we have in Cuba today? The people see that. A lot of people say that even if Fidel hadn't been there would have been a revolution. Well, when we were in the Sierra, I wasn't the only one who said that if Fidel were killed, I wouldn't fight anymore. And now? Now? He looks at me intently. I don't know. It wouldn't be the same thing. But let's not talk about that, please. I could see he was hurting. We had a delicious dinner, but Fajardo compared everything to his St. Gertrude steaks. He seemed to be missing the table at Turiguano where he could hang his hat from a nail on the wall or keep it on his head, talking about land and silos, subjects that would have seemed out of place in that 1830s atmosphere. When we said good night in front of the hotel, he promised to come tomorrow so I could take a picture. January 6th. I've been shut up in the hotel since 8 a.m. with Valerio Riva, Edith, Pic, and Willie. Vallejo put them on alert for the interview they're supposed to have with Fidel. We go from one room to the other, leaving desperate messages with the telephone operators. We have lunch at the swimming pool, and in the afternoon, I ask Edith to distract Fajardo while I take his picture. Finally in the evening, we have no other alternative than to have dinner at the Polinecio, which used to be called Trader Vic's and shares the hotel switchboard. It's the place where the food is best, followed by room service, the swimming pool and the cafeteria. Some permanent Havana residents are honorary members of the Waiting for Fidel Club, Cubans like the writer Juan Arcacha, or foreigners like the Argentine poet, Mario Trejo, who live in other hotels in Vedado and often come to the Habana Libre when they don't have hot water, to take a shower, borrow a razor or to get themselves invited to dinner when it's the end of the month. But it isn't only the guests that make the Habana Libre different from the other hotels. It's also because of the daily battle with the telephone operators. They have lovely voices, but aren't allowed to give their names, only a number. They often keep you waiting 10 minutes before they answer, and invariably forget to give messages. Yet they know everything about the private lives of the guests without ever having seen them. You have to know that the elevators make you wait for hours on color-coded, sinister landings without windows, gliding by without stopping, taunting the claustrophobic guests with an infuriating strain of music behind closed doors. That music, which day and night comes from all the loudspeakers of the hotel, in the cafeteria, in the swimming pool, in the lobby, in the elevators, incessant, obsessive. You can be comfortable at the Habana Libre if you know that the chambermaid, who says to everyone, is supposed to know everything and can do much. That the bellboys also know much, but aren't supposed to do much, unless you understand what it's like not to be able to buy razor blades or ballpoint pens. But to truly understand our frame of mind, you have to situate this particular world with respect to the rest of the world, or rather, imagine being literally isolated from the rest of the world in a world such as this. The mail may arrive from Europe in 10 or 15 days, but it can also take a month or 2 or 6. Telegrams for Europe usually arrive, but if you want to wire someone who is coming to Cuba from Mexico to bring stockings or toothpaste, you have to do so a week in advance because radio contact with Mexico is interrupted almost every day, meaning telegrams may take 3 or 4 days to be transmitted. Telephone calls to Mexico are also transmitted by radio, so you have to set aside a few days, considering yourself lucky if your conversation isn't interrupted at a crucial point and even luckier if you can hear anything. To call Europe you have to get psyched up for several days. When, after an interminable wait, the call is put through, the person you're calling usually isn't around anymore because of the time difference, and you have to start all over again the next day. When at last you're both online, you often cannot hear anything, making the whole enterprise useless. Actually, Local calls aren't much better. The lines get crossed, and after waiting for the hotel operator to pick up for about 10 minutes, you find yourself connected to the wrong number, then you have to wait another 10 minutes for the operator to pick up again, only to get another wrong number. During his first stay in Cuba, the French cartoonist Sign was greeted one day by a young black man in the lobby of the Hotel Riviera. The next day, the young man greeted him again, and although he didn't know him, Sign returned the greeting. The third day, the young man came up and shook his hand. "How are you?" "Fine, thank you, and you?" "Well, I'm okay now." And the young man told him his story. The son of a high official in an African government, one day he was told he'd been invited to Cuba. He arrived in Havana, but no one was waiting for him at the airport. He went to the hotel, where they gave him a room. He'd been there for several days, didn't speak any Spanish and didn't know where to turn to find out who had invited him. He'd spent several days waiting for someone to realize he was there, and finally, that day, the phone rang. Apparently, someone knew he was there. The only problem was he still didn't know who that person was because he'd barely picked up the receiver when he was cut off. The end result of all this is that when you come to Cuba for a week, you stay a month, and when you come for a month, you stay a year. This is especially true of those who come to see Fidel. January 7th. This morning, I accompanied Pic to a school for scholarship students. The weather is what passes for really cold in Cuba, you need a light coat, and the girls are shivering in their shirt sleeves. While we wait for permission to interview a couple of girls for Pic's film, some of them stop to talk. The 17-year-old secretary of the Young Communist League strikes me as exuberantly healthy and beautiful, with her short hair, no makeup, the uniform gray pleated skirt, short-sleeved shirt with orange trim, white mid-calf socks and black laced shoes. I don't know how these girls manage not to seem terribly plain in these uniforms, which come in several varieties, but are anything but feminine. She looks straight into Pic's eyes as she speaks, smiling. Another girl, tall, not as beautiful, but extraordinarily vivacious, has been studying Russian for a year. Willie, who spent a couple of years in Russia, puts her to the test. She hardly hesitates, like a person who has lived in a foreign country for 6 months or a year. The girls start the school at 14, and almost all are going to be translators. They study for 25 hours a week, 9 of which are devoted to languages. The socialist countries send trained language teachers, hence the students' level is very high. For capitalist languages, the government has to fall back on foreigners willing to come and work in Cuba but who may not be language teachers. January 8th. The Americans are furious at the British for selling 400 buses to Cuba. The English position is that if buses are strategic materials, so is grain, since soldiers have to eat. Revolucion publishes a cartoon of a bus that has a tank turret on the roof next to a picture of a bus in the Leland factory with a sign in the window that reads Cuban 01. January 9th. Implementing a recent agreement between the two countries, 2 American children in the Panama Canal Zone managed to run up the Panamanian flag, causing a massive demonstration. American soldiers fire on the crowd, killing about 20 and wounding about 300. January 10th. We've been shut in the hotel almost all week. Finally this evening, the unexpected happened. They called Pic to tell him to stay in his room after midnight. At 1 a.m., Fidel arrived with Vallejo, but it was to tell Pic that the film would have to be postponed until February 25 because they were going to be away for a few days. With Fidel seated as usual in the corner of the sofa, they talked about a project for a Cuban house of culture in Paris. Fidel also wants to reorganize the embassy. At first we were sending intellectuals as diplomats, because that's all we had. But they're not right for the job. I have nothing against intellectuals, but diplomats have to have their feet on the ground. Someone who knows how to sit at the cafe floor in the morning and order a great breakfast, but doesn't know how many gallons of milk a cow should give is of no use to us. It would cost the government less to set him up in a nice country house and let him do his thing. We need people in our embassies who understand production problems, know how to find what we need and how to negotiate for it. You wouldn't happen to know a cheese expert who could come here? Soon, we'll be able to produce more cheese than France. We can graze cattle all year round. Do you realize the wealth that represents? Do you know that in a few years, it will be easier to buy a car than to buy meat, and that Cuba will be one of the greatest meat producers in the world? If you come across a cheese expert, let us know. I asked him whether there was any news from Panama. They're so stupid, said Fidel, emphatically. How can they be so stupid? They say Cubans are behind this. Do you really think they need us? All we have to do is sit and watch. January 11th. My jaws ache from laughing. We went to see the variety show of Alfonso Arau, who abandoned a promising career in Mexico to start the first musical theater in Cuba. The government gave him an old theater in downtown Havana and Arau redid it in dark wood and whitewash, a style you often see in Cuba that looks a bit like Northern Italian. The show has 9 singer-dancers and an 11-piece humoristic orchestra and consists of short pieces that lampoon Americans, Russians, and Chinese. Cuba is probably the first country where socialism rhymes with humor. After the show, the line at the taxi stand is organized by someone from the block council. People are grouped according to destination, and one taxi cannot leave until another arrives, in case of an emergency. An engineer whose wife left him to go to the States gives us a long digression on black people. They're okay when they're educated, but in general they're not, and they don't want to work. He leans toward the driver, who agrees, even Fidel knows it, and that's why he always tells people they have to work. He knows very well for whom he says that, he knows. January 12th. Today, we're not laughing. Pick was lent a roadster so he could get around for his movie, and there are invariably 7 or 8 of us piled in. We set off for Lake Miramar, a chic neighborhood now entirely inhabited by scholarship students. We were supposed to pick up Carlos Franchi, but when we arrived at his house in a quiet residential street, he came out with a pained expression on his face. The AP has just announced that Fidel arrived in Moscow. He let everyone think he was going to the Sierra, even Corda, who left without his winter clothes. We spent the rest of the afternoon at Franchi's house, watching the rain fall outside the glassless windows with wooden slats, inundating the palm trees in the garden, wondering why this unexpected trip. I knew Khrushchev had invited Fidel to go hunting in Siberia, but the others kept betting on some crisis or other, with odds on Panama. January 13th. Arau had a party. Pacho Alonso and Elena Burke sang. She's a small mulatto, wearing a black tweed skirt and a green wool jacket, not beautiful, but with the powerful eyes of someone who isn't just anyone. Most Cuban singers say rather than sing, and Elena Burke says very intelligently. When she leaves, a dancer stretched out on the floor comments. She's totally wonderful, a Fidel woman. An unusually languid voice from the other side of the room calls out, I don't like it when he leaves us. Chapter V. Tracking the 12. January 14th. I've decided not to go through the press office to make contact with the 12, because I don't want our meetings to be set up as interviews. I'm really not interested in learning how this or that ministry works, and even less how the army is organized. All I want is to find out what kind of people landed with Fidel to make the revolution, and whether they're really still with him. I had asked for the meetings to be set up through Celia. When I saw it wasn't happening, I asked Cesar Escalante to do it, and today, I have my first meeting with Commander Luis Crespo, who's in charge of the purchase, repair, and distribution of machines and parts for INRA, the Agriculture Ministry. The building used to belong to an American company. A secretary shows me into an office furnished with white leather couches and chairs, a white rug, Fifth Avenue lobby lamps, a curved 10-foot desk and green curtains. One wall is covered with a photographic enlargement of an antique lithograph. Behind the desk, Louis Bromfield, Camus, Jules Dubois book on Fidel, a book of Marxist texts, books on agricultural machines and a picture of Camilo Cienfuegos. A man of medium height, Crespo has a gray, curly beard and wears an olive green shirt open at the neck onto a white undershirt and a gold chain. He motions me to a chair in front of an air conditioner and sits opposite. The secretary enters with 2 tiny cups of already sweetened coffee and disappears. "You're one of the 12. "Yes, but I don't like the army. I prefer machines. In the Sierra, I was in charge of making machines, munitions, arms." "So you read English?" "Only Spanish, a little." "You found those books here?" "No, I bought them." "Why?" "To lend. I like books, even though I don't read. I lend them, the problem is they don't come back." "You want to interview me?" "No, I just want to talk a little." "Okay, but here, it's impossible. The phone, the people coming and going, we've already been interrupted 2 or 3 times by the intercom and the secretary. We'd better do it some evening, somewhere else. We agree on Thursday at 8. Crespo is looking for something in one of his boots. He's unlaced it, but digging with his finger doesn't work. "Why don't you take it off?" "Thank you." He puts his cigar in his mouth and uses both hands to pull off his boot. A stone falls on the rug. Before I leave, he insists on showing me the workshop and the spare parts warehouse. Once in a while, he stops in front of some yellow metal objects, uttering each time only one word: "Caterpillar, caterpillar, caterpillar." My ignorance is such that it takes a while before I begin to suspect he's trying to tell me something. "Why do you keep saying caterpillar?" He grins. "That's a famous American tractor." Nothing makes him happier than going around the world buying American parts, trumping the blockade. Crespo's empire is on the way to the airport, and from there, I went to another interview downtown. As the taxi wound through the city, I realized that except for the people in charge, the rhythm of life in a semi-tropical island is that of the last century. Ordinary people don't rush from one appointment to another, perhaps because the air is always heavy, even in winter, making everything seem like an effort. But also, the rhythm is dictated by the means of transport available. Only ministers and commanders have cars that go at normal speed. The rest of the population travels more slowly in an old automobile or bus. I'd been told I would find Antonio Núñez Jiménez, the army captain who wrote the children's geography, at the Campidoglio, and I wonder what an army captain who writes about geography is doing there. It turns out he's organizing the Academy of Sciences. Before becoming an army captain, Jiménez, who is probably the handsomest of all the barbudos, was a geography professor at the University of Havana. His wood-paneled, high-ceilinged office is furnished with 19th-century pieces and modern telephones. He invites me to sit near him on a bench, and shows me 3 huge scrapbooks, containing the clippings and documents about his pre-revolutionary career in meticulous order. Batista had his book about human geography taken off the school shelves and burned. There were trials, prison, and all the inconveniences of dissidence. In 1958, Jiménez joined the 26th of July movement and helped prepare Che's campaign in the Escambray, setting up topographical plans on the basis of aerial photographs. After the revolution, he was appointed head of INRA, and during the first 2 years, also wrote and published 2 diaries called The Liberation of the Islands and Homeland or Death. The Cuban Academy of Sciences will be the first one in a tropical country founded on Marxist principles. Why do the Cubans always eat hot food? It's a habit. The Indians hardly ever cooked, but the Spanish did. So Cubans are used to eating beans, meat, all foods which are really not suited to a subtropical climate. But you can't change centuries-old ways in 5 years. It's like architecture. Look. Outside, children are skating in the Campidoglio garden, but what interests Jiménez are the houses that line the square, The old houses have a small glassless window above the outside door that communicates with similar ones over the doors to each room, allowing the air to circulate, keeping the house cool. Now, ceilings are low, and air doesn't circulate. There's air conditioning and you have to keep the windows closed. We have to find a modern architecture that suits our climate. The bohio may be totally without hygiene, but with its wood walls and palm leaf roof, it's the coolest house you can imagine. We're interrupted by the telephone. Jimenez sits on the edge of his desk. Of course not, nothing would happen, the canal is like a series of steps with closed basins. It was his daughter, calling from school. The teacher was wondering what would happen to Cuban waters if the Panama Canal were destroyed in a bombardment. The question everyone is asking these days is whether there's going to be a coup. I ask Jimenez what he thinks. I don't know. But you can be sure that if this had happened 5 years ago, before the Cuban Revolution, there would already have been one. January 15th. Cuba's public relations with the Russians and the Chinese are strictly even-handed. The main headline in today's papers is about Fidel's trip to Moscow, complete with pictures. Below it, in the middle of the page, is the picture of a Sino-Cuban commercial treaty being signed. January 16th. Today, I saw Commandant Jesus Montaigne, the new Minister of Communications. Montaigne is about 40. He's clean-shaven, medium tall, medium stout, and wears glasses. There's nothing of the athletic look I've seen on Fidel's other companions, yet something more than the olive green uniform prevents me from comparing him to a typical CEO. The first thing he tells me is that he's not one of the 12, since he was taken prisoner in the battle that followed the Granma landing. I was head of the personnel department at General Motors, then when they left, I went to Frigidaire as head accountant. The company wanted to fire a friend of mine for trade union activity. I resigned in protest and went to work at Bauer & Black. My friend's name was Boris Luis Santacalana, and he died in the Moncada attack. I'd contacted Fidel a few months after Batista's coup, as a member of the Orthodox Party. Right away, I realized, as did many others, that we were in the presence of a true leader. Together with Fidel, Abel Santamaria, and a few others, we took over the movement and started recruiting and organizing for the Moncada attack. On the walls are pictures of the dead companions. Santamaria was captured during the attack, castrated and his eyes put out to force his sister, Haiti, to do what he wouldn't, reveal the names of those who had escaped. Haiti and Montaigne's wife, Melba Hernandez, were among the prisoners, and Haiti's response was, "If you gouged out my brother's eyes, and he didn't talk, what makes you think I would talk?" Another revolutionary hero was Frank Paez, head of the Orient clandestine organization, in direct liaison with the Sierra, who was assassinated in the streets of Santiago in 1957. Camilo Cienfuegos was head of the rebel army and led one of the columns that came down from the Sierra, while Che took Santa Clara with the other. He entered Havana with his men on the morning of January 1, when Batista fled. A few months later, he boarded a plane in Camagüey to come to Havana in a hurry and disappeared. In those days we didn't worry about the weather when we got on a plane, we didn't worry about anything. Fidel looked for him for days and days. There's also José Antonio Mella, the student who in 1935 founded the Cuban Communist Party, and Jesus Menendez, a trade union leader for sugar workers, both assassinated. And José María Echevarría, president of the University Student Federation, FUA, who died in the assault on the presidential palace in March 1957. Those who, like Montaigne, survived the Moncada attack, were in prison for almost 2 years on the island of Pines. I had let Montaigne tell me his story without asking any questions. But I wanted to know how these men became communists. Journalists who believe Fidel was telling the truth to Herb Matthews have various explanations for his conversion. Some say he became a communist to spite the Americans and please the Russians, others say it was out of need, caprice, or folly. I believe my conversations with the men who followed Fidel from the Moncada, or from the Sierra, will allow me to clarify the issue. When you got out of jail in the island of Pines, what was your political orientation? The Orthodox Party was a progressive party. In prison, we read a lot, including many Marxist books, but when we got out, you couldn't say we were communists. We were still progressives, but we saw things more clearly. Although Batista had proclaimed a general amnesty, things were worse than before. Soon, we realized we had to leave the country. There was no way we could fight using legal means. Fidel couldn't even speak on television. In addition, we risked being arrested again. After they tried to frame us by planting bombs, Raul took asylum in the Mexican embassy and got to Mexico. That was in June 1955. In July, Fidel left normally, and I left in August. How tranquil this man's life now seemed compared to those years. Just as the revolution has become more organized, less cha-cha-cha, so too a great and noble adventure has become more humdrum, more routine. Montaigne disagreed. We didn't do all that for the adventure. The struggle was necessary to take power. Now we have power, and we can put into practice all the things we wanted for the country when we were at the beginning of the struggle. What more could we ask? For us, having the power to realize our dreams is as inspiring as the battle, and there's no way we're going to get bored, because these dreams reach far into the future. Do you like being Minister of Communications? Actually, I prefer the Army. When they came into the classroom where I was taking an officer's training course, and announced my appointment in front of everybody, I was astonished. I'd never thought about communication, but if the government and the party decide that's where they need me, I go, and I've learned a lot. I wouldn't have expected you to prefer the Army. You don't seem like a military type. In fact, as a young man, I couldn't have imagined I would end up in the Army. But our Army is quite different from the usual ones, and really, we're all very attached to it. Montaigne asked to read the interview once it was written, then called the secretary and asked her to order another meal. In the meeting room, we were joined by two vice ministers in shirt sleeves, then another man appeared, bringing covered plates of picadillo, white rice, sweet potatoes, coffee pudding, cokes, and finally, coffee. January 17th. Miramar is scholarship country, and it's like an enormous campus. All you can see along the elegant avenues are children of every age from elementary to university. I don't know if there are still any opponents left in Miramar. If there are, they're in hiding. On the lawns in front of the Japanese or Mediterranean-style villas, wooden signs indicate the names of the schools attended by those who live in these unusual dorms. If you stroll on Fifth Avenue at sunset and look in the windows, you can see groups of girls dressed in jeans and pink shirts, studying. At other times, they can be seen walking in line, singing revolutionary songs, or alone, or in groups of 2 or 3, or playing basketball in a sports field. It takes some perseverance to find 194th Street between 7th and 11th, where the Makarenkos and Anna Betancourts are administered. Although the houses are numbered, the country-like lanes twist and turn on this side and that of Fifth Avenue, seemingly without rhyme or reason. The streets are full of big and little mind, Ministry of Education, buses, and number 705 is a huge, white, Arab-style villa with an automobile entrance and militia guards. Signs posted between busts of Japanese horses, crystal mirrors and fountains indicate the various offices. In the hall leading to the headmistress' office are built-in glass shelves with fancy dolls. Elena Gill, a woman with white hair but a youthful face, glasses hanging from a chain, gives me the chronology of this branch of the education effort, following the literacy campaign in 1961. The Conrad Benitez School, Benitez was an alphabetizer assassinated by counter-revolutionaries, was created to train 600 teachers in 14 months. These teachers are now teaching another generation of teachers. When the revolution took power in 1959, there were more teachers than classrooms. Last year, Fidel told me there were 10,000 teachers out of work before the revolution. but even when we improvised classrooms for those who stayed with the revolution, we couldn't cover the needs of the rural and mountain areas where there had never been schools. How many stayed? About half. Most of the others had modest origins, but bourgeois aspirations. They wanted to join the country club, have a car, etc., so they didn't defend the positions of their own class, but rather identified with the upper class. After the month-long course was over, we organized study groups and schools outside the Ministry of Education. There were the elementary night schools for household help, where they could also learn to sew. The most gifted intellectually went on to a boarding school up to 7th grade, and at the same time, they learned another trade. Depending on the country's needs, some went into banking, accounting, urban reform, some became telephone or telegraph operators. But they had to give up their jobs to go to this boarding school, so in addition to paying all their expenses, uniforms, etc., the government gives them 30 pesos a month. The price of a movie ticket is 1 peso, a restaurant meal costs from 1 to 6 pesos, and the minimum wage is 85. There's no age limit for these schools. In 1962, we opened the Macarenco School with 1,200 girls from 14 to 22, who had a minimum 8th grade level, chosen from all the provinces. They're taking an intensive 3-year course to become high school teachers, taught by the Conrado Benitez graduates. At the end of the first year, about 300 students had to leave school, either because they weren't strong enough physically or because they couldn't follow intellectually. Of the 900 who remained, 30 were chosen to do 2 years in one, and they were the ones you saw in December at the graduation. The Macarenco's day is divided into 3 parts. There are 2 study sessions and 1 of work, which can be diversely alternated. By work I mean teaching at the Ana Betancourt School, which is the 4th branch of the girls' education system. It opened in 1961 to teach 10,000 peasant girls, who come to Havana for a year, accomplishing what they can. This year they will be 12,000, and since last year, the emphasis, instead of on sewing, has been on primary subjects. Of the 10,000, about 2,000 were chosen to come back this year to finish elementary school. Those who have the ability will be able to continue on to high school and university or technical school. But the normal way to become a teacher or high school professor isn't the Macarenco School, which is part of an emergency plan. The normal way is the year-long, co-ed normal school for graduates of the 6th grade, which is beginning at Minas del Frio in the Orient countryside, since they will have to begin their career in the mountains. Then they'll spend 3 years at a boarding school in Topes de Calantes and finally, 2 years in a boarding school in Tarara, near Havana, where they will do their Macarenco training. In front of the villa, which was previously a religious school, is a great lawn. Opposite is a large, ugly, modern building, the school. There are also technological teachers' quarters and a theater, where a group of girls are working on the stage. Soon, there will be a student meeting to choose the candidates for young communists. In front of the entrance, colorful posters invite the students to be there. In the entry is a letterboard with slogans of Fidel, Lenin, and Marty. The offices are full of women in Macarenco uniforms working quietly, with the usual Cuban lack of rush and tension I've come to think is normal in human relations. I don't know whether it's the system, a characteristic of underdeveloped countries, or a specific given of the Cuban character. Elena hands me over to a Conrad Benitez instructor. Alicia is 28, rather modest, and has a softness about her that isn't at all old maidish. I ask to see one of the houses in Miramar where the students are living, and while we cross the sports field, she tells me about the life of a Macarenco, a Conrado Benitez, and the women of her family, who have all started to work since the revolution. My father didn't want me to go to the literacy campaign, but I left my job for 10 months to do it, and after that I was sure it was more important to be a teacher than a typist. I'd been a typist because there were no other alternatives. At the villa, we find a group of girls in the big drawing room, kneeling in front of a book open on a low table, as one of them explains a biology lesson. These are the girls who graduated in December and are now going to the university, while teaching the Anna Betancourt part-time. They show me the vegetable garden, the flower garden, the rooms with bunk beds, each with a stuffed animal or doll, the patio with the fountain, the dining room with the marble floor, like the rest of the house, and the raw wood tables. They're wearing gray skirts and turquoise shirts tied on the side. Some of them are married, almost always to men in teacher training. Alicia explains that they live separately and can't fraternize when they're in uniform, but can often get together on their days off. We go to see the Anna Betancourt's children's house. A few months after they arrived in Havana, about 60 of the girls turned out to be pregnant. The head of the school referred the matter to Elena Gil, who took the problem to Celia, who consulted with Fidel. Fidel's response was, "So they're pregnant. Get another house, put the girls there, bring in cribs and some women to look after the babies, and let the girls continue their studies." Some of the mothers are among those chosen to return for the next course, and among them, 5 have decided not to go home for the vacation. They're very young, 16, 17, and 18, clumsy, with slow peasant movements, but carefully combed, a discreet lipstick. One wants to be a doctor, the others nurses. The babies, like the mothers, sleep 5 to a room in cribs. These days, while the mothers are on vacation, they take care of their children all day, but the cook is still on duty. January 18th. Walking in Calle Netino around 10 p.m., I heard music from afar, then I saw that a corner was all lit up, and finally, as I got closer, I found myself in front of a cardboard statue of Uncle Sam with predatory hands and an anti-imperialist slogan. Sitting on folding chairs in the middle of the street were hundreds of adults and children, listening to 2 militiamen singing Knights of Moscow a bit off-key. 2 committees for the defense of the revolution got together to have a block party. Inside the committee room, a group of youths were tuning their guitars for the next number. January 19th. I went to see The Last Samurai in a neighborhood theater. The Cuban public participates in the action like children, screaming when the hero is in danger, holding their breath, shouting for joy when the villains have a hard time. When the 2 families are about to fight each other in the middle of the village square, and they see galloping from afar a figure whose arrival is obviously going to change the course of events, the audience shouts, "Give it to him, the horse." January 20th. My meetings with the 12 are not happening as quickly as I would like. Often I'm told to wait at the hotel for a call and the call doesn't come. Today was one of those days, but suddenly in the afternoon, it rained for the first time since I've been here, an absolute curtain of water that floods the balcony and hides the city from view. My happy feeling tells me that, however much one may love the sun, rain is food for the soul. Around 8 o'clock, I receive an unexpected call from Raul Castro. He wanted to come by for a few minutes to discuss my request. 10 minutes later, he was there. He addresses me in the second person plural, unusual here, very businesslike, but with those high spirits underneath. He puts his briefcase carefully on the table next to his chair, and begins to ask me questions about the book and what I want from him. I have the impression he's already decided to agree, but he doesn't like the idea of a journalist spending an hour or 2 talking to him without being able to prepare for her questions. On the other hand, he doesn't like traditional interviews either, because almost always, whether purposely or not, journalists misquote him. He asks me whether I've been to the provinces and wants to hear about all the places I've seen. I tell him I went to Byron and ask about the Café La Paloma. Was that your cafe? Yes, but I don't know why we called it like that. They'd always sold beer there, and when we decided to call it a cafe, I said, well, let's call it La Paloma. I told him about the school with the bathtub drying on the porch, and that no one remembered where the Castro brothers sat. It was only recently that we had the school put back the way it was before. For a while, a farmer was living there, and when we started thinking about a museum, we gave him another house, and we put the benches back. The teacher lived next door. I saw her house, but she wasn't there. Now she's living near Havana, at Cojimar. If you want you can go and see her. Do you have a piece of paper? I'll give you a map. I give him a notebook and watch him write, carefully, Fidel's first teacher, Euprasia Feliu lives in Cojimar. Ramon knows the address. He takes a loose-leaf address book out of his pocket with secret written on the cover and starts to rifle the pages. His appointments are typewritten. It's better, he says, that I accompany him one day when he's out of the office. If not, at the ministry, you'll have to watch me work. Finally, he can't decide on a date. He'll call me as soon as he sees an opening. But if you see that it's almost time for you to leave, you call me. As I get up to accompany him to the door, a book falls from the couch. Raul picks it up, looks at the title, Engel's Origins of the Family, and says, with a smile, "That was the first communist book I read. Fidel gave it to me he looks at the ceiling, frowning, 1951, I think. Be careful the same thing that happened to me doesn't happen to you." "What's that?" "That you become a communist." I tell him I'm not a joiner, and that, while curious about everything, I'm wary of all isms. January 21st. I told the chauffeur to the Ministry of the Interior, and he answered, "You going to see Ramirito?" How strange to call the Interior Minister with that child's name. In the lobby there were more guards than in the other ministries. I waited quite a while in the antechamber where a young woman in olive green with long red hair made calls in a masculine voice, and another, older, wearing the same uniform, put fresh cups of coffee out on a low round table. A young commander came out of the office, took some coffee, spoke with the women and disappeared again. I thought it was Ramirito, but when he opened the door again and motioned me in, I found myself in front of a young man in a blue sweatshirt who motioned me to sit down. "You're Minister Valdez?" "Yes, why?" "Who is that other commander I thought was you?" "I've never seen him." "Why do you want to know who it is?" "Nothing. Curiosity. To know if it's someone I should interview." "One of the 12. "It's not." "And you don't want to tell me who it is?" "Why do you want to know?" "Okay, skip it. It's not important." Minister Ramirito was sitting in an armchair on the visitor's side of the desk. He had curly, dark hair, brown eyes and a little goatee. He asked me what kind of questions I wanted to ask him. I said, as usual, that I didn't have any specific questions, I just wanted to paint his portrait. He agreed with a motion of the head. "You look awfully young to have been in the Moncada." Montaigne had told me that he was probably the only one who had participated in the attack on the Moncada barracks, in the Granma landing and the march from the Sierra to Havana. "I'm 31. "Right," I thought to myself, "a children's government." He went to 6th grade, worked as a carpenter and became active in the Orthodox Party, where he met Fidel. After that, my story is the same as the others: Moncada, jail, Island of Pines, Mexico, Sierra. When the revolution won, I was appointed head of the police, which I transformed into the Ministry of the Interior. This is a job with few rewards. When we're dealing with someone, it's always for an unpleasant reason. Police are like that everywhere, I started to say. "That's not true," he interrupted. "In Paris, I witnessed a roundup of North Africans. I was really disgusted at the way people were thrown out of their houses, pushed here and there with such brutality. And for no reason, those people hadn't done anything. I can assure you we don't do things like that. We do our job, but not like that. That's a different mentality, a fascist mentality." I asked him where he studied Marxism. He gave me more or less the same answer as Fajardo and Crespo. "I learned it making the revolution. I don't have time to study. Of course, I've read a few of those books, but not much. Those who come after us will study, then they'll take over. I have to read these. He shows me the organization books on his desk. I ask him whether I can take a few pictures. He agrees with a gesture of the hand, tilting his head. I start to take a few as we talk. After a while he gets up, crosses the room, opens a big closet in which uniforms and civilian clothes are hanging and takes out a camera bag, from which he extracts a Nikon. We compare cameras, then Ramirito puts his hand inside a vase, takes out a roll of film and loads the camera. He sits down again in front of me, and while we talk, just as I'd done with him, he starts to take pictures of me. I commented, "It's rather unusual to find oneself in the office of the head of the secret police of a communist state, who is taking your picture from every conceivable angle. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind." I don't. We make small talk for a while, mainly about organization. Ramirito's ideas are more specific than one would expect from a police chief. Waving a sheaf of papers from his desk, "You wouldn't believe all the work that went into these, how many different methods we have to try before we find the right ones. We still have so much to learn, you can't organize a country from one day to the next. But we've done a lot of good things, like re-educating more than 500 delinquents in our prisons." Ramirito put his camera back in the closet. "How come you have all those clothes here?" "I live here." I hadn't noticed the sofa, night table, and lamp behind me. "Why do you sleep here?" Ramirito shrugged and looked at me a bit shyly. What would I do with a house, all by myself? I was about to leave when he called me back. "What do you think about human relations?" January 22nd. The country house of ex-President Carlos Pryo, who was deposed after Batista's 1952 coup, is now a boarding school for the children of Sierra veterans who have been transferred to units in the capital. Paved roads cut through the grass. On one side, new buildings, a classroom for each grade from first to high school. The students are in clumsy dark blue skirts with yellow, green, orange, and blue shirts, which make their peasant faces look even wilder. The teachers are all Makarenkos, and the head of studies is a Juno-esque mulatto of 27. The soldiers' mess rooms, quarters, and stables have been turned into dormitories. Women are placing clean sheets on each bed, to be made by those who sleep in them. The former garage and shop are now the kitchen and a dormitory for the littlest ones, with a new wing for the dining room. In the kitchen the young cooks offer me coffee and a glass of milk. They're making soup. Freshly cut zucchini are draining in a huge colander. There will also be rice and cooked fruit. The oldest girls sleep in the ex-president's house. They've just come from the last class of the day to change into shorts and tennis shoes for physical ed. They sleep in Pryo's room, in his wife's room, in his children's rooms, and they no longer stop in front of the crystal makeup table with fluorescent lights, dolls, and porcelain statues. The directrice explains proudly that it was left there intact, like a museum piece, to be respected. January 23rd. Crespo had promised to come and let himself be interviewed tonight at 8. At 7:15, he called to say he'd be a few minutes late. He arrived at 8:15 in dark pants and a white shirt. I hadn't imagined him wearing something other than olive green and boots. He sat down and took something from his pocket that was obviously bothering him, a small gun, which he laid carefully on the nearby table. Seeing me pull back, he said, "It's just a little one." Born in the sugar, in a mill near Matanzas, he was elected to his local union, which soon dissolved due to persecutions. When Fidel was released from the island of Pines, a friend who was studying at the university in Havana invited Crespo to join the group that was taking shape. It would have been crazy for me to go. They would have identified me right away. But when Fidel left for Mexico, Crespo went with him and was in the Granma landing. I was the first one to grow a beard and let my hair grow. When I arrived in the Sierra, I said I wouldn't cut them until we'd won. That became the Barbudo's oath. But Fidel only let his beard grow. When did you become a communist? Never. What do you mean? Never, because I never studied Marxism, never went to school. And now, there's too much to do, I don't have time to study. I fully accept the laws and the Marxist orientation, but I can't say I'm a communist since I didn't study it. But my children are studying, and so are those who work under me, they all have to study. Are you married? Mischievous smile. I've been married for 3 years. I already had 3 children with 3 different women. Now I'm expecting the legal one. This morning, Fidel returned from Moscow. The radio announced it as soon as the plane touched down. Chapter 6. The Mountains and the Plains. January 24th. About 100 people gathered on wooden chairs in the TV studio to hear Fidel report on his trip to the Soviet Union. At the door, ministers in their best olive garb greeted each other, chatting animatedly in small groups. Fidel stopped for several minutes to talk with President Dordikos as people stood to greet him, then he walked between the 2 rows of chairs as they applauded, arriving on the podium like a horse uncertain of whether he wanted to run. A few minutes later, an aide went through the public asking if anyone could lend Fidel some paper. A young American woman married to an Italian technician offered her pad. Seated at the table in the middle of the podium, Fidel began to write diligently, indifferent to the fact that thousands of listeners had been watching Russian shorts for half an hour, waiting for him to come on the air. The movie theaters and clubs were closed, thus every Cuban could and was expected to be at the appointment with the leader Massimo. Fidel wrote for about 5 minutes, while the ministers took their seats in the front row. Che wore his usual blue beret with the lone commander's star, instead of 2 on the lapels. There was also an Erich von Stroheim look-alike. I asked my neighbors who he was. It was General Bray, who had fought in the Spanish Civil War and was an expert in guerrilla warfare. Fidel hired him in Mexico to train his troops for the 1956 invasion. Now, still dressed in olive green, he was retired from the Revolutionary Army. As soon as Fidel began to speak, it became clear that he wasn't his usual self. His face was shiny, and he often shook his head as if to alleviate some discomfort. Either he hadn't digested his dinner or 10 days of Russian food had gotten to him. He seemed desperate to be free of the camera. Halfway through the report he quoted a figure, then hesitated, obviously not knowing whether it was right, looking to one of the commanders seated among the public for confirmation. He spoke the same way as when he was huddled in the corner of a sofa, talking to 1 or 2 people. He would hesitate, look for the right words, doodle on the tablet, check to make sure he was following the plan. He'd stop in the middle of a sentence, letting it trail off, then land on the key word. There was no need for more except for the syntax. He'd scratch his head, taking the speaker as witness. Finally, during the last half hour, he seemed to revive, deciding he could speak a little longer. He'd already explained in detail the long-term sugar treaty with the Soviet Union and what it would mean for the Cuban economy. He didn't say much about the Russian welcome, just a few short phrases, head down, in a soft voice. It might have looked as though he was trying to gloss over it, but perhaps some things are so obvious that to dwell upon them would betray their essence. He began to talk about Panama, and obviously enjoyed making fun of the Americans. He said the situation was so clear that you could see right through American imperialism. You didn't have to raise your voice, this was a duel you could fight from an armchair, the adversary was a mere skeleton. He said the Americans were trying to blame the Cubans for the events in Panama, but no one would believe that the revolution, a child of 5, could do more harm to a country like Panama, than the 60-year-old granddaddy of American imperialism. He said the counter-revolution was anachronistic, like a bathing suit from the 1880s. I remember yesterday, in the Tupolev, flying about 50 miles from the American coast. It was a clear morning, you could see Miami very well, and we were at the windows. Coming from a cold climate, so different from ours, we were eager to arrive in Cuba, to see the green, feel the sun and the warmth, and I was thinking about the people who had renounced all this and were condemned to live in an eternal winter, that of nature and of morality, because that place, the US, is a moral North Pole. I thought about them and about this whole business, and I thought, you're so wrong. But good luck in your misfortune. Then, adding, that's all I have to tell you, and he rose and stepped down from the podium like a student who's been to the blackboard. January 25th. I had dinner with Vallejo, who told me his version of the trip to Russia. It seems they played a lot, like kids on vacation, horsing around and competing with Nikita to see who was a better shot. What vigor for a 70-year-old. The Cubans were thrilled to discover the snow. They picnicked in the woods, with big fires. During Fidel's first trip to Moscow, Khrushchev had pressed him to come in winter, and every so often, he would say to Vallejo, "What do you think? Should we go? It'll be cold, won't it? What do you say, shall we go?" And finally, they had enjoyed the cold, and Khrushchev had spent all his time with them. Last year, Fidel had said to me, "You'll see what a fun guy Nikita is." As if Nikita and I were bound to meet up someday. On the way back in the Tupolev, one of the commanders came out of the pilot's cabin wearing a life jacket and yelling, "We're going down." There was a scramble to locate the life jackets under the seats. "How many commanders are there?" I asked. "I don't know, maybe 50. "And why isn't Fidel something more?" "What for?" January 26th. For the last few days, I'd been noticing an Oscar Wilde type. It turned out to be the American poet Mark Schleifer. He was exceedingly tall and thin, with lots of thick, dark blonde hair falling in a wave over his left temple, big eyes, and a very pale complexion. His shapeless black trousers hung from the hips, and his whitish shirt seemed to be on a hanger. His legs were endless, and he walked in that nonchalant way that suits jocks, but not scarecrow types. As usual in Havana, we finally met, and today, he came to talk. This is his third trip to Cuba, and every time, he comes for 2 weeks and stays for months. He lives in Morocco and talks more readily about politics than poetry. He writes for American left-wing reviews and says, referring to Cuba's friendship with the Chinese, "I understand them. What do you expect? I wouldn't put up with someone giving me a pat on the shoulder and telling me wait a while with your revolution, while we settle the problem we created with the bomb. They know that with the treaty Nikita got Fidel to sign, it's goodbye to the Latin American Revolution. Why is that? Because by making Fidel sign on to the policy of coexistence, he'll be able to tell Latin American revolutionaries that even Fidel says they should wait. I don't think that document carries so much weight. The support is very discreet. I'd wager it was for the gallery, and that everyone knows it." Mark isn't convinced. He blows off steam by criticizing other Americans in Havana. Those American progressives of the Pro-Cuba Association are the most sinister left-wing in the world. I prefer that Wall Street trader who, when he turned 60, dropped the stock market, his family, and came to Cuba. Or that Texan patent specialist who came here on a whim. But the one I like best is Robert Williams, the black leader. He was a blue-collar worker, an ex-GI, who joined the NAACP and stood up to the KKK. He finally had to get out and came here via Canada. He did a book based on conversations we had the last time I was here. It's called Blacks with Guns. Just as he was about to leave, Mark said, "By the way, do ya know anything about a rumor that Fidel is dead? Someone told me the AP received a wire from London, and they even called from Japan about it." January 27th. I don't know why, but Celia Sanchez made an appointment for me to see Faustino Perez, president of the Hydraulic Resources Institute. According to my list, he wasn't among the 12, and as I headed to the meeting, I ruminated that I couldn't get to see Che or Almeida, and instead, I was being shunted off to see someone who had nothing to do with my story and worse, dealt with things I wouldn't understand even if I wanted to. In the office shaded with blinds, sits a man with a scarred face, black glasses, and something tense about his whole person, maybe the scars, or perhaps a kind of reserve unusual for a Cuban. He's concerned about what I want to know, what I could do with my information. Then suddenly, an important clarification: he was among the original group on the Granma, but from there went underground, heading the movement in the capital in liaison with the Sierra. I asked him what he did before the revolution. I know only that he's a doctor. In order to really understand how someone becomes part of a revolutionary movement, you have to start at the beginning. How a person is born and grows up has a lot to do with his ideas. Finally, someone who has something to say in answer to a question that usually only serves to break the ice. I was born in the country, grew up knowing the agony of poverty, the hard work in the fields, yet at the same time, a yearning for something else. Like many other young people, I knew that life couldn't just boil down to this. When the Spanish Civil War came, I knew instinctively this could be the answer to my questioning, proof that life could be different. I was all the more passionate about it that my father supported Franco. How could that be? Well, you see, after years of misery as a small farmer, he'd managed to have his own tenants, which made him a bit more privileged than the other poor farmers. The owner of the land lent him what he needed to farm his portion, at enormous interest rates, of course, and did him the honor of visiting our humble home once in a while. I came to Havana to study medicine, not out of a great vocation, but because I thought it was the most useful thing I could do for my people. I joined the Orthodox Party, which was very popular, and little by little, I began to understand that, alone, I couldn't do much, and that as a country doctor I would be fighting a losing battle. I began to think you could do more to change things through politics, and in 1952, when Batista pulled off his coup, I became an activist. Not only was it a crime for him to go against the elections, he did it just when it seemed that a party like the Orthodox could win, and something would be done for the country. And it was all the more terrible that we knew him from before, how corrupt he was and who supported him. We wanted to get rid of Batista, but we weren't very clear about how to achieve the world of our dreams, one of freedom and justice. After the president of the Orthodox Party, Chibas, committed suicide, Barcena, another party leader, organized a coup against Batista, but was arrested 3 hours before it was to be carried out. Actually, his ideas were a bit utopian, like Goulart's in Brazil. He was naive enough to think that a reformist revolution was possible. After that, the Orthodox movement began to disintegrate, while the group around Fidel was taking shape. In July, Fidel carried out the attack on the Moncada and was arrested. The following year, the little group that had remained in the Orthodox Party, among whom were Armando Hart and myself, were arrested for clandestine activity. We were released in 1955, under the same amnesty as Fidel. Had you already finished medical school? When Batista carried out his coup, I was about to defend my thesis, but I vowed not to do it until he was gone. I did it as soon as the war was over, in 1959. While I was in jail, I met people from the PSP, Partido Socialista Popolare, the Communist Party. We didn't agree with their ideas, but we did admire their tenacity and their courage in the face of constant persecution. Actually, it isn't quite right to say that we didn't agree with their ideas, because we'd never taken the trouble to study them. We criticized them, because we thought communism was about taking away people's freedom, taking children away from their families. American propaganda did a lot to convince us of that. Although the PSP was well organized, it was small and constantly being threatened, so it couldn't do much. Also, in the first part of the fight against Batista, its tactical ideas were different from those of the 26th of July movement, which I joined when I got out of jail. The rest you know. What did you do after the victory? First, they put me in charge of an organization to seek out and recover monies illicitly gained through politics. That was during the first year. Suddenly suspicious, you know my story. No. Then why do you ask that question? I'm not asking anything in particular. If there's something you don't want to tell me. No, it's just that, at one point, I was at odds with Fidel and the others, as to the direction the revolution was taking. I didn't realize that the government had come to the conclusion that the only way to fulfill our dreams was through socialism. So, like many others, I couldn't accept that members of the PSP be put in key positions, instead of 26th of July people, who had fought the war. Because of this disagreement, I decided to leave Havana, and went to organize the medical services in the Sierra. I didn't stop being with the revolution, but I withdrew from the leadership. That period in the Sierra was very important for me. I found myself in a different atmosphere, far from the environment created by people who are now exiled, and my ideas really fell into place. Was this at the time of the nationalizations? No, it was much before. Actually, I came down from the mountains to a little town to watch Fidel announce the first nationalizations on television, those of the oil companies that had refused to refine Russian oil. I knew what he was going to say, everyone knew, and I had always thought I wouldn't agree. But the minute he made the announcement, I felt something. I realized that the revolution had found itself, that it had become an adult. And at that minute I understood many things. You changed your mind. That's not really the point. I told you that during the war against Batista, I was in the plains, except for right after we landed and during the final months, which I spent in the Sierra. You've probably read the piece Che published recently in the papers, called First Years of Fighting. It gives an idea of the basic difference between the fighters who were in the mountains and those who were in the plains. Those in the Sierra were in favor of guerrilla warfare, with the support of the peasants, and little by little, of the whole population. Those who were in the underground were inclined to be afraid of guns as such. In all good faith, they believed guerrilla warfare would never suffice, and as Che wrote, they also doubted Fidel's had the necessary leadership skills. In the plains, that is the cities, there were the main opposition organizations, the Communist Party, the 26th of July and the Directory, which was the farthest to the right. Many bourgeois really wanted change, reforms, to see Batista gone. But in fact, we didn't know exactly how we could achieve those aims. We wanted land reform, but in a certain sense, we'd forgotten that in order to distribute land, we had to take it away from the big landowners. So when the revolution began to implement the agrarian reform we'd been dreaming about in the abstract, we disagreed, yet we knew we couldn't abandon the revolution. As for the nationalizations, I'd always thought they would be impossible without provoking a disastrous response by the United States. But hearing the announcement filled me with joy and pride, and I saw the Soviet Union respond immediately to the hostile acts of the Americans with unconditional assistance. It's possible that my ideas had already started to change without my realizing it at the end of '59, when I went to the Sierra to serve the revolution without being directly involved in the decisions. We'd thought we couldn't take the land from the big landowners, because the US wouldn't have allowed it. And that if the Soviet Union had supported us, we would become a satellite country. What happened was very different, and by 1961, when Fidel told the Cuban people that what we were doing was socialism, everything had become clear. We'd realized you can't do things halfway. Either we did what we did, or there was no revolution. And socialism wasn't what the propagandists had made us believe, nor was it necessarily what it had been in other countries, it was what we made of it. January 28. I went to dinner with my friend Celia Sanchez, who is in charge of the Hungarian desk at the Foreign Ministry. She's divorced from an Italian, has a 10-year-old daughter and lives with her sister, Marta, who works at the Czech House of Culture, has a son and a daughter and is also divorced. These women are exactly the opposite of those I saw last year in a meeting of foreign ministry workers to choose candidates for the young communists. Foreign men always say Cuban women are beautiful, but so dumb they can't even stand them in bed. Well, not the new Cuban women. When the men were called on to give their opinion about a candidate, their hands shook even if their voice was firm. They swayed in front of the mic, seeking some kind of support that eluded them. Not so the women, who looked straight ahead, held the mic firmly. They were like machine guns, yet still very feminine, made up, tight-waisted, complicated hairdos, the works. My women friends are not machine guns, on the contrary, they seem to live tranquilly in a sort of all-encompassing softness, with their affectionate and almost always well-behaved children. They came back from Mexico, where they'd grown up, 2 years ago. Another sister is still there. She's not interested in politics, but once in a while she sends food, especially large pieces of frozen meat. Marta's children study ballet, including the boy, because it helps him accept the schoolwork, but there's no danger of him becoming effeminate. In all the ballet schools, the boys have to do 2 hours of military preparation a day to compensate. Xiomara's daughter is studying in a regular school, and although she looks like a fairy with her long, blonde locks, her mother tells me she's a science buff. Xiomara admits that food is problematic for someone used to buying everything and giving their children the best nutrition. But the ration book guarantees that others can eat things previously beyond their means, such as meat, salad, and butter, even if in limited quantities. We manage. We don't eat a lot of rice, so we exchange part of our ration for other things, such as eggs. We try to determine more or less what the purchasing power of the peso is. It's very difficult, since the peso is non-convertible and is only arbitrarily equal to $1. In reality, $1 on the black market costs 4 to 10 pesos. Xiomara and Marta have arrived at the conclusion that, for Cubans, the peso is worth a bit less than before, as far as clothes and food, but rents are either free or equal to 10% of salaries. Education and medical care are free, and doctors are paid by the state. Even public transportation is very cheap, as are theater tickets. The peso doesn't go very far for luxury goods like taxis, liquor, and some restaurants that charge high prices in order to take back some of the money the government pays when it confiscates property. Owners can get up to 600 pesos a month, enough to live quite well. Ministers get 750, half of what they got under Batista. Private stores are only nationalized when the owners are counter-revolutionaries, or when they make more than 600 pesos a month, but in the latter case, often the owner is paid 600 pesos to run the business. After a dinner of meat, rice, and beans, tomatoes and sweets, the conversation becomes more polemical. I ask Xiomara how she thinks the agreement between Nikita and Fidel will affect revolutionary movements in Latin America. She agrees with me that it will not discourage them, but rejects my insinuation that, in general, communist parties don't encourage revolution. Look at the scant participation the communists had in the Cuban Revolution, I began. But that's not true. Fidel even said that without their work of education, organization, and propaganda, the revolution would never have happened. He also said more than once that if there hadn't been a Russian Revolution, there wouldn't have been a Cuban Revolution. But that doesn't mean the Russians made the Cuban Revolution. The communists don't take power when the conditions aren't ripe enough to be able to hang on to it. But you can never know, beforehand, if you'll be able to hang on to power. That's what Fidel was saying, and he was right. January 29th. My interviews with the 12 continue to drag out. But actually, those who were with Fidel from the beginning are not limited to that group, and since I'm especially interested in education, I asked to interview Armando Hart, who's in charge. His ministry is in the ex-Camp Colombia where Batista carried out his coup. Now called Ciudad Libertad, it's a study center, a big, rather wild park with children running around everywhere. I wait for more than an hour for Hart to return from an impromptu meeting with Raul, while the secretaries chat with 4 callers at once via a big interphone. I assure you they'll pick you up punctually at 6 a.m. No, it won't happen like the other time, I promise, she says. Last time they went to cut sugar cane, they made her wait in front of the door for an hour. Yes, yes, be ready at 6, you can be sure that if it isn't 2 minutes to 6, it'll be 5 minutes after, but it will be 6, not 7. Others come to see the minister, a young teacher, a friend from Orient with slow gestures, a professor. Coffee is served to all, and finally, I'm in the minister's office. He seems younger than in his pictures, with a salt and pepper crew cut that looks straight out of West Point, but his glasses and rounded shoulders are those of an intellectual. His father was a judge, and Armando Hart finished his law studies in 1952, that fateful year of the Batista coup. He'd held office in the politically important student union, and after the Moncada attack, he joined the 26th of July movement where, until his arrest in 1958, he was one of those in charge of clandestine operations. Meanwhile, he married Haiti Santamaria, who, after taking part in the Moncada, continued in the 26th of July underground. What interests me most are the figures concerning the extraordinary effort that has been made in the field of education. First of all, the scholarship students. There are 100,000. How are they chosen? At the elementary level, according to the family's financial situation, and for high school and college, according to the financial situation and their intellectual abilities. Are they all in Havana? A lot of them, yes, because there are more material possibilities here. We built universities in Las Villas and Santiago, but most of the scholarship students come to Havana. How many people were taught to read? 700,000, of the 980,000 who were illiterate. How many people took part in the campaign? About 270,000. And now what is the percentage of illiterates in your country? It's 3.9%, one of the lowest in the world. What are the figures in terms of school attendance, compared to before the revolution? Elementary attendance has doubled from 650,000 to 1,280,000, of which about 60% are promoted every year. In high school there were 100,000, now there are 203,000. How many schools have you built? The construction ministry built 671 elementary and rural schools with 1,700 classrooms and 339 urban scholastic centers with 3,400 classrooms. 300 rural elementary schools have been rebuilt, as well as 500 urban elementary schools. We built more than 100 high schools, technology schools, and pre-universities, for a total of more than 1,000 classrooms, as well as 150 craft studios and 125 scientific labs. What is the education budget? In 58, it was $74,177, in 63, it's $283,290. Does this also include the art schools? No, the art schools, conservatories etc., come under the National Cultural Council. Can you give me some figures for the art schools? I can give you some publications. It turns out that there are 8 music schools, 4 conservatories, 13 people's music centers, 3 provincial ballet schools, 3 provincial dramatic art schools with more than 3,000 students and a school for art instructors with 850 students. What is school sponsorship, exactly? Factories, or any other group of workers, decide to sponsor a school, helping build a sports field, or some other improvement, or do repairs, etc. I tell the minister that during my trip to Orient, I often saw children not going to school. At first he was indignant, but then he said they'd done a lot, and that you can't expect to arrive at 100% attendance in a few years. It's a political task, and although we still have a lot to do, the situation has changed fundamentally. A few years after the revolution, an employee who was in this ministry under Batista said he'd never heard talk about education in these halls. I've no doubt about the educational efforts the revolution has made, but I can't gloss over the dogmatic side. As I tell him how the children talked about the cyclone, the minister's face gets more and more closed. When I see this expression, I know the dialogue is going to break down. You have to wonder if it wouldn't be possible to achieve the same worthy goals with a more open attitude. I guess it will take at least 2 generations to be able to afford a different type of training, but don't you think it's important not to push certain tendencies too far, even if now they're unavoidable? This is an urgent situation, we can't use kid gloves when it comes to political education. What's most important is that people believe in the revolution, that they know what it means and why we did it. Later, there will be time for nuances. Now we need 2 things, to improve our technical capabilities and increase ideological awareness. Without that, you can't have socialism. We need agronomists, engineers, specialized workers, doctors, professors, everything. Education is an emergency. Of course, we can't expect to have high-level cadres right away, but all the teachers spend 2 weeks every 2 years in continuing ed, both didactic and political. But don't you think that political education provided by people who've mainly assimilated the basic ideas creates a dangerous mentality? There are a lot of young people saying they have to make films about factories. Do you think we shouldn't? That it's a mistake? Sure, why not? I don't see why artists shouldn't talk about factories, but there are so many subjects an artist can talk about, including things that have nothing to do directly with socialism but are important. You know, a true communist will never say that one should narrow the horizon, a true communist can't say that, but you understand that. We can't get through to each other, but in the ministry's publications, I find some interesting figures. For example, that there are more than 2,000 scholarship students abroad, almost all of them in socialist countries, including Albania, Yugoslavia, Vietnam, and Korea. There are also 153 nurseries with another 25 underway for this year. The birth rate is not dropping. January 31st. I had a visit from Juan Arcacha, author of the novel The Dead Walk Alone and future cultural attaché in Paris. While awaiting his official assignment, Juan is teaching French in a school for geniuses. He's not crazy about teaching, because it doesn't leave him enough time for writing, but his frustration is partly compensated by his students. They're so curious. We have visits from foreign writers and other specialists, and you should hear the questions they ask. They're not afraid of anything. The boarding school for gifted scholarship students from all over the country prepares for university in a shorter time than the other schools. There are 600 students this year, and next year, there are expected to be twice as many. I've just finished reading one's book, which is about a group of young people during the last months of 1958 and the first year of the revolution. I especially like the parts that describe Fidel's arrival in Havana, or rather, the wait that lasted a week. And the one in which the heroes find themselves among the crowd making its way toward the presidential palace, where Fidel has called them for Operation Truth. Were you there? I thought you had just recently come back from France. I stopped in Paris on my way back from Moscow, where I was the correspondent for Revolution. I'd lived there from 56 to 58, then I returned to Cuba. Since I was a journalist, they sent me to Moscow. When I came through Paris again after all these events, my friends were astonished. When you lived here, you didn't want to talk about politics. If anything, you were anti-communist, and now you're the correspondent for a communist paper in Moscow. I tried to explain that you can be anti-communist when you're on the outside of things and change completely when you experience something like our revolution. When I came back in 1958, all my friends were doing something for the revolution. One was in the Sierra, another was underground. They'd looked at me suspiciously, because I'd had spent those years of struggle in Paris. Coming back in the final months of the struggle, I was out of the loop, so I had a complex. Then the revolution triumphed, and after the first euphoria, it became clear that if you hadn't been in a political party for 30 years, you were out of the loop. I hadn't been in any party, so I got another complex. Then it turned out that some of the people who had been in the Sierra had betrayed the revolution. Then Anibal fell, and some of those who had 30 years of party went the way of some who had 3 years of Sierra. Little by little, I realized that to have been in the Sierra or in the party wasn't everything. I'm with the revolution and I have no more complexes. Chapter 7. Chase takes. February 1st. Melba Hernandez is a petite, slightly rotund, quiet woman. She receives me at home in Miramar at 10 a.m. in pants, with 2 curlers in her hair. Siocho told me you wanted to talk to me. Siocho is her husband, Commander Jesus Montaigne, Minister of Telecommunications. On the porch chimney, there is a picture of a young woman. Your daughter? No, a niece. That neutral tone stops further questions. I guess the Montaignes don't have children. Melba sits beside me. It's funny, this way the Cubans have of seeing people on the porch. The living room, glimpsed from the doorway, doesn't look much more welcoming, and Melba gives the impression of a woman who is scarcely conscious of such things. She tells me very simply about her life, hands folded in her lap. When she married Montaigne, after participating in the Moncada attack, she was already a lawyer. She accompanied her husband in exile to Mexico, and when the Granma landing took place, she returned to Cuba normally. They kept me in jail for 4 days. After that, I continued underground until the summer of '58, when I joined the forces in the Sierra. After the victory she was put in charge of women's prisons, where for the first time in Cuba, a re-education program was started. The women learned to sew and made clothes for entire families in the Sierra. There was also a craft studio, they did work in the fields and could attend elementary classes. A year later, the Cuban Institute of Petrol was founded, and Melba became vice director, taking part in the nationalization of the American refineries. Then she went on to the Ministry of Industry in a program to use cane residue to make wood. Finally, they sent her to the National School for Party Officials, and now, she's working in various capacities for the party, as needed, with one ongoing job as president of the Committee for Solidarity with Vietnam. Melba asked me what my impressions were, and we spent a lot of time discussing the merits of the one-party system and the problems that can result when minority groups have no influence. She signaled the Hoy rubric 100 eyes where people could criticize and call the authorities' attention to whatever isn't working right. I complain about not being able to find Fidel's old speeches, and for the first time, Melba reacts with enthusiasm. Of course we can find them. I think I have them here, wait till I look. She returns with a big volume, which turns out to be the second. She cannot find the first. I ask if I can take her picture, but she says she's too old for that. Tonight, the black pianist Bola de Neve gave a party for the jury of the Casa de las Americas annual literary prize. Bola spends all his money buying paintings of Cuba's best artists, and every time there are foreign artists or intellectuals around, he arranges with the organization that invited them to have a party at his house. At 9 o'clock, an hour after the appointed time, there are 4 of us listening to Bola play his Neapolitan repertory. With the usual Cuban disdain for etiquette, the others arrive almost 2 hours late. The table is loaded with wonderful things to eat, but Bola continues to have cocktails served and returns to the piano. Like Elena Burke, you can't really say he sings, he speaks his songs to a brilliant, highly rhythmic accompaniment. The last number is a Chinese song, Socialism is Good. Bola jumps to his feet intoning, the Chinese sing it like this. Eyes in the distance, head rigid, he intones in a monotonous, sad voice. But since socialism is good, I sing it like this, he says as he throws himself on the keyboard. The Chinese melody becomes a Bola rhythm, and the Chinese words a frenetic pachanga. We thought he'd forgotten about dinner. But after we'd eaten, I realized why he'd prolonged the concert. After a meal, Bola doesn't sing anymore, but rests his head in his arms on a corner of the table. February 2nd. At the hotel bar of the Antilles, I met a young French woman who came to Cuba for the 26th of July in 1962 celebration and stayed. Jeanette Pionney teaches French literature, interprets for Armand Gatti during the shooting of the film The Other Cristobal and trains tourist guides for the architecture conference. She's going back to Paris soon to continue her studies, but plans to switch from literature to demographics. Jeanette was enjoying a daiquiri with 3 Cuban ethnologists. Rogelio Martinez IV is part of the triumvirate that heads the National Folklore Group, while Alberto Pedro and Miguel Barnett, who is also a poet, work with a small group at the Academy of Science. Until now, Afro-Cuban was just a very rhythmic music, with repetitive tunes, very loud and rather boring. Now I heard about the peoples and rites it came from, the Yoruba, the Lukumai, the Abaco, and their Santerias. The ethnologists told me that much of the Cuban population more or less openly practices one or another of the African rituals whence this music originates. One of the most attractive things about these religions is the oracles. There is no idea of sin, but people can tell the priest about their problems, and he will look to the oracles for a solution. The prophecies are based on a fundamental element of African religions, which is that all men are sons of a god. One's divine paternity is determined according to physical type and personality, and this helps predict the future and advise a person in any given situation. The African rituals have survived in Cuba for 4 centuries, since the arrival of the first slaves. Given their dispersion, relatively small number and the difficulty of acclimatization, until the end of 18th century the rituals were rather weak. But as the sugar industry was developed on an industrial basis, the Spanish brought in hundreds of thousands more slaves. With so many Africans grouped together, adaptation was easier. As they put down roots in the new environment, the old rituals flourished. Alberto Pedro says the tolerance of the Spanish authorities also contributed to this flourishing. In Puritan United States, the slaves were forbidden to practice their rites, and couldn't even have their drums on the plantations. In Haiti it was the same as in Cuba, and Alberto thinks the Latin temperament, here the Spaniards, there the French, explains in part the fact that they allowed the slaves some leeway. I asked him whether the American Negroes came from more or less the same areas as those in Cuba, and he said yes, the slave trade took place in Central West Africa, from Nigeria to the Gold Coast. The 2 most popular African rites in Cuba are the Santeria and the Palo. Another important institution is the Abaco. Not as religious as the others, they were secret societies that held the tribe's legal power, meant to keep the power of the kings in check. The West also had secret societies that conspired against the power structure. The Abaco originate in this type of institution, so they're a political phenomenon, even if the rites have a religious character. They come from the semi-Bantu region of Karabali in southern Nigeria, while those who practice Palo are Bantus from the Congo. The other 2 groups, the Arera and the Iisa, are from Sudan. They are the most closed, which is why ethnologists know little about them and why they've somewhat degenerated, gradually joining the Santeria. But the Santeria, as well as the Palo or the Abaco, have also become narrower as a result of their isolation, especially with respect to the number of deities. The names are somewhat different for each rite, but in fact, they're similar to those of the Greeks. The Santeria Olympus is the most populous, but now has only about 12 of the original 20 deities, those that are closest to the Cuban personality. For example, Achosi, a hunter god, has few followers, because he no longer corresponds to a Cuban reality. When we broke up, the ethnologists promised to take me to see a ritual, and Alberto offered to give me some written information. February 3. The Americans have sequestered 4 Cuban fishing boats 5 miles from the U.S. coast, and, therefore, in international waters. There is great indignation here. The Panama affair is still ongoing, and this latest incident adds oil to the fire. February 4. Psyquitrilo writes in Revolucion about his visit to the Self-Re-Education Center, together with its founder, Che. Many of the things produced at Guanacabibi are made voluntarily by the tenants. The problem, he says, tongue-in-cheek, is not so much those who arrive, as those who leave, so if I were a carpenter or a shoemaker, I'd be extra careful these days. One goes to Guanacabibi by choice, instead of going to jail. Che asked a group of men why they were there. A student, because I fell in love in Poland. Just in love. Well, a bit more. A young recruit, because I fired shots in the air. In the captions under the picture, Psyquitrilo notes that the prisoners are armed and unsupervised when they go to cut down trees. The story ends on an insinuation, getting out of the plane, which he had piloted. Che asked me whether I was convinced. February 5th. Fidel held a press conference on the fishing boat crisis. One of the journalists asked him to comment on the rumors concerning his death. They made you happy? I'm getting into the Afro-Cuban thing. This evening, Alberto and Miguel took me to Guanabaco, a little town attached to Havana, to meet a Palo priest. His name is Raul, and he's also a dancer in the folk group. He lives on the outskirts of town, on a dirt road full of ruts, in a tiny house that, in the dark, seems to be still under construction. It's almost midnight when we arrive, because we lingered over dinner. I didn't want to come so late, fearing to disturb him, but my two guides insisted, saying that in Raul's house, partly because he's a priest, partly because he's an artist, you can go anytime, that neither he nor his family would find it strange to get up for guests. In fact, in the first room, his old father is asleep on a cot. He murmurs a few unintelligible words, smiling, and goes to the back of the house to call Raul. The only other pieces of furniture in the room are 2 or 3 half-broken wooden chairs, a small white-painted buffet and bags of cement with Chinese lettering. On the walls are half-faded crayon signs telling the worshippers that this house is theirs, and that they must respect the ritual. Above the cot is a beautiful slightly faded picture representing the legendary origins of the ritual, that neither Alberto nor Miguel seem able to precisely explain. Raul looks to be about 35. He leads us into the next room, where there are more broken chairs, a closet, a buffet and the altar, consisting of a huge cauldron full of wooden sticks surrounded by a variety of stones, dishes, candles, buttons, etc. In the midst of this heterogeneous display, a kitten warily puts one paw in front of another. Strange white crosses and arrows, the insignias of Raul's family line of priests, are painted on the blue door. Raul shows me his own insignia. How old do you think I am? About 35. I'm 49. It's the sacrifices that make me stay young. The animal blood. He offers us a white liquid and goes into a long monologue about Marxism. Before the revolution, the Pale Rose were persecuted, and that's one of the reasons why we use Catholic accessories, such as the cross. But actually, the African rites have more in common with Marxism than with Catholicism. Pale Rose take care of the spirits of the dead. There are more poor dead than rich, so. February 6th. The 38 fishermen from the sequestered boats are in a Florida jail. Raul Roa, the foreign minister, sent a note to U Thant, the Secretary General of the UN, and starting tomorrow, the government will cease to provide water to the American base in Guantanamo, except for 1 hour a day for the needs of women and children. Since Monday, notwithstanding its absurdity, the crisis grows every day. We see it coming, knowing that if it explodes, it can mean the end. We live watching ourselves live, doing the usual things, following the news a bit absent-mindedly, as if it were just gossip, or as if we were on another planet, just as the Cubans are doing. Having finished their work, the jury of the Casa de las Americas leaves the Habana Libre in a long caravan for Haiti Santa Maria's country dinner. Listening to the news from Washington and Florida on the way, we're wondering how the Americans will respond to the Cuban reprisals. On the way, we listen to the news from Washington and Florida. The newscaster talks about the water cut off as if the battle had already begun. Florida doesn't have jurisdiction over the fishermen, but with all the Cuban émigrés there, it's stonewalling Johnson's efforts to see cooler heads prevail. It has rained, and huge drops fall from the trees, cooling the air. A U-shaped table under a roof in the garden is laden with food, but no one dares to approach, and the food is getting cold. It would really be lugubrious were it not for my friendly Mexican companions, the writer Fernando Benitez and a journalist who comments wryly that he always arrives in Cuba when there's a crisis. Finally, Haiti comes up to us and with her metallic voice, says, impetuously, "What a bore, no one's eating." I always have small tables, but this time, I didn't dare. I didn't know whether the intellectuals would consider it correct. She doesn't seem to realize that everyone is waiting for her to start. She's a tall woman with short dirty blonde hair, brown eyes, long legs and an athletic stride that clashes with her yellow afternoon dress and makeup, as does her personality. You intellectuals are difficult to please, you're complicated. Just look at all your cliques, your groups. Do you know why there are never problems at the Casa de las Americas? Because the directrice is illiterate. I don't know anything about literature or painting, I can only say if I like something or not, so I have no tendencies. Did you ever see a cultural center without tendencies? That's why there are always problems. But not at the Casa de las Americas, it's run by an illiterate. February 7th. I have a date with two vice ministers of the armed forces, Commanders Juan Almeida and Ifigenio Almagiras. I'd been trying for several weeks to get an appointment with each of them, and finally, they preferred to come together. They arrive looking a bit wary, but with a sort of repressed laugh, like two kids who've been called to the principal's office. Ifigenio is 32, Almeida a bit older. Almeida says he's tired and would rather come back tomorrow, and Almagiras agrees that maybe it's better one at a time. I don't really care, but I suggest we get something to eat, since they're here. While we wait for room service, I ask Almagiras to tell me what he did before the Sierra. He reels off his former professions, factory worker, lumpen, gangster, a bit everything. He'd be handsome were it not for the anxious eyes. After Batista's coup, my brother and I joined the underground. My brother was killed in the Moncada assault, and I was arrested. Almeida is sitting in the corner, morose, drinking rum. I ask him about his songs, his boleros are famous. Ifigenio interrupts, "Do you believe everything people tell you?" "Until I have a reason to doubt." "But you don't try to find out whether they're telling you the truth? How can you do your job?" "I ask people to believe that I'm in good faith when I report what they say, so it's right that I too believe in their good faith." "But you don't really intend to write what I told you?" "Of course. But it wasn't true." "Well, if you tell me what is, that's what I'll write. If not, I'll write what you said." "I'll tell you. But first interview Almeida." I turned to Almeida, who had been listening to this exchange with a half-smile. "So? More or less like Ifigenio?" "Hey, that's too easy. If he hadn't gone first, you would have had to make an effort. It really is more or less the same story. He's saved by Ifigenio once again. Did you know that an hour ago, an American fisherman brought Fidel a boat, alone, from Florida, because our boats were sequestered? Why didn't you tell me right away?" "I forgot. Fidel was on his way there when we left the ministry. The boat is tied up nearby, and we stopped there for a minute. What do you think is going to happen to the Cuban fishermen, now that they've shut off the water in Guantanamo?" The two commanders shrug. For the time being, nothing's happening. The dinner arrives. My guests take the table by storm. They've ordered consommé, lobster cocktail, steak, salad, cake, and wine, as if they'd just come down from the Sierra. Ifigenio takes the hot plates off the table and serves everyone. They drink a bottle of rose as if it was water. Finally, Almeida sings his latest bolero softly, then protesting, goes to sit near a lamp to tell me his story and let himself be photographed. "My father was a barber," then a garbage man. I started to work at 8 as a bricklayer, carpenter, lumpen and the rest. I joined the Orthodox Party and from then on to Moncada and what followed. I've been writing music since I was 14. After dinner, Ifigenio drove me to meet some friends, while Almeida took off for the ministry to see if there was anything new. We'd discovered that the telephones at the Habana Libre were down, so no one could have reached them if anything had happened. February 8. Pic and his team are back to finish the film with Fidel, but they aren't even on standby yet. The whole waiting for Fidel community takes off to see one of the most famous paleros of Guanabaco. Arcadio's house is relatively rich among the black and white poor of the Havana suburb. There are several rooms, and one of them is dedicated to the Yoruba rite, since Arcadio is alternately palero and santero. In the palero temple, palm leaves touch the ceiling, and even the walls are green. Completing the impression of a return to the jungle is the sound of 3 or 4 drums near the altar. The worshippers are sitting or standing all around the room, dancing, clapping, singing. Several children of 7 or 8 are dressed in beautiful white costumes, eyes shining. They are sacrificing a rooster. My attention is distracted from the ceremony by a palero handshake from Arcadio, first a normal handshake, then one around the thumb, then another normal shake. When I look to the scene again, a young man with naked torso is dancing, brandishing a very long knife, almost a dagger. Assuming it's part of the sacrifice, I continue to watch, but I'm no longer so detached. I begin to understand how this music, heard not in a theater or on a record, but like this, where it has a function, can provoke a real emotion. The dance with the knife continues for about 20 minutes. We can see from his eyes that the man is in a trance. He jumps back and forth with expansive gestures of the knife, as if cutting a head off. The worshippers show no anxiety, but those of us in the front row try surreptitiously to maneuver ourselves behind others, or behind a palm tree, or behind a chair, anxious to put almost anything between the dancer and ourselves. Little by little, I realize that the worshippers, and first of all Arcadio, know infallibly when the dancer's tension reaches a critical point. With impressive tact and deftness, they move closer to him, singing and clapping, forcing the rhythm of the drums to change, creating a new dramatic situation, the effect of which is to dissolve the crisis, transforming the inner state of the man in trance. At a certain point, he takes a great tiger skin from the wall, adjusts it on his back, the tiger's head on his own and continues to dance. He passes the tiger skin to someone and continues to dance, disappearing in the hall, returning, striking the wall or the floor with the knife, tracing invisible designs as if in the sand. At a certain point, he stays in the corridor so long that the worshippers have to find a way to bring him back. Several men take the tiger skin, put it on their heads and go dancing into the corridor. They have to go back and forth several times before they succeed in getting the man's attention. Finally, he follows them, holding the knife flat on the back of the tiger. But it's not over. The man continues to dance for a long time with the knife, finally falling on the floor. Arcadio tells him to get up, makes him get up. Alberto explains that to stay on the floor means to be dead, therefore, it's imperative that he get up. Finally, he falls on a little chair tendered at the right moment, they whack him on the shoulders several times, and have him drink a glass of water. His nose begins to bleed, and the trance is broken. Arcadio falls more rapidly and more violently into a trance while we drink tepid beer served from a bucket in colored metal glasses. Finally everything is over, and we're about to leave when they call us back, because Arcadio, now that he's no longer the palero, wants to meet us. He takes us into a yellow American kitchen, seats us around a table, serves us rum and Coca-Cola and tells us he's cured people that doctors had given for lost, but he's afraid of being accused of black marketeering, because of the gifts people bring him, which he keeps for the following ritual. On the way back, Alberto tells us that the man in trance was one of Arcadio's godsons, who, breaking with tradition, had left to form his own group and returned, tonight, repentant. February 10. Yesterday, the New York Times editorialized that it was a mistake to arrest the fisherman. February 11. Che is reputed to be the most intelligent of the revolutionary leaders, with a typical Argentinian sharp tongue. He's also very elusive, so I could have saved myself the ordeal. But that would have left a hole in my revolutionary rosary. I finally messaged Fidel, and the next day Vallejo told me Che was resigned to seeing me, on Saturday, at 11. When I told my Cuban friends, they inquired as 1, a.m. or p.m. Che suffers from a type of asthma for which there is no remedy and feels better at night. I arrived 10 minutes late, and he saw me right away. The office was a huge irregularly shaped room, with wood-paneled walls, painted dark gray, the whole thing rather disordered, a lot of books on shelves, on tables, a sofa, and armchairs, where we sat. I appreciate your seeing me. You show great constancy in refusing to meet with journalists. You can waste a lot of time that way, and in the end, they misquote you. He gestures as if to say this was inevitable. Well, since you mention it, I'd like to ask whether you really said, in your last meeting with an Italian delegation, that you wanted to kill off all the imperialists from age 15 up. Slight smile. Yes, I said that, but it was in answer to a specific question: what can other countries do to help Cuba in the event of an attack? I don't like to kill people, nor to encourage others to do so. Well, that answer makes you look like a monster. Now he really smiles. If that were the case, they'd have to kill the newborns too. Would you please explain what you really meant? I meant there's no point in people going to demonstrate in front of an embassy or writing their representatives saying, "We energetically condemn the attack on Cuba." There's only one thing you can do in case of an attack on Cuba: if you want to help Cuba, kill. In every country, in Latin America for example, the greatest possible number of imperialists in age to inflict damage should be killed. It's the only language they understand, the only thing that could make them think twice. I understand you fire on sight at counter-revolutionaries. Who told you that? A friend who works on a collective farm in Escambray. Also, when I was in Bayamo with Corda, they arrested him, because he was wearing olive green pants with a red sweater, and one of the policemen told us that the week before, they had killed a counter-revolutionary who'd come down from the mountains dressed like that. They pretend to be barbudos, so the real barbudos have to dress correctly. He laughed, slouched in his chair, head back on his shoulders, took the shirt hanging over his belly in his fingers. That's true, and it's also true that you shouldn't wear your shirt outside, but it's more comfortable. No, those people aren't shot unless they resist. They're arrested and tried by a popular tribunal on the spot. Which automatically means shot. Not necessarily. It depends on what they've done. If they give themselves up, and it appears they can be re-educated, they're sent to school or to a collective farm. But you used to shoot the barbudos in the Sierra for rape. Yes, if the woman denounced them. Are you saying that knowing they would be shot, the women denounced them? In the Sierra, where people live together all their lives without being married. Where girls are mothers at 14. Well, but it's different if she didn't want to. And sometimes it was the parents who denounced them. We couldn't do otherwise. It was important for us to be scrupulously correct in our dealings with the peasants, so they would realize that the rebel army had nothing in common with Batista. What do you think of the Russian sugar cane harvester? It looks like it will have to be greatly improved to be efficient. I don't think so. Machines can always be improved, but this is not the first one of its kind, so it's relatively well developed. There are two types, one that does everything and the other that pulls a flatbed, and the tractor part cuts the cane. Che rummages among the books and papers on the low table, where the secretary, Manresa, had put the coffee cups and glasses of ice water. He turns over a piece of paper rapidly to see if there's anything on the other side and begins to draw, I'm not good at drawing, but I think you can see it. The drawing is highly simplified, 4 little circles, the wheels, 4 lines, the body of the machine. Next to it, looking like tall commas, the cane. It was as understated as his way of talking and writing. How many new factories are there? 62. I read in Bohemia about a factory that made spare parts for capitalist machines. But you can't really eliminate the effect of the embargo, can you? He smiled, gestured. It's good for something, otherwise we wouldn't have built it. The other day, a friend who goes to the party school disagreed with me when I said that the Cuban Revolution didn't happen thanks to the Communist Party. It seems they're taught that without the party, the revolution wouldn't have happened. Those who fought in the Sierra tell me just the opposite. What's the official position? The official attitude is not that of your friend. The party played a part in the revolution, which can be defined quite precisely. At first it was against guerrilla warfare. I understand it was the difference of attitudes between those in the cities and those in the Sierra, between the bourgeois. We're all bourgeois. This revolution was carried out by people who were all bourgeois, starting with Fidel. Right, but how does the party reconcile its past attitude with the needs of today? There's no problem. But in the books in that school. What about the books? Manresa. Bring me the party book that has Fidel's speeches, the pink one. Slouched in the armchair, head down, Che flips the pages. Do you know the speech about the origins of the party? Yes, the 3 speeches. Well, there's nothing specific about that. Did you read them? Yes, I did. They talk about everything except that. He continues to turn the pages. Here. I look at the passage. I don't see anything here. I read it. I remember it well. Read it again. Okay, but meanwhile tell me about the role of the party. If you can stop interrupting me, I'll tell you everything in 5 minutes. Promise. The party's attitude can be divided into 3 phases. The first, from before the departure for Mexico until we left Mexico. The party agreed on the need to fight, but they thought it would take more time to prepare an armed guerrilla. Fidel had said that in 1956, we would either be free or dead, and one way or the other, he wanted to land that year. In fact, the landing took place in December. The party thought we should wait for the general strike planned for the spring of 1957, when the sugar harvest would be over, and many people would be out of work. Fidel refused to wait. And who was right? Fidel or the party? How long does a woman's promise last? Fidel was right, as the facts demonstrated. The second phase of the party attitude corresponded to the first year of guerrilla warfare. The party was convinced that you couldn't have a revolution from a base in the Sierra, therefore, it limited its activity to underground work in the cities. In 1958, there was a general strike, but the heads of the 26th of July movement refused to take part, because they didn't want to organize it together with the party. So the strike failed. Afterward, Fidel called a big meeting of the heads of the 26th of July movement in the Sierra, and the movement was reorganized to coordinate our activity with that of the party. That was the beginning of the third phase of the party's attitude, its full participation. Of course, the revolution continued to be led by the 26th of July, they had started it, and they remained in charge, since the party, in a way, arrived late. Then we won, and the enemy was no longer Batista. The first goal of those who backed the revolution had been to get rid of Batista. Once that happened, the number one enemy became imperialism, which moved from the background to the foreground. All those who'd wanted to get rid of Batista weren't enemies of imperialism, but the 26th of July movement and the Communist Party were. From that moment on, they were together in a struggle against the same enemy, and, therefore, everything that happened from then on is perfectly logical. Once again we've touched on the core issue of this revolution, and now, the focus is broader, the colors brighter. The movement wanted a revolution, and was anti-imperialist. The Communist Party, by definition a revolutionary party, was anti-imperialist, but didn't believe in the possibility of a revolution. It awaits the historical conditions. Fidel doesn't give a hoot about conditions, he forges ahead. Around him, other parties take advantage of the machine he set in motion, because they too want to get rid of Batista. When Fidel realizes the party is ready to cooperate, he imposes that cooperation on his friends. Would it be more or less right to say that before the revolution had won, you believed vaguely that communism would eventually come to Cuba, and that once in power, you realized that 1, there was no other way to do what you wanted to do, and 2, contrary to expectations, after a few years, the people were ready to accept that choice? A drawn-out right. Obviously Che is a bit surprised that a woman could come up with anything so complex, but doesn't seem to agree totally with my analysis. The revolution's leaders probably won't confirm any analysis. Some of Fidel's speeches from 1959 might help, but they're out of print. I turn to Psyquitrolo's report on Guanacabibe, the prison on the Isle of Pines. Why did you send that soldier who shot in the air to Guanacabibe? It's forbidden to shoot in the air. But he said he didn't know how the rifle worked. Right, but what were the circumstances? Was it during a maneuver, when he could have killed someone? How many times had he done it before? If you don't give people a sense of responsibility. How long do they spend in Guanacabibe? From 1 month to a year. Why do you say it's voluntary? Because it is. For example, a factory head can either go to Guanacabibe or lose his job. A factory head who made mistakes, because he didn't know better. We don't send people to Guanacabibe for inability, but for bad faith. For example, if someone sleeps with his secretary. The secretary can do what she wants with her body, but suppose he gives her a raise? We can't tolerate that. But how can people come back to their workers after being in Guanacabibe? They're sent somewhere else. It's better than losing their job. Guanacabibe is your idea. Why? I wrote something that explains it, but it's an article about economics, and I don't think you'd understand it, and in any case, you prefer to hear things rather than read them. I decide not to make an issue of his macho attitude, only when the written thing is vague. You can get a person to explain until it's clear. Some Cubans who were in China told me that the Chinese attitude toward relations between men and women is a disaster. What do you think about that? I was in China with a delegation, and I didn't notice anything special. There was no way I could get him to say anything that wasn't diplomatic apropos the Chinese. Not even about something that had nothing to do with politics. Everyone says a man can't even look at a woman in the street, and that if you ask the interpreter how you can meet a woman, she blushes and changes the subject. Really? I don't know anything about that. But I do believe that flitting about is bad for the revolution. Apparently sex does have something to do with politics. Why is that? To have first one woman, then another and so on, you'd waste a lot of time. You'd have to court her, bring her flowers, and all that takes time away from the revolution. Now I don't know if he's being serious. That's okay for the leaders, who sacrifice themselves, but I don't think you can ask it of the man in the street. I don't say you can ask it of everyone, but before, women had little choice but to sell themselves if they didn't want to go hungry. Was that better? Let's not exaggerate. There are a lot of people who die of hunger, but they make love all the same. I don't think people will ever agree to give up sex for food. When everything is all right, of course, but let's not forget that we're in a time of danger. It's true there could be an invasion, but the revolution has already been here for 5 years. You can't ask people to live as though they were forever on the brink. Aside from the risk of invasion, you can't deny that we're in a period fraught with danger, with the atomic bomb. I gave myself a 4 in my match with Che. Chapter 8. A government all in the family. February 12th. I went to see Haiti Santa Maria at the Casa de las Americas. The government's International Arts Center is housed in an enormous fascist-style villa, recently painted in gray and still being renovated. There's something terribly cold about this house, notwithstanding the good modern paintings on the walls, something that smacks of soulless good taste. Maybe it's because the women who run the Casa de las Americas, which the members of the literary jury call the Casa de las Casadas, the married women's house, have tried to apply the decorating criteria of a private dwelling to a public space. The president's offices are on the second floor. Haiti greets me in a small room with rocking chairs, a low table and an empty desk. The air conditioning is on high, as is typical in Cuban ministers' offices. Haiti is a strange mixture of severity and gaiety. Wearing the same dress as the other night, she sits facing me on a rocker and starts to tell me about her life, at times rocking gently, at times more energetically. Rocking chairs often seem to accompany Cubans' emotional states. My father came up from the ranks to become the director of a sugar mill, so my brother and I grew up among the workers. Although we lived better than they did, we were always with them, so we developed a social conscience quite young, and one day, we organized a strike. You can imagine my father's anger, the scandal. He had to send us away. My brother left first for the University of Havana, and later, I followed him to the city. What did you do? I preferred to be a political activist. Abel was one of the founders of the 26th of July movement, and after the Moncada, when he was assassinated, I continued in the underground. And now, I'm in charge of this house, but only from the political point of view, because that's what I know. I don't know anything about art, and I don't pretend to. There are others for that, and I let them do their thing. But that wouldn't seem to be enough to keep you busy, not more than an hour or two a day, surely. That's true, but I'm also involved in education, especially the scholarship students. I guess that's because your husband is the Minister of Education. Yes and no. The party needs someone to be directly involved with the scholarship students from a political point of view. I always do political work, and as the minister's wife, I know about the problems in education, so. It's really not the husband's position that recommends the wife to the job, first of all, because Haiti's position within the party is probably more important than her husband's. She's the only woman on the national committee, even if she may be occupying the place of her dead father, and second, because things don't work that way, at least on the national level. From what I've seen, the couples always consist of two people who each have their papers in order as to ability, training, etc. What exactly do you do with the scholarship students? I oversee the dorms, discipline, studies. I intervene when a student risks losing his scholarship. What might be the reasons for that? In general, it's disciplinary reasons. Either because they don't study, or because they were disrespectful to their teachers or the dorm mother. These behaviors would merit taking away a scholarship. Discipline is very important, but in general, if I enter the picture, it's precisely in order to avoid having to take away the scholarship. I talk to the student, I explain that if you're not disciplined, you're hurting the revolution. Because the revolution pays a lot of money to help you study, and if you don't take advantage of it, that money is being wasted. That Fidel wants young people to study, and if they behave badly, it displeases him. When you talk to them like that, they understand. They realize the consequences of their acts. You can see they'd give anything to not have done what they did, and they almost never do it again. It's usually possible to avoid taking away the scholarship. I heard that when Simone de Beauvoir was here, she found that the Cuban women who had fought in the Sierra had gone back to being the way they were before, that they hadn't succeeded in retaining in civilian life the positions and equality they had conquered in war. I know. She told me. She also told me that I was too dependent on what my husband did. But I think she exaggerates with her mania for independence. Independence doesn't mean at all cost going one's own way without ever meeting the other. What I'm doing seems logical. Often, Armando has to go somewhere for work. When he tells me, I open my eyes and ears to find a way to go with him while doing something useful. Since the party often uses me for all sorts of political work in all sorts of areas, there's almost always something that needs doing in the place my husband is going to, and that way, I can accompany him while doing something useful. I don't see how this means I'm dependent on him. For example, if he has to go abroad with a delegation, it's nice to go together, no? So why shouldn't I see whether I can accompany him, representing the party? The party probably has to send someone anyway. They might as well send me, rather than another minister, who has better things to do. But on the other hand, if I have to go abroad, it's almost certain that Armando can't come with me, but obviously I go anyway. A secretary enters. They called from Minas del Frio to remind you about that problem with the farmer. They're supposed to start work on the dam tomorrow, and apparently, nothing's been done. Wasn't Armando supposed to take care of that? Call Armando. That project is held up because we didn't get the papers in order for that farmer, and we can't let that happen. He's saying that if he sows on that land, and afterwards, they take it away from him, what's he going to do? He's right. We have to find him another piece of land before it's time to sell. If those people don't get his papers in order, I'll go nationalize that land myself, without the papers. I don't care if they send me to Guanacabibi. The dam has to be built. February 13th. Alberto brought me some information on the various African rituals that are practiced in Cuba. Santeria. The Santeria is a matriarchal institution, usually headed by a woman or an effeminate man. Initiation lasts 7 days. It's based on the cult of saints' images. There is a male sacerdotal caste which is devoted to divination. Palo, traditionally called witches, Palos were very reserved, especially in the past. Because they were little known, there are many black magic legends about them. They practice a tree cult, and believe that in every plant, there is a supernatural force or a spirit. The organization is patriarchal, but a woman can be a priestess. Homosexuals are not initiated. Abakwa, this is a mainly patriarchal organization, dominated by a virility cult and excluding homosexuals. It's also the most complex. Its officials are Liamba, the chief, is said to be the king. Isu, the intellectual, known as the abbot, has to know the secret ritual and ceremonial language of the group. Mokengo, a general secretary or prime minister, symbolizes the warrior chief. Isunik, in charge of the tutelary spirit voices. Mpko, the writer, traces the symbols and marks. Nkikamo, evokes the spirits of the dead. Nasako, or the witch, is in charge of group magic. Ikanon, a sort of judge, is called the verdict. Atuna, is the spirit of life or death. The gods, Santeria, Catholic, Greek. Olofi, Jesus, Zeus, M, Supreme God. Eligua, M, God of roads, war. Obatala, Saint Anthony, Diana, F, purity, goodness, peace. Yemea, Cybele, F, goddess of seas and universal maternity. Ashanai, Venus, M, god of rivers, gold, and love. Shango, Vulcan, M, god of fire, thunder, and virility. Ogun, Saint Peter, Mars, M, iron, mountains, war. Ashozi, M, hunting and war. Oya, Saint Teresa, F, goddess of centuries, cemeteries, war. Babaluai, M, god of sickness, leads the dead to the cemetery. Yagwa, F, old maid, goddess of sepulchres. Ageu, M, god of plains and rivers, Saint Christopher. The Ibeli, Saint Cosimus, Saint Damian, M, twins, who protect children. February 15th. They've elected Miss Carnival. From afar, we can see the sports palace illuminated and hung with banners. Up close, we find ourselves in a crowd running in all directions, and on the access ramp to the last balcony, a rapid succession of dark silhouettes are assaulting the fortress. The stage is surrounded by a dozen cameras and about 50 photographers, children, and guards. A murmur like an electric current runs through the public when the first contestant appears. The contestants are all workers, and in order to compete, among other things, they have to answer questions about Marxism-Leninism. Each contestant is supported by a delegation from her workplace, some having brought banners, one an undisciplined but enthusiastic orchestra. The public takes part in the slow and rather tiring spectacle with ever-renewed passion. The girls don't know how to walk and instinctively stop longer in front of the television cameras than in front of the jury. February 16th. Today, unexpectedly, I received an early morning call that a car was waiting to take me to Raul Castro's house for the interview he'd promised. It's an unpretentious apartment with children's toys scattered everywhere. His office is upstairs, relatively isolated from family life. We spend about half an hour making small talk while I try to gather my wits at this early hour. Raul seemed to realize I needed something to jolt me awake. You've probably heard a lot of things, that I'm cruel, hard, an assassin. I shook my head as vaguely as possible, and Raul continued as if he was talking about the weather. I'm not like that. Well, assassin, in a certain sense, yes, you could say that. You've heard about the popular tribunals. I said yes, remembering conversations with a Western diplomat according to whom if Raul hadn't personally killed victims of the revolution, at the very least in those terrible early days, he was there to tie people's hands behind their backs and blindfold them. You know that in the early days of the revolution, especially in the provinces, a lot of Batista's criminals were caught and tried by revolutionary tribunals created on the spot. Meaning they were shot. If found guilty. But after what type of trial? A very summary trial, but their crimes were so well known that there wasn't much chance of making mistakes. And if we had been generous, the revolution would have been condemned from the start. Of course, they said a lot of bad things about me, but don't forget there was one person they couldn't calumny, and that was Fidel. Since they couldn't criticize him, they took out their anger on me, who was closest to him, and on Che. We've always been criticized, our brutality became legendary. It was inevitable. But today the counter-revolutionaries in the Escambre are shot on sight, aren't they? Who told you that? They're never shot without a trial. This was the same explanation Che had given me about re-education. But why do you shoot them? Because if we put them in jail, that would encourage others to commit similar crimes. They'd think, in any case, if we're caught, the worst that can happen is we go to jail, and sooner or later, the Americans will free us. Instead, if they know they'll be shot, they think twice before committing sabotage. In fact, whether they're condemned to death or not also depends on the domestic situation. Why should it depend on factors that have nothing to do with their crime? Don't you realize it's to their advantage? The law provides for a sentence that can go from 10 years to death, and when we're in a period of calm, instead of giving 10 people the death sentence, we send some of them to jail. That's to their advantage, isn't it? It's not very logical. Why should the punishment for a crime depend on the degree of Cold War at that moment? If you judge our legal system from a purely legal point of view, obviously it doesn't make sense. We still have to organize it from scratch, but you shouldn't forget that we're in a dictatorship of the proletariat, not in a bourgeois democracy. Justice must serve the revolution first and foremost. I told him I'd like to meet the Minister of Justice. Raul suggested I see Commander Santiago Cuba, who until recently was head of the revolutionary tribunals. These military tribunals, created to punish Batista's agents, were retained to deal with counter-revolutionaries. For example, robbery comes under the revolutionary tribunals, because at one point, there was a lot of it, due to scarcities. We decreed that theft would come under the military tribunals, where the punishments are always more severe, to combat that trend. Now Santiago is at the Armed Forces Ministry. I asked him how many commanders there were. Fewer than 100. That seems like a lot for a little country like Cuba. Maybe it is, but as we reorganize the armed forces, we're going to need more commanders for the new divisions. And we're soon going to create new grades. Raul wrote the entire list, from simple soldier to commander-in-chief. Next to the grades, with the same care, he drew the insignias. When he got to commander, he began to list the new grades to be created. Won't they become generals? No. We decided to stop at commander. Majors, colonels and generals have always behaved so badly that we don't want any in our army. There will be a one-star commander, a division commander with a star inside a pentagon, a corps commander, a star in a circle, army commander, a star inside a shield, and commander-in-chief, who is Fidel, a star inside a diamond, which is what he has always worn. How many army commanders are there now? 7. He made the list, counted. One is missing, oh, Raul, and wrote his name quickly, so it came out larger than the rest. It occurred to me that I'd just witnessed a key difference between Fidel and Raul. One always looks for resemblances in family members, and I had seen some, but sometimes the differences are more interesting. Seeing Raul write carefully, with precise gestures, while talking to me, illustrating what he was saying, I remembered that before sitting down, he'd returned to his desk to get the tablet and pencil. It seems to me you're more organized, more methodical than Fidel. Fidel wouldn't think of taking notes while being interviewed, of putting things down in black and white to explain them better. He wouldn't have prepared pencils and paper before meeting with a journalist. In fact, when he needs them, it seems he never has them. You're right. Raul takes another sheet of paper and starts to draw vertical lines along half the page. Here's how I work: a problem comes up, I review the various elements, and when I've come to a decision, I call my collaborators and say, we have to do this and that, and while they do it, I attend to other business. He follows the illustration with his pencil. The vertical line means that things are going ahead on their own. Whereas Fidel, what does he do? He studies a problem, then he starts to tell his collaborators what needs to be done, but instead of moving on to something else, he follows along until the problem is solved, follows. But on the other hand, he can open a report in the middle, and without having read what came before, he right away puts his finger on the problem. Whereas when I read, everything seems normal, Fidel right away sees what's wrong. We return to the subject of the army, and Raul enumerates the various military schools, adding with obvious pleasure that army people are among those Cubans who have made the most progress in education. I ask him if it's true that some soldiers are transferred from one place to another and end up not seeing their families for more than 2 years. He seems very surprised, and explains at length how the leave system works. Soldiers have 5 days leave every 2 months, which is equal to 1 month a year. He then remembered that the garrison in the Isle of Pines, made up exceptionally of soldiers from Orient Province, had to let their leave accumulate in order to be able to travel to Orient at the time when the Russians were beginning to install the missiles. The order for the entire army to go on alert was issued just as the first contingent was arriving in the Santiago station. They weren't even allowed to get off the train, but they took it in stride. As far as possible, the army tries to cover each province's needs with men from the same province. Vilma arrived, asking where Raul wanted to have lunch. In the patio, he answered. There should be a bit of sun on that side. Then a blonde girl of about 4 came in and climbed on her father's lap, until the baby was heard crying, spoiling the idyll. Vilma and the child disappeared, and we started talking about the fact that the government was composed of those who had fought with Fidel in the Sierra or even since the Moncada. That's true, although there have been times when one or another of our companions didn't understand, didn't agree, and we had to remove them from the decision-making body. Not liquidate them in the literal sense of the word, this revolution never did that. And they've always understood what we were doing, and in the end, they returned among us. Yet there have been cases in which people who were with Fidel, who were really with him, not prototypes, were sentenced to death. If you mean people like Morgan, that really wasn't a disagreement, a difference of opinion. He was a traitor, pure and simple. He conspired, carried out terrible machinations. Yet he claimed he was innocent, and his last wish was that his wife and daughter remain here. I don't know about that. Anyway, there was also a guy who had 2 brothers in the government. We shot him, because he deserved it. He lied to us twice. The second time he was arrested, his brothers went to see Fidel, and Fidel said, "Okay, tomorrow morning, go and tell him he has to leave the country. We don't want to kill him, because he fought with us, but he has to leave." But instead of waiting for them to bring him his passport, the next day, he ran away like a thief, was wounded and arrested again. Fidel went to see him in the hospital, and he said he hadn't done anything wrong when we had all the proofs. He tried to fool Fidel. I asked him about Bayo, the Spanish army general who had taught the Granma troops their stuff. He absolutely wanted to come with us on the Granma, but he was too old. He would never have survived the rigors of that campaign, the Sierra, the guerrilla. We had to keep the date of the operation a secret until the last moment. He came right after the victory, in 1959, with his wife and 2 sons, one is a pilot, the other a diplomat. And he always wants to do something. First, he organized the chess tournaments in the ministry, and recently, he asked Fidel if he could start a correspondence class in mathematics, and to please him, Fidel said okay. We really don't know how to keep him busy. He should retire now at his age. Did you know we also have a commander priest? A priest for the army. He doesn't officiate in the army, but he is a priest. How is that possible? What about the Vatican? That I don't know. He's not typical. He was officiating in the Isle of Pines when Montaigne was a prisoner there after the landing, and while Melba visited him, she converted the priest. What's his name? Guillermo Sardinas. He was in the Sierra, and finally, Camillo, who had been a tailor, made him an olive green cassock. After we won, he asked to study at Minfar, Ministry of the Armed Forces. We exonerated him from the political classes, and he became a commander. He still has his church, Cristo Rey, and at the same time, he's in charge of guests at the ministry, that sort of thing. Now he wants to go to Moscow to study Russian. What about Dorticos? Who was he? Dorticos was a lawyer in Camagüey and a member of the 26th of July who helped us a lot during the war. He's one of the best men, certainly one of the best of all. It was 3:30. Vilma came to say that lunch was ready, and we crossed the patio where the clothes were hanging, among tricycles and dolls, to go back to the apartment. I was shown the baby, who was crying on a sofa, in a room furnished in European style. Then we sat down to oysters, lamb chops, fried eggplant, salad, and a strong Algerian wine. Vilma seemed ready to give birth. "No way," said Raul, "it'll be another 2 months. We're wondering if they're twins. It better be a boy, that's all I can say." While Vilma got up every 5 minutes to console one child, dress the other, or take a call, Raul told me how he had given his daughters 2 of the names she used in the underground, Deborah and Miriam, because they didn't know what names to give them. I asked Vilma how many names she'd had. 4. "Then you can have another 2 daughters, I quipped. Raul didn't seem at all amused. Several people were going and coming from the kitchen. I asked whether they worked in the house. "Only 2. The girl works in the ministry and lives in one of the apartments in the building." "Who else lives in the building?" "All officers or families who work at the ministry." We also have a movie theater on the first floor. How come? The Interior Ministry set it up, because if I go to the movies, they have to send too many agents. It costs less to have the movie here. People from the neighborhood also come, they know there's a film every Monday. Which side are you on in the Guevara Roca polemic? I knew Raul to be friends with both. Well, I can understand both sides, but also both sides are wrong, in a certain sense. I believe we should import all the best films, but given that it's the government that pays, you can't tell it to pay for something that's really awful, can you? In the living room, I meet Raul and Fidel's sister, Angelina, a woman of about 45, who drank a cup of coffee and disappeared. The telephone rang, and it was Alfredo Guevara. Raul told him I was there, and that I was asking about the polemic. I remarked that I had to be at Celia's at 5, and Raul said, "Okay, I'll take you." I told Vilma I would be happy to meet with her to talk about the Women's Federation, of which she is president, and asked Raul what he thought of it. "We husbands think it should be abolished," he said, laughing, and Vilma didn't seem to think that was funny. We went to get his bag in the office, and when he came out on the landing, Vilma appeared with a jacket. We went down to the garage, and I wanted Vilma to get in front. She blushed, said no, no, and climbed in back. A guard got in next to the chauffeur, and we all sat in the back seat. The car was a small, old-style Mercedes. We drove through Nuevo Vedado, and Raul said, "We live between the Chinese cemetery and the Catholic one. The Jewish one is probably nearby too." On the outskirts, we passed a low, rose-colored tract house with a garden, facing an empty lot. Raul pointed, "Look, that's Che's house." We arrive at Celia's, and the guards on duty tell us no one is there. Raul says, "Let's go up anyway." On the second floor the door is wide open, but no one is there. We go out, and Raul asks, "Did she go out with Fidel?" "No, Fidel went out with Vallejo, and she went somewhere else." "Well, this lady had an appointment." "What's her name?" "Deena Boyer." "Oh, right. She said to call her tomorrow." Raul and Vilma took me to the hotel, along Calle Linea. Vilma looked at the old people in their Sunday dress and remembered how 15 years ago, she would take the trolley, because the trolley was nice and slow, like them. Now she likes to walk, because the buses go too fast. They're too violent. February 17th. A group of us went to pay a midnight visit to the famous bar Sloppy Joe's, with its Art Deco decor preserved as in a museum and pictures of 20 stars, the young Clark Gable, Judy Garland, Raymoland, Rosalind Russell, and Alice Faye gaze out from round columns in the middle of the large black and white room. Bottles that haven't been renewed in years are lined up on the shelves behind the bar like so many mummies. February 18th. The minor fishermen who were arrested in Florida have returned, but the others still have to be processed, and it appears they may be sentenced to fines of $500 to $2,000 each. In the afternoon, the ethnologists took me to Regla, a little town on the other side of Havana Bay, which is more like a neighborhood, very poor, but very gay. The houses are freshly painted in different colors, the streets clean. Once, it was a bad neighborhood, but it was also, and still is, a very revolutionary one, almost 100% communist. There's a Lenin Hill, but also several witches, and many inhabitants practice one African rite or another. Near an old church on the edge of the bay, a very wrinkled black man is seated on a wooden chair in front of a low wall where he has artistically arranged some stones, batons, shells, and necklaces. After dinner at the Polinesio, Alberto and Miguel take me to a rehearsal of what is called a comparse, a group of amateurs who will dance in the carnival parade. Until a few years ago, their dances were more or less improvised. Now, the revolution organizes the carnivals, and the comparse consists of little ballets, choreographed by young folklore students. The rehearsal for the Pretty Bird comparse takes place in a huge park near the Campidoglio. Powerful reflectors on the roof illuminating the revolutionary signs barely make a dent in the darkness. A black orchestra is standing at the rear, the men wearing white open-collar shirts and box jackets that hang a bit clumsily. In the cold, about 100 young people in two groups dance for an hour without stopping, under the direction of a young woman in leggings. February 20th. The American television journalist Lisa Howard came to Cuba with a producer and a cameraman. For 10 days, Havana was in a state of shock. This little blonde, gently curvaceous, but coldly dynamic, her charming smile fronting a hyperactive mind, was capable of anything to get an interview, including transforming the French ambassador's cocktail party into a recruiting center, besieging the Russian ambassador, the Swiss ambassador in charge of American affairs in Cuba, the Italian, whose orders are to do absolutely nothing, and Monsignor Sanchez, the highly active apostolic nuncio. After the interview with Fidel, which lasted from midnight till 6 in the morning, Lisa and her cameraman took the first plane to Mexico, while the producer remained in Havana to finish filming the city. He confided in me today, the first cameraman was a Hungarian refugee from the 1956 uprising. During the entire time he was here, he never ceased being uneasy, obsessed by the idea of the police. The second one is a southern black, who's totally enthusiastic. February 21st. The Habaneros had the day off to greet the fishermen returning from Miami this morning. When we arrive at the port, a serious-looking Fidel is in the middle of a thick crowd, searching the horizon. A TV journalist steps up, and Fidel launches into a tirade against things that aren't done right, beginning with journalists who don't go to the heart of things, proceeding on to the new fishing industry, the naval construction people, and the planning people who produce boats with the wrong motors, without lifeboats or spare parts. I wanted to see what kind of motor was needed for these boats, so I went to the fishing cooperative in Bahia Honda to talk with the fishermen. They told me what kind of boat they needed, and what type of motor, a 5.5 horsepower. So I went to the company and gave them all the information. I went to Jusplan and gave them all the information. I told them to buy that type of motor and to make that type of boat. And one day, I realized that someone, I don't know who, had bought 6 horsepower motors, with 1,800 revolutions, and we had to buy reducers, and it wasn't even sure that would solve the problem. Then there's a Carnival. As soon as the boats were captured, a Carnival held a series of meetings, and the front page of the newspapers claimed we would produce double the number of boats. Lies. Lies. The journalists who are complicit in these lies are incompetent, completely ignorant, and just looking for anything to put on the front page. I don't mean to say they do it on purpose to mislead the public, but they don't know anything about the problems they're reporting on. They should not only have posed the problem of quantity, but also of quality, because often, a boat is finished in a hurry, and then it stays in dry dock for a month, because a whole lot of finishing touches are missing. They should do a little less propaganda, a little less publicity, and work a little more efficiently. After about an hour, the boats arrive, and in a flash, people are everywhere, on the decks, on the roofs, in the stairways, the kitchens, in a great happy confusion. Finally, we regroup in the port dining room. The fishermen are seated around a long table, the journalists are standing on tables around them, Fidel is standing in the middle, and everybody is asking questions. Journalist: how were the boats when you got them back? Fisherman: aside from the provisions, the machine keys were missing, the knives, spoons, clocks, and even the flag, ours and the US flag. Journalist: why did 3 of the boats have to be towed? Fisherman: the Americans wanted to see what was in the motors. They investigated everything, took notes about everything. They asked for the catalog of the German company SKL, and we burned them. Fidel: and did they keep the spoons to see what was in them? Fisherman: yes. Fisherman: they kept 180 spoons from the Cardenas 19, and also cigarettes and cigars. Fidel: Each captain should declare what's missing from his boat. Captain, starting from the least important, my license, I found it torn up. I put it in an envelope to show you. A nylon net, about 200 spoons, food, the fish, cords, 18 cases of bait, 2 clocks, the pots and the smashed kitchen. Fishermen, they took away 104 pesos. Fishermen, from me, they took an olive green militia beret with the insignia. Fidel, the only way they can get one of those is to steal it. Fishermen, they took us to Cuba. It seemed like they were ready for war. There was a PT boat with hand projectiles ready to shoot, all the men on alert, airplanes, helicopters, submarines, all that for 4 fishing boats. At Cuba, they told us to go back on board, that they would interrogate us on the 5th. Then when we didn't expect it, they arrested us, and some of our men slept on the floor on newspapers for 27 days until we protested, and the consul delivered covers sent from Cuba, because they didn't have any there. They gave us a little sandwich in the morning and another at night and told us it was ham and sweet potatoes. But the jailer was good to us. Fishermen, they kept everything we had caught in a day, 5,000 pounds, and they kept it all. Fishermen, what about that day in jail when they gave us a red fish? Fishermen, they gave us fish, and we asked if it was ours, and they said, if it's red inside, it's yours. And we told them, if it's red inside, we'll enjoy it more. The fishermen sang the song they had composed in jail and asked Fidel if they could record it. Fidel told them to get together with the Musicians Association. Fidel, was that the hymn that cable TV said you were singing there? Fishermen, yes, and guess what? They transferred 5 blacks who were in cells near us, because they were afraid they would want to come back with us. Fishermen, they called us one at a time and told us all sorts of things, that in 3 days we would have a car. We said we wanted to go back to Cuba, and they said, isn't there anyone who wants to stay? And we told them they were wasting their time, because we're all homeland or death, and no one wanted to stay there. Finally, they gave up. Fishermen, they asked me if I was a militiaman, and I said, yes, and I know how to shoot. Then they asked, where is your combat post? And I answered, everywhere in Cuba. Fidel, that has nothing to do with fishing. Fishermen, they asked us whether there were a lot of Russians and Chinese in Cuba, if there were any in Pina del Rio. I said that if they wanted to find out, they should come to Pina del Rio. Fishermen, they said, there are only a few of you, almost everyone has left, and I said that doesn't matter, now our wives are giving birth twice a year. Fishermen, they told us that if we asked for political asylum, they wouldn't try us. Fidel, the crime, in other words, was not to have asked for asylum. Where did they arrest you? How many miles from the coast? Fishermen, in blue water, where they weren't allowed. Fidel, how many miles from the coast? Fishermen, we calculated it must be 12 miles from the Cuba. Fidel, and where are the flags? Fishermen, they stole them. And one boat has an enormous hole. Fidel, where's Pardo? We'll have to inventory everything that's missing and send it to the Swiss charge d'affaires. We have one of their fishing boats, and we won't give it back till we get back our flag and the things that are missing. I gave orders that nothing should be missing from their boat, and we're ready to give it back, if they indemnify us for the missing items and the damage. We want to have civilized relations, but with these people, it's really difficult. This kind of thing is so petty, so contemptible. February 22nd. The other day, the chambermaid, who likes to talk while she does the room, told me a colleague was upset. Sometimes she would tell me about a party or a meeting of the hotel employees. She was proud of her revolutionary family and condescendingly tolerant of the few relatives who didn't participate. Now she said, they called my colleague Raquel to the Cuban Federation of Women with her husband. Why? Because she's with a married man. Imagine, she's been with him for 5 years, she's divorced and has a child, like me, and for 5 years, she's been living with this man. They told her he had to leave his wife and marry her, and meanwhile, she can't be in the Federation. Or else she has to leave him. So Raquel said, leave him? No way. I like being with him. I like him in bed. I like going out with him. He helps me when I have a problem. And I have to think of my child. Why should I leave him? Raquel felt she was being unjustly punished. She's in the militia, she goes to volunteer work, she's really part of the revolution. So why did they kick her out of the Federation? It doesn't seem right. It happened to others, too, and they're all furious. The other day, I went to the hotel medical department for a shot, and there, I met the president of the hotel chapter of the Women's Federation. I started a discussion about the exclusions that lasted a half hour. You understand that the married women are afraid for their families. We can't allow these things to go on in the workplace. But they continue to work in the hotel, so that doesn't solve the problem. She couldn't answer me. She continued to say that it was a bad thing, and they had to purge the Federation. I left saying purge was a dangerous word that could lead far. Today, I went to see Vilma Espin at the Federation. It's located in a huge villa on a grand avenue in Vedado, all newly painted. Capitalist-type signs indicate the offices off the entrance, foreign affairs, education, media, propaganda, and further on, the receptionist. In the waiting room, among the statues, sofas, and armchairs, a parrot is perched on the edge of a basket, munching complacently. In her office with the sign, Presidency, Vilma is seated behind a desk. Another woman at another desk remains during the entire interview. How are you? Asks Vilma with her soft voice and her peaceful air. Fine, thank you. I came to pick a bone with you. She arches an eyebrow, waits, smiling. In 1960, Fidel made a speech in which he exhorted Cuban women to join the Federation. Why are you expelling certain militants for reasons having to do with their private lives? The members of the Federation should set an example. But this is a mass organization. The members know the rule. It's written in the statutes. What do you mean? She consults a little book. It's written that to be in the Federation, you have to be recommended by 2 other members. I don't see the point. She continues to smile, but suddenly, she doesn't seem to see the point either. Well, it's clear, to be recommended means from all points of view, not only revolutionary, but also moral, of course. I knew it wouldn't do any good to point out to Vilma that this gave nervous spouses the power of veto. I thought of all the things that start from a comment of Fidel's and, little by little, end up becoming something else. Chapter 9. A Socialist Carnival. Sunday, February 23, 1964. At Santa Maria, a beach located about 12 miles from Havana, what was previously a club for millionaires is now more or less reserved for foreign technicians. In winter, Russians, Czechs, Poles, Hungarians come joyfully to take advantage of this tropical paradise where Americans used to vacation. But not the Cubans, as far as they're concerned, it's winter, and you don't bathe. There are days when it's really hot, but never mind, it's winter, you don't bathe. Fidel has a little house in Santa Maria where he sometimes spends Saturday or Sunday playing baseball in the local field and swimming. Last August, I witnessed one of those excursions. He played baseball under a relentless sun from 9 to 12, then we went to change in the house for an hour-long dip, surrounded by about 50 bathers with whom Fidel kept up a running conversation amidst ever more violent waves. When he came out of the water, he asked for the menu of the cafeteria on the beach, and when he got to the house, he asked someone to call the director to find out why there were no avocados. It now costs 10 centavos to enter the former club. There's an ice cream and drink stand, but the cafeteria is further on at another beach, which is open to all. At around 5, we get some ham and cheese, and I discover that the extraordinary curves of Cuban black and mulatto women are not due to the way they dress. When they're in bathing suits, you can clearly see the curvature of the spine. I wonder what causes it. February 24th. Almost 2 months after his previous trip, Pic finally begins to shoot his film for French television. Ready at 8:30 in the morning, we wait till 10 for the order to leave for Calle Once, the street where Fidel lives in a 3-story apartment building. The guards let us in right away, and we find Fidel on the terrace, where he is working with the Italian publisher of his book. Fidel is standing in front of a tape recorder, while Gianfranco Feltrinelli, the publisher, and Valerio Riva, the editor, listen, and a stenographer writes just in case. Fidel comes toward us with a big smile, 2 hands held out, and tells Pic to set up while he continues to dictate. Pic shoots the group at work, then Fidel talking to the Italians about politics and spaghetti, then Fidel shooting baskets with Carlos Franchi, taking off his shoes to hang from the parallel bars and doing exercises with weights. In the bedroom, there's a light green hospital bed still unmade, and Fidel doesn't want them to shoot there. The pile of books on the floor is higher than the bed, which is in sitting position. Since my last visit, another bookcase has been added in the living room, and the table with files is bigger and piled higher. Fidel is reading de Gaulle's memoirs. Outside, he puts his shoes back on, a very long operation because of all the laces, and while he adjusts them, like a child, one has to keep prompting for him to finish getting dressed. He asks the Italians if they can send him 1,000 pairs of children's shoes in different sizes, which he will pay for, and meanwhile try to organize an official exchange of shoes for sugar. At noon, he runs a bath and sends us away until 4:30 for Pic's interview. When we get out of the car, the guards take us to a waiting room on the first floor containing sofas, newspapers, and a couple of guards watching an old American gangster film with subtitles on TV. We're ready to give up when Fidel appears, followed by Commander Armando Acosta. We get into 2 cars, the guards in 2 others, and leave rapidly for an unknown destination. Soon, we arrive in a field on the outskirts of the city, and as people in the nearby houses look out their windows, Fidel shows Acosta his fields of alfalfa and other grazing grasses. He explains at length the different varieties of pasture growing in regular rows in the field, telling him how much time it takes each one to grow, how much water it requires and whether it's better for the cows to graze it directly or cut. He shows us the rows cut down 3 days ago, new shoots already peeking through the red soil. He's ecstatic, this land can produce pasture so fast, and in such quantities, that soon Cuba will be one of the major meat exporting countries in the world. It seems the pasture is less good for milk, but given the enormous quantities of animals needed for meat, there would be enough milk to cover the country's needs and even produce cheese. After another quick drive, we arrive at a farm. A small man in military garb greets us, and a great wolf dog greets its owner. Behind the abandoned house, cows munch on the alfalfa from the fields we just visited. Fidel stops to look at each and asks how many quarts of milk they're giving morning and night. The same interrogation is repeated at another stall where the cows are served a different menu. Then we cross a big garden to the bullpen, and Fidel tries unsuccessfully to provoke the bull so he'll show Pic a good charge. Fidel talks at length with the plant manager in front of the house, where cases of empty milk bottles are stacked. Then we head back to Calle Once. It's almost night, and Fidel wants to rest, or maybe continue his course on grazing with Acosta. He promises to come to the hotel at 11. February 25th. He arrived after dining in an Italian restaurant, saying he should stay on a diet. He went into the bathroom, came out, asked to borrow a comb, went back to comb his hair, then, going toward the sofa asked, "How shall I sit?" The first questions were about foreign trade and Fidel said more or less the same things I'd already heard. No country had to trade with Cuba, but it was important for every country to trade freely. When they asked him about the embargo, he said gaily, "When you talk to an Englishman, you realize that the only ones who are still out of step are the Americans." He believes Johnson's goal is to discredit the Republicans. Otherwise, how to explain his behavior? Finally, rubbing his ear, he says, "It's a good thing Pic isn't asking me what I think of France's nuclear policy." He stayed another half hour, long enough to discuss the organization of the cultural and tourist office being planned for Paris, complimenting Pic on his appointment proposals, budget, and plans. On the back of an advertisement for an organized trip to Cuba, he wrote a letter to the new ambassador in Paris, asking him to do everything possible to support the project. He smiled expansively, reading out loud, "I'm writing you from Pic's room where we've just agreed on everything, in the best Sierra Maestra style, without formalities." February 26th. Yesterday, I was supposed to meet with Celia, but I waited half an hour on a bench in front of Calle once, where the guards offered me a Coke and some cookies. Then Vallejo appeared, saying she couldn't see me. He borrowed a car from the escorts and took me back to the hotel. Today at 4:30, he called to say Celia would see me in half an hour. I was not taken to the apartment I'd glimpsed Sunday with Raul, but to the one facing it. The living room windows with wooden shutters look out onto the street and the white-painted villa opposite, where the guards and cars sleep. The room is decorated in black and white, a black rug with big white flowers, rocking chairs upholstered in black and white cowhides, a modern black and white geometric table, a white sofa and bookcase. In the bay, which perhaps was once a terrace, there are delicate wrought iron chairs, exotic dolls on a corner table and a big office pencil sharpener. In the bookcase, alongside animal statues and a few glass objects, Heidegger, St. Augustine, Dead Souls, Captain Fracas. A small, dark-haired woman appears from a narrow hallway. A long necklace of sculpted wood graces a light gray, belted woolen dress with very large low-mounted sleeves. Celia sits in the corner of the sofa, near a telephone with a long cord, and puts down a sheaf of papers. "Come sit in this chair here, closer, so I can," she gestures vaguely toward the phone. We had met last year, but I had never spoken to her. As usual, I haven't prepared anything, but there are various gaps in my information that I hope Celia can fill. What did Elena Gil do before she headed the Macarenko? She was a telephone operator. She seems perfect as head of a large school. You're right. She was a national leader in the Women's Federation, and Fidel, who has a talent for discovering other people's talents, realized she was a born educator. He put her in charge of the first evening schools for home workers, and after that, the entire organization of the Anna Betancourt and the Macarenko. She's really an extraordinary woman. Celia asked me how the interview with Raul went. I told her about our discussion of the revolutionary tribunals. I don't know why people were afraid of Raul, I don't know where that story started that he was cruel, pitiless, etc., but already in the Sierra, it was like that. Then when his men get to know him, they become very attached to him. What about Morgan? He was a real filibusterer. She shakes her head. There's no doubt about him, he was a terrible adventurer. Now, we're almost at the end of the last little groups of counter-revolutionaries in the Escambray, thanks to our educational efforts among the peasants. But do you know why there were counter-revolutionaries precisely in the Escambray? Why it became their last refuge? Because during the war, the first columns that arrived in that area were precisely those of Morgan and his friends. Che arrived much later, to prepare the offensive of Santa Clara. Morgan's men weren't real revolutionaries, they didn't treat the peasants the same way as the Barbudos in the Sierra, they didn't have the same principles that Fidel, Raul, Camilo, and Che imposed. Really, they didn't deserve to be part of our army. And because of those poor representatives, the local peasants had a very wrong impression of the revolution, some collaborated out of fear or interest, but mainly, they did it because what they saw was the least authentic part of the rebel army. That's why Fidel thought the only way to combat the counter-revolution in the Escambray was to re-educate its inhabitants, family by family. So we brought them to Havana for a year. The girl in charge of this project had been Juan Almeida's secretary, and she did a remarkable job. When Fidel decided on this plan, she went to the Escambray to talk with the families, explain the project and help them prepare for the move. Once here, she organized everything, following through one step at a time. But what do these people do in Havana? They had all been involved in one way or another in the counter-revolution. The men go to re-education centers, the children go to a special school, and the mothers are at home where they learn about hygiene, how to keep house, because, of course, up there, they lived in bohías. They can also take sewing classes and elementary school classes, but afterwards, they're sent to live in a collective farm in modern houses, and they need to know what that is. No. While a young girl served coffee, I asked about the children I'd seen Sunday. Yes, they're always around too. What do you mean too? Well, the neighbors' kids come here to play, and on weekends, I have to look after the ones from the Sierra who are scholarship students at Tarara, also 3 Uruguayan children whose mother's last wish was that they come here, and a Brazilian boy, Fidelito, who ran away from home to come here. What happened to the Uruguayan children? The mother had been married to a rich Cuban who lived there and eventually died. She was very active in the Uruguayan Women's Association, and when she went to Moscow for the last International Women's Conference, she found out that she was terminal ill. They told her that if she wasn't operated on within 6 months, she would die. She returned to Uruguay with only one idea, to come here with the children, so if she died, the husband's family couldn't prevent them from coming. She started the paperwork, but it took several months for the Cuban Federation to make the arrangements. So we had to take her straight to the hospital, where she died a few weeks later. I went to see her several times. She was mainly concerned about the children, terrified that her husband's family would make them go back to Uruguay. They tried to, but she had legally entrusted the children to the Cuban revolutionary government. One of them lives with me, and Haiti has the other two. What about the children from the Sierra? Who are they, and why do they come here? Well, don't you see? They were always coming to our camps, fascinated by the barbudos. There was one who was always saying he didn't want to be a rebel, because their life was too difficult. They're the children whose families sold us food, and without whose support we wouldn't have been able to survive. Do you think we can forget that? As soon as the war was over, Fidel sent for all those kids to whom he'd promised that, one day, they would go to school. We brought them to Havana as scholarship students, and they're doing fine. One is already in pilot training school. And since their families are back there, they got in the habit of coming here Saturday and Sunday, and we give them their spending money. You mean the government, right? What column would we put this money in? It's 5 pesos a week times 20. Of course, my salary isn't enough, so what do you think? I take it from the presidential palace, of course. She says this with obvious gusto. Whatever I can't attribute to a ministry, I charge to the palace. Like the woolen blankets and other things we send to the families in the Sierra. Once in a while, I send an account to a minister, if it makes sense, and I get telephone calls from Che, who goes crazy, or from someone else who says, "What are these 20 sweaters you want me to account for, this aspirin?" When I tell them it's for the Sierra, they tear their hair out, but they shut up. But if you're still sending them things, isn't that a bit paternalistic? Doesn't it mean that the revolution hasn't been able to do for them what they hoped for? From what I've seen of the Sierra, I know it's almost impossible to drastically improve their living conditions because of the isolation. I know they can't bring water and gas to isolated homes, yet paternalism doesn't sit well. Maybe you don't understand. We aren't doing these things out of paternalism, nor because the revolution didn't do what it promised. We do it to return their hospitality, a hospitality we'll never forget. If they had new houses, instead of basics, we'd send them superfluous things. The problem of the Sierra is very difficult. You have to convince people to move to the plains, but do you know why those people ended up there? They're plains farmers who were expropriated by the big landowners and couldn't find other work. So they went to the mountains and planted things that can grow in that terrain, mainly coffee. But you can't mechanize in the mountains. Little by little, they'll understand. Many of them, especially families whose children have gone to study in the city with government scholarships, have begun to understand. We'll find a place for all of them, but not by coercion. We're building new schools in the Sierra, not like the rural ones that were there before, where the children had to walk 3 or 4 kilometers morning and afternoon, but boarding schools for 300 or 400 students. 2 of them will open this year. I told Celia I'd admired them during my trip and realized we'd been talking for 2 hours. I tried to leave, but she protested, "Don't go yet. Let me rest, I haven't slept in almost 2 weeks. Why don't you go to sleep?" "Well, I can't sleep now." I remembered what Fidel had said about revolutions being made at 20, and I asked Celia whether she would do it over again. The other night, I was talking to my sisters about those days. We practically never had time to tell each other what happened during the years we were separated, when it was so difficult to communicate, so one evening, we got caught up. They told me how they'd found out that I'd been arrested. One of the members of the police who'd arrested me knew my father. I didn't realize it, but he'd recognized me and told him. And how did it end? By the time he'd told, I had already escaped. Fidel had changed camps and asked me to accompany 3 boys to various places to set up communication points. At the last village, I was waiting for them to come back, walking along the road, when I heard a police car behind me, and they arrested me. Suspecting there were other agents in the area, one group went on a search, while the other took me to a cafe to wait. I was terrified at the thought the boys would be caught. Finally, after several hours, I couldn't stand it anymore. I asked if I could buy some cigarettes, got up and went to the counter. Then I sat down again, and a few minutes later, I took out a coin, and showing it, asked the girl if she also had chewing gum. She said yes, and I came up again, without asking permission, casually, with the coin in my hand. She bent over to look for the chiclets, and I started to run. I ran like crazy through the crowd, with those 2 behind me, expecting them to shoot. I managed to lose them by hiding in a field outside the village, where I walked for hours, bent over, till I came out on another road. The first car that passed was my garage man. I told him I'd had a breakdown and could he take me to my car. I guided him to the meeting place, and when I saw the boys, I told him they were mechanics and would take care of my car. Luckily, they hadn't been found. Another time, I had to take a bus at 5 a.m. I pretended to be pregnant, and another one of our girls also came, pretending not to know me, so the bus wouldn't be empty, and I wouldn't stand out. When we got halfway to Manzanillo de Santiago, the driver stopped, asked if we wanted some coffee and got out. Thinking there must be a little cafe, I got out without looking. Then I saw the chauffeur meant to get his coffee at a military camp. I had to follow him to the officers' mess, climbing over piles of sandbags. When we finished our coffee, an officer arrived, and seeing my stomach, he called a soldier to move the sandbags out of the way. It was easy to imagine this rather small, thin woman as a courier, light, quick, and resistant. It was easy to erase the neatly done hair, the lightly painted lips, the brows corrected with a pencil and see the clandestine Celia, the plain Celia and the Sierra Celia, who didn't hesitate to go to the front line with a machine gun, but who, according to Carlos Franchi, was afraid of mice. It was easy, because, finally, she was still the same. Actually, not much had changed in her life. she drove around alone and survived on 2 or 3 hours of sleep, drinking coffee, and being tired. I spent the cyclone on the floor, next to the telephone, writing frantically on any piece of paper I could find. Look here. She stood up quickly, opened a cabinet and took out a pile of papers of various sizes and colors. Here's a big envelope that I opened flap by flap, until it was completely flat. It was covered with writing in all directions, like a mosaic. Here's the farm report. Fidel wanted to know how many quarts of milk his cows had given. Then there were the weather reports, the wind movements. They phoned me from the observatory, and I phoned the reports to Fidel in Orient. Once in a while, I dropped off on the floor between calls. It doesn't look like you're very organized. I would have had a bed brought out here, or at least I would have been lying on the couch. You're right. I've never been very good at organization. But you can't make a revolution in an orderly way, and in fact, we're still living as though we were in the Sierra. It really isn't possible to live differently. The days are full of unexpected events. I never know what Fidel will be doing 5 minutes from now, so I can't plan my own work. I almost never go to the palace, because I have to stay here, and staying here, I'm not a model of organization. She says this gaily, as when she tells about running till she was out of breath, or when she shows me the envelope with the mosaic from the cyclone, gaily and with that unusual voice, not soft, but warm. When you see her for the first time, she looks rather severe, and it doesn't occur to you to analyze why this woman has always been by Fidel's side ever since the Sierra. Perhaps it's not only because she's intelligent, courageous, and classy, but also because she shares Fidel's ability to experience even the most difficult situations with a child's enthusiasm. When you were in the Sierra, all that time, when you were fighting, with all those difficulties, I wonder, did you clench your teeth with that obstinacy that comes from knowing you're going to win, or with the feeling that all this might be of no use, but it was worth doing, that you had to try? My curiosity is purely psychological, but Celia's answer confirms the hypothesis I had elaborated, piece by piece, about the Barbudo's political evolution. Well, she said, taking a long puff of her strong cigarette, equivalent to a French Gitan, that wasn't exactly how it was. We didn't think it would happen so quickly. I thought she was talking about the victory over Batista. But she was referring to what had happened after that. The people showed themselves to be more mature than we thought, and the circumstances gave the situation an unexpected boost. I grabbed the ball, my original question no longer as important. What even Americans in good faith can't accept is that Fidel lied when they asked him in the Sierra whether he was a communist, and he said no. Actually, he wasn't really lying. He had his ideas, but he wasn't a communist. You see, wanting social reforms, having Marxist ideas, doesn't necessarily mean you're a communist. It isn't a simple question of conviction. Only now can Fidel say he's a real communist, and that isn't given to everyone. I understand there's a difference between the communist definition of a communist and that of an anti-communist. For the communist, it's a title you have to earn. For the anti-communist, it's enough for a person to espouse the goals of communism to be considered, for all practical purposes, a communist. And I'm sure you know that's what the Americans meant when they asked Fidel if he was a communist, because they don't know that another criterion exists. Maybe so, but strategically, it would have been really stupid for him to say, at that time, that he was a communist. Assuming the Americans wouldn't have wiped us out like flies, the people would have been afraid of us, instead of having confidence. You don't realize what anti-communist propaganda was like during the Batista era. Or maybe you do, but you don't realize how people fell for it. During the Second World War, of course there was a lot of anti-Japanese propaganda. Well, soon after the war, when the government announced that a Japanese ship was to dock in Manzanillo, the people living in the port area fled. But when the Japanese came off the ship, and little by little began to interact with the population, and people saw they weren't going to eat the children, they all became friends. It was the same thing with the communists, people thought they took children from their families. You couldn't even pronounce the word communism. Once, there was a big headline in the papers that said, Cuba is selling sugar to the Soviet Union, but with the permission of the United States. She asks me who I've seen for my book. You didn't see Guglielmo Garcia, commander of the Western Army? He's a very interesting man. He's also interested in cows. Wait while I call him. After several fruitless attempts to connect, how are you Guglielmo, what's new, how many liters of milk did your cow give? 15. You know Fidel's black gave 17, and the other 16. What are they eating? Right, I'll tell him, I think he wants you to try to alfalfa, half and half with the other. And we'll see which one gives more, right? Say, Guglielmo, I have a French journalist here I'd like you to see. In fact, it's an order. When? Tomorrow at 4:30, okay. Bye, Guglielmo. February 27th. I met Sarita, the ethnologist's filmmaker friend, in the lobby. She was on her way to meet with members of a Russian film delegation. She isn't going to see their film, because it's in cinemascope and color, and the more of that stuff you have, the more it's likely to be ugly, so I'll have to get ICAIC to let me visit them in their room. What do you expect? This is an underdeveloped country, but a fascinating one. I was on my way to see Garcia. His headquarters is at Santiago de Las Vegas, where Italo Calvino, the Italian writer, was born, out beyond the airport. I hadn't asked for the exact address, assuming the taxi would know where it was. Instead, we had to drive around for half an hour and ask 5 or 6 people. Finally, near the gate of a fenced-off area in the middle of nowhere, we see soldiers playing basketball. We wait while the guard telephones. He comes back looking worried. Garcia isn't in. He ushers me into an office where an officer tells me that I can talk to Garcia's aide-de-camp. I walk through a field to a large villa surrounded by a garden that had been hidden by the jeeps, buses, and cars parked everywhere. I'm accompanied by a boy from Santiago who was a messenger in the Sierra and has been in Havana for 5 years. Garcia is expected. I wait. They offer me coffee and go about their business. The furniture in the living room is covered, as if the owners had left on vacation. I hear music. Soldiers come and sit on couches, smoke, exchange a few words, read the papers, go out, all with a kind of shyness. At one point 2 men in civilian clothes, maybe gardeners or drivers, ask a very young boy where he's from, and they talk about their provinces. The office door is open, and people are talking, phoning, typing. Officers go up and down the stairs. One of them sits at the dining table to clean the cover of an accounting ledger. A militiaman passes through, pushing a bicycle. Como va? Bien y usted? Everyone greets me, if only with a nod. At 6, I leave. Garcia is still in a meeting with Raul. Outside, it feels like autumn. February 28th. I'm greeted at Garcia's headquarters by the aide-de-camp. He gestures toward the veranda and asks me to wait. Beyond a glass door is a classroom, with 2 men seated on either side of a table. I go into the office and ask to use the phone. The 2 soldiers continue to talk on other phones. Suddenly, a short round man with a shaved head and a sheaf of papers under his arm is standing there, and I realize it's Garcia waiting for me. On the classroom walls are large maps of the world, but the conversation is about agriculture. Every military base has agricultural land, which should allow it to be self-sufficient in rice, malanga, and corn. We study the soil and climate to determine what should be grown in each area. We're also experimenting with cattle raising. We sent 43 soldiers who grew up in the country to the Soviet Union to study agriculture. How do they manage if they don't know Russian? First, they learn the language. Is it worth it? More than worth it? I understand the soldiers help with the sugar harvest. They do, with their arms by their side, ready for any emergency. If there's an attack, they won't have to go back to their barracks. He only wants to talk about agriculture. We help draw up the country's overall plans. For example, if a province has to build a road, they let the army know, so we can say whether the road is in the best possible place as far as our needs are concerned. But it's not only a military question. Our soil and hydraulic studies help determine important economic decisions. The government tries to coordinate knowledge and capabilities in all areas before starting on a project, to be as rational as possible. The aide-de-camp knocks on the door, salutes and asks if he can serve lunch. Whenever you're ready. As if in a demonstration of efficiency, meat, salad, rice, and malanga are on the table. Soup arrives immediately from the kitchen. After the usual dessert of marmalade and yellow cheese and a strong, sweet coffee, Garcia calls for a car to take me back to town. February 29th. Today, I met an Ecuadorian doctor I'd seen at the pool several weeks ago. He'd told me he was here on vacation, and I was surprised to see him still around. I'm waiting to leave. They make me wait, there aren't any seats. But why are you leaving? He grips the edge of the pool, and I realize he looks very tired. The truth is, I came to Havana to break my contract and ask to return to my country. Why? The Ecuadorian looks even sadder. I can't stand it any longer. What did they do to you? He looks desperate, turns around in the water. It's very difficult to work here. There's a lot of resentment, jealousy. You mustn't know more than the Cuban doctors, even if you're there to direct. They gang up on you, you're isolated. They conspire. I can't work like this, and I'm alone, far from my family, in a provincial town. I feel like a dog. I can't take it any longer. How long was your contract for? A year. And how long have you been here? 7 months. And you can't resist another 5 months. Wouldn't it be simpler? It doesn't seem as though the reasons warrant breaking a contract. I know, but I can't take it any longer. You have to have a minimum of serenity to do this kind of work. I'm not a butcher. As usual, I want to find a solution. Why don't you bring your family? He shrugs. That could be a solution, but no, my salary wouldn't be enough. I have 6 children. Life is difficult in the provinces. I'm afraid if they come, things will be worse. How much do you earn? 700 a month. I think a family can live on that. Of course, but I don't know how my wife would take it, with the rationing. We'd have to find a house. It's not easy. I don't want to risk making things worse. It's better I leave. I'd already heard several stories like this. One day in the lobby, I met a Spanish doctor who had been on the plane with me, and now he had a very serious expression. His wife was sick, she had to have an operation. They were sending her back to Europe. Later, I heard he'd given up his job. In general, the Cubans have great respect for the socialist technicians, but I've heard that South American technicians, who often come from countries which are more developed than Cuba, such as Argentina or Chile, seem to be saying, let's help these poor, underdeveloped Cubans, with a superior, paternalistic air, even though, according to the Cubans, they aren't necessarily more knowledgeable. March 1st. Last night was the first night of Carnival. I went with Alberto, Pedro, and Sarita to see the parade. The Campidoglio was so crowded that you couldn't put one foot in front of the other, and the windows along the Prado had become box seats. It was an extraordinary spectacle, even for someone who doesn't like parades. Lit by the archaic projectors, all the colors were very sharp. The poverty had been replaced by a fairy tale. The floats, representing a ministry or a production area, were taller than the buildings and had orchestras and dancing girls. Alternating with the floats were the dance groups I'd seen rehearsing. Around 1 a.m., We accompanied Sarita home on foot. There were no taxis, and the buses were always full. On the way back, we stopped to see a street dance. When we returned to the Campidoglio, it was 2 in the morning, and the parade was still going on. We walked down the Prado, lined with stalls serving beer in huge paper cups. From time to time, a line of dancers would crash into the crowd of walkers. Behind us came the Star Compars, the army motorcycle acrobats. The Orient drums were the last float, 50 of them, an incredible variety of pots and pans, banged with forks and knives, making a strangely joyful, diabolical racket. Behind the float, a seemingly endless crowd followed on foot. At the end of the paseo, the street cleaners were already at work, picking up the paper cups. The carnival has to be the most organized thing I've seen here so far. Chapter X. A political trial. March 17. I went to Mexico for 2 weeks to buy some books on Latin America, and last night, I got caught up on everything that had happened during my absence. Fidel gave an unexpected speech at the first conference on emulation. He said that automobiles would continue to be more and more scarce, but that it didn't matter, because brains will acquire wheels, and intelligence wings. He gave a beret with a star and a car to Reynaldo Castro, an incredible cane cutter, who said President Dordicos and he should also get diplomas. Che's workers immediately voted to give him one before he left for an international economic conference in Geneva, where a very old law forbids anyone from wearing a military uniform in public. Because Che wouldn't bend to the rule, the UN told the Swiss that he wouldn't be in Switzerland, but in United Nations territory. The papers are talking about a trial that ended today against a certain Marcos Rodriguez, accused of having denounced 4 members of the student directory that participated in the attack on the presidential palace in 1957. He was arrested a first time in '59, but released for lack of evidence. He went to Czechoslovakia on a scholarship, where he was again arrested. The district attorney asked for the death penalty. One of the main witnesses was Forcoman, a former member of the directory, member of the National Committee of the PURS, United Revolutionary Socialist Party, and Transport Minister. The papers carried a summary of his testimony. March 18. After the dry climate of Mexico, the humidity of Cuba seems oppressive. However, it does not seem to deter the habaneros, who dance in the park across the street from the Habana Libre until 2 in the morning or simply enjoy ice cream or perros calientes, hot dogs, at the soda stand. Those who sleep on the ocean side of the hotel can hear militiamen marching and backyard rooster calls at the crack of dawn. This is a strange country, simultaneously laid back and ready to fight. They say Marco Rodriguez wasn't tried sooner because he was protected by a certain Edith Bucaca, an old member of the Communist Party, who is now on the Cultural Council. March 19. The paper's headline Rodriguez's death sentence, and Ciquitrolo, as usual, puts his foot in his mouth, saying the condemnation is good for the revolution, but the facts about his protection should be published. March 20. The talk is all about Forcoman's reference to the role of Edith Bucaca in the Marcos affair. Some say it's a fight to the death between the members of the ex-Communist Party, the PSP, and those of the ex-Directory, within the new United Party of the Revolution. March 21. On the first page of Hoy, under the title Coman's Declaration should be published, a letter from Fidel lambastes the confusion some troublemakers are having fun. They pretend to give civics lessons and dare to insinuate that the revolution is afraid to let this trial see the light of day, that it's hiding something. They say that the transcription of Forcoman's declaration was very bad and had to be reviewed by the authorities. Let it be published. As Prime Minister of the revolutionary government, I request that the trial be reopened for further evidence. That insofar as possible it be open to the public, and that anyone who wants to rebut accusations or insinuations against themselves be heard. Let's discuss everything there is to discuss. Let all appear at this trial as required and let it be judged from both a moral and a legal point of view. Automatically, When someone is sentenced to death, there is a second trial, not to appeal the verdict, but the sentence. The new trial will also serve to air the controversy between two of the groups who made the revolution, the communist left and the liberal organization called the Directory. The 26th of July movement is situated between these two extremes and will have to serve as mediator. Fidel's letter is like a bomb, saying out loud what many were whispering. Now, everyone rushes to read Koeman's declaration. It says that the Directory had suspected Marcos Rodriguez right from the beginning and had never lost track of him. It knew he'd spent a lot of money in exile and in Costa Rica, and that the Batista government had paid for part of his travels. While in Prague, he'd been told by Aníbal Escalante to wait. Declaring that it was sectarian to put members of the PSP in key jobs after the revolution, Koeman declared, Marcos Rodriguez was tried, but history will judge the phenomenon that produced him, which must be analyzed so it can serve the revolution. To prove that Rodriguez was a product of sectarianism, Koeman read a letter the young man wrote from jail to Bucaca's husband, Commander Joaquim Ordoquay, also an old PSP militant. In it, Marcos revealed that he'd been a mole for the PSP within the Directory. This is an insult. Is this what revolutionaries do, infiltrate another group of fighters, spying on every move? This was a bad way to fight and it gave the revolution a bad name. Apparently, Marcos claimed that after his first arrest in 1959, he proposed to Ordoquay to publicly declare his innocence, but that Ordoquay, as a party member, had refused to allow it. Koeman explained why. This was a difficult time in which the three parties still had to work out their differences, and it would have been very dangerous for the revolution if Marcos had tried to hide behind the PSP for a crime committed against 4 members of the Directory. Koeman ended his testimony, by judging Marcos Rodriguez, we are also burying sectarianism. It's a bit confused, as if Koeman himself doesn't know exactly where he wants to go with all this. But it makes good copy. March 23. This morning, I went to the press office to get on the list of journalists to be admitted to the trial, but when I arrived at the courtroom, I almost had my clothes ripped off. There weren't enough seats for the journalists, so we were free to sit wherever we could. In the confusion, I found myself right behind the prosecutor, Santiago Cuba. The first witness was the accused. From behind his black-rimmed glasses, he doesn't look a villain. He's more like a ghost on which someone hung a white shirt whose sleeves are too long, either a ghost or a walking dead man. I wonder if he's been drugged but gradually become convinced that his state is more psychological than physical. When he's questioned, not even the court can hear his answers. Several times, they have to interrupt the hearing so the technicians can adjust the microphone closer to his mouth, because he's incapable of moving. The trial is transmitted by radio and filmed by ICAIC, the strobe lights adding to the heat. The hearing started at 2, and those who managed to get in have been here since morning. Many seem exhausted, but they don't miss a beat. Marcos says he belonged to a socialist youth organization and used his friendship with a member of the Directory, Jorge Valle, to report on the Directory's doings. He gave the names of his companions and described the organization's functioning, saying he was in the central cell. Various members of the Directory who had gone into exile after the attack on the presidential palace testify, not very convincingly, that Marcos had a lot of money in exile, although his family was poor. Then the widow of one of the boys assassinated by the police following Marcos's denunciation appears. They had hidden in an apartment belonging to a friend of Marcos, and Marcos had come to see them every day. Then they were surprised by the police and shot while trying to escape. According to Marcos, he had denounced them after they teased him about his lack of courage and his equivocal friendships. A philosophy PhD, who had friends in the Directory, testified that she'd helped Marcos take refuge in the Brazilian embassy after the papers reported that a certain Marcos Rodriguez had managed to escape through the window. She read several letters from Marcos in exile, in which he told how the fiancé of one of the victims had sent him money to visit her in Argentina. The last witness is for Koeman. He sits down, back straight, head high, beard pointed, his arms straight in front of him, his two beautiful hands on the witness table, palms and fingers spread out. As he speaks, I get the impression the trial is a pretext to tell his bravery, in great detail, including events that have little to do with finding out whether Marcos Rodriguez should get the death sentence, or whether he was protected by a member of the Socialist Party. Everything is murky, as in his first testimony. The facts may be true, but the delivery is so pretentious that he becomes insufferable. March 24. CUBA Theater. The first witnesses of the day are the university students that Marcos identified as his contacts in the socialist youth. They all deny he was a member of the organization and claim there weren't cells, but nucleuses and a central bureau. The most convincing testimony is that of Cesar Gomez, the only one who seems to be saying things because they're true and not because it gives him any satisfaction to contradict the word of an informer. At every new testimony, the audience reacts loudly, as in a movie theater. The loudest reaction came during the appearance of Jorge Valle, Marcos's friend and ex-member of the directory. Valle, notwithstanding the audience's marked antipathy, manages to defend himself against Forcoman's accusations that he and other friends of Marcos were expelled from the directory because they had dropped out of the attack on the presidential palace. According to Valle, he was the founder of the directory, and the break had come a year before the attack on April 13, 1956, precisely because the two groups disagreed on the reason for carrying it out. Valle and his friends were to be autonomous, but while they were waiting in an apartment for the time of the battle, they argued, and finally, having decided to go and sleep in another place, had remained without orders. Alfredo Guevara tells matter-of-factly how he helped Edith Bucaca obtain a scholarship for Marcos to study in Czechoslovakia. Then Bucaca was called to the stand. The prosecutors first dealt with the accusation against her, i.e., Marcos's oral and written confessions that during his Mexican exile, he had told her that he was the Humboldt Street informer, and that she had assured him that if he showed he was repentant and proved he was a good revolutionary, he would be pardoned. But Edith Bucaca stunned the courtroom, revealing that there had been a confrontation between herself and Marcos in the presence of Dorticos, Fidel, Blas Roca, and Forcoman, during which Marcos denied having confessed his crime to her. He claimed a police agent had suggested the story during his verbal confession. The agent was called, and during this confrontation, Marcos again recanted. The unanimous conclusion from the confrontation was that Marcos had invented the entire story, and that Bucaca was definitely not guilty. In conclusion, Bucaca said what she thought of Forcoman for having testified twice without mentioning the confrontation, although he had appeared convinced of her innocence at the time. The deposition of Bucaca's elderly, white-haired husband, Commander Joaquin Ordoquay, was pitiful. This trial will probably be fatal to him. He says more or less the same things as his wife, adding that when they were all in Mexico, Marcos asked him to get him into the Socialist Party, which seems to confirm the fact that he hadn't been a member before. But that's not all. Carlos Rafael testified on Marcos's character during his first years in Havana. He'd been recommended for a job by a regional socialist group, and a cultural magazine had hired him to clean its offices. But Marcos wasn't happy, he wanted an intellectual job. When they wouldn't give him one, he became slipshod and got on everyone's nerves. Finally, they had to fire him. Cesar Escalante, the brother of Anibal, who was exiled for sectarianism, is now quite ill. His testimony makes an enormous impression, the most of any so far. Like Anibal, he's an old party militant, he's passionate, totally dedicated to the revolution and to the discipline of his party. He defends his brother with moving courage, but without denying his faults. He talks about their youth and the long years of struggle. We were profoundly sectarian, but this would never have caused us to denounce someone. Sectarianism doesn't lead to betrayal. Although it can't be justified, our sectarianism can be explained. We were persecuted, ostracized, shunned by all, because we defended an ideal. Forecoman, ex-head of the Directory, says that Marcos is a product of sectarianism and insinuates that Anibal, now in exile, protected him, making no effort to dissipate the accusations against Edith Bucaca. Caesar warmly defended his absent brother, but who can defend Edith Bucaca? As we leave the trial room among whispered comments, a rumor circulates that Fidel will testify tomorrow. March 25. The various policemen involved in the Marcos case testify. Behind the scenes, like a professor during final exams, is Ramirito. After interrogating his client on the first day, the defense lawyer, Grillo Longo, has hardly spoken. During the break, when we line up for sandwiches in the hallway, he's surrounded by a crowd of students. He's very engaging, and has a good reputation, inspiring confidence even when silent. At first, we didn't understand that he has a strategy, but now we see it. He asks one of the men who had interrogated Marcos for months whether he had ever thought to request a psychiatric evaluation. According to our rules, when we interrogate prisoners, we know they're in perfect health, both physical and mental, because we have the means to determine this. We always take great precautions so that when prisoners are about to be interrogated or are about to make declarations about the acts in which they participated, they're in perfect health. I believe the witness hasn't understood the question, says the lawyer. The president had to repeat it twice in order to get the witness to say that the accused's state of health was evaluated by the interrogator, not by a psychiatrist. The last witness of the day is not Fidel, but Dorticos, who, with his usual calm, delivers a new coup de theater. After relating how the Marcos case came to his attention, how Ordoquai had asked him to intervene in favor of the boy, following the letter that Marcos had written him, and without knowing that, meanwhile, Marcos had confessed, he asks the court's permission to play the recording of the confrontation between Marcos and Bucaca in the presence of the members of the party secretariat and of Forecoman. They can't get Marcos to say why he declared in his oral and written confessions that he had told everything to Bucaca. During the confrontation with her, he says that wasn't exactly what happened, that he had spoken to her very vaguely of a revolutionary who had betrayed other revolutionaries, without referring to himself or to the Humboldt Street incident. It appears plausible that Marcos had told something of the sort to Bucaca, whether or not she realized he was referring to himself. Notwithstanding Marcos's obvious tendency to lie and to foment intrigues, things are probably more subtle than both parties pretend. The young Marcos apparently inspired maternal or paternal feelings, and according to Bucaca's and Ordoquai's testimony, this was certainly the case in his relations with them from the time of the exile they shared. By now, everyone hates Marcos, with all his maneuvers, lies and contradictions. If they shoot him, it will probably be more out of contempt than for his betrayal. On the other hand, if the political battle is really deeper than this story lets on, they will have to shoot him in order to eliminate once and for all the suspicion that he was protected by an important person or group. All the men in the government who testified until now began their declaration saying they thought Marcos was not only guilty, but that he deserved to be severely punished. The terms they used left no doubt about the nature of the punishment. Yet, from a purely legal point of view, few foreign observers would agree on the death sentence for someone so obviously full of complexes. Tomorrow's session will take place in the evening. Fidel will testify, and it will be televised. March 26. Yesterday, Cesar Escalante became angry with the press for the way they reported on the trial, saying they were fomenting gossip. This morning's Revolucion published an editorial on the first page entitled "Always Tell the Truth," in which it strenuously denies having sought to provoke a scandal, pointing out that the press's function is to inform. It was excruciatingly hot in the courtroom, due to the floodlights, when, a little after 9, the president called Fidel to the stand. Without his beret, his hair freshly washed, wearing an impeccably ironed shirt, he entered from the back, as had the other witnesses. As he walked decisively toward the microphone to be sworn in, we saw that he was carrying 3 or 4 large envelopes under his arm. He spoke until 1 a.m., while the public yawned, twisting and turning on the hot, leather-covered chairs. The only person who gave no sign of discomfort was the accused. From my seat in the front row, I saw that, as usual, he just sat there without blinking for more than 4 hours, head bent, almost lifeless. Fidel divided the question into 2 parts, one legal and the other political, beginning with the legal part. After Dordico's recording, it didn't seem as though there could be any more surprises. From Fidel, we were expecting a summary of the whole story, but instead, he had his own coup de theater. He'd interrogated Marcos after the first hearing, and from one of his large envelopes extracted the typed copy of the interview. Really, it was no pleasure for me to conduct this interrogation, but I decided to do it. I'll try to read it so it's clear which one of us is speaking, sometimes saying the name, sometimes just following along. I would appreciate it if journalists would avoid putting anything I said in this man's mouth and vice versa. Fidel, perhaps you feel that all these negotiations are superfluous, you would like the end to be near and that all this be over, you know you did something really bad. Marcos: yes, I do. Fidel: if you had a chance to not do harm, to do good, would you take it, at this time? Marcos: I would like to give my entire life to the revolution, but at the same time, I understand that I am not to be given that opportunity, because by my fault, 4 companions died, due to my sectarian and 1,000 times contemptible mentality. Fidel: you promised to remain calm. Please note that I am referring to the opportunity, not of receiving a good, but of doing a good deed, notwithstanding you have been condemned to the highest punishment. I'm asking you, if you could choose between continuing to do evil even after dead or at least feeling a moment of satisfaction at behaving in a way to avoid further damage, would you choose to avoid further damage? Marcos: of course, certainly. Fidel then tries unsuccessfully to get Marcos to say why he returned to Cuba in 1959, right after the victory, without fear of being unmasked, knowing that Batista's police were now in the hands of the revolution. Marcos's explanations are vague. It's not clear whether he was conscious of the danger he was running, or whether he knew he would be protected. Fidel then tries to find out why Marcos didn't denounce the boys by phone. It was logical that Ventura, Batista's chief of police, knowing his identity, would try to hurt him or blackmail him into working for him. Once again, we go round in circles. Marcos's answer, as always, is confused, contradictory and not credible. In passing, Fidel praises the police officers who used their intelligence rather than violence to get Marcos's confession, making him think one of Ventura's men was still alive and could identify him. Then Fidel explained why Marcos was freed after being in jail for several weeks in 1959. It seems that the day after the widow of one of the victims signaled Marcos's presence in Havana and asked that the execution of 2 of Ventura's men be suspended so they could identify him, due to the disorganization of those first months after the victory and the lack of coordination among the various services, the 2 men were put to death before they could be confronted with Marcos. Then a confrontation with another of Ventura's agents was set up, however, after recognizing Marcos from a picture. When he saw him in person, he retracted. Fidel's explanation for this change was that at first the policeman had believed he could save his life by cooperating with the revolutionary government, and when he realized he would be executed, he decided not to cooperate. Fidel ended the examination of the legal aspect saying that in his opinion, there was no doubt about Marcos's guilt, nor about his sanity at the time of the crime, which was carried out in cold blood the day after he'd argued with the victims. Fidel then asked the president's permission to move on to the political aspect of the question. I quote him freely. We can wonder whether a courtroom is the right place for a revolutionary discussion, but I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Obviously, it would have been better to discuss these matters in another place, but circumstances force us to do it here. It would be logical to discuss these things within the party. However, the fact is that without meaning to, the companions that took part in this trial have given it a political character. I will try to be as serene as possible, and as fairly and objectively as possible, without prejudice against anyone, I will try to analyze the facts. The political nature of this trial is due mainly to the declarations by Commander Forecoman in the first trial. Could it have been Comrade Coman's intention to turn it into a political trial? Really, I don't think so. Was it a mistake by Comrade Coman, an erroneous interpretation of the circumstances that caused him to make this declaration? Honestly, I believe it was. Can we explain the reasons that may have pushed Comrade Coman to commit this mistake? I believe we can. Obviously, there were things that could preoccupy Comrade Coman, but he should have brought them to the attention of the party. Then Fidel referred to Ciquitrelo's campaign. They say they want a cup of light, of publicity. We could give 20 cups, and we could put these buffoons on the benches of the accused. But it's clear that the revolution doesn't need this. There's really no reason to use the revolution's overwhelming force to squash cockroaches. It would be like using a cannon to squash a cockroach. Fidel revealed that he'd been told about the Marcos affair a year ago, when he was preparing his first trip to the Soviet Union. To explain why he decided to get involved, he read long excerpts from Marcos's confession, which he took from another large envelope. We knew that Marcos had been arrested in Czechoslovakia, and it was rumored that he was suspected of working for the CIA. In his confession, there are details about his activity. The student had become a cultural attaché in the Cuban embassy and interpreted for diplomatic, military, and commercial delegations. The name of the ex-ambassador of Brazil in Cuba continued to be mixed up in the Marcos story. First in Havana, he'd taken refuge in the Brazilian embassy. A few years later, when Marcos was in Czechoslovakia, the Brazilian ambassador had been posted to Moscow and tipped Marcos off that he was about to be arrested, offering him money to escape to Brazil. Fidel said he would never have suggested a confrontation with Edith Bukaka, because that would imply putting the word of an informer on the same level as that of a revolutionary. He repeated that Forecoman was present during the confrontation, and that he had never let on that he had doubts about Bukaka's innocence. Then he went through the entire history of the revolutionary organization during the time of the struggle against Batista, and in the only amusing moment of the evening, apropos Forecoman's indignation over infiltrations, he said that at one point, as many as 360 people had infiltrated the 26th of July movement. It was a slap to Forecoman, even if delivered as a joke. But things don't go as well for the poor Ordoquai. He acted irresponsibly, said Fidel, on the part of an old communist. His behavior was rigorously condemnable. The public was exhausted, yet when at the end Fidel waxed lyrical, everyone recognized immediately the phrase that would become the slogan of the next few months. Referring to the need for the revolution to be united, and reviewing its unqualified triumphs, he said, "This is not only an idealist desire, it's a requirement of the people. It's a duty, it's a mandate of the revolution that everyone must respect. Then, we've created something bigger than ourselves. We're making a revolution much greater and, of course, much more important than ourselves. We're doing something that will resist the trials of time, that will resist all attacks, that is durable and eternal in time, except for ourselves, we who are nothing without the people, who have no force but that of the people. That is why we must behave responsibly, so that this revolution shall not devour its own children, so that the law of Saturn shall not rule. That factions not be overweening anywhere, because those are the threats of Saturn, that today cause some people to want to devour others." March 30th. Today, we heard closing arguments. Santiago Cuba did not seem very convinced of what he was saying, and to be truthful, because he spoke after the defense, there was little he could say. The tranquil Grillo Longo had been brilliant. Here, it was said that Marcos was an argumentative individual, unusual. Out of curiosity, out of duty, we took down the adjectives: rare, proud, vain, simulating, superb, argumentative, intriguing, lying, double personality, suspicious. And we wonder, Is it possible that a totally normal person can be all these things? Is it possible that a person can be all these things and be absolutely responsible for the acts he commits? Marcos's age at the moment of the crime should have been taken into account, because he was only 19. Also, current law does not say that the death penalty is mandatory for informing. Notwithstanding the brilliant defense, we have no hope that Marcos can be saved. It's unlikely that the judges would go against such a prestigious opinion as Fidel's or one as authoritative as Dordico's. Chapter 11. A Student Life. April 1st. With the trial over, we're back to observing everyday life, but it's as if we'd just been through a severe illness, full of tension and fatigue. April 2nd. I leave for Pina del Rio, the province that separates Havana from the eastern extremity of the island. The first stop is a 4-unit cement factory, only one of which was functioning before the revolution. Then, we arrive at the generating station the Russians are building at Mariel. The first of 4 50,000 kilowatts units is due to go online in a year. Lunch in a country restaurant, under a pergola of palm leaves, in front of the Bay of Mariel, where big cargo ships are anchored. A little further on is a sugar mill surrounded by cane fields, then a grain silo, more sugar, and we enter tobacco country. Finally, we arrive at the collective farm called Los Pinos, more widely known by its official designation, PR2. Before the revolution it was a latifundium belonging to Batista's sons, who did little with it, employing only 4 workers. The chauffeur wants at all cost to show me a hydroponic tomato farm, where, he says proudly, we're growing tomatoes to send to Canada. I insist it's tobacco I want to see, the houses and the mechanized barns. The car stops at the side of the road while the chauffeur and the party guide we picked up in San Cristobal get out to pick leaves. 2 men on horseback pass by, probably 2 workers from the collective farm. I realize that had I been on my way to visit a private farm, and these 2 figures had appeared just as they are now, looking neither arrogant nor servile, I would have supposed they were the owners. In the huge barns where the dry tobacco leaves are kept, I discover the real smell of tobacco. The workers' faces, old, lined, are just like the leaves. It's raining, and on the grass between 2 houses, a young worker is carefully washing a truck. The village, with its 1- and 2-story houses, each with a little flower garden in front, is built in the shape of a star around the school. Horses are tethered in front of the houses, there are also a few cars. In the corral in front of the stable, the cows' hooves are being washed with long rubber hoses for the mechanical milking. We stop for a ham sandwich at the PR2 snack bar on the main road. Tables with umbrellas are set up outside, and behind the bar is an ecstatic, time-warp mural, the Granma Landing and 15th century natives dressed in animal skins playing in front of caves. We sleep in a new tourist center in a beautiful landscape in Saroa. It's a bit like the Santiago Motel, well kept, with a rustic nightclub hidden among the trees, the pachanga playing till the wee hours. I enjoy a swim alone in the pool before dinner. Today we're off to Pina del Rio, the provincial capital, along a beautiful road. The countryside seems a bit less tropical, more like Europe. But Pina del Rio is inhospitable, the food is bad, the restaurant dirty. Punctuating the vast plain on the way to Vinales are the famous Magotes, strange square-shaped mountains, distinctly separate from each other. Núñez Jiménez is having prehistoric scenes painted on nearby Magotes, but it's too hot to make the trip on horseback. An early 20th century hotel with colored glass windows and brick floors caters to the tourists. In this relatively rich countryside, many houses still have no lights. The chauffeur explains that the old electricity grid is no longer sufficient to cope with increased needs, hence the new generators being built. April 4th. The Physical Planning Institute is part of the construction ministry. The young architects who work there hope that soon the government will decide to give it ministerial status, but the economists of the Central Planning Junta, JUSPLAN, want to be the sole authority over planning. They want physical planning to be hierarchically equal to the other planning entities which may eventually come into being in other ministries for other types of research. The architect who explains this to me is a young woman whose beauty is not typically Cuban. She's petite, thin, has naturally wavy short hair and isn't wearing any makeup. She's obviously used to being gawked at and remains seated on her high stool, pencil in hand, her huge green eyes lowered, waiting for the next question. Her name is Irma, and her husband, an Italian from Venezuela, is also a planner. She's 26, has a 10-year-old daughter, and stayed in Cuba, although her parents left. She has a university scholarship, studies from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., then works from 3 to 8 p.m. on construction ministry projects. Now, she's studying for her last architecture exams while helping design a town for 150,000 inhabitants. Several times during the last few months, she met with local authorities in Orient to discuss the project. I can't imagine her, with those eyes that would melt the toughest revolutionary, those delicate wrists, that soft voice, heading committee meetings with 50-year-old engineers, farmers, and party reps. Yet as she speaks, I begin to see that behind the modesty lies real authority. She explains that previous regimes gerrymandered administrative divisions to enable the candidate of the most powerful party to be elected. The result is endless subdivisions, unrelated to any historical, agricultural, or industrial considerations. Irma studies the natural characteristics, the soil, the subsoil, the vegetation, etc., in order to be able to determine the agricultural and industrial development best suited to each area. This part of her work is relatively easy. It's more difficult to come up with an administrative plan that will best serve both agricultural and industrial needs, often located in the same area. April 5. I had a conversation at an embassy party with a young Western diplomat recently arrived in Cuba. He tells me that opponents flock to newcomers like himself, offering favors and invitations. Apparently, there's a club where they gather with some American and English residents. Living in a closed environment, they end up saying the most incredible things. For example, the revolution was manufactured by the Americans so they could study communism in a laboratory, an island being the ideal place for such an experiment and so close by, too. Thank God the experiment will soon be over, and this nightmare will end. There's nothing to worry about, they know what they're doing. Everything will turn out all right. One of the permanent correspondents in Havana comes up to me with a satisfied air. During a rare conversation with Fidel, with the support of his colleagues, he'd complained at only seeing the Prime Minister in passing, at public functions. I told him, we know those who come and go are entitled to everything, while those of us who are always here don't get anything. If they aren't objective, why do they complain? April 6. I spoke to a friend at Josplan about the polemic that's being played out in the various economic, political, and cultural reviews sold on the newsstands, about the best way to administer the state sector of the economy. Over the last few months, I've acquired some general, but fragmentary notions, an article here, a speech there, and it's time I put them on paper. Sugar is Cuba's main source of foreign exchange. Foreign trade represents currently about 40% of GDP. Production and export of sugar is projected to reach 10,000,000 tons by 1970, but during the interim, an increase in other export products, such as minerals, tobacco, fruit, meat, should modify the overall percentage of sugar sales. Until 1959, just about the only thing grown in Cuba was sugar. Almost everything the Cubans ate or used was imported. Cuba sold its sugar to the U.S. at preferential rates, i.e., higher than world prices, but in return, it had to buy almost everything from its benefactor. When Fidel and his friends took power, they were obsessed with the idea of diversifying agriculture, because sugar prices go up and down in unpredictable ways as with anything else. Many sugar plantations were turned over to other crops, resulting in a shortfall in foreign exchange. Meanwhile, the industries that could make Cuba more autonomous couldn't be created from one day to the next. The government realized it had to replant sugar, while making enormous efforts to increase other foodstuffs, especially fruit, eggs and milk. Because even with the creation of a state organism to oversee agriculture, INRA, and another to organize distribution, the agrarian reform, that is the expropriation of the latifundia, the creation of collective farms and the distribution of land to small farmers, had resulted in a drop in production of the few products that existed before the revolution, such as fruit, which has yet to return to its pre-revolutionary level. Meanwhile, the workers who previously were cutting sugar cane 3 months out of the year, having to manage somehow to find a few hours of work here and there the rest of the time, were now working all year in the factories, in construction, or developing new products. So getting the harvest in is probably the biggest problem for the Cuban economy. Every mass organization recruits people to cut cane on Sundays. But just because it's physical labor doesn't mean the work is simple. Present and future harvests suffer when the cane isn't cut right. This year, there were several innovations. The harvest was extended to 6 months, because there weren't enough hands to do it in 3. Improved cultivation methods were also introduced to increase yield, that involved weeding at several intervals to get rid of the managua or crabgrass, that invades the entire island. This year the first 500 Soviet cane lifters arrived, like the ones I saw in Orient, but they need improvement, and thousands will be required. While undermining the Cuban economy through its blockade, the U.S. claims it's going downhill because the revolutionary government is inefficient. Trying to get information from Cuban or foreign technicians is almost impossible, due to their extraordinary discretion. One can suppose things are better than what the Western press pretends, though not as good as the Cuban papers claim, in an effort to encourage workers. While the American papers speculate on the imminent demise of the Cuban economy, Cuban leaders argue passionately about how to administer the state sector, whether it be industry or agriculture, as did most other socialist countries. In Cuba, the argument takes place between Che Guevara, Minister of Industry, and Carlos Rafael, President of INRA, the Agriculture Ministry, each with their respective allies. Che, the Jus Plan, and the Belgian socialist economist, Ernest Mondale, are adamantly in favor of a centralized system. Che argues that just because the other socialist countries partly or totally abandoned central planning, doesn't mean it wouldn't be good for Cuba. He believes the country is small enough to be able to really control its economy and plan with a maximum of efficiency. Carlos Rafael, with the support of the National Bank, many planners, and the French academic Bettelheim, who will visit Cuba shortly, as will Mondale, is less fanatical, but just as sure of his position. He admits that Che may be right when it comes to industry, but that the experience of the other socialist countries proves the entire economy cannot be planned centrally. A key element in the polemic is the question of material incentives to production. In a speech on the pay scale, Che said it was better to set low production goals so workers could top them, then gradually raise them so they would eventually learn to work harder. Under Che's system, factories put their earnings into one account and take their operating expenses from another. This means they cannot give bonuses when workers top their production goals. Under Carlos Rafael's system, each factory is a separate legal entity. It can sign contracts with other factories, keeps its own books and can reward productivity. Che says that a society on its way to becoming socialist should emphasize right from the start the development of a socialist conscience, that is the idea of work as a duty of each toward society as a whole. Carlos Rafael has nothing against the idea, but he believes men can't be changed all at once. Under both of these systems, the goals of each production center are integrated into national goals drawn up by central planning. Ultimately, the question is, to what extent can the freedom of enterprises to dispose of their own funds affect the economy of the entire country? April 7. According to an article on revolutionary instruction schools, Marxism-Leninism is not only being taught to children. To date, more than 100,000 Cubans chosen by co-workers have completed a 3 or 6 month course. Now, a series of 3-year boarding schools will give those with a 6th grade education technical, cultural, and political training. This includes basic knowledge of the Cuban economy, Cuban history, and for agricultural workers, technical training mainly geared to sugar production and harvesting. For industrial workers, the technical courses stress sugar production, electricity, and machine maintenance. If they have the ability, students at these schools will continue to more advanced technical schools. Last year, there were also 255 day schools and 193 night schools. April 8. At the home of Franca and Paolo Gasparini, the hospitable and elegant meeting place for Italian, South American, and Cuban architects, a new arrival admires the Plaza della Cathedral. Franca, with her usual tranquility, tells us it's being restored, and that the Paris restaurant in an old renovated townhouse is going to reopen. A lot of people want to tear down the old houses, but the government appointed a commission on artistic monuments to restore them. The first thing they did was to freeze entire areas and individual buildings, declaring them national monuments that no one can touch. Commander Pedro Miret is in charge, a very cultured man. It's a beautiful area, as calm as it probably was 2 centuries ago, says a newcomer. 2 centuries ago, it was probably not so calm, with the horse-drawn carriages. Miret's commission closed the square to buses, then they removed the parking area. Now you can't go there by car. I didn't know Franca was a member of the block committee to defend the revolution. She's on guard duty for 6 hours every 2 weeks. And there isn't much to do. It's pretty quiet here. We're organizing brigades to plant trees in various neighborhoods. April 9. I'd heard about the art school in Cuban built by Ricardo Porro, during my first visit to Cuba, and was sorry I didn't get to see it, because everyone said it was so beautiful. Even so, the idea of visiting yet another school really didn't turn me on. Finally, after several missed dates, Alberto Corda took me there in his newly painted white MG, beefed up with all the spare parts I'd brought from Europe and sounding like an airplane. We drove up Fifth Avenue, Scholarship Land, then turned left, and stopped alongside a field. In the distance was a wall, above which 3 or 4 large cupolas pointed. I dutifully took a picture and got back in the car. We drive around the wall to a gate, previously that of the country club, with its rather ugly clubhouse on one side. At the far end of a 300-yard grassy expanse are 3 different-sized tunnel entrances. Alberto tells me proudly that 1,500 scholarship students study where, before, the rich played. I'm not really interested in seeing how they turn the clubhouse into a lunchroom. I want to go toward the mysterious arches and see where they lead. They're the entrances to the painting and sculpture school that come together in a long passageway, which leads to a narrow walkway lined with round domed pavilions. The street changes orientation every now and then, modifying the prospect every 10 steps, as does a Greek temple with the calculated irregularity of its columns. At the end, at a lower level, is a shell-shaped area with rounded walls surrounded by other pavilions. The oddly shaped stone fountain in the middle is quite beautiful. Corda tells me to give it a closer look. Porro apparently decided art had enough phalluses and decided to honor the female sex. Parenthetically, Corda informs me that the Cubans give the female sex the name of a fruit, changing the name of the fruit to avoid misunderstandings. Some say this rendition looks like a crocodile's sex. I wonder whether Porro copied it from a medical book, and what Blas Roca thinks of it. The ballet school is also by Porro, but it's a bad imitation of the painting school. The modern dance school by the Italian Vittorio Garatti is located in a wooded area and is very beautiful. On a hill above the wood, like a crooked train or a huge serpent, lies the music school, and further on, the dramatic art school, still under construction. The students live in the surrounding villas. April 10. Mario Trijo told me about the trip he took to the nickel mine in Orient. He's very impressed by the workers, They took in stride the distribution of bad food, but they're all worked up about something else. They know everything can't be done in a day, but the revolution is hurting itself by letting things happen that shouldn't. They had an amateur theater group directed by one of the workers, a guy who had no education, but has a passion for the theater. They were doing Tennessee Williams, things like that, and they were enthusiastic. When an art instructor trained by the government arrived to bring art to the people, the miners were all excited. But she makes them recite insipid socialist fables, and no one wants to participate anymore. They aren't allowed to do their own thing, and they're furious. I remember reading that the School for Art Instructors has recently come under the direction of the party. April 11th. The weekly concert by the National Orchestra is on Saturday afternoon. Tickets are from 60 centavos to 1.50 pesos and people can attend in shirt sleeves. Elegant women also attend, everyone does as they please. As in the theaters, the seats aren't numbered. If you get there late, you go to the balcony, even if you're in a tuxedo. I'm seated behind a sea of olive green. Heads turn to explain. They're recruits from the first draft, just inducted, about 50 of them, and in the balcony are sailors. During the concert, some sleep, some flirt with their girlfriends, if they manage to let her know they'd be here. We're still in the 3-month period without leave, the soldiers see their families when they go to the beach or a show. I walk home via the Malcan, the ocean wall transformed into a long bench for couples and fishermen. Near a garden in a cross street, a group of young people are playing guitars. On the steps of a public building, 2 militiamen mount the guard in company of friends and families. It's Saturday, the air is soft. April 12th. I'm told that when opponents leave, they can only take a few clothes. Electrical appliances are sold to the best workers, while clothes are sold to everyone. Works of art are catalogued and kept as national patrimony. April 13th. I ran into Alfredo Guevara at the reception desk as he was making sure they kept some good rooms for ICAIC guests at the May Day celebration. He didn't seem to have anything special to do, so I asked him to keep me company. It was 11, and I hadn't had dinner. While we're at the table, a soldier arrives and says to Guevara, "We arrested 50 people." "Okay," says Guevara, and the soldier leaves. "Have you got a new job?" "Not at all. We're showing an American film across the street." So when we show American films, the gusanos always go. And you arrest them. When they show their feelings in an aggressive way. When the Metro Lion appears, they applaud. That's okay, it doesn't hurt anyone. But as soon as the lights go out, they take out pocket knives, and while staring straight at the screen, they start lacerating the seats. There was a time when they would throw bombs, either explosives or stink bombs, or bombs that just make a lot of noise, that provoked panic. We campaigned so people wouldn't fall for it, and soon the public stopped paying attention, so they started lacerating the seats. When we nationalized the theaters, and they came under ICAIC administration, we chose ex-terrorists to manage them. They know the various mechanisms these people use, they even know how to recognize them, so sometimes we can arrest them before they get into the theater. Tonight, I had posted 50 soldiers dressed as civilians inside. Tell me about the university. Since the Marcos trial, I'm curious to know more about that period. When Fidel arrived at the university, I was in the PSP, Socialist Party, one of several revolutionary organizations. I left it for the 26th of July when Fidel was in the Sierra. When Fidel arrived, we didn't know anything about him, only that he came from a Jesuit school. But we realized he was going to be a formidable rival. Why? Because he could impose himself. But we didn't know in the name of what. I guess the mystery didn't last long. Well, about a year. How come? If he was so active, it had to be in the name of something. Things weren't that clear. We were at school, not in a presidential election. And he didn't have very clear ideas either. The only thing we realized was that he wanted to do. For example, we would prepare a demonstration for weeks, or a debate, discussing every tactical detail. Just as the event was about to begin, Fidel would arrive, he'd start to talk, and in 5 minutes, he'd sweep away all our work like a house of cards. It was terrible. Once, we realized that Fidel had planted his people by squadrons, with almost military precision. As usual, I dug for clarifications on Fidel's ideological evolution. Alfredo declared firmly. Fidel was already a Marxist when he was at the university. He wasn't a communist, but you can say that he was interested in Marxism. Why did he tell the Americans that he wasn't a communist? Would it be right to say that he had his own ideas about Marxism and communism, and he didn't want them to be confused with Stalinism? And that it would have been courting disaster if he'd said outright that he wanted to create a socialist regime? Obviously, he was neither naive, like Goulart, nor an angel. But neither was he a devil. He seems more interested in what is just, practical and useful. Yes, I think so, said Alfredo. April 14th. Lisandro Otero's house has its feet in the water of the bay, in the middle of a military area. The taxi driver advances cautiously, not at all reassured. As long as we don't hear any shots, it'll mean we're okay. From Lisandro and Marzia's terrace, which is like the prow of a ship, Havana's anti-air projector can be seen in unusual maneuvers. Instead of describing a regular arc, it concentrates for a long moment on one area, passing and repassing over the same clouds, moving up, down, right and left or left and right, with really disturbing insistence. We'll be getting a bomb on our heads any minute, says Lisandro, while we take our seats around a garden table, and Marzia arrives from the kitchen with a tray of vodka, toast, and fried shrimp. I tell them about IKX war. Don't remind me, groans Lisandro. One of my men at the paper was arrested last night in that theater. Poor thing, he called me at 3 a.m., and before I went to the paper, I had to go and get him out of there. Why did they arrest him? They took him for a gusano. Apparently, the show started 3/4 of an hour late, so when at last the lights went out, and the Metro Lion appeared, he started to clap, because he was simply tired of waiting. All of a sudden someone grabbed his wrists. Tell me something about the university before Batista. I understand the students were a force to be reckoned with. Lisandro lapses into teacher speak. You know that in 1933, we had a little revolution. Not a real revolution, but a bourgeois liberal one, which didn't go all the way even as such. If it had gone further, like the one in Mexico, Fidel wouldn't have been able to make another one so soon. This revolution would have happened, it was inevitable, but it would have happened later. As a consequence of the aborted revolution, a lot of the left-wing forces went into exile, especially between 35 and 40. Batista was elected president for the first time in 40, but he'd been on the scene since 33, and a succession of Batista's men were in power during that entire period. The university was like the antechamber of power, with three main groups whose relative strength oscillated depending on events. The Catholics were well-to-do, shirts always ironed, books under their arms and a proper fiancée who went to the university mainly to find a husband. There was the Communist Party, founded in 1925 by a student named Mella, with its various currents, and finally, the Pandilleros, or gangsters, who preferred pistols to books. The Pandilleros were a curious phenomenon. They almost always began with revolutionary ideas, but they were mainly hungry for power and adventure, more attracted to violence than to justice. Given the lack of professional opportunities once they graduated, politics was a favorite. But politics had always been violent, so they ended up either as corrupt politicians or professional gangsters. When Batista took power again with a coup d'état in 1955, he started to eliminate pandilleros. Once in a while, you'd stumble across a body in a back street. Traditionally, the police couldn't operate on campus, but they broke that tradition when they were chasing someone. Previously, the students would come down from University Hill to demonstrate, sometimes violently, then they would run back where no one could reach them. In 1955 they came down to the Rampa, overturned a bus and set it on fire in the middle of the traffic. Fidel had ties to the pandilleros, right? At first, yes, probably, because they were the only ones ready to use violence. But one day, after many disputes, the pandilleros expelled him from the university. What about the authorities? In a case like that, the students ruled. They could prevent someone from setting foot in the university unless he got support from another group. That's what happened to Fidel. They told him that if he came back, they would kill him. Fidel went down to the Malcan, sat on the wall and meditated on his bad luck. The university was basically the only place for someone who had political ambitions, so finally, he decided to take his chance. It was late afternoon, and there weren't many people around. He walked all around campus to make sure they saw him, then he left. A while later, Alfredo Guevara, who was a friend, got the left group to support him so the pandilleros couldn't touch him. I remember one day Alfredo was making a speech against the pandilleros in the middle of Alma Mater Square. It was long and passionate, and he held a book in his left hand. Waving the book he said, "We must leave the guns at home. We must come here only with books, understand? We need books, not guns." He kept on waving the book like a prophet, while the pandilleros stood there, and the others wondered whether they were going to shoot. At the end, when Alfredo came down from the rostrum, I said, "Weren't you afraid they would shoot you?" He opened the book, it was a fake, and inside was a gun. Tell me more about Guevara. He left the party to go with Fidel. He was still a communist, but he believed the tactics of the 26th of July movement were right, and that they would win. Since Fidel wasn't a reactionary, nor an adventurer, but a man with a socialist view of the reforms the country needed, he felt everyone should get on board with him. How was Fidel at the university? He was a politician, was always working to get votes in the student organization and wanted to become president of the FUA, Federación Estudiantil Universitario. To become president of the federation, you first had to be president of a major in one of the faculties and participate in the vote for president of that faculty. The faculty presidents formed the FUA steering committee, and their elected president was a very powerful man in Cuba, sure to become a senator. Students could become senators. Most certainly. All the parties tried to recruit the president of the FUA, because he brought a lot of votes. Often, people who had finished their studies remained on the university rolls so they could stay in the FUA. What power did the students have in public life? The FUA commissions represented a real force with which the government had to deal. I was in the Foreign Relations Commission, and I can assure you that when we went to a major newspaper, we were seen by the director immediately. And if we said, "The students don't approve of the invitation sent to this member of Franco's government," the story would appear the next day on the front page with a picture and 3 columns with the students' demands. The Falangists, Spanish émigrés loyal to Franco, had progressively penetrated the movie news. The FUA told the owner of the biggest movie theater in Havana that they wouldn't tolerate this, and from that day on, he stopped showing their newsreel. April 15th. I had a long talk with a likable woman from Mexico who came to see what this socialist world was like. She'd been hearing about it since childhood, her father having fought against Franco. Dolores is divorced, has a 15-year-old son, taught literature, and now writes. She's hoping to write a novel in which a woman, like so many I know, comes to Cuba in search of a new life. She realizes that the elements for this new life exist, but it's too late for her to integrate. She leaves, hoping her son can benefit. What kind of woman is this? Well, you know, a woman who has tried everything, religion, psychoanalysis, drugs, social work, eroticism, and who can't find herself. Aren't we all a bit neurotic? The way she says it, it sounds like fun. I don't want to be dependent on any organization, I don't want anyone to influence my impressions. I have enough money, I don't want to be invited or guided. April 17th. There's a cheese technician from Bologna, Italy wandering around the Habana Libra, telling anyone he can buttonhole that he disagrees with Fidel on the method for increasing milk production. They called on him to advise the new cheese industry, which is one of Fidel's passions at the moment. Last year, he was promising to produce more and better cheese than France, but he hasn't had time to see the Bologna specialist, who is finally leaving, having agreed to come back in July. April 18th. It's impossible to get a car. At the last minute, I decide to travel outside Havana without the benefit of this privilege, which we visitors are wrong to take advantage of in the first place. I'm told that to go to Varadero, I can take a train at Casablanca to Matanzas, and from there, a collective taxi. You get to Casablanca, which is near Regla, in 2 minutes by ferry from the Malcan. The little boats are so loaded you'd think they would sink, but they arrive rapidly. I ask where the station is and am told it's where I'm standing. Here is the middle of the street. I don't see anything that looks like a station, only a few soda stands, vacant lots with pieces of metal and a few streets leading inland from the bay. Then I make out some tracks in the middle of the road, they're so broken that in places they look like ruts in the asphalt. At the corner there's a ticket window and a few benches. The trip costs 1 peso. The train is an electric locomotive pulling very old cars with cane seats that remind me of a trip I took to Atlantic City as a child. It goes through the countryside, where all we can see for 2.5 hours are green, undulating cane fields. The stations are open shelters, that can protect about 10 people, in the middle of the fields. Halfway there, a boy sitting behind me asks if I'm American and insists on speaking terrible English. Walking in Matanzas, I realize it's a nice little town when you're on foot. The collective taxi to Varadero takes 40 minutes and costs 1 peso. There are 8 of us. I'd reserved a room at the Hotel International, just by telephoning this morning. It's literally invaded by habaneros for the weekend and employees seem overwhelmed by their needs. The confusion is remindful of a De Sica film. April 19th. I returned late from Varadero and missed Fidel's Bay of Pigs commemorative speech. I got to the Gasparini's toward the end and found everyone unusually excited. Get ready for a big crisis. What's up? The Marines in Guantanamo pushed down the door of a Cuban guard post, threw stones, peed on the walls, and when they retreated, the interpreter said to expect worse tomorrow. Fidel said that if they don't stop the provocations and the U-2 flights, he'll shoot one down, and that if they want war, they'll get it. He doesn't talk like that casually. That's exactly the tone he used before the October crisis. Don't even think of leaving. You have to be here for the crisis. April 20th. The Cubans' reaction to Fidel's speech is a sort of joyful masochism. It does suggest dreadful possibilities. We have to tell the comrades who died that day that when we render them homage, it isn't just a lyrical effect, but that we too are ready to die. To our dead, in the midst of the revolutionary struggle, we don't say adieu, but at most arrivederci. We don't start by counting how many soldiers the enemy has, like some generals, to decide whether or not to fight. The rebel army didn't grow like that. At some point we could ask how many we were, and the fingers of one hand were more. The imperialists are wrong to think that the peoples of Latin America are contemptible hybrids who don't fight. We don't want war. In war lives are lost, there's a lot of pain, a lot of destruction. We love what we're doing, what we're creating, that's what revolutions are for. But they include risks we never had to take when we were slaves. When a little group of privileged people had everything, when the blacks were treated like dogs, when the peasants were hungry and miserable. That society had no risks, but we wanted something better for our country. The revolution has triumphed. We are in charge of our pride, for better or worse, with more or less ability, with the means at hand, with our few material and technical resources. We have extraordinary love for this work. But we must confess that although we love the revolution, and although we would love to see our dreams translated into reality, if the price we have to pay are these provocations, if we have to get on our knees, sacrifice our pride, our honor, and our lives as a dignified people, if peace is that miserable peace, we don't want that peace. No theory, no doctrine, no revolutionary principle obliges us to put up with this. We are revolutionaries, and that means we're always ready to pay the price. To desire a better world means to be ready to pay the necessary price. The peace of the grave is 100 times better than this miserable peace. If the imperialists think that by huffing and puffing, by exhibiting their strength, they can intimidate us, we say to them that all power has a limit, and that limit is where there is no fear, where fear ends. April 21st. I asked the chambermaid if she's afraid. Afraid? We can't do anything. We'll get it. I asked the Polinesia waiter, a 60-year-old man, what he thinks of Fidel's speech. He said the right thing. To a taxi driver, do you agree with Fidel's speech? Absolutely. To a worker in a shoe factory, what do you think the Cubans should do? Sock it to them. Chapter 12. Of African Rights and Economic Theory. April 22nd. Will they or will they not shoot down AU2? We foreigners, crisis neophytes, continue to ask ourselves the question, turning it this way and that like a fried egg, while to the beat of drums and the rhythm of the pachanga, the Cubans begin to prepare for the May Day celebrations. Marcia Otero is her usual calm, smiling self, the perfect hostess of the Casa de las Americas. Dolores and I spent an hour with her, rocking in an air-conditioned room, drinking iced Coke, while Marcia, with her soft voice says, "We can't just stop living. Maybe we spend all our time talking about the crisis because we have nothing else to do," observes Dolores. Marcia disagrees. In the beginning, we'd spend all our time in the middle of the street speculating about the situation. But when you've lived months and years in a continual state of tension, you get used to it. It becomes part of your everyday life, and of course, everyday life can't be interrupted for something that's always there, like the Oxford, in front of the Malkin. The Oxford is an American warship, and the fishermen say the crew knows everything about the private lives of the people who live along the Malkin. You would think that, with the Oxford staring at us, the Malkin would be a desert. But not at all. People go there as usual. In the evening there are lovers, on Sunday, the families. I remember the 1st of May, 1961, after the Bay of Pigs, the children all dressed up going to admire the new cannons on the Malkin. Later, I accompany Dolores to the university where she has an appointment with some South American students. They say the discipline is too strict in the dorms and complain about student union sectarianism. It's not the first time I hear about this. Apparently, young people have a tendency to be fanatic, to lack generosity. They can be very hard on those who don't share their enthusiasm for an ideal. It's interesting to see the difference in attitude between the South Americans and the Cubans. They all espouse some form of socialism, but the foreigners, who haven't lived a revolutionary situation in their own countries, seem more tolerant. Dolores has lost her fear of being influenced by official propaganda. She goes around voicing enthusiasm and criticism with equal vehemence. Tonight, she argues with her Mexican friends. They consider that while fundamentally right, Fidel has been undiplomatic. Dolores is ready to fight. April 23rd. I went to Guanabaco with Sarita, Alberto, and Miguel to visit Arcadio. The house was dark, and the neighbors said he'd gone to bed. Alberto knocks timidly, a light goes on, and Arcadio, in a tank top, opens the shutters. "Come tomorrow." "Sorry we woke you." "No problem." Come tomorrow, I'll be expecting you. We get back in the taxi, one of the hotel regulars, who's used to driving us around. Hearing our conversation, he takes us to a neighborhood on the edge of the countryside that my friends are unfamiliar with, probably because they don't often travel by car. Suddenly, we come upon a colonial corner house, all windows open and illuminated. In front of a floor-to-ceiling window, on a Persian rug sits a grand piano. This is the Guanabaco House of Culture, where a watercolor artist is having an opening. It's furnished with beautiful antique furniture, white walls, gray windows and doors, the image of serenity. Sarita tells me about the film she's about to begin in Guanabaco, and the taxi continues to visit all the places in the screenplay, which I have read. It's called Family Chronicle and is the story of Sarita's family, of Guanabaco, but mainly, as she says, of the mentality of blacks desperate for status. I ask Sarita a few questions about ICAIC. Are you paid by the month or per film? I get 200 pesos a month, with a contract to shoot 3 shorts a year. If at the end of the year, I haven't finished, they stop paying me until I hand them in. But if I'm held up because of some organizational problem that doesn't depend on me, they give me that extra time. We have to justify all the days we lose. How many films do feature directors have to make? 1 a year, and they're paid about 450 a month. Cameramen also get 450, but they have to do 3 films a year. The workers get 250, and they have to make 6 shorts or 3 feature films a year. How much can you spend for each short? 600 pesos outside Havana, and 5,000 in Havana for each 90-foot reel. Generally, you do 2 reels. It's better. The feature people can spend 80,000, except for Tomasz Celia, known as Titan, and Julio Garcia Espinosa, who can spend 200,000. How many are you? I think there are 10 feature directors and 18 shorts directors. But the shorts people are divided into 2 groups, 12 direct and 6 assist. Also, of the 3 shorts, 2 are commissions. What does that mean? State enterprises ask ICAIC for a film on this or that subject, to help build socialism, for example on the reconstruction after the cyclone or the sugar harvest. But sometimes you can propose a subject, and they tell you it can count as a commission, then you get to do another free subject. How many foreigners are there? I think about a dozen. 1 Soviet, 1 Brazilian, 1 Mexican, 1 Argentine, then there are others who come to make a film but don't have an annual contract. And how did you get one? They ejected me from the communist youth. What has that got to do with it? I was at the university, or rather I was registered in history, but I never went. Finally, they called me in and told me I had some petty bourgeois residues, and that I had to go somewhere else, and where did I want to go? I told them I wanted to go to ICAIC, and after 3 months, I started to work as an assistant negative cutter. Then I was made assistant editor to a shorts director, but the negatives would always get stuck together. I really wasn't good at it. So the director had me work with him as assistant, and you know how it is. One day, they tell you to shoot a scene, because they're in a hurry, then they see that the scene isn't bad, and they need someone to do shorts for the popular encyclopedia, and they give you one because you're into that subject. It was the rumba, that I did on my street, with 2 friends, bringing stuff to drink in the morning and telling people to have a party, and then there's the thing that no one wants to do, the pirates, so they pat me on the shoulder and ask me to do it, and it's okay. So finally I get a contract for 3 shorts a year. Meanwhile, I was Titan's assistant for a feature, and I also worked with Agnes Varda on Salit Les Cubans. We've arrived at the end of the Malcan Tunnel, with its revolutionary signs, a people that reads is a people that wins. April 24th. We leave for Arcadios in a borrowed car. We'd been warned it needed gas, but there were no stations open along the Malcan, and we ended up without gas in the middle of nowhere. It took Alberto almost an hour to make it to the nearest station and bring back a can of gasoline. When we got the car to the gas station, it turned out a water pipe had burst, and the motor had almost melted. We left the car and headed for the bar next door to recover from the ordeal. It was a tiny place with low lights. In one corner, 4 or 5 musicians were gathering around an old piano. They started to play, then realized the jukebox was also playing. Someone pulled the plug, and they began to play with renewed impetus, one of those Cuban dances that almost sounds like a military march. When we arrived, there were only a few men, but as we left, 3 beautiful girls came in. We found a taxi at the corner and decided to go and see the Argentine club La Pampa, where we invited the driver in. The orchestra was playing Adelante Cubanos, and the couples were singing softly, their arms around each other's shoulders. Federico's brother had recently arrived from Mexico. He thought the contents of Fidel's speech were right, but the form was a bit exaggerated. The Cubans had to do everything possible to avoid giving the Americans a pretext for an attack, which, as everyone knew, would degenerate into a world war. The Cubans disagreed, and a long, passionate discussion ensued. Finally, Alberto, with his nasal voice, his eyes that always looked sad even when he wasn't, said, "You can't reason that way. It's like what happened the other day between 2 of our dancers. One had insulted the other, who wanted him to say he was sorry. The other answered, 'What do you want?' 'Now, I said it, brother, I said it. I said it already. What do you want? That I should do my autocritic? No way, brother. Now, I've said it. Apropos autocritic, do you know what they call the folk dance group? Socialist striptease. April 25th. Our third attempt to go and see Arcadio before tonight's happening was only theoretically successful. We arrived at 5:45 in Guanabaco, but I had an appointment with Carlos Rafael at 6:30 in town. Arcadio greeted us warmly, although he was obviously annoyed by our failure to appear the night before, and showed us into a long room where 6 men were alternating at a table of yellow dominoes. While they played, Arcadio talked with the ethnologists in the doorway to the courtyard, where several women were coming and going, grabbing chickens and dropping them headless on the ground, then plucking them over a big bucket. The room was paved with ceramics with an incredible variety of designs, probably made with rejects, and I remembered that Arcadio had told us he'd built the house with the help of friends. On the walls were photographs of men who lived further and further in the past, probably other pale rose, family pictures with crinolines, pictures of Marty, Maceo, Fidel, and a bas-relief of an enormous eye with the legend "The Sons of San Antonio." At the end of the hall was the altar, a sort of buffet with a glass door. On top, large statues of saints and Madonnas, on the shelves, plates, statues, cakes, an incredible assortment of things. Promising to come back later, I just made it to Carlos Rafael's house on time. It's a big modern building with 3 guards talking in front of the door. One of them led me to the basement elevator saying, "You're going to see Carlos." A woman with a rosy face and black hair in a bun opened the door, smiling, and without a word led me into a room full of books calling, "Carlos." The head of INRA got up from an armchair, where he was reading in shirt sleeves, beard, and glasses, and took my hand, smiling. I told him about the sorcerer. I could afford to be even less formal than the Cubans, because Carlos Rafael and I already had a past, although we had never spoken. During last summer's trip, I waited for hours in a small reception room of the presidential palace for one of my talks with Fidel, who was presiding over a meeting about agricultural organization in a nearby room. When he came out, he said, "Carlos Rafael asked who you were, and when they told him you were a journalist doing a story on me, he sighed and said, 'I always get the ugly, old ones. Tell him that I've waited 3 weeks to see him,' and finally, the press office told me, 'He's not giving any interviews,'" I'd answered. Carlos Rafael was different from what I'd imagined. From the pictures and Fajardo's motorcycle story I had expected a rather fragile, constipated old man. We settled in among the books, 2 walls covered with natural wood shelves and 2 tables that almost disappeared under their weight. On the sofa where I was seated, there was a mountain of papers, atop of which was the report he was obviously reading when I arrived. "Tell me what you did before the revolution." "Well, I was born in Cienfuegos, like Dorticos, to an upper-middle-class family. I was a student under the Machado dictatorship, and from 30 to 33, I was head of the liberal, reformist, anti-imperialist student directory. For a few days, during the 1933 revolution, when I was 20, I was mayor of Cienfuegos. I resigned almost immediately, because I realized I'd fallen in with a group of politiqueros, which in fact was inevitable. I went to Havana to study law and social science, joined the Communist Party and was a leader of the revolutionary student movement. In 1935, I headed the student strike committee against Batista, and began to write about politics, economics, history, and literature. I graduated summa cum laude with scholarships to study abroad and was also offered a job as a lawyer as a prize. I renounced the scholarships and accepted the job, because it meant regular pay for 2 years. I became a party leader in 1939, in charge of publishing and propaganda, what Cesar Escalante does now. I was a member of the Central Committee and alternate member of the Political Bureau. In 1953, when the persecutions forced me to reduce the number of posts I held in the party, I remained as head of the Political Bureau. It was like listening to an Italian intellectual of the same generation. In 58, I was sent to the Sierra to represent the party. That was after the failure of the April 9 strike. Yes, it was in July. As I understand it, the 26th of July people didn't want to cooperate with the communists in the strike, and afterwards, there was a meeting in the Sierra where they decided to work together. Right. There's also the fact that the repression following the strike dispersed more members of the 26th of July than those of the party, first of all, because the party was already a semi-clandestine organization, older, more able to resist, go into hiding, knowing more tricks. Also, they deluded themselves about what was required for the strike to succeed. With their lack of experience, they didn't realize a mass movement has to be prepared, that it doesn't just happen because you put out a call. They'd only asked us to support the call, so it was a total failure. Did you already know Fidel? Yes, but not well. My first impressions of him, dating from before the attack on the Moncada in 1953, when he was still at the university, weren't very good. He was one of the university leaders, you could see that he had a strong personality, but that was all. It was when I saw him again in the Sierra in 1958, that I had what was really a revelation. There, in the midst of those men, the peasants, in that incredible situation, I was struck by his true stature. That was during Batista's great offensive, in June, when I crossed the enemy lines, which consisted of about 10,000 men. I stayed there until the end of the offensive, in August, then I returned to Havana for about 10 days, then I was in the Sierra again until the end. After Batista's offensive, Fidel was preparing for Che and Camilo's grand offensive through the plains to Havana. And you were with him? Yes, I was more or less with him, but mainly, I was coordinating the party's action. Were there other communists in the Sierra? Yes, Armando Acosta, for example. There were also 2 delegates from the Directory, who came from Miami in a plane. It wasn't surprising that the others weren't there, Prio and those people. They didn't take part in the battle, they were waiting for Fidel to kick Batista out so they could take power again. And after the victory, I became the director of HOY then, in February 1962, I came to INRA. But you had no training in agriculture. No, but in economics. Where do you stand in the economic polemic? He laughs, mischievously. I disagree with Che. At the end of 1961, At Fidel's suggestion, the party proposed the creation of an economic commission consisting of Dorticos, Che, and me. That's when we began to discuss this problem. Finally, we called Fidel and told him both sides. Which side is Dorticos on? Well, I can't tell you that. Fidel listens, and finally, he says, Che's ideas are very attractive, but Carlos are perhaps more realistic. It was obvious that Fidel was attracted to Che's ideas, but his feet were on the ground. It was decided that Che would run industry according to his ideas, and I would run agriculture according to mine. What are the prospects for agriculture? When do you think rationing can be eliminated? By January, we'll take eggs off rationing. What about the rest, meat, vegetables? Right now, the meat ration in Havana is 3 pounds a month, in Camagüey and Matanzas, it's 2, and in Orient, it's still less. Why the difference? Because in Havana, the population is used to eating more meat than in the rest of the country. If we'd lowered the Havana ration, we would have angered the habaneros more than we would have angered the others, who were used to eating less meat. I think we'll be doing much better in 1966, and by 67-68, we hope to arrive at 4 pounds per person throughout the country, as well as 12 kilos of chicken, 18 to 20 kilos of fish and 15 eggs or 3 a week. As for vegetables, we could take them off the ration book, but it seems housewives would rather be sure of getting them. We have enough to be able to sell them on the open market several days a week. I saw a big sign in a Guanabaco market that said Sunday vegetables unrationed. What about rice? That's a problem. We can't find enough to buy, and we can't produce enough, because we have to produce sugar. What about distribution? It's much improved, even though it's not very good. Distribution in a socialist system can't be the same as in a capitalist system. We haven't solved the problem yet. What about the peasants' attachment to the land? That's a very interesting question, but you know in Cuba, the situation is rather special. There are 2 types of peasants, those who worked a bit of land that belonged to a big landowner, giving him most of the harvest, and day workers who were hired for 3 months during the sugar harvest, and who, during the rest of the year, had to find work in the city to survive. These latter, rather than being attached to the land, were attached to money. That is, they were trained as workers. In fact, when we carried out the agrarian reform, we gave land to those who had been small farmers, and in addition to the state farms, we brought agricultural workers to the collective farms set up on what were previously latifundia. Well, after a while, a lot of collective farm workers, seeing the difference in the state farms, where the workers get a fixed salary for so many hours of work, wanted to transform the collective farms into state farms, because what they were interested in was not to possess the land, but to have a secure salary as high as possible. As for the collective farm workers who prefer to spend time on their private plots, it's difficult to convince them that they can't produce enough, meanwhile slowing down overall production. It was like that in Russia too. What do you think of journalists? Sometimes, they make me really angry. Like that American who came last summer, to whom I said, you mustn't confuse a general tendency that people have to complain, with a real feeling of discontent toward the regime. Cubans are always complaining, they love to say nothing's working. My wife, who is an old party militant, complains, my mother-in-law complains, I complain, for example, because I can't find good shoes anymore. And do you know what he wrote? That, in Cuba, everyone complains, I complain, my wife complains, my mother-in-law complains, period. He said we drank European wine in my office. Well, someone brings you 2 bottles of Chilean wine, you have a guest, it's natural you offer him some. He said I had a pricey collection of paintings from before the revolution, and the biggest record collection in Havana. We go out to the hall, and Carlos Rafael shows me his paintings. One is a copy of a Picasso, blue period. There are 2 Porto Carraro, Every Cuban has a Porto Carraro, and some other Cuban painters. Good paintings, but hardly a show of wealth. An intellectual typically prefers to buy paintings than go to the Bahamas. I guess you don't care to elaborate on your position in the economic polemic. No, I don't really want to talk about it. I prefer to talk about cows. Yes. But when? I have to go back to the sorcerers. Come to INRA Thursday at 9. They pressed an egg to each eye, poured a drop of blood from a decapitated chicken onto my hands, rubbed them together, poured a drop of honey onto them and told me to lick them. They passed a dish with burning alcohol over my head, had me kneel in front of an old black woman dressed in white and seated on a wooden chair with arms hanging, eyes closed, trembling slightly. They pressed my forehead against the heart of a bull surrounded by pieces of coconut and burned over a whole coconut. They briefly covered my head with a white cloth, then signed a large cross on my hair. They had me turn in place 3 times, while dusting me with a live chicken held by the feet, then with a live dove, and hung a big knife over my back from pieces of different colored materials. We couldn't take pictures because Arcadio's ritual was over, but his horse, whom I'd seen, was sitting on the floor in front of the great pan full of wood sticks. Next to him, 2 boys beat the drums. All around the room, the faithful were seated, calmly reciting the verses after Arcadio. The room was painted in green with thick branched trees encased in the walls. Bouquets of greenery hung from the ceiling, and plastic birds were flying from the 2 round chandeliers. The rhythm of the drums changed with every verse. At first it seems to be always the same, but the second time around, one realizes how many different rhythms there are. At times, the drummers change. At first there was only a 10-year-old white boy, who sat near me with his parents, both white. The father looked like a stevedore, but not a Tennessee Williams type. This one was handsome and healthy, and proud that his son knew the Bantu songs and played the drum like an African. The mother was also a good-looking woman, a full-stomached woman like many one sees here, who accompanies her husband and son because she's happy to give them this pleasure. There is a beautiful mulatta, age indefinable, 20 or 30, with a fine nose and almond eyes, strong arms, small bust, small wrists, large hips. During the fire ritual, she falls briefly into a trance. On a chair, a 3-year-old white boy, very high-spirited, claps in perfect rhythm with the drums and dances without moving his feet. The mother is a very thin woman who seems to be hallucinating. The ritual proceeds normally, starting gradually, arriving at a paroxysm after the central phase, which seemed to be a general cleansing. Each phase was carried out one group at a time, first the men, then the women, then Arcadio said everyone had to dance the mambo. At first, you had to put a hand to your head, you could alternate when your arm tired. Then there was a ritual only for the women, each one sprinkling a bit of water from a pan on the fire. At various times during the ceremony, the priest and his assistant took water from a bottle, or perhaps it was wine, and spit it out onto a cult object or onto a person in trance. Then there was the women's dance, begun by Arcadio's wife, a very black woman, with gray hair and very firm skin, who for a while had fallen into a trance and was smoking a cigar, asking everyone for a light with gestures or howls, and laughing eyes. She danced with a white woman who seemed like a plate of gelatin, a Fellini-esque creature of about 40, with thick hair, who from time to time threw her head back and laughed, all the while dancing in a disciplined way around a circle of other women. Every once in a while, she made frightening gestures, all her fat shook while sparks fell from the cigar. Another white woman with a hint of black took the colored piece of material with which the other 2 were dancing and fell into a trance, both hands on her hips in an authoritarian stance, ending with a slap on the back of her white dress. They said she had the soul of a German general from the First World War. At the end the men danced, then Arcadio retook control and fell on the floor with open mouth. His assistant, a happy powerful black man who sometimes played the drum, gave him a long lit cigar, then a horn filled with wine. He lay there for a good while, smoking, drinking and directing the verses of the song. In the first part of the ritual, he'd already fallen on the ground, and the assistant had tied a violet band around his temples. Then the faithful had come to salute the saint, putting their right hand on his back in various positions. Now Arcadio fell into a violent trance, almost exactly like the one I'd witnessed the first time, but shorter, letting himself fall almost immediately onto the low chair, letting them spit water into his face and the assistant shake his arms. When he returned to himself, he had an absent air, a bit indifferent. When they shook the arms of the women who had been in trance, they seemed to resist returning to themselves. Finally, they seemed resigned to renounce until the following week the right to let themselves go in sanctity. Sunday, April 26. I had a conversation with the Belgian economist Ernest Mondel. The Cuban leaders with whom he spoke recently are really worried. They know that if they shoot down a U-2, 400 bombers are ready to take off from Florida. Later, I meet Pavel Grusko, a young Soviet poet who's working as an interpreter for the film I Am Cuba directed by Mikhail Kolodosov. Evdushenko worked on the screenplay, which relates 4 episodes of the fight against Batista. Urasevsky, the same cameraman who did When Storks Fly for Kolodosov, did this one solely with panoramics. Fabulous camera work, says Pavel, who wants to do an illustrated book of poems about Cuba but fears it will just be one more cry. Now the ears are used to that sound, and people don't hear it anymore. You have to be able to get to a higher note. I hope to leave by the end of the month. April 27. I go to see Roberto Padilla, now director of Cubartimpex, the state import-export company for books and records. He's ordering a lot of books in Spain, including Joyce, Thomas Mann, Virginia Woolf, Proust, Kafka. He's also going to get dance records. Classical records come from socialist countries. This year, 20 million books will be printed in Cuba, as many as were printed in the 10 years before the revolution. 14 million will be textbooks. A few weeks ago, books from the Mexico Cultural Fund went on sale. The first day, there were lines at the bookstores, and the books went like hotcakes. These popular editions deal with history, music, art, philosophy. Carlos Fuentes' books are also on sale, as are those of Juan Ralpho, also coffee table books on Mexican civilization and African culture. April 28. Dolores went to see a re-education center for prostitutes and came back disappointed. Of course it's a great idea, but in practice, it lacks humanity. The directrice seems like a prison marm, and when I saw a militia woman in front of the door, and I asked her if she was an inmate, she jumped up and yelled, "Of course not." Another friend had gone to see one of these centers in the provinces and told me it was moving. Apparently, it depends on who's in charge. It's now against the law to denounce a prostitute once she's rehabilitated. April 29. Celia told me to come at 3:30. I have to take some more pictures, because the first ones didn't come out well due to lack of light. When I tell my name to the guard, he steps aside and says, "You know where to go, right?" The door to Celia's apartment is closed, but the one opposite is open, and Celia calls out, "Come this side." She's on the phone, standing, in a blue silk décolleté dress with bows on her shoulders, a tiered, pleated skirt, and black shoes with very high heels. A black woman is in the kitchen washing dishes. "Come," said Celia, "we can't stay here, the telephone never stops ringing." "Give me that," to the maid who has come in with a black patent leather bag, an appointment book and a cylindrical package. The driver is at the door, but Celia takes the wheel, and we leave, without guards, just as I'd been told. We're going to my sister's. We'll be in peace there. I hate the phone. At an apartment building in Vedado, Celia rings a bell, speaks into the intercom. "Open, it's me. Let's go on the terrace, okay? It'll be cooler." She hands the cylindrical package to the maid, I brought my coffee so my sister shouldn't say I come and drink her ration. There's a terrible wind on the terrace, but Celia evidently likes it, and we settle into the usual rockers. For the last several weeks, I've been trying to understand how the government is organized. I ask Celia about it. If anyone can explain it, she can. I'll have someone send you a diagram. Apparently, she doesn't want to deal with this now. She prefers to talk. Right now, we're organizing an autonomous government in the Sierra. You can't administer the Sierra with the same laws that work in cities or even in the plains. You pass a law that's fine for places with roads, communications, where people are grouped together, but if every time a peasant in the Sierra wants to kill a bull, he has to go down to Manzanillo, that's not possible. Normally, you have to go and get permission to slaughter in the city where the local government is, the Josi and the party. There's a whole series of things like that. Did you decide to do that, or did the people ask for it? It's them, you know. Everyone writes to Fidel, his office is full of letters, and they're all red. That's one of the reasons why he knows so well what's going on. It's too bad you didn't meet Aljita, she left just yesterday. Her brother was killed in the Granma landing, and she came to join us in the Sierra. She did the whole campaign in the Women's Army, and after, she continued to work in the Sierra, which she'd gotten to know very well by then, selecting students for the Camilo Cienfuegos school. One day, Fidel decided she would be very useful here, because she's very intelligent, and he asked her to come to Havana. She said, if it's an order from Fidel, I'll come, but really, I prefer to stay up there. I don't want to be in the city. I understood her very well. I too would have preferred to stay in the Sierra without all the duties, intrigues and rumors of the city. Fidel let her go back, but the Ministry of Education wanted her to organize the new boarding schools they're building, and I said, Aljita, don't let them give you a specific job, or you'll only be able to deal with that. You're better off staying in the army, saying you're ready to do anything, but without joining any ministry. She has a good advisor. That's what I do, I get involved in everything. She's called to the phone. Apparently, someone knows where she is. When she returns, she says, I wish the telephone existed only for me to call. The coffee arrives. First, we take a drink of water, then the coffee, very strong. Then 3 or 4 phone calls come in, we're interrupted every minute. Finally, we decide to go inside for the pictures, and also because Celia realized I couldn't take any more wind. We talked about the children, and Celia returned to her time in the underground. You can tell everything to a child. Sometimes they understand things better than adults. For example, when I went to hide in a certain house where there was a child, I was always shut in a room, and I always had male visitors, our boys. I noticed that the son, who was about 9 years old, seemed to be sulking more and more each day. One day, I found out he'd told his friends, that woman spends all her time in her room with different men. So I decided to tell him everything, that I was working for the revolution and his parents too, and that was why we knew each other, and I was hiding there, so he had to be very careful not to talk about me with anyone, because we were risking our lives for the revolution. And do you know, from that day on, he would come to my room to keep me company and listen to stories about the revolution, and he never said a word to anyone. Then there were 2 little girls, 3 and 5, who spent their time protecting me. When the parents had company, I would shut myself in my room. Well, after a while, knowing I was not only a prisoner in the house, but at that moment, my prison was reduced to a small room, they would go to the adults and say, when are these people leaving? I would stay for weeks, arriving at night, knowing I could count on their discretion, even that of the children, so the neighbors wouldn't know there was a stranger there. I took the pictures while Celia spoke. The aide arrived with another cup of coffee, the third, and a Coke for me. She took 2 more phone calls and told me she was busy with a new exhibit in the Cuba pavilion they built for the International Architects Conference. We always did exhibits on what the revolution accomplished during the first 5 years. Now we're going to focus on future plans. Getting into the car, I asked her, and now what's going to happen? It depends on them, she answered, in a tone I hadn't heard before, her face suddenly shutting down, and at the same time with tenacity and pride. But if Fidel shoots down AU2? He's already said he'd do it. April 30th. I go back to see Carlos Rafael at INRA at 9 p.m. Jose Marti Square is strangely lit, trucks come and go, and sandwich stands are going up for the May Day parade that starts at 8 a.m. A chorus is singing Adelante Cubanos over a loudspeaker as 2 boys and 3 girls run out of the building, holding hands, dancing to the rhythm of the music. I go in through the back door, where the garage is. 3 soldiers are on guard duty. On the presidential floor, which is deserted except for a couple of guards, the minister-president is waiting in shirt sleeves, in a big refrigerated office. Luckily, I remembered that Carlos Rafael works in this sort of North Pole. It's very hot outside, but I'm glad I wore a long-sleeved shirt. We sit on the big white leather sofa, and after a few minutes, a guard arrives with the usual tray of coffee. I've noticed that, in Cuba, you like to drink water before coffee. That's because the coffee is so good that you have to cleanse your mouth before you drink it. You have to have a fresh mouth, ready to enjoy this wonderful drink. We started by talking about the polemic. Carlos Rafael says that, in fact, he and Che agree with respect to material incentives, but they express the idea in different terms. I recognize that certain types of material rewards can be counterproductive in terms of the new communist conscience we'd like to create. But I believe that at the point we're at today, a certain type of material incentive helps us get there. Che recognizes that at the point we're at today, certain material incentives are inevitable, but he believes that since they're counterproductive with respect to building a communist conscience, we should have as few as possible. For Carlos Rafael, the most important thing is not to give material incentives to managers. We have to avoid creating that mentality of capitalist managers who emulate each other to make more money, get a car, a bigger house, etc. A new type of conscience is really beginning to exist in the Soviet Union, while in the European socialist countries, due to these types of incentives, they're far from having that new conscience. Incentives for workers are a different story. What would it amount to, if at the end of the year, we gave someone an additional 2 weeks' pay as a bonus? That isn't going to change his spirit, it would allow him to indulge in a few caprices, but not to try to do better than the Joneses. I tell him about a Hungarian film I've seen entitled A Woman Leaves, which takes place in a little town with a textile factory. The wife of the engineer who heads the factory is an ex-factory worker, and she's bored staying at home all day, now that her husband, who went to college, has an important job, and she doesn't work anymore. "How can I let her work?" says the husband to their friends. "The only thing she knows is production work, and I'm the head of the plant." The conversation takes place in the garden during a party given by the husband for his wife's birthday. As the guests begin to arrive, we hear a horn on the other side of the garden wall, and the husband, going to open the gate, tells the engineer who's arrived from Budapest, "That's one of my colleagues who lives down the street," and we see the colleague arrive in a car, the wife, like all the other wives, dressed to the nines, with the same fashionable hairdo, etc. We end up talking about tomatoes, and Carlos Rafael says, "We don't have a shortage of tomatoes because we export them, but because we don't produce enough high-quality tomatoes to export." He disagreed with the technicians' advice as to how to resolve the problem. They said we have to select the best plants from each harvest. I said we have to concentrate our investments, give the job of producing tomatoes for export to certain collective farms, choosing the best land for that product, the best technicians and the best agricultural workers, in order to get a superior product. And in the end, That's what we did. While he speaks, I observe the scar that goes from his right eyebrow into his hair. Is it true you've weathered 5 assassination attempts? Only one, he says, indicating the scar. Last October. Yes. But 4 others were discovered before they could happen. All that because of the tomatoes, he adds, laughing. That's why I have to ride in a big car. I hate it, but right now, it's the only way to survive. My escort killed all my assailants after they shot me. It was very impressive. I lost a lot of blood, but in fact, the wound wasn't serious. I was back at work 3 days later. Another attempt was supposed to take place during a banquet at the Hotel Nacional. The police discovered the conspiracy by photographing through a keyhole an American teaching Cubans how to shoot. They didn't tell me anything, so I went to the dinner, and while I was eating, they told me. I left through another door, and they arrested all the conspirators. I think Fidel showed that film at the UN. Another time, they rented an apartment opposite my mother's house, where I went every week, more or less the same day, and where I always sat in the same chair. The plot was discovered before they could act. Then 2 others did the same thing with my apartment, knowing that at night I sit on the terrace to read, and they were also arrested. That's why I had to move to a higher floor. Once, I was with Fidel, and we drove from where we were to another place to sleep. We arrived around 1 a.m. I left for Havana at 8 in the morning, and Fidel stayed on. When he came back, he learned they'd killed a pig for his meal and were going to poison him with the complicity of the cook. I don't know how they managed to organize such a complicated thing so quickly, because no one could have known that Fidel would end up sleeping there that night. You know, if I had a son, he would also have to go around in a big car, so inevitably, he would acquire a mentality that would be just the opposite of the one we're trying to create. He'd be the son of an important person, and could do almost anything without getting into trouble. He'd be different from his classmates, like the son of a rich capitalist. It would be very difficult. But you know, one of the most positive things about the Cuban Revolution is the closeness that exists between the leaders and the people. Even if we have to drive around in American cars, with an escort, there's a different relationship between us and the people, than between the Russian leaders and their people. It is changing, perhaps partly due to the influence of Cuba, but they still ride around in limousines with black curtains, so people never know who's inside. Whereas for me, if there's one thing that helps me relax from a long day's work, it's when I come home, and the car stops at a corner, and someone waves and calls out, "Ciao Carlos Rafael, how are you, viejo?" They do that, you know. Yes, I know. We return to the polemic, and perhaps to the bottom line. Che, my host muses, he's an intelligent man, very well read, the only thing is that, how to say it, he's very demanding. He demands a lot of himself, a very great deal, and at the same time, he demands of others, not because he's severe, but because he sincerely believes that if he can do certain things, others can too. That's why he persists with his system. It's because he believes that since with him this system would give good results, it should also give good results with others. He can't conceive that other people are not as conscientious as he is. Did you know, for example, that Che goes to cut sugar cane in suicidal conditions? I gave him a blank look. Absolutely, in conditions which for him are suicidal. He cuts cane literally suffocating, because he has asthma. Is he allergic to the cane? It's the dust, all that dust. Imagine the physical effort and, at the same time, breathing in that dust. It's crazy. And Che says, if I can cut cane, everyone should be able to do it, no one should be excused from cutting cane. Fidel is also unconscious of other people's weaknesses, but the outcome is different. He'll drag you up the Turquino mountain, which is no big deal for him. But when he realizes you can't do it, he doesn't try to make you keep up with him, he leaves you there with someone to take care of you, give you an injection, everything you need, and he picks you up on the way back. Fidel doesn't realize that everyone doesn't have his physical capabilities, but he doesn't say, if I can do this or that, other people should too. On the contrary, in a theoretical case like this polemic, he knows very well how people are. He has a lot of confidence in the people, but at the same time, he's more realistic than Che when it comes to evaluating their capabilities. But Che is as good as bread, really. He's an extraordinary person. I remember one time in the Sierra, before he went down for the invasion, there was a very good doctor, who was a bit old, a bit fat, and he'd decided not to take him with him, because he was convinced he wouldn't survive. He hadn't said anything, but the man realized he wasn't going, and he was getting more and more depressed. Finally, one day, he said to me, I want to go with you next time you meet with Che. So I took him with me, and do you know that Che, even before the man spoke, just looking at him, understood what was bothering him, and he said, okay, you're coming with me. That's all, just that one sentence. You should read his writing. For example, the story called Death of a Dog and another one, very beautiful, called Lydia 12. The first one is the simple description of the death of a dog, during the war, and the other is the story of Lydia 12 and Claude Amarat, two messengers in the Sierra. Toward the end of the war, they were sent to Havana with messages, and they did something stupid. They went to hide in a house where some of our boys were hiding after stealing a Madonna to prevent a procession from taking place. And Batista's police found them, the boys, the statues, the girls. Their bodies were never found. You have to read those stories, they're very important. Chapter 13. An Abstract God. May 1st. The May Day parade was led by the members of the government and vanguard workers. When they arrived in front of the presidential grandstand, they broke ranks and wended their way through the crowd to their seats. Fidel chatted with those in the front row, at times forgetting the parade. When other marchers stopped in front of the grandstand and yelled Fidel, he waved with just a quick look away from a fat lady and two beautiful green-eyed children. Celia arrived and someone took her picture, then Fidel started to talk with Raul and other army leaders in the second and third row. Finally, they got up and made a circle, and Fidel, his back to the public, but now visible by all, made threatening gestures with his hands, looking furious. When the parade finished at 11, I was sitting in the next to last row. Behind me, a guard with a telephone, the line going who knows where, said wait and called out to another guard, what march does Fidel want, the 26th? The answer came back, 26th, and 2 seconds later the first notes of Adelante Cubano were heard. Fidel gave one of his better speeches. The construction was perfect, the tempo right, never departing from his usual peaceful tone, notwithstanding the dramatic content. He confirmed everything he'd said on April 19 and more. He said that the problem with the Americans was Cuba's affair. They weren't standing up to the Americans because they had powerful friends, and they didn't want the matter to degenerate into a world war. They were ready to take the entire responsibility for what was happening. Even if the Americans, thanks to their greater number, succeeded in invading the island and winning the battle, the war wouldn't end. It would go into another phase, guerrilla warfare in the mountains that could last 70 years. It would be a fight that would never end. But in that case, we, the present leaders, would probably disappear. Men die, but the party would remain and would lead the fight. This is said with no dramatic emphasis, but with the solemnity of a testament. In the event of his demise, Fidel entrusted power to the Cuban Communist Party. We're forced to imagine bombs, blood, a Caribbean Vietnam. At the end, I came down the stairs from the grandstand right after Fidel, and when he was in the car, seeing me, he said something to Vallejo and called out. They say you're waiting to see me. If you can, I'd been waiting for 2 months. How much time do you need? I panic. If I say a lot, he'll flee. But Fidel doesn't understand a little. I make a quick calculation, an hour. He's surprised, looks at his watch as if to get an idea of what an hour is. Okay, I'll see if I can find an hour for you. I press my luck, do you think I could leave Tuesday? He makes a face, what day is today? Friday. We'll see. Several little things have attracted my attention recently, things which, last year, seemed very inefficient and are now improved or for which at least efforts are visibly being made. In it had a gastronomical show in the hall of the hotel, with fancy dishes, and shortly afterward, a new menu was inaugurated at the Polinesio, that includes ham, barbecued chicken, crab salad, and many more daily dishes. There's also a new series of matches, with boxes designed by kids from the advertising studio who are trying to educate official taste. The phosphorus and the sandpaper are both better. Last year, it was an almost hopeless task to light a Cuban match. Hoy draws attention to the work done on the facades in Calle Galeno, in the Old Town. They're taking away the old signs, cleaning and repairing the building entrances and adding a new park. And of course, there's the remarkable change in Minrec's policy since last year. The new people at the press office are open and quick, even if they always arrive late. Ramiro del Rio was put there to facilitate the work of journalists, even the imperialist ones. May 3rd. My chambermaid Felicia brought me a list of prices. Rice, 25 centavos/lb kids socks, 50 centavos stockings, 2.80 dress material, 2.80/yard kids pants, 80 centavos kids PJs, 2.80 underpants, 2.80 dresses, 8 to 30 pesos sweater, 2.25/3.25 slip, 2 to 5 pesos butter, 30 centavos/lb grains, 20 centavos/lb oil, 40 centavos/lb canned fruit, 1.20 can salt, 5 centavos/lb sugar, 10 centavos/lb meat, 55 centavos/lb fruit, 3 for 20 or 5 for 20 centavos cabbage, 10 centavos each. May 4th. In front of the presidential palace, next to the guards with bayonets, a young man in dark suit and formal demeanor is waiting for me. We cross a white, sunlit courtyard and take an elevator to the 4th floor. I recognize the sitting room where I waited all afternoon last year while Fidel presided over a meeting. Celia had shown me this new wing, built on the roof of the old palace and designed by her, with walls of beautiful gray Cuban wood, modern furniture, and paintings. The other day she told me that Fidel had finally abandoned the fiction of having an office, since he never came. He'd given it to Dorticos. There's no longer a guard at a table, and a corner buffet looked unfamiliar. The room hadn't changed much, yet with a little imagination, you could say it was a bit more formal than before, as it should be. 2 or 3 minutes later, I'm led into Dorticos' office, a real office. The bookshelves covering 2 walls, previously almost empty except for a series of bound volumes, now hold books in Spanish, Italian, French and English. President Dorticos, now that I see him up close, is younger than he appears from far away. We sit at a round table, next to each other, facing the window that looks out onto a flowered terrace, the Malcan, the Moro Castle and the Caribbean. He tells me he took over Fidel's office mainly for reasons of mental hygiene, because he works a lot and the other office didn't have a big window with light, sun, and air. Are you one of those people who sleep 4 hours a day? In general, I try to sleep, but the first 2 years, it often happened that we went from one day to the next without going to bed. He wipes his brow, as if the mere remembrance of those days tired him. We talk about Fidel's extraordinary resistance, and his total dedication to the revolution, and Dorticos provides an insightful description of his mind. His intelligence is without parenthesis. The most intelligent person always has a moment in which there is a kind of interruption, a cut, then the mind picks up again. Fidel's mind has no empty spaces. Often during these months, I'd thought, I have to see Dorticos. The events or information that provoked this thought were different each time, but they had a common thread. And each time, it seemed that the question I wanted to ask was too indiscreet, and that if it was not expressed in just the right way, it could offend him or elicit an unsatisfactory response. Finally, I decided to go and see Dorticos in order to get a sketch of the person, as I had with the other leaders of the revolution, knowing the question would come out spontaneously, if at all. It turned out to be the basis of our entire conversation. "You're a lawyer, right?" "Yes. They say there are good kings and bad kings, and that monarchy is bad, because you never know what kind of king you're going to get. One could say that Fidel is a good king, an extraordinary king, but the principle remains the same. So with your training as a lawyer, how do you analyze a regime that implies for the country the eventual danger of a bad king? I'm not talking now like those Americans who say that Fidel promised elections and didn't deliver, and therefore, he can't be trusted. What I want to know is, what is the attitude of a government that is so concerned that things be done right, whose efforts are entirely directed toward commendable initiatives, with respect to this danger?" The president takes off his glasses and rubs his eyes with the index finger and thumb of his left hand. He has beautiful green eyes, very soft, and at the same time, the expression seems to come from the deepest recesses of his being. "When we really took power." "When did you become president exactly?" "In July 1959. There was another president before you, right?" "Yes, Urrutia. At that time, we didn't have a clear vision of the future, in the sense of structures. We had to take actions every day to turn the country round. We had to deal with each problem and make decisions as things came up. There wasn't time to think of a program. We worked day and night, literally. But gradually things became more clear, both materially and ideologically. We could begin to consider what the institutional forms should be. But I still don't know what the structure will be, whether there will be a parliament, or something else." But in 59 and 60, Fidel was saying he wasn't a communist. And he was sincere. Among the comrades of today who were in the government at that time, aside from the ones who later became counter-revolutionaries, there were other anti-communists. Fidel never said he was an anti-communist, and in fact, he never was, but there's a difference between not being against communism and actually being a communist. "Were you a communist?" "I've always been a Marxist, but I didn't belong to the PSP. We all agreed on the measures that had to be taken. Our different attitudes weren't about what we had to do, but the greater or lesser conscience we had that was socialism. From the start we began to take measures that were of a socialist nature, starting with the agrarian reform, which was the first law of the revolutionary government, and was announced in History Will Absolve Me, in 1953, and in the program of the future revolutionary government published in the Sierra. We couldn't tell the people that we wanted socialism. They were too biased against it from all the propaganda. But Fidel never said it wasn't socialism either. In the end, you put the chariot before the horse. Exactly. We'd taken a series of socialist-type measures, with the full agreement of the people. When a few days before the Bay of Pigs invasion, Fidel asked them, "Do you agree with what we've done?" The people reacted enthusiastically, and he told them, "Well, that's socialism." The Americans thought the Cubans would throw their arms around them as liberators. Not only did they get chased off the island, that happened 2 days after the official declaration of socialism. And once the economy had taken a Marxist direction, it would have made no sense to bring in capitalist structures and institutions. From 1961 on, we started thinking about what socialist structures we needed. We couldn't transplant the experiences of other countries, because each country is different. Nor could we put on paper, from scratch, our own structure. We realized that the first thing we had to do was to build the party. We're conducting an experiment in local government in Gins, a little town near Havana. First we drew up a physical planning map that groups more or less the same types of land and soil, then, according to certain technical concepts, we gave each area a functional unity. After which, we set up a local JOCI, coordination, execution, and inspection junta, for all the administrative questions and those of the local artisans. For the other production units, there is INRA, the Ministry of Industry. Only once we've carried out several experiments of this kind will we begin to know what types of local government we need. But we're not going to blindly apply a single prototype to each region. I'm sure we'll need 2 or 3 different types of local government. Tell me about the role of the party in all this. It's above the JOCI, right? No, the party isn't above the JOCI. It's in parallel, like between the National Party direction and the Council of Ministers. We tried to establish a fundamental principle, and that is that the party should not for any reason override government organisms. The laws are discussed in the Council of Ministers, without passing through the party. It's only in exceptional cases that the party meets to discuss the political orientation to be given to this or that law, on the request, generally, of the Council of Ministers. Generally. Yes, generally, because there's no rule. He smiles. It's much simpler than it looks. Everything is done in a more or less informal way. Don't forget we practically never had a long period of calm in which we could think about these things. The few periods there were we had to use to move ahead resolving economic problems. From one thread to another, the most important thing had to be economic organization and production. At the same time, this means creating state organizations that previously didn't exist, such as the Ministry of Industry, INRA, JOSPLAN, etc. All these new organizations had to get things done through trial and error. Meanwhile, a type of relationship that doesn't correspond to a specific design became institutionalized among the government. Also, when we created the new organizations, we had to decide which part of the economy was to be centrally directed. You're referring to the polemic. He smiles. Yes. I understand you're rather on the side of self-financing. Well, that's an embarrassing question, I prefer not to be quoted. Well, please permit me one embarrassing question, it's not much. He laughs. You're right. Did this polemic begin recently? No. It began at the beginning, inevitably, from the moment we had to choose a specific form of economic administration for the country. This isn't a political issue. Both the budgetary system and the auto-financing system are Marxist systems. It's simply a question of knowing which is most efficient. The budgetary system is already codified by a law, and we're working on a law on autonomous financing. In the other socialist countries, the budgetary system didn't work. You can't say that. In the Soviet Union, the budgetary system was born after the First World War, during the NEP, and then it was abandoned. But we'll never know whether it didn't work due to a defect of the system itself, or to mistakes due to lack of experience, which can be overcome. All the socialist countries have the budgetary system in one form or another, and it's probably better for agriculture. Why? Because you can't decide in an office in Havana where to plant rice. Of course, we can use statistics to find out how much rice we need this year, but if we try to arbitrarily assign so many kilos of rice to each farm, we're courting disaster, as happened already. If we're not on the spot, we can't know how many hectares of land in each farm are adapted to rice. Not even once studies are carried out. Not even, because the soil is constantly changing from year to year, and depending on how it changes, you have to rotate crops. So we say we need so much rice this year and make each agricultural group responsible for part of the plan. Then each farm administrator can take on a share of production, according to his capacity. Instead, with industry, it's different. The location of an industry depends on a lot of local factors, but once a factory is built, it can be administered from Havana, because the givens don't change, as in agriculture. It may be that, in the end, we'll see that it's better to have one system for agriculture and the other for industry, but we can't know yet. Let's get back to my question about the good king and the bad king. The bottom line is this: I cannot say what the structure of our institutions will be in future. And for now, it doesn't matter. Nothing forces us to rush into something before we can find out from experimentation how things should be. Nothing is pushing us, the people are solidly behind the revolution, they're not demanding elections, or that we define structures. So why should we rush? If we feel that people are restless, that they want a definitive organization, then yes, we'd have to do it to advance the revolution. But luckily, nothing is forcing us, we can take all the time we need. We can do things right for once. First, organize the economy, experiment with local power, organize the party, then we'll have a better idea what kind of structures and institutions we need. Meanwhile, the people are being trained and educated. If it can be like that, it would be really extraordinary. It would be the first time in history that a country remains suspended without institutions, yet with a regime, which is not dictatorial, long enough to be able to look at its situation from outside and, starting from reality, elaborate a system that corresponds to its needs. Always, when a government or a system changes, it goes from being one thing to being right away another, because even transition periods are affected by what came before. There has never been a long period in which time became a parenthesis where there was nothing, nothing on purpose, and which was full of economic, technical, and educational progress. If it can really be like that, it will mean that in Cuba, for the first time, men will not be dragged along by events, forced to act this way or that because of their links to the past, but will be able to say, calmly, we want to do this, that and the other, and we can take the necessary time to figure out how. I'd like to know how the division of work between you and Fidel works. Where does one find oneself when one is president of a republic whose prime minister is Fidel Castro? He smiles. Like all the other participants in the Cuban Revolution, he's secure enough not to be offended. He has exactly the moral stature I'd been led to expect, one of those people who impose themselves quietly, perhaps slowly, but permanently. We're always in touch. Well, as I said before, Fidel is a good king, but he's still a king. Everyone recognizes him as the head of the revolution. He made it, and everyone is confident he'll know how to steer it, everyone knows he's the best. But that inevitably means that Fidel does whatever he wants, that things are done his way. At the same time, there must be a doubt that the opposite could happen, that the party could pressure him, that he's not completely free. I know this is a contradiction, but a foreign observer can fear both the weight of the party and the domination of one man. It's not exactly like that, not all black or white. As for the party, you know how the national direction is made up: Fidel, me, Raul, Che, Aragon's, Blas Roca. I don't know Aragon's. Is he an old communist? No. Out of 6 members, only Blas Roca belonged to the PSP. And Fidel is the first secretary. As for the Council of Ministers, by law, you preside, right, but in practice, more or less, it's Fidel. By law and in practice, it's me. We get together twice a month, and in general, he's not there, because there's no need. He comes when there's something important to discuss, but also he needs to be free of routines, dates, times. His job is different, it's more creative. Like an artist. Right. On my way out, I stop to say hello to Celia's secretary, Ramon Lopez, and while I'm waiting for a car, I do a quick interview. Do you open Fidel's mail? Yes. And you read it? Yes. How many letters are there? About 400 a day. And how many readers are there? 4. That makes about 100 letters a day. And they're answered. We do some, others go to various ministries, the most complicated go to Celia, who tells Fidel about them. May 4th. I'm trying to draw a diagram of how the government is organized. I consult Aurelio, one of Caesar Escalante's assistants. He looks at the drawing I started to make while talking to Dorticos and says, "It's not like that. The Josii doesn't come under the Council of Ministers, it's more or less under the party. The members of the Josii are appointed by the party. Yes. The party controls everything, from the highest level to the lowest. At each level, there's a party organization that controls everything. It's logical, since those who are in the party are the best revolutionaries, the best workers, the most honest, with the most integrity. And on the regional level, they're the ones who know best the needs of that region." "What about Gins?" "Oh, Gins. Gins is an experiment, that's why the Josii of Gins comes under the Council of Ministers. Later, when we have local power everywhere, we'll have to see who it comes under. I don't know, we'll have to see. I just don't like it. There's something about the attitude of the party I just can't stomach, even if I like the person. It's that air that seems to say that everything that comes from the party is necessarily better than anything else, blindly, without looking. Then there's also the fact that these people, who pretend to direct all the others, are not part of the others, they're like a separate caste, because they don't do any other work than that of the party. They don't work in a factory, doing party work in addition. They're paid by the party, and they work only for the party. It's their livelihood. So it must be very easy for these party functionaries to feel superior to everyone else and also more powerful. Most people agree that it's not a good thing when a person thinks he's God. But party officials seem to believe that the party is God. Different from a personality cult, which at least is related to a real person, this is a cult to an abstract God, a God without a face, who doesn't speak, doesn't listen, and whose edicts one cannot trace, since they come from an abstract entity. Party officials represent the authority of this entity, and thus, inevitably, each one of them feels that he partakes of the divinity, that he is something of a god. It's this partaking of the divinity that justifies not taking responsibilities. The supreme authority, the sacred word, belongs to the party, and that means it's the party that makes the decisions, the others need only obey, blindly. Since they don't make decisions, they're not responsible for anything. In the name of the God which is the party, an abstract entity composed of millions of abstract functionaries, each one covered by a piece of the divine mantle, they defer to whoever is above them. If at least the godlings were superior people. But, of course, that cannot be because superior people are not part of a herd, they are the ones who found and organize it. The divinity effect only starts from the moment there is a herd, that is, an anonymous mass, the abstract body, which in turn confers abstraction on the head. This abstract body that partakes of the divinity, which is the party, is inevitably an agglomeration of ordinary people, whose defects are its armor. This God without eyes, without arms, without a mouth, inevitably becomes an entity without a brain. Even when elected from among the best workers, party functionaries are expected to obey this entity, rather than taking responsibility, while having the right to judge the actions of their electors. Here, sadly, the Barbudos have deviated from their tradition of innovation and nonconformity. May 6th. Maybe you're walking along, or absent-mindedly watching the town go by from a taxi, and suddenly, bit by bit, images fall into place, and you realize that soon you'll be leaving. You've accumulated a multitude of impressions, and now they've come together, saying, "Here we are," and you have to stop and think about them, even if a diary isn't meant for drawing conclusions. You could call all this a decanting. You could even say that Cuba itself is a decanting, a sort of colander in which the iron fist, the permanent revolution, peace with dignity, eggheads, and dogmatism come together, sometimes clashing, sometimes making beautiful harmony together. Although I don't believe in bottom lines, over more than 6 months, I've accumulated a myriad of intuitions, explanations, facts, and figures. Each event, each encounter, Each piece of information shed light on the main question being asked about the Cuban phenomenon: when, how, and to what extent was it the result of a communist intent in the first place. When I spoke with Che, I had the impression that even if I'd successfully guessed how things had gone, reconstituting the chain of events and evolutions with some accuracy, he wouldn't have confirmed it. Then one day, by chance, Celia confirmed the theories I'd put to Che. During that informal 5-hour conversation, I'd asked her whether, during the war, she'd been sustained by the conviction that one day they would have reached this point, or whether, on the contrary, the way in which things went was basically something of an unexpected gift, something viewed as unlikely when they were fighting, hoping only to arrive at a much more modest result. Her answer was instantaneous: we didn't think it would happen so fast. On the other hand, it appears that Raul, with his methodical personality, less inclined to fantasy, easily made the jump from the condition of a petty bourgeois to die-hard communist. He'd told me that in 1951, Fidel had given him Engels' Origin of the Family to read, and that it was his introduction to Marxism. Because he was older and had studied, Fidel had begun to read Marxist texts before Raul, and it seems that he approved of Marx's economic theories, as well as his humanitarian goals. But he didn't identify with contemporary communists, under whom the system had been inhuman. This sheds some light on the famous phrase, "We're not communists, we're humanists." Someone who disagrees with the historic and economic principles of communism would not have to specify what it is that differentiates him from a communist. What Fidel was saying was, we'll apply Marxist economic principles, but we'll never let them get in the way of our humanist principles. When he was in the Sierra, and journalists, starting with the New York Times' Herb Matthews, asked him whether he was a communist, Fidel could, in good faith, answer no. They didn't ask him whether he intended to put through an agrarian reform or nationalize the telephone company or the sugar mills, even though it was all laid out in History Will Absolve Me, which was published in 1953. This suggests that the label communist is more important for Americans than ideas reflected in Fidel's early writings. And, as I've often been told, fear that Fidel might be communist was counterbalanced by historical evidence that he would simply be another politiquero, or even a pandillero. The other Latin American communist parties, as well as, to a certain extent, the Cuban Communist Party, believed that Fidel was just a politiquero who would never put his program into effect. Fidel would only be a danger if he was communist, that is, if he was backed by, or was willing to accept the support of Moscow's powerful regime. Kennedy's election signaled the defeat of another long-standing fear of subservience to a foreign power, that of Catholicism and the Pope. In the case of Castro, the fear was of course much greater, since everyone knew, in answer to Stalin's famous question, that the Pope had no divisions. When Fidel assured Herb Matthews that he was not a communist, it could seem there was nothing to fear, and they could let him get rid of Batista, who was really too corrupt. Afterward, when Fidel implemented the agrarian reform and nationalized the oil companies, according to his published program, the Americans concluded there must have been premeditation, if not a secret agreement with Moscow, and they did exactly what would inevitably put him on the road to the socialization of the entire economy. Within a few months the behavior of the American government toward Cuba destroyed the anti-communist rhetoric built up since McCarthyism. The Cuban people to a man lined up behind Fidel, who had liquidated Batista, and whose behavior on the job was the opposite of his. Notwithstanding the constant threat of a bloodbath on the part of the United States, they would have followed him anywhere. With the most qualified people abandoning the country, with only the Communist Party having politically acceptable cadres, with a man like Khrushchev, not Stalin, holding out his hand at the crucial moment, it's no surprise that Fidel implemented the reforms for which he'd fought for 7 years. Fidel's personal strength inspired the people to accept the Marxist label much more rapidly than he and his companions had hoped. Although Fidel knew that he could lead the Cubans wherever he wanted, he also understood that education was the most powerful tool he could give them to build a humanist society based on Marxist economic principles. The problem was that while the Communist Party was the only one that had the cadres ready to administer the country, its leader, Aníbal Escalante, was so sectarian that he could turn people away from the revolution. In a race against the clock, the 26th of July movement managed to train managers before this happened, and the rest is history. Khrushchev must be watching with some trepidation this prodigal son who came to him from the other side of the world, for they don't always agree. And when the son doesn't get what he thinks he deserves, no amount of filial respect can prevent him from lambasting the father. He might even slam the door, returning later when he's calmed down. Instead of realizing that everything makes sense, the Americans rejoice when the Russians and Cubans disagree. They don't realize that castrism is the best enemy they could have, a new voice in communism, as Graham Greene recently wrote. They oversimplify the disagreement between Russia and China, seeing their respective positions as the only two possible in the developing world. In reality, third world peoples reject both majors, and given the complexity of economics, each one sees the ideal organization of society differently. Each third world country will have its Fidel, with his ideas, which at times correspond to those of Khrushchev, at times to those of Mao, at times those of Tito, etc. The main difference between the new socialist countries and the older ones in Europe is that the new ones, which come about spontaneously as a result of their own history, arrive on the scene after the errors of the older ones. And each one takes what he needs where he finds it, not caring whether it's to the right or the left of an imaginary line. Like children born when their parents have stopped loving each other, they love each one for different reasons. The big question today is Cuba's relationship with the Chinese and how it affects its relationship with the Russians. When I arrived 6 months ago, I told Fidel I wanted to clarify this point insofar as it was possible. I saw the smile, the shrug, the vague gesture, as a diplomatic way of saying that certain things, and everywhere I met the same reaction. It wasn't until I read the article Che had given me in answer to my question about Guanacabibie, that I understood or at last believed I had that it's dangerous to let one's imagination run wild, and that things were simpler than the press or the embassies made them appear. That the shrugs, the smiles and the vague gestures had the same value as the careful way news was composed on the front page, Fidel's trip to the Soviet Union on top, and just underneath, exactly in the middle of the page, the illustrated article about the signing of a contract with the Chinese. I remember how public was the obviously friendly relationship between Che, with his wife, and the Chinese ambassador and his wife, during the New Year's reception, and the many events sponsored by the Vietnam Solidarity Committee presided over by Melba Hernandez. I remembered the reaction of many Western observers when Fidel signed the commercial treaty with Khrushchev. They rubbed their hands and said that now Latin America would have to forget about revolution, that Nikita had succeeded in putting his words of caution in Fidel's mouth, and that he would be able to confront overzealous leaders with Fidel's signature. I believe both of them know that even if Cuba, for tactical reasons, had to abstain in the future from helping Latin American revolutions, the Chinese would step in, and they might all agree that it was a perfect division of labor. May 7th. I'm still here. Since the 1st of May, when Fidel said we'd get together soon, I've spent all my time in my room. He'd left town, and no one knew when he would return. Now he's back and could come at any time. There's a lawyer from India who's also waiting for Fidel. He became friendly with Corda, who told him he had a counterpart, and he'd rushed to call me. My conversations with him annoyed me so much that I stopped seeing him. He's coming to talk revolution to Fidel, but he knows absolutely nothing about the Cuban Revolution. He's about Fidel's age, full of energy and has a pointed beard, but that's not enough. The Waiting for Fidel Club is beginning to weigh on all its members, some come and leave more or less rapidly, sometimes returning, but I've been here non-stop. The English writer James Cameron, who hangs out with the Indian, isn't waiting to see Fidel, he's just waiting for the plane from Madrid to arrive. It's 3 days late and no one seems to know why. There's also an Italian journalist who tells me with an important air. Today, I gave a book to Fidel. He's going to read it? In Italian? I asked, without giving him the satisfaction of exclaiming what? You saw Fidel? Yes, he's reading it with Vallejo's help. Vallejo doesn't know Italian. He's calling to tell me that Fidel wants me to postpone my departure until next week. May 8th. This morning, I'm told to stay in my room from 8 on. At 1 a.m., call from Vallejo, we're still in a meeting. We'll come tomorrow. May 9th. They didn't come. Vallejo called to say that things were happening. May 10th. On my way to the Polinesio, still tied to the telephone, I see Che arrive with a resolute step, followed by 2 guards whose gait is more relaxed. He gives me a brief nod and goes up the big stairway to the bar and the meeting room. After dinner, I tell the operator I'll be back in an hour and go on foot to the university where Mario Trejo had told me there were excellent jazz concerts. The orchestra is set up in a field and alternates old-fashioned slow dances and jazzed-up Cuban music. The nearest grandstands are full. Girls in pastels use Chinese fans, boys in glasses tap their feet and spread a handkerchief before sitting down. In front, a black kid with a white shirt and a whistle around his neck functions as cheerleader. Possessed by the rhythms, he jumps all over the place. When the orchestra plays Diana, he grabs a chair and does an incredible number, ending at the musician's feet to thunderous applause. May 11th. Apparently, Che had been on his way to give a speech to the young communists of his ministry who are holding their congress in the hotel. He said they shouldn't have that kind of sinister heaviness that young communists sometimes have, they shouldn't lose their spontaneity and freshness. They shouldn't spend their time debating what should be the attitude of young people with respect to this or that problem. They should instinctively know and manifest the right attitude. He said it's the party's responsibility to organize youth, and that until now, it had been unable to do so because it's still full of people with a bourgeois mentality, which it would be useless to propagate. I greet a colleague and ask him if he knows what's going on. Che gave a rather violent speech, maybe that's what's going on. I think he's exaggerating. Something was going on 3 days ago. Tonight they are still meeting. I won't be able to leave tomorrow. May 12th. Last night, Faustino Perez went on television to tell the habaneros why they have no water. It's a long-term problem. This afternoon, I met my Mexican friend's uncle, a 70-year-old man who's anxious to leave. I fought for the revolution. I was even jailed by Batista, but this isn't right. I can't buy a pair of shoes, because I'm retired. I'd like to work, I'm still strong, I'm bored at home, but what do they offer me, I who was self-employed, who earned a lot of money, who used to send my daughter to Europe for the summer. They ask me to take in the gas payments. And I have nothing to eat. They reduced the chicken ration, there's only chicken for the children, also eggs. Everything's for the children. What kind of revolution is this? They give everything to the scholarship students. I already knew his daughter's story. She wants to go because she can't eat ice cream whenever she wants. Her husband would like to take her away, but he can't. He'd have to leave his job, which he does conscientiously because he has nothing against the revolution and doesn't need ice cream, so how would they live during the year they'd have to wait for the right to leave? I had a long discussion with my Mexican friends about the government's policy toward people like these. Their right to take away their jewelry and furs, because that's money they would be taking out of the country. But you shouldn't take away a woman's engagement ring. All of a sudden, these people have 30 engagement rings, and they always find someone who doesn't have one who, for a small payment, will take it with them. No, the government is right. But on the other hand, if my uncle manages to leave, because someone sends him money, my cousin, who lives in the apartment, will have to move because the apartment would return to the state. And that's not logical. May 13th. Vallejo called again to tell me that when I find out what's happening, I'll understand why Fidel hasn't shown up yet. The papers announce that mercenaries have fired from a boat on the Pilan sugar mill in Orient, and that 70,000 bags of sugar went up in smoke. A woman and a child were wounded in their house. The attack took place at dawn. Nothing could be done. But this doesn't explain what's been going on for the last week. Today, Dolores returned from a trip to Orient. All along the road, but mainly in Orient and Camagüey, I saw columns of tanks and troops. Something's happening. Meanwhile, Brazil broke off diplomatic relations with Cuba. The papers continue to play up the sugar mill attack with pictures and eyewitness accounts, condemnations by Cuban associations and socialist countries, and warnings from Moscow and Peking. In the lobby, I meet a journalist from a Western communist paper who tells me there were 2 landings, one with 50 men and one with 30, one in Orient and one in Las Villas. They were almost all captured or killed. A friend who came back from Las Villas saw them pass by on trucks, hands tied behind their backs, and they weren't laughing. Why launch suicide operations of this type? What can 50 men possibly achieve? May 16. The papers continue to talk about the attack on the sugar mill. The government doesn't want the mercenaries to know the landings were crushed, so they'll continue to send others to be killed. They come in small groups, hoping to get on the Cubans' nerves, and also with the idea that it's harder to catch a small group than a big one, and sooner or later, some will succeed in infiltrating and making it to the mountains, like Fidel did, to engage in guerrilla warfare, just as Fidel insinuated in his speech. But who will feed them? People are expecting an invasion. Maybe it won't be for 3 or 4 months, but there's no doubt it will come. They talk about it with the utmost tranquility, and life goes on as usual. People go to the theater to see Romeo and Juliet, directed by a Czech, with the black actress Bertina Acevedo as Juliet. It seems she's not very good, but the direction is. They go to see the Polish folk dancers, or the new Odyssey ballet, choreographed by a German. May 17. Today, they're giving Traviata. Last night, Saturday, there was the usual line at all the movies. People were sitting on the stairs for a Polish film, The Knife in the Water, which takes place on a sailboat, between a husband, a wife, and a young rebel. It's a bad imitation of the New Wave, but it describes the boredom and material aspirations of the socialist nomenclature. Polish women don't seem to be at all puritanical. An International Children's Day is in preparation, and a campaign is underway for 6th graders to apply for scholarships to become teachers. This week, Che inaugurated 3 factories, and the delegates to the May Day celebration returned from their trip to Orient, rubbing shoulders in the Habana Libre cafeteria with the delegates to the First Regional Peasant and Workers' Congress and those of the First National Pharmaceutical Congress. Chapter 14. Phony War. May 18. Yesterday was the anniversary of the land reform, the first act of the revolutionary government. The papers showed the government in the Sierra for the signature. Apparently, it was a difficult trip for then President Urrutia. Last night in the lobby, I met the correspondent who had announced the landings. His face was red, his eyes bulging. What's wrong? SHH, terrible things are happening. He seemed about to cry. What's happening? 2,000 men infiltrated, including Manuel Rey, and they're expecting a massive landing tomorrow morning. He disappeared through the hotel door. Dolores appeared and we got into a taxi, headed for a movie. But the chauffeur doesn't know exactly where the theater is. It's late, and I'm still thinking about the expression on the journalist's face. In French, so the chauffeur won't understand, I tell Dolores what he said. Wouldn't it be better to find out what's going on? Dolores holds out for a film, but we can't find the theater, and finally she gives in. The chauffeur thinks we're crazy to pay 5 pesos to end up where we started. We go looking for the journalist, who, by a small lamp, is writing his history in The Making Peace. If they can establish a bridgehead, a provisional government, the OEA will be able to intervene immediately, meaning the US with all their means. He finishes the piece and leaves. We go to my room, order 2 daiquiris and start playing the if game. If they bombard us, we'll have to go down to the cellar by the stairway. I'm on the 23rd floor, she's on the 17th. Everyone will be rushing for the elevators. There won't be any elevators. The electricity will be off. But to stay here and get bombed doesn't seem very useful. We might as well leave. Yes, but what if nothing happens? There's no reason to leave unless something happens. Neither of us is seriously considering it, even assuming there were daily flights. It's 11. In 5 or 6 hours, we'll know. Attacks are always at dawn. The daiquiris arrive. The waiter greets us as usual, obviously unaware of anything. I start thinking about packing. I'll have to put everything in the hotel storage room. It must be in the basement. But what about the manuscript of this book and the hundreds of pictures? I can't leave them anywhere. If we have to move around, I'll have to take them with me. But no, that's absurd. I should send a package to Italy by the diplomatic pouch. It's the first time I find myself 6 hours away from a war, with the irrefutable proof that I'm a coward. It's like when I flew from Santiago to Havana last year in a plane that felt like it would fall any minute. That same uncontrollable terror, mixed with the conviction that it would be too stupid to die like that. But how many good ways are there to die? I need desperately to act, not to sit waiting for disaster. Dolores goes to her room to sleep. I pack all my bags, the bigger ones were already packed for my imminent departure. I take a bath, thinking it might be the last one for a while, and realize I'm even more agitated than before. I'd always said that if something happened here, I would fight with the Cuban women. But the worst is about to happen and I'm a number among hundreds of hotel guests, totally isolated, without a gun, which I wouldn't know how to use, without orders, just good enough to wait for a bomb to fall on my head. I tell myself I'm living a historical moment, but somehow that doesn't console me. The radio continues to talk about pylon, as though there were nothing else, but people come and go as usual. At 1 a.m., before going to bed, I call the journalist. Anything new? There are 5 American ships off the coast. If you look out your window, you'll see their lights. The streets emptied out at 11:30. I fall asleep, fully expecting to be awakened by cannons. At 5, I look at my watch and think, this is the right time for a landing. But everything is quiet. At 8, Celia's secretary, whom I'd called at midnight, knocks on the door. I tell him what I've heard. I don't know anything about it. He calls his office. Nothing new. Nothing new. I'll keep you posted. I go back to sleep. At 1 in the lobby, there's an air of expectancy, a bit like when it's about to rain. In the cafeteria, I talk to a Western communist journalist who's accompanied by a beautiful mulatto. What do you know? Things are very bad. We're going to get it? There's no more coffee, but that's not unusual. Dolores and I go back to my room to order some. The waiter asks how I am. Well, we're waiting, no. That's how it is, chica, he answers shrugging and smiling. SOESACI. Felicia arrives. Yesterday, I finished work at 4 and stayed with my militia group till 11. All the men are on alert. She'd already told me that 3 days ago. We're ready. I go to Cordes to beg a roll of film. He's fast asleep in the studio. The Indian arrives and says he's leaving tomorrow. He can't wait for Fidel any longer. In his linguistic isolation, he doesn't realize how serious the situation is. On the lawn of the Hotel Nacional, to the sound of a phonograph, the Children's Day people are tranquilly selling pineapples for 30 centavos apiece. In front of the building called Seguro del Medico, where Prensa Latina has its offices, I meet the Uruguayan correspondent, Escobedo Bermejo. He's unshaved, but when I give him my news, he starts to laugh. Nonsense. Nothing will happen. Do you expect them to start World War III? The Reuters correspondent I'd met in front of the pineapple stand had said more or less the same thing, and I'd thought it was his English phlegm. I'm supposed to call Roberto Ridamar at the Writers' Union. Call back in half an hour, they're all in a militia meeting, says his secretary. This evening, I'm supposed to call Carlos Franchi. At dinner time, he's not home. I go to the movies, the place is empty, and when I call back at midnight his wife, Margot, tells me, he's not coming home to sleep. He's on alert with the Popular Defense. It's 1 a.m. again, and we're waiting. The papers have been talking about Pylon since last Wednesday, when it happened. They talk about Pylon, but not about the fact that half the country is mobilized in anticipation of an invasion. I'm indignant. This afternoon Felicia said, people are wondering why Fidel doesn't speak. In these cases, they're used to hearing him, and now he's not saying anything. Why doesn't he speak? Why do the papers pretend nothing's going on? Why does the radio pretend nothing's happening, repeating round the clock the same insipid news? Little by little, everyone has become aware of what's going on. May 19th. Tomorrow is May 20th, the date on which the exiles have been promising for the last year to be in Cuba. Bermejo says they aren't publishing news to avoid alarming the population and slowing down production, and because for 5 years, people have been used to being more or less always in a state of alert. It's better for people to be informed by their own organizations, because that way the exiles know as little as possible. We argue at length. I rest on my positions, which is that they could at least say 2 words, to make the situation official, invite the public to be calm without giving anything away. Exile headquarters continues to put out rumors. Apropos Pylon, they said that the invaders held the port for several hours with a group of guerrillas from the mountains. In reality, the attack was limited to a bombardment from sea. Finally, the American press published a denial about Pylon. Today, the exiles claimed that 6 bridges were destroyed, that Raul has been wounded and that Blas Roca demanded asylum in Mexico. Notwithstanding my fear, the whole thing is beginning to seem rather laughable. The militias are still on a war footing. In the lobby I meet Minister Eduardo Corona from the Peace Movement, on his way to meet his group at the university. At the Polinecio, which is almost deserted, I see several militiamen. Aside from that, everything is as usual. At 11, from my room, I hear yelling from the street. I look over the balcony, the university militia is marching, shouting 1, 2, 3, 4 for all they're worth. I take the elevator down to dinner with a young couple here from the provinces for a congress. The woman is dressed in low-cut silk and wearing a necklace of tiny pearls, hair swept off the neck, leaning on her husband's arm, but it's she who asks where the delegates' dinner is being held. In Cuba, the men hold their women around the shoulders, as if someone might rape them, but the women have already reached a different stage, going, as Sarita would say, from underdevelopment to matriarchy. In the lobby, Comandante Escalona assures me he's just arrived from Orient, where everything is calm, and that he'll sleep at the hotel tonight, since he has to stay in Havana. Although they've announced the attack for tomorrow, for the first time, I'm really calm. If Escalona is sleeping here, things can't be that bad. In any case, last night's fright is gone. I can't even remember what it was like. May 20th. At 7:30 this morning, we heard loud noises like the other day, not knowing whether they were planes, tanks or trucks. Later, my friend from Prensa Latina told me they were tanks. However, nothing happened, at least officially. The paper carries a standard announcement of military maneuvers in Pina del Rio, warning boats to steer clear of the area. As often, supersonic flights are announced over the province of Havana, Matanzas, and Pina del Rio, and Cubans are asked to give blood. The main headline is that Raul will speak on Friday in Santiago. probably in answer to yesterday's rumors. Sunday, during his speech inaugurating a factory, Che had said, "Produce with your left hand, hold the rifle in the right, and with your two heels, stamp out the vermin." It looks increasingly as though the exiles' plan is to infiltrate and try to sabotage the economic life of the country. I spent an hour with Dolores this morning, and suddenly I realize that we've been repeating the same things for 4 days, and that in the end it's like exchanging recipes. We finally understand the Cuban attitude. After a while, it isn't even worth talking about. May 21st. Paolo Gasparini says the government knew exile boats had left for Cuba on Sunday. They never arrived, probably because they knew the Cubans were waiting for them. It's also rumored that various groups of counter-revolutionaries are having trouble agreeing, so they can't do anything. Something appears to have dissolved in the air. It's hard to pin down, but it's palpable. May 22nd. I'm awakened by a call from Escalona. Everything they've been saying are lies. There was no invasion, maybe there will be one day, but for the moment everything is calm. Fidel will probably be back today. That means he's already back. I begin to believe that my departure is now only a few days away. The way this morning's papers insinuate something has been going on is almost a work of art. The main headline reads, "The world is alarmed by the Yankee offensive." The subhead, "More than 100 young Americans will visit Cuba this summer." The connivance between the Gusanos and the CIA is clear. The article quotes a story from the Italian communist paper Unita, saying the new threats against Cuba are dangerous not only for peace in the Caribbean, but for the entire world. It refutes Washington's declarations that it has nothing to do with all this. Then it mentions the student visit. On the 4th page, under the headline, "The U.S. spy flights are an offense," Prensa Latina reports from London that the Labour paper, Tribune, calling the counter-revolutionaries bandits and buccaneers, says that without U.S. support, they would have disappeared long ago. The London paper condemns the counter-revolutionary incursions instigated and protected by the U.S., emphasizing that even the small ones provoke terrible destruction and victims, and that it's right for the Cuban government to be indignant that Washington is encouraging and financing them. This evening, Raul gave a radio address from Santiago. It's the first time I hear him over a microphone. At times, he imitates Fidel's intonations, especially when his voice drops in that typical way, with the accent on the last word. His voice has the same defect as Fidel's, which tends to become ugly when it passes through the mic, but he lacks his brother's ability to modulate it in a rich variety of tones so that even very long enumerations retain the listener's attention. Like Fidel, Raul likes to tell jokes, and today's speech is full of them. Some are a bit heavy, but heard after the end of the world atmosphere we've been experiencing, they take on a wonderful vitality. Without a doubt, one of the greatest qualities of this revolution is the enormous psychological health of its leaders, which they've transmitted to the people. Fidel always starts his speeches with a long introductory sentence, approaching the subject gradually, with genuflections. On the contrary, Raul jumps right in. "Santiagueros, we're gathered here to explain to the people the events of the last weeks, the aggressive plans that are underway against our country, to inform you of what we've done to annul these plans, and to analyze what we still have to do to win in this period of tension the imperialists have organized. In order to accuse Cuba of aggression toward Venezuela at the OEA meeting, they had to provoke the fight in Panama, bringing down the Goulart government. Everything was set up for Cuba to be condemned. There's just one obstacle in the way of this meeting of mice: they need to figure out who's going to put the collar on the cat." After summarizing the events of the last weeks, U2S, Guantanamo, the attack on Pilon, Raul continues to joke, "It's fun to read some of the cables these days. They try to pretend they've started a civil war, that the squealing mice of the Bay of Pigs have been transformed into ferocious lions who are devouring the revolution. The Yankee wire services must have been influenced by the exploits of Mickey Mouse. The first cable describes the battle at the Pilon sugar mill, claiming that the counter-revolutionaries joined up with guerrillas from the mountains and held the mill for 3 hours. It's signed by a certain Sopo. He's got an even better imagination than the Greek fable writer, Aesop. When Raul says the invaders will be able to get into the country, but they won't be able to get out, people start yelling paredon, meaning wall, or, up against the wall, in an increasingly perfect cha rhythm. But why all these cables, asks Raul. Do they want to make people believe there's a civil war here so they can set up a counter-revolutionary government, perhaps on board a ship, which could then call on the OEA for help? It would be no surprise if those who planned and carried out Kennedy's assassination, then killed his presumed assassin, were to think up a plan for a counter-revolutionary government in arms that would ask them to intervene. He says the soldiers who are cutting sugar cane had already fulfilled their quota when we told them they need to get some military training in case those people end up coming, thinking to finish us off. Then he starts berating the gusanos who rejoiced over the so-called invasion, threatening gaily to take away their telephones and also, if necessary, their cars. Only revolutionaries can criticize the revolution. As for the gusanos, the most the revolution allows them is to live in our country if they do so quietly and peacefully. Far from pretending that everything's fine, he begins a long denunciation against certain employees of the Internal Trade Ministry for collaborating with the CIA. They would report fewer children in a place so that when the milk arrived, there wasn't enough. Or food arrived spoiled somewhere, and they didn't try to find out who was responsible. If they give themselves up, they can still avoid punishment. The public again chanted paredon, as Raul explained that these things are happening because they had to put bourgeois in administrative jobs, while the masses were being trained. At that point, it seems he's said everything, but he goes back, talks about the danger, the invasion, reads part of Fidel's May Day speech, in which he said the fight would never end. Finally, he asks the audience whether imperialism will be able to do away with the revolution's achievements, citing them out one by one. Several friends had told me that Raul is like a bulldozer. He goes into a subject at top speed, then he goes back to see if he forgot anything, then he goes over it one more time just to make sure. May 23rd. This afternoon, I went to town to get several issues of Hoy that I'd missed during the Marcos trial at the stand on Calle Galeano. Everyone in Havana was shopping. I came back on foot, photographing display windows and people. It was a beautiful day, hot, but with a nice breeze, and at every corner, they were selling fried donuts or ices. I asked permission to take a few pictures in a children's and girls' store, but when I turned the objective on the clients as they entered, they gave me a dirty look and left. The first time, I thought it was just a woman who didn't want her picture taken. The second time, I realized they must have been opponents of the regime. Tonight, around 10 o'clock, Celia called. Fidel told me you were being very patient when I reminded him that you were still waiting to see him. And you have to be patient a little longer. A little. A bit. I spend the rest of the evening trying to imagine how many days or weeks correspond to Fidel's poquito. May 24th. From the cables, the émigrés seem really incapable of organizing themselves. They elected a junta in Miami, but the three most important groups refuse to take part, and the others don't agree among themselves. The cables that Fidel often refers to in his speeches are made up by Escalante's office, the COR, and sent daily to the members of the government, high functionaries and a few, very few, journalists. When the crisis began, I'd ask Caesar to put me on the list so I could compare the foreign news with what was actually happening here. He told me it wasn't up to him, so I called Celia, Ramon, Vallejo, but couldn't get through to anyone. The days went by, and so did the crisis, and still I didn't have the bulletins, and I was pretty annoyed with Caesar for being so sectarian. Last night, Celia told me they would give them to me, so I went to get the old ones from Caesar's secretary, who's going to put me on the list. They're even more truculent than I'd imagined. May 12, Miami AP, rumors of an imminent military action against the communist regime of Fidel Castro have increased in the exile community. Its leaders maintain a strict reserve in comparison to the declarations that preceded the failed Bay of Pigs invasion of 1961. They hint at a long guerrilla war, and hope for defections from Castro's army. Militant refugee organizations, some with combat or guerrilla warfare experience with Castro, and others trained in the American army believe the attacks will be just the beginning of a long and difficult campaign. Small groups will leave from somewhere other than America with the intent to sabotage, subvert, and oppose the communist regime, hoping for a mass uprising, in particular among the armed forces. May 13, Mexico AP, various tracts are calling the Cuban exiles to armed action against the Castro regime on May 20. They arrive by mail from Miami, signed by the Magisterial Revolutionary Directory. May 13, Miami Up, it's said here that exiled Cubans today attacked a sugar mill in Orient, Cuba, retreating successfully after inflicting serious damage. According to telephone information from an unidentified source in Central America, members of Manuel Artime's MRR assaulted the Pilan sugar mill shortly before dawn. Cubans here were surprised by Artime's participation. His rival, Manuel Rey, announced several weeks ago that his men would begin incursions against Castro around May 20, which is Cuban Independence Day. On May 14, the Americans took steps to prevent Cuba from buying medicine in the United States. In the Nicaraguan exile community, it is rumored that there is little probability that Manuel Artime personally headed the attack on Pilan. An AP correspondent inspected the American bases in Florida, to determine whether the Cuban exiles could or should receive military help from the United States. From all appearances, it doesn't look like the US is preparing to help the Cuban invaders. The attack on Pilan is not clear. The attackers arrived by sea and left by sea after a brief meeting with guerrillas on land. They say they landed at 3:50 in the morning, fought for 3 hours and left. That was long after dawn. There's no place to hide in the area, and they must have been followed by Castro's 100 MiGs, 2 LS, and MiG-17s. It's doubtful the attackers could get into the American naval base at Guantanamo, given Cuban surveillance. On May 25, the AP reported that Manuel Rey gave up his job and is hiding in Puerto Rico. The New York Times criticized U.S. restrictions on sales of medicine, saying, "This isn't the way to show the world a picture of the U.S. as a humanitarian and generous country." The Washington Post says the attack on Pilan will help the regime and hurts the U.S. "We shouldn't let our territory, our boats, our money, and prestige be used to launch attacks against Cuba, especially given that any denial from Washington will be taken with a grain of salt." Miami AP, the MRR affirmed today that Castro lied when he said that yesterday's attack on the sugar mill in Orient wasn't a land operation, but was carried out from a boat anchored near the coast. Castro took 15 hours to think up this lie, because his communist dictatorship suffered a tremendous blow, adding, "In the future, we may no longer issue communiques from American territory to avoid conflicts." Radio broadcasts in Spanish from Miami say anti-Castrist units have landed on the north coast of Cuba, while counter-revolutionaries in Nicaragua declare that the number of attacks against Cuba is increasing. The Washington Evening Star reports landings at various points of the Cuban coast this morning, while counter-revolutionaries in Costa Rica celebrate the attack on Pilan. Meanwhile in Miami, the Americans confiscate a boat that was to attack the Cuban ship Las Villas when it passed off the Florida coast. May 16, AP Miami, there seems no doubt that new incursions against the Cubans are imminent. What's not known is whether these incursions by militant Cuban exiles will produce joy or headache for the millions of Cubans in and outside of Cuba who want to see Fidel Castro's regime destroyed. In this wonderful rumor land of Miami, you get the impression that the incursions being planned could be more serious than those of last week against Pilan. Once the guerrillas secure a bridgehead, we're told, the government in arms would immediately be recognized. Some exiles doubt the ability of their younger compatriots to govern, much less unite the country. They say that if Castro is unseated, the US will have to set up a military government to rule Cuba for 10 years. May 16, Miami Up, a powerful American shortwave station transmitting to Cuba in a 4-digit code reported unconfirmed rumors of an imminent new attack by the exiles. The Cuban government tried to intercept the mysterious coded message. May 25. Went to see the Czech film Death is Called Engelchen with a young Polish economist who, notwithstanding his lack of Spanish, came up with the perfect description of my situation. For you, the Habana Libre is like a royal prison. May 28, Miami AP, Cuban radio broadcasts indicate that today, the island remains in a state of military emergency in anticipation of the threat of an invasion before Wednesday. From Miami, the AP writes, new attacks against Fidel Castro's communist Cuba, carried out by commandos of exiles could be announced tomorrow or Wednesday, according to sources close to the anti-Castrist leaders. A pirate radio calling itself Radio Cuba Libre says, we are transmitting from inside Cuba and calls on the soldiers, militias, and workers to rebel. According to the UP, one of the radio messages directed at Cuba said, Israel for Eugenio. The tree is in the middle of the forest. Signed Indalecio. The Miami refugees were said to be enthusiastic when they heard via radio a voice claiming to be that of Ray, speaking from inside Cuba. But the following day, Ray's organization said it wasn't his voice, but they hoped for an announcement from Cuba for the 20th. They were nearly hysterical last night when it was rumored that a U-2 had been lost over Cuba. In another bulletin, the UP says the internal Cuban radio network today exhorted maximum vigilance, while the exiles awaited news of the activities promised by their leaders. 3 of the main leaders and guerrilla warfare specialists have apparently left town, making the hypothesis of an imminent event in the island even more credible. The leaders are Manuel Rey, Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo and Manuel Artime. In Cuba, meanwhile, the Castrist regime ordered that 2 stations continue to transmit 24 hours a day, instead of suspending their programs at midnight and with no details, ordered maximum vigilance. Apparently, the exiles don't know that this order is enough for the population to know what to do. Tuesday, May 19, the day before the date set for the invasion, the AP announced that revolutionary commandos blew up 6 road bridges in Cuba, while in another bulletin, a refugee just arrived in Miami claimed that the communists are desperate for fear of an invasion. Meanwhile, according to a UPI communique from New York, the Costa Rican ambassador to the UN denied that there are refugee camps for Cuban exiles in his country. Wednesday, the Miami exiles hope that Ray was able to land in Cuba. Clandestine broadcasts from outside Cuba filled the air all night. Another bulletin from the UPI says that Castro was notified today by radio telephone of the imminent start of a guerrilla war against his regime on the part of forces headed by Gutierrez Menoyo. The transmission came from somewhere in the Caribbean and alluded to the Omega Plan by 3 Cuban exiles. Another transmission in Cuban maritime frequency said without further details that 2 boats are firing on the lighthouse, we have to abandon the lighthouse. The story ends with this laconic phrase, no group of exiles residing in Miami has announced whether there have been attacks against Cuba. May 26. A theater group is alternately studying a Miller comedy, A Memory of Two Mondays, and Edward Albee's The Zoo Story and the Death of Jesse Smith. The Huberto de Planck Theater is relatively small and houses a young company in an off-Broadway or Rive Gauche atmosphere. The theater is almost full, and the zoo story is excellent. Jesse Smith isn't nearly as good, but the public likes it because it's about racial discrimination. The COR bulletins show the counter-revolutionaries balloon deflating. On Saturday, May 23, the now legendary Manuel Rey declared to the UPI in Caracas, where he finally surfaced after several days, that it would take 2 or 3 years to defeat Fidel Castro. In a press conference, he admitted it would be difficult for him to agree with the other 2 leaders on the way to do this. Notwithstanding this candor, the exiles in Mexico claimed a Soviet submarine base in Pina del Rio had been attacked. On May 22, the New York journal American explained the basic disagreements among the 3 exile leaders, Rey, Artime, and Menoyo. The cynical prediction in the refugee colonies is that it would take 3 revolutions for true freedom to return to Cuba. First, Manolo Rey would have to remove Castro, in the name of Fidelism. Without Fidel, Rey is supposedly a socialist. Then Manuel Artime would take power from Manolo Rey to save Cuba from becoming a sort of Yugoslavia of the Caribbean. The final revolution would take place when the Cubans forced Artime to recognize the 1940 Constitution. Writing the same day in the World Telegram from Miami, Hal Hendricks expressed the situation in rather poetic terms: the exiles are silently resigned to the probability of undergoing another huge disillusion following the incredible drunk hope by a week-long public relations war against Fidel Castro's communist regime. There are more journalists in Miami to cover the war than men in Rey's invasion forces. It's now recognized that nothing dramatic or sensational happened that could signal the beginning of a new war or a Cuban uprising in support of the exiled saviors, seeking to rescue the island from Castro communist control. There's no joy among the Cubans here. May 27. Dolores is indignant. How dogmatic can you get? Do you realize this is a young officer who, even if he doesn't have a very high rank, is relatively influential? He should be the cream of his generation, and do you know what he thinks? We have to make films about factories, enough with this Dolce Vita, Acatone, etc. I talked to him for an hour, and finally I realized it's useless. It's horrible, it's fearful. I'm as indignant as Dolores, but after so many months in Cuba, I've become more philosophical, more tolerant. Dogmatism will always exist, there will always be a left and a right, humanist and fascist mentalities, and when there's a struggle, rigidity increases. Alas, the influence of the God without eyes is inevitable. May 28. For the last 2 days, I've been trying to reach Celia, seeing it's the end of the month. I'm in the worst phase members of the Waiting for Fidel Club go through. First, you'd rather be told Fidel won't see you and leave, then, you wonder how people who are so disorganized can run a country, then, you consider it lucky that Raul and Che are punctual, then you recognize that Fidel is an artist, and, finally, you feel the attitude suggests a lack of respect. This morning, after being told in Calle once that Fidel wouldn't be back before tonight, I was anticipating spending another day studying cables, swimming, listening to the latest intrigues at the Habana Libre, when my phone rang. A man's voice said, "You don't know me, I picked a number at random. What's your name, and what do you do?" Then Vallejo called and said, "Don't go anywhere. We'll be there this afternoon or this evening. He promised to see you today. It's 4 o'clock, on one of those misty, lightly rainy days that transform the cityscape, rapidly the blowing like a hallucination." The Bolivian Foreign Ministry issued a laconic statement saying they weren't going to break off relations with Cuba just because other countries did so, but only after a careful examination of the situation. It's expected they will break off relations after the elections, as did Brazil. It's 8 o'clock. I go down for dinner. There's a bucket on the landing of the grand staircase into the lobby under the cupola, which has a leak. May 29. They didn't come, and they didn't call. I spent another day not daring to go out. A group of foreign journalists gathered in my room to keep me company, arguing about the upcoming meeting of the OEA. Escobedo Bermejo, the Chilean, is optimistic, while the Italian, Tutino, as usual, expects the worst. Bermejo has just finished a story on Guantanamo and tells us that since the fence went up, it's been hard on the enlisted men, who can no longer go for R&R to the nearest town. Life is easier for the officers, who have their houses with gardens and their families. The frontier is a battlefield in a cold war of nerves. The Cubans are rotated every 2 weeks. The only one who's been there for 5 years is a 45-year-old strong, tranquil peasant with nerves of steel. The only time he lost his temper was when a Mexican, paid by the Americans to provoke him in Spanish, came and sat on the Cuban side of the white line yelling insults. He shot over his head, and the Mexican fled. When the American soldiers run out of ways to provoke the Cubans, they revert to animal calls at night, which the Cubans think is childish. The Americans always deny that their guards are provocative, as on the Bay of Pigs anniversary, but Fidel has systematically invited journalists to see for themselves, dressed as Cuban soldiers. And it's enough to remember the incident with the flag in Panama to imagine how likely it is that the soldiers, usually not very educated, behave with contempt. Around 11:30, Celia called. Fidel left again. To console me, he suggested she invite me to go on some tour with her. I accepted. I'll pick you up in the morning. Okay, what time? Around 7:30. Okay. Trying not to let her guess my horror of early wake UPS. After a few more exchanges she says. Look, don't ruin your sleep. I'll call you when I get up. May 30th. 3 groups of exiles from the Omega Plan met in Miami to agree on the preparation and execution of Cuba's Second War of Independence. Celia called at 8:30, I'll be there in 15 minutes. She's waiting in the lobby, talking to the bellboy, wearing an olive green uniform with some modifications that make it just right for her. The pants with leg elastics stop short of the ankles, on one of which she wears a gold chain. Her shoes are green ballerinas. Waiting in the car is a plump, middle-aged woman in black slacks and a white shirt with lace. We wind through the streets of Vedado. I don't know where we're headed until I recognize Calle once. I told Celia that I have only a few shots left in my camera, and she prefers to lend me hers rather than stop at Paolo Gasparini's to borrow one. We go up, and the girl in the kitchen immediately gives us strong coffee in ceramic cups, while Celia shows me her camera. A woman with a 2-year-old appears and disappears, and we go down. One of the members of the escort gets in the car with us, but without a machine gun. We take the road to Pina del Rio, and I discover another Celia, who every 2 minutes says, "Don't we have to turn here? Haven't we reached the crossroad?" like an impatient child, as if she hadn't been to Pina del Rio 50 million times. She drives very well, but frightfully fast, doesn't seem to see the horse-drawn wagon or the broken-down car going slowly in front of us until she's almost on top of them, when she brakes. It's very difficult to be relaxed. If I were Ramirito, I'd give you a siren. You're a public menace. Celia looks at me out of the corner of her eye, a bit surprised. After another couple of heart attack-inducing maneuvers. Why don't you go by helicopter? I've done that, but it's difficult to repair them. The parts are very expensive, and anyway, it's better to avoid that, because our anti-air people could mistake us. Once it almost happened, they were about to fire on me. It was night, and they couldn't see the insignia. An hour later, we stop for coffee at the PR2 cafeteria that I'd already visited. Only there isn't any coffee. While we order orange juice at the bar, I see that the 2 panels have been painted over in white, and now show the fathers of the revolution, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Gomez, Maceo, Marti, Fidel, Khrushchev, and Mao, plus Patria o Muerto, doves, and fake roses. I tell Celia that before, there were frescoes of primitive happiness and the Granma landing. Really? She asks the waiter to call the administrator and, leaning on the bar, gives him a dressing down. Who told you to commit this horror? The paintings were ugly. They couldn't have been as ugly as these. At least they were meant to be decorative, while these aren't. Just because you put the great revolutionaries on the wall, doesn't mean you're a good revolutionary. In my house, I don't have any at all and never will, and this is a public place, a restaurant. It should be beautiful, you should decorate it well so it will attract people. Those portraits are horrible and they don't mean anything. But the committee. If the committee comes again, you shouldn't be afraid to say no. At San Cristobal, they're getting ready for Carnival, and Celia tells Marian, the woman in black. On the way back, we should buy some of those straw hats for the kids. She buys a ham sandwich at the bar and nibbles it while she drives. We arrive in Giza an hour later. This place belonged to a rich politician, a strange man, who'd traveled a lot, and had collected things from Japan, China, you'll see. We're getting the place ready as a museum for people who come to spend the weekend. I tell her I don't understand why they have this mania of making museums in places like Prio's villa, where there's a school, as if those people and their possessions should be venerated. We wanted the girls living in Prio's house to learn to take care of beautiful things, we left it as it was, so they would have a beautiful place to receive visitors, since it was decorated in very good taste. I thought the place was horrible, German Nouveau Riche style. I'd like to think Celia just considers it an example of relatively good taste for country girls. The Giza property is one big folly, feudal walls, the house in New Orleans style, with a medieval tower, a fabulous garden with paved roads stretching for miles. We stop to have coffee at the stand in the garden. How's it going within it? Celia asks. Deliveries are okay, but the machines are in bad shape. We lost the entire mango harvest because the juice machine was broken. The two oriental pavilions are deserted. We look in through the windows, and finally, someone comes with a key. Where's the administrator? Asks Celia, while we walk toward the car. Everything looks abandoned. Why have these plants not been weeded, and why is the road full of leaves? If this were your house, it wouldn't be like this, right? Why did they fire the previous administrator? Where did this guy come from? The administrator is in the cafeteria, a few kilometers away, on the hill, in a beautiful modern building with echoes of the house's medieval tower. He's a young man dressed in olive green, unshaven, and rather dirty. On the stone terrace, there's a big puddle. Why do you let that water sit there? It ruins the foundations. We're waiting for some cement. What do you need cement for? People need cement to build houses. Take a broom and a rag every time it rains, it's so easy. I don't understand this lack of conscience. I really don't understand. If it was your house. We're supposed to visit the cabins being built in the pine forest. The road isn't very good, but maybe the car will make it. Along the way, we meet an older man carrying a lunch pail. Celia breaks, zooms back, tells Ciro, the escort, ask him if he wants a ride. The man is bringing lunch to the workers on the cabins. The road goes up and down, and it's at least an hour walk. Why didn't they give you a horse? There aren't enough, and they're all down at the villa. In the woods, we don't have any. They have to give him a horse, Celia tells the escort. The side of the hill is covered with woods and at the top is the village of cabins, built on piles linked by a network of bridges and stairs. The cabins are very small, a room with a toilet and a tiny sink, and have been designed by Celia with local materials, wood, bamboo, lamps made from the lovely shell of a local plant called gyre, good new beds, on the floor a coconut rug. We visit the elegant dining room and bar, almost ready for the opening. Then down the stone stairs alongside walls of stalactites, beyond which is a series of fountains, the water falling from the rocks into a basin. On the way back, we stop to buy straw hats at San Cristobal and a bit later, along the road, appear stalls of mangoes. We stop in front of a young peasant, tall, handsome, with very white teeth, and Celia, after examining the colors of each bunch, chooses and starts to eat a mango as she walks, talking to the young vendor, who is a small farmer, pretty happy with his latest harvest of tobacco that brought him 2,000 pesos. Celia protests about the traffic, and while we stop and Ciro gets gas, she takes a 5 and a 10 peso note out of her pants pocket and puts them in the glove compartment. One of these days, I'm going to go out without any money, and I'll be stuck in the middle of the road. She talks to Marian about the prices charged by a seamstress and dresses that are ready. Marian seems to be a good person, even if her non-stop admiration for everything about the revolution is a bit annoying. It occurs to me that a court is a court, it's not the ruler's fault, but the courtesan's. A Spanish paper in New York says a clandestine government has been set up inside Cuba under the name Consejo de Liberación Interno in Army. It says the council appointed 10 Cubans to represent it abroad, among whom is the President Batista through over, Prio Sacaras. Meanwhile, a Brazilian representative talked with 55 Cuban exile organizations, exhorting them to take up arms. The most important were absent. Sunday, May 31st. Last night, on a walk with a friend, I saw lights and heard music in an old building in downtown Havana. Curious, we asked the next door bar what was going on and were told it was a public dance. Inside, we were surprised to see overly made-up women of all ages. Before we could turn around, a man of about 40 wearing dark glasses came up to us and said, "The few places like this that are still around need to be closed." Why? The people who come here aren't comrades. What are they? They're not workers, you understand. But they work, no. Yes, but, you know, the women are housewives who've come on bad times. He can't bring himself to say they're prostitutes. And what are you doing here? I serve the revolution. How? I observe. What can you see in a dance hall? Well, for example, foreign comrades, friends, it's not good for them to think these are the only places we have, there are others, different, workers' circles. They shouldn't leave with this bad impression. I see. And what about the men? Well, they're not organized workers. They're mostly self-employed, little artisans, storekeepers, they're not comrades. The man wants to accompany us to a nearby bar for a drink, but we're really not thirsty. As we're about to leave, he opens his wallet and shows us his party card. Understand? Unfortunately, yes. Back at the hotel, a colleague talks about the weather for a few minutes, then drops a bomb. Did you know Anibal is back? Chapter 15. Ending and continuing. June 6th. Last night at 10 o'clock, Vallejo called and said, "We're coming tonight." What time? Probably in an hour. I waited. At 2 a.m., new call, "We're really sorry, it can't be for tonight. Wait in your room tomorrow after 12. The idea of waiting from noon to midnight was not the most tempting thing in the world, but I can't even react anymore. At noon, while Felicia was cleaning, I went down to the hotel bookstore and bought 3 or 4 books to console myself. While I was looking through the piles, I saw a familiar figure on the other side of the window. It was Alessandro Saderman, an Argentine of Russian origin, who used to wander around Rome and now makes documentaries for ICAIC. Mocking me, he gestures, "Still here." I invited him to lunch in my room, and while we were finishing, another friend showed up, and we ordered lunch for him too. Then both of them got headaches. One left for a nap, the other stayed a while before braving the heat outside. I was alone until 7, when, finally, the phone rang. I wondered if it was Paolo Gasparini teasing me because I wasn't leaving on tomorrow's flight. "Don't move." It was Vallejo. "When are you coming?" "In half an hour." This time it seemed for real. I figured I should comb my hair. At 7:30, no one had come, and I started to get hungry, thinking, if he comes, I'd better be prepared. He'd be capable of staying till midnight without thinking about food. I order a sandwich and coffee. At 8:30, someone knocks. It's a member of the escort. He's coming. 2 minutes later, a louder knock, Fidel. The escort sat on the edge of a chair, relaxed, but ready for anything. Fidel threw himself on the couch, as usual. When he comes into a room, he's propelled toward a rocking chair, if there is one, or if not, a sofa. He drops down, one arm over the back, feet on the marble coffee table in front, relaxed, but wound up like a mechanical doll. He's put on more weight since May Day, and it doesn't suit him. He's only handsome when he's thin. "Did you bring me a medal?" I asked. What medal? Oh, right, you waited a long time. It's my fault, all my fault, but you understand, for me a month can seem like 2 days. Right. I'm glad to know that. He wasn't being facetious. You can't imagine how many things I'm doing. I'm reading so many books, reading, and carrying out experiments, and watching over others, and now in addition, I have to worry about the army. But we're doing well, really well. What about Goldwater? I'm not worried about Goldwater. It's not worth wasting time over. What can they do? I'm not afraid. If Goldwater were elected, Nikita wouldn't be so calm. I don't mean to offend you, but he's a lot more powerful than you are. He also has more to lose. But Cuba could disappear from the face of the earth. That would mean world war. I think they'll think twice. What if they invade? You talked about that very seriously on May Day. He's very calm now, as if the matter were banal. That's true, but it would be difficult. More animated now, it would be easy if they could occupy the island in 15 minutes. But they can't, so in the end they wouldn't be able to occupy it at all. They could transform Cuba into another Vietnam. That isn't easy either, and it would mean total war. It isn't easy to destroy Cuba. We have enough arms to defend ourselves, a lot of arms, and we're organized. Don't think we're an easy prey. It's difficult to imagine this little island, with 7 million inhabitants, capable of posing a military problem for the United States, but Fidel could almost convince you it's true. We have all the modern arms we need, it won't be easy. But don't you think it's important that public opinion be better informed about what's going on here? Those cables are a terrible propaganda against Cuba. These days, all they talk about is a bloodbath, a wave of terror. It wouldn't make much difference if public opinion in the US and its allies was better informed. It isn't public opinion that decides. Also, there's a public opinion in the third world, which does count. So you don't think it's important to inform the American public? I think it's much more important to dedicate my time to what needs doing here. In the end, the revolution will be judged by what it accomplishes, and we have so many needs, we can't see the end of it. We need houses, thousands of houses, even if we've already built many, and it will take years, because the population is growing. We need eggs, meat, fruit. Last year, you wondered why there was no fruit, now we have much more. It's true that last year in Havana there wasn't a tomato or a lemon, and they gave you avocado instead of salad. We have to build factories, train teachers, professors. Did you go to Minas del Frio? No. Why not? And Camilo Cienfuegos? Yes, last year. Why didn't you go to Minas del Frio? You could do it before you leave. It's extraordinary. Seeing I don't bite, we're really getting along well. It's fantastic, but we have to continue. We can't stop halfway. I can't stop doing what I'm doing, I can't permit myself not to read those tons of books, not to learn the best ways to do the things we need to do. We can do extraordinary things in this country. I know, sometimes it looks like I get too involved in details, but that's how I am. I have to do those things. Like the cows. Like the cows. But he doesn't appreciate being teased about his cows. This isn't a game. Look, tonight I came mainly so you shouldn't think badly of me, but I can only stay about an hour. Would you agree to another meeting, if you have a lot of questions? I hadn't foreseen this. But how can you say no to someone who never stops doing things? Okay. Meanwhile the guard had left, and Fidel was taking my cigarettes. I couldn't see any cigars in his shirt pocket. He tossed the matches behind the sofa, or around the room with an expansive gesture as he spoke. Okay, but really, I have to get out of here, if only for the book. It can't be too long, and once I stop keeping the diary, it will have to come out as soon as possible. I give you my word of honor you'll finish this week. Okay, then tell me who the 12 were. Each person gives me a slightly different list. Are these the right ones? He looks at the list, repeating the names out loud, counting on his fingers, murmuring. Yes, I think that's right, but you know, at one moment we were 12, and an hour later, we were 13, and the next day, we were 10, it's difficult to be exact. Did you see them all? Everyone except Callisto Garcia and Universo Sanchez, but I saw others, like Guglielmo Garcia, Fajardo, Montaigne. Guglielmo is very important, a very interesting man. He was the first peasant to join us, then came Fajardo, you know he's head of a big meat plant now, and he flies around in a helicopter. Montaigne was in the Granma and was taken. And Faustino Perez. Yes, Faustino was in the Granma, then in the underground, with René Rodriguez. And Yai, Haiti. Did you see her? And Armando? They're both important. Haiti is an important woman. She was very active during the war, and she was also in the Moncada with her brother, who was killed. I have to say, of all the Moncada people, Abel Santamaria was the bravest, a very valuable person. What interested me was the fact that those who were with you at the Moncada, or in the Sierra, are still the backbone of the government. Those who deserted didn't really share your ideas from the beginning. Not only they didn't share our ideas, but people like Matos, the Rays, etc. didn't even really fight the war. They joined us during the last few months, when it was already clear we were going to win. You know when Matos came to the Sierra? 8 months before the end. 8 months. And Ray, let me see, Ray came in October of 58, 3 months before the end. He's saying certain things about you in the papers these days. Right, but he knows me. He knows that what he's saying isn't true, he knows me well. But that doesn't matter, as Lenin said, we're the ones who are making history, they're only making a joke. 3 months he fought, not more. And Diaz Lang, there's another one who only fought 8 months. Those who really fought the war with me, and who at the end were only about 3,000, no more than, let me see, when Raul opened the second front, in the 14th month of the war, the rebel army had 190 men, maximum 200, and of those first 200, not more than 5 have abandoned the revolution. Among those who fought more than 15 months, not more than 10 have abandoned, and among those who fought the entire war, that is 25 months, and who at the end were not more than 3,000, not more than 50 abandoned, and probably not more than 30. 30 out of 3,000, that's 1%. Not more than 1% of the men who really fought in the Sierra abandoned the revolution. We'd have to do an exact study. I'm saying 50, because I don't have the exact figures. It was difficult to get him off this subject, but I saw the clock turning and finally, out of desperation. Can we go on to another question? What do you have to say about this story? It was an article in El Imón saying that there should be negotiations to make Cuba neutral. Fidel reads it rapidly. These points are questionable. Also, I don't like the term neutralization. It doesn't seem like a reasonable proposal. They're suggesting that the American troops could leave Guantanamo in exchange for the Russian troops leaving. If there weren't American troops in Guantanamo, we wouldn't need Russian troops, but we can't promise not to have Russian troops. A situation could arrive in which we would need them. The American troops are here against our will, the Russians are here because we want them to be. It's not the same thing. There can be no treaty in which Cuba would have to renounce even a bit of its sovereignty, and that includes the right to decide if it wants Russian troops or not. The base in Guantanamo, on the contrary, infringes on our sovereignty. He took one look and right away saw what wasn't right, like Raul said. And now he wants to leave. When you come back, I'll show you the pictures. Where are they? Here. Show me, quickly. He flips through them, commenting on a beautiful mulattress, let me see if I know her. And this, what is it, don't tell me, don't tell me. But he can't guess, it's part of the motel in Santiago. Then there was Byron, his village, oh, look. There's the butcher shop, right, and what's this place? He stares at a corner, but can't orient himself. June 14th. I waited another week, then Friday, Celia asked if I could interpret at a dinner at the Moroccan embassy for the king's head of cabinet, who speaks French. As soon as they arrived, Vallejo told me, come tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to Calle once, for the interview. Later, during the couscous dinner, Fidel said, I gave you the appointment for lunch, but with everything I've eaten here, I think it's better if you come for tea. I didn't know whether he was joking or not, and I was so used to seeing our appointments changed that I arrived in Calle once at 10:15. The guards told me to go up, and on the landing, I met Celia. Fidel is waiting for you. He was just calling the hotel. In fact, when I came in, Fidel made the same reproach, and I realized how unusual it was for him to wait for someone. I felt a little embarrassed, mainly because I knew that normally only an enemy would be likely to make an important person wait. But Fidel wasn't rancorous. He sat in one of the rocking chairs motioning me to another, facing him close by. His face was swollen with sleep, hair disheveled. I had prepared a list of questions, but after the annoyance of my late arrival, I thought it would be better to begin with a subject he would like, instead of one which would annoy him. How many machines do you need to mechanize the sugar harvest? I'd guessed right. His eyes lit up, he rocked faster and started in with Cuba's agricultural projects. First of all, you have to know that the entire harvest can't be mechanized, because part of it is in the hills or in undulating terrain, where the machines can't go. We have to take the sugar out of the hills, but we can't do it all at once, because we can only eliminate the sugar mills little by little as they deteriorate. Meanwhile, we'll organize the work so the cutters only have to cut, with the cane raised, as is, and cleaned in a central station. The division of labor in two parts will increase productivity because what makes the cutters lose time is having to bend down, pick up the cane piece by piece and clean it. But how many machines will you need for the mechanization? As usual, instead of giving a simple answer and moving on to the next question, Fidel was giving me a lesson in agriculture. He got up and pushed a button on a nearby table. Celia appeared. Call Carlos Rafael and ask him how many machines we need for the cane. I think we need about 4,000. While Celia was on the phone, I asked, how many years before a cane plant has to be pulled up? A plant can provide a good harvest from 4 to 10 years, depending on the type, the soil, how it's cared for, etc. But you can let the cane mature over 2 years instead of cutting it every year, and in some cases, it will give more sugar. Carlos Rafael says that to cut 60% of the cane, we need about 6,000 machines, but he doesn't have exact figures. Tell him thanks, and how is he? He says thanks, and how are you? He's okay. Bye, Carlos. So from 5 to 6,000 machines. To know when to pull out the old cane and plant new ones, you wait till the yield drops. You have to wait 2 years before you can cut a new plant. First it yields a lot, then less and less every year. So you pull it out the year in which it would give less than half of what a new plant would give after 2 years. For example, if a new plant gives 150, then 130, then 110, etc., when you get to 75, you can pull it out, because the following year it will give even less, so it's worth waiting 2 years to get 150. How many years will it take to mechanize that 60%? We hope to have 1,000 dual-purpose machines every year. We already have 1,000, but only 500 for lifting. So with 1,000 every year, we could mechanize in 4 or 5 years. But you have to carry out detailed studies to decide what type to plant where, because one type renders more in one place, and another renders more somewhere else. And what about eggs? If I see you're traveling on January 1st. He'd said on May Day that if there weren't 60 eggs a month by January 1st, he wouldn't speak. He'd gone to get a cigar. He stopped in the middle of the room and said, "Don't even think about it. I tell you we'll have 60,000 eggs in January." "Sure. I heard that." "What did you hear?" "Rubbish. The egg project is going perfectly according to plan. Already in September we'll have 30,000. Someone told me that 30 would be possible, but not 60. "Who told you that?" "What do they know? If we have 1,000,000 chickens that are hatching, and 4,000 growing, and after 22 weeks they begin to lay, the last will be born this month, and after that 22 weeks, he calculated, frowning, September, October, November, December, 4 times 5 20, from the 19th to the 22nd week they start to lay eggs, so for January, we'll have 60,000 eggs. You should see how we taught the women to take care of the chicks, and we make sure they have the feed. It's all going fine. I put a member of my escort to oversee it. He tells me how things are going, and there's no doubt, it's going fine. I decide to ask my first difficult question. Why does the government say it makes it easy for opponents to leave, when in fact that's not true? What do you mean it's not true? I've heard I don't know how many stories about people who aren't rich, and who can't leave, because they have to quit their jobs and wait a year to get a seat on a plane. Well, if there are no flights, it isn't our fault. It's the Americans who stopped flying. Before, there were 2 flights a day, until the October crisis. It isn't our fault if there are no seats. And if they're opponents. Okay, but there are cases in which a person isn't an opponent. For example, I heard about a teacher who has nothing against the revolution, but his wife is a spoiled brat, used to vacationing in Europe, etc., and she's depressed because she can't go for ice cream every time she feels like it. How is he guilty? Listen. He bent toward me, his eyes twinkling. I think that someone who allows himself to be led by the nose like that isn't a man. What do you want? I can't get upset about a guy like that. If he wants to stay with the revolution, with his country, he should get rid of his wife, who is stupid. But he has 3 kids. What do you expect? These are isolated cases, you can't legislate for special cases. Anyway, it's the Americans' fault. Before the revolution, there were a lot of people who wanted to go to the US, and they wouldn't let them in, there were quotas. Now it suits them to welcome gusanos, and even those who arrive by boat, who escape risking their lives or jail. The Americans make martyrs out of them. Okay, but given that the situation changed after October 62, and now we're in 64, shouldn't you change the laws so they reflect the new situation? Right now, the rich, who can afford to leave, do, and those who have no money, can't. Is that right? Listen, the fact that they're rich or poor is not our fault, that's precisely the fault of capitalism. He laughs, rocking back and forth merrily. It's the fault of the capitalist system, you can't say it isn't. We're not preventing people from leaving, but on the other hand, we're not going to pay their way. Anyway, all those people have relatives in Miami who send them money, don't worry about them. I know all those who leave aren't gusanos, but when they go there, they soon realize that to survive, they have to join with them, because otherwise they can't make it. So even a good guy, because he needs money, because of a situation, which becomes no less dramatic in exile, accepts to work with the gusanos and might end up infiltrated here. But it takes quite a lot of money to feed a family with children for a year. I can assure you that many people don't have relatives over there. And when they're poor, their relatives are usually poor too. Don't worry. They always manage. For example, you find one of those rich people who wants to go to the US, and someone in the US who may not be rich, but can help a bit, who deposits $10 in his name, and that person, to get $10 there, deposits 100 pesos here. Don't worry. They always manage. I can't understand that anyone should worry about a worm. We have so much to do for the good of the country, why should we waste time thinking about how to improve the situation of the gusanos? I can't see it. We allow them to leave, but there's no reason why we should encourage people to leave. There's a lot of talk these days about a serious economic crisis. I don't think that someone who's writing a general book should go into these issues in detail, because by the time the book comes out, the situation will have changed. I leave that to the journalists who can publish an article before a story gets old. But I would like to know what's behind the rumors. Now he's serious, but calm. Listen, every underdeveloped country has economic problems, and you can imagine that we're no different. On the contrary, we have even more difficulties, that's inevitable. But it couldn't be otherwise. Aside from the embargo, consider that we created many services: hospitals, schools, teachers, roads, irrigation, etc., and therefore, our expenses increased enormously in comparison to before. Regarding the problem of exchange, a report by the Barclay Bank said Cuba was late with its payments, and it advised the English not to do business with us. I think they wanted to influence Leland, the bus company. But it's not true that we don't pay on time. Cuba always pays very punctually. And when we know we don't have the foreign exchange, we don't buy. When we buy, it's because we know we can pay. Now he's getting mad. That's fundamental, and it will always be like that. We don't mess around. He calmed down. You know, we depend to a large extent on the price of sugar. When we know we can sell our sugar well on the capitalist market, because almost all our production goes to the socialist countries in exchange for other things, when sugar is high, we spend money, and when we see that prices are falling, we don't. At the same time, many areas of the economy grow independently of the foreign exchange rate. These are categories that have nothing to do with the situation on the capitalist stock market, for example agriculture, cattle raising, fruit. We're making great progress in fruit, you'll see, and even for certain industries. So we're going to have difficulties, yes, of course, from time to time, but it's absurd to talk of a crash. On the contrary, without hesitation, we can say we're progressing, and if you look at the whole picture instead of focusing on a single area, you can see that the situation is good. I asked him to comment on the position of new countries with respect to the Peking-Moscow dispute. I've already said it publicly. I believe it's a subject that has to be dealt with within the communist parties, not in public. The only thing I can tell you is that I consider this dispute to be bad for us, especially for the new countries, but I think we can help overcome it, and that we should. I believe all of us should help the countries that still have to liberate themselves, and Cuba has already provided an example that imperialism can be vanquished, that the struggle can be worthwhile. It would be absurd to say we can't help the other countries, but we do need to respect international laws. Would you be ready to begin that struggle again, from the Sierra until now? Do you mean would we do it again the same way? Absolutely, and we'd do it even better, much better. The struggle would be shorter if we knew all we know now. No, what I meant was if you had to start over again now. Physically, psychologically, would you be up for it? Absolutely. Right away. Doesn't it seem at times that this life you're leading now, which you can't really call a bourgeois life? He smiles. You mean in an armchair? Right, I mean, given your personality, you're incapable of leading a regular, tranquil life. Yet it isn't the same as when you were in the thick of the action, in constant danger, in a life or death situation. However important and fascinating the problems of cattle and sugar are, aren't you ever nostalgic for that other life? Of course I miss it, but what I'm doing now is also a struggle. Here, too, you have to be able to act quickly, make major decisions. No, really, I can't say I prefer the other life, Sometimes I miss it, but right now, I feel an immense satisfaction. But don't you think that in Latin America, what's lacking in all those countries that dream of revolution, is a leader? I don't think it's men who make history. Men, individuals, are the little motor, but the big motor is the masses. Individuals are only the little motor that sets the big motor in motion. I've always been convinced that those men exist. Only I wonder sometimes how come we can't see them. I don't understand. They must exist, but where are they? Why can't we see them? Anyway, it isn't a question of a man. I realize it requires a group, but in order to create and maintain a group, you have to have a central figure. One of the most beautiful things I've seen here is this group of men that's been together so long, and who after all these years, all the problems and the dangers, are still so together. That's true, really. He starts to rock, and for the first time, I sense he's relaxed, and that if I wanted to get him to talk, it wouldn't be difficult. You're right, and not everyone has seen that. Well, tell me, given that those others aren't visible, if someone were to ask you to head a revolution in another country, would you do it? He stops rocking again. Smiles. Half smile. Tilts his head slightly, wondering. Of course, if the circumstances were right, I would do it. If the circumstances were right. He gets up, goes into the kitchen and comes back with a bottle of sweet wine and 2 glasses. Pouring the wine, do you have any more questions? Aren't you hungry? Yes, I'm hungry, but I still have to ask you something. Well, go ahead. I told him my grievances about the party, beginning with the art instructors who make workers recite stupid socialist realism texts. She was stupid, but that's one case. Art instructors aren't under the control of the party. They're under the Cultural Council. We did have a discussion about whether they should be under the Education Ministry or the Cultural Council. But they're not under the party. I showed him the organization chart of the party and the administration. He looked at it, but I could see he wasn't relating to it. It really wasn't a very good chart. He said that, yes, the two things were separate. The party traced the main political lines, but it couldn't intervene in their implementation by the government. But you can see why there's a shortage of food in this or that place, why production is having a problem in another place. Who can have that authority, if not the party? I told him about the God without a face, the abstract divinity, and he listened. I told him about the Women's Federation's latest obsession. He laughed and said, luckily, I'm not a member because I'd be the first to be expelled. I'm against everything that gets in the way of human relationships. In the end, I said I was more worried about the new communists than the old. He laughed and didn't contradict me. Aren't you hungry? Let's go eat. Dishes had appeared, and now Celia arrived to check out the table, serve us and sit with us without eating. I prefer to eat when I'm hungry. Last night, I got up at 3, I went to the kitchen and had a bowl of soup. Her voice was soft, and she gave Fidel some medicine. We started with yogurt. Have you tasted our yogurt? I have it made at 160. They're already making 5,000 a day. 160 must be that farm on the outskirts of Havana where Fidel has his cows. The yogurt was good. Fidel had vegetables I'd never seen, then we had some chicken with rice, avocado salad with onions, and bananas cooked with butter and cinnamon. Then, what kind of ice cream do you want, vanilla or strawberry? Finally, we were served coffee. Fidel got up to get a cigar and threw himself into the armchair, saying, you know, our problems don't end, they just change as time goes by. When we were in the Sierra, the biggest problem was the guy who wasted ammunition. Now, we don't have that problem, but we have other ones. As I left Calle once, I realized that wasn't just any closing remark. If someone were to ask me how Castro sees his revolution, that would be my answer: problems don't end, they just change. Chapter 16. Cuba Revisited. Since 1964, Cuba has remained a major issue in American foreign policy, as Cuban exiles, mainly in Florida, weighed disproportionately on legislation. Endless plots were hatched to once again try to invade the island after the 1962 fiasco of the Bay of Pigs, the attempts on Fidel Castro's life too numerous to count, from President Johnson to Nixon and Ford on. I like to think it was partly due to a policy paper that I wrote while working as a speechwriter for the Assistant Secretary of State for Cultural Affairs, that President Jimmy Carter seriously considered a live and let live policy with the island. Although two popes, Jean Paul II and Benedict, visited Cuba, and citizens from all over the world vacationed or studied there for free, Washington remained enthralled to the Cuban-American lobby for more than 5 decades. The government got around the accusation of limiting Americans' right to travel by forbidding citizens from spending US dollars there without permission from the Treasury Department. Luckily, travel agencies and nonprofit groups took Americans on tours and delivered visas for participation in conferences and other official events, thus circumventing the rule. During the 4 decades since this book was written, I lived successively in Poland, Hungary, Holland, the US, and France, returning permanently to the US in 2000. Wherever I lived at any given moment, I wondered what reality lay behind the coverage, whether by right or left, of the Cuban Revolution. Periodically, from my successive homes, I had wanted to see for myself what was happening to this extraordinary experiment. And I was still as wary of the press as I had been in the early 60s when I first decided to check out the corporation I had joined by going to Cuba on my own. My first surprise came when the flight from Miami landed at a greatly expanded and modernized airport. The second came when I saw outsized travel bags elaborately wrapped in plastic going through customs, a way around the embargo on consumer goods by travelers. I knew that I would be on my own, with little chance of reaching either Fidel or Raul during the 2-week book fair. In true Cuban fashion, it wasn't until 2 days before my departure that I managed to meet with Miguel Barnett, the anthropology student who had initiated me to Afro-Cuban rights when we were both at the beginning of our careers. He now held the exalted position of president of the Cuban Writers Union. Looking through the 2004 copy of my book, he sighed at each picture of a comrade no longer living. When I asked about Sarita Gomez, who had accompanied us on our expeditions, he told me she had turned into a brilliant cineast but died tragically young of an illness. The revolution has always used historical monuments, especially military ones, for cultural purposes. The book fair is held each year in the Spanish fortress of La Cabana, a magnificent, sprawling setting overlooking Havana, which has been stunningly restored. The venue not only housed book publishers from around the world, it stayed open at night for dancing, and at all hours, food, ice cream, and soda were hawked everywhere. The fair is a major event for Havana families, who bring their children, and for schools, that bus their students in, wearing uniforms of a different color at each grade level. One day, on the 2-peso shuttle to the central Havana square, teenage boys were so boisterous that I ordered them to stay seated and let those standing exit first. No longer shy and wide-eyed, they were behaving like teenagers everywhere. Young women no longer went about in curlers during the day, as they did in the 60s, but paid great attention to their wardrobe. In addition to the huge cellophane-wrapped suitcases that arrive on every flight from the US, of which there are 84 a week, I imagine home boutiques. I stayed at a bed and breakfast run by a youthful retired couple, she a former Russian teacher, he an engineer. Their pink-painted building signaled it was authorized to host visitors, and the interior showed Cuban taste and creativity. There are many fewer billboards than in the 60s, and although the capital's side streets are still in dire need of repair, spanking new buses speed along palm-lined boulevards. Automobiles from all over the world have been added to the fleet of American 50s models, whose lack of proper exhausts, combined with poorly refined gasoline, is probably taking a toll on Cubans' health. On the other hand, one can only be blown away by the architectural heritage showcased in this pearl of cities on the sea, the site of a countryside that is now tended, and even outside of tourist areas with modern accommodations. I wished for more than an alternation of educational and news programs, films, and salsa music on non-commercial television. However, the Egyptian Revolution, in full swing, was amply reported, as was the student strike in Puerto Rico, about which Americans heard nothing. Latin American intellectuals meeting with Fidel Castro in a 6-hour televised roundtable sponsored by the book fair, wondered what the Arab Spring might mean for the regime that had inspired their country's break with feudalism and American-style capitalism, but where coffee, cooking oil, and rice were still rationed after 52 years. The Cuban government continues to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, wanting to maintain a modicum of equity, while squeezed by American economic strictures and encouragement of revolt. In Havana there was little meat to be had outside the convertible pesos stores, but fish, fresh fruit, and vegetables were available from neighborhood stalls. The blaring national rhythms are ubiquitous, even in the street, perhaps adding to the organizational difficulties I noticed among young people. In Cuba today, as in most countries, there is not enough work to occupy all those with diplomas, but many find ways to acquire coveted items by making themselves available to tourists. During one of the many book presentations and discussions that took place during the 2-week fair dedicated to the Latin American organization known as ALBA, the Bolivarian Revolution, one participant told of a conversation with an Iranian writer. He said, "You know, we think we have little in common with these people, yet we find that we have the same aspirations." The Cuban public understood perfectly, Muslims and Westerners are motivated by a common desire for the voices of the people to be heard, and for everyone to have access to a fair share of the pie. Now, in early 2012, as violent dictators continue to fall in a Middle East that was the preserve first of the British, then of the United States, and as the Occupy movement spreads across the world, the Castro brothers have endured. In 2008, a gravely ill Fidel handed power to his brother Raul, who has proved to be as methodical as when he demonstrated his work habits to me back in the 60s. That same year, Americans had elected Obama, who declared "Yes, we can." As it became increasingly clear that the president's slogan was denied access to the White House, I blogged that Cuba would probably become social democratic before the United States. Last spring, Raul accelerated the reforms he had begun, and the American press began to notice Cuba's slow turn toward market socialism. The failures of Western mainstream media that motivated my first trip to Cuba in 1963 have been consistently exacerbated. In the midst of the worst economic crisis the world has seen since the Great Depression, Che Guevara's model, China, appears set to beat us at our own capitalist game, and Cuba has indeed preceded the United States on the road to social democracy, the form of government espoused by most developed countries, who understand the importance of equity. Overall, Cubans who remained in their country during these decades seem to have internalized that. Although food continues to be rationed, they have enjoyed free education and health care, in one of the most beautiful places in the world. As American-backed dictators in the Middle East are toppled one after another, the United States continues to manipulate the forces of change, hoping they will follow the obedient policies of their predecessors. But neither pious Western wishes for democracy nor efforts to establish it by force will change the dynamics of a world in which growth threatens ecological collapse. While a 50-year-old revolution is clearly an oxymoron, in his role as elder statesman, Fidel has hammered home the message that nuclear power and climate change are now the world's two overriding threats. Were it not for the fact that socialists are more likely to agree with his assessment than liberals, he would almost seem to be saying that in this new context, political regimes are irrelevant. And yet, if the last few years have shown us anything, it's that when it comes to natural disasters such as the hurricanes that regularly descend upon the Caribbean, it is better to live under a centralized government with a socialist ethos than a capitalist backyard such as Haiti. However one assesses the Cuban Revolution, no other nation has stood firm 90 miles from the most powerful country on earth, inspiring an entire continent to move leftward. How to blame the Cuban government for persistent poverty, When duly elected legislators in Wisconsin voted to ban collective bargaining by state workers, causing thousands to occupy the state house, citing the example of Egypt. Now, as the Tea Party threatens to take the United States back 100 years to before President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal, citizens in Bahrain and Yemen take to the streets, as Syrians head by the thousands to an unprepared Europe. For the United States, the upheavals in the Arab world are about geopolitics, oil and Israel, hence our covert efforts to influence change. But most of the world's leaders, literate in socialist thought, whether or not they espouse it, know that the future is with the many, and no longer sign on to our goals. As I sped toward the Jose Marti airport, I noticed a sign along the road that needed changing. It read, Party, People, Government, Nation. In the 60s, while admiring the revolution's dynamism and direction, I described the party as a faceless, voiceless entity, in which individual cadres shifted responsibility to whoever was above them. Both Fidel and then President Osvaldo Dorticos assured me that my fears of party absolutism were groundless. As Cuba sheds government jobs and encourages private initiative, moving toward a mixed economic system, I'd like to see that sign read, People, Government, Nation, signaling a multi-party, democratic socialist state. My taxi driver, a graduate electronics engineer, believes it will take several generations for Cubans to be ready for Scandinavian-style socialism. Yet Sweden and Norway made the leap from feudalism to social democracy, while being ruled by kings. I believe we are living an axial moment in history, when we need to hold on tight to the roller coaster as it rises to reveal new horizons, from Wisconsin to Damascus and beyond. Seemingly diverse struggles are coalescing into a world confrontation between the haves and the have-nots. While money clings to its privileges, the majority of the world's populations appear poised to repeat on a larger scale the Barbados epic.